Earthworms. What is the use in that? Even if you have some weird fetish for earthworms, I don't want them at all. Chu Wuhui said warily. What is this fellow trying to do now? What is the purpose of such a strange bet? I have no uses for earthworms as well. It's just a little bet for fun. I simply want to look at you digging for earthworms, that's all. The 14th young master shrugged his shoulders with disinterest. Don't you want to see how I look like while digging for earthworms? Fine. This daddy will accept your bet. Chu Wuhui gritted his teeth and said. I don't believe that this bunch's luck will continue to be so good as to win 2 in a row. I'll say it first, brother 14th, if you win, you can't go back on your words. Whoever goes back on their words will be a son of a bitch. The 14th young master said with a light smile. Deal. Whoever goes back on their words will be a son of a b*tch. Chu Wuhui nodded. This old man may not be a match for you in a fight, but do you think that you're invincible in gambling too? 14th young master, just wait to start digging. I'm also eagerly awaiting to see who will be the one digging for earthworms later. The 14th young master said confidently. On the other side, Chu Wuhui and Cheng Yinxiao were speechless, not knowing if they should be laughing or crying. Was this still the same number 1 expert under the heavens? Was that still the same Heaven Saint Palace guardian Chu Wuhui? Why were those two behaving like kids now? As they talked, the two groups on the battlefield had already clashed together. In almost the same instant the fight began, everyone had already drawn their weapons. Blade lights flashed everywhere, illuminating the sky. On the side of the 5 black-robed men, the moment they stepped out, it was done in the exact same instant, in unison. The distance between each of them was the same, and if one observed carefully, they would see that there was a strange rhythmic feel to their movements. East, south, west, north, center, each position was occupied by one person. The distance between each person was exactly the same, without the slight deviation. The formation was completed in an instant. Following that, the 5 shouted and began to run madly. Apart from the person in the center who remained motionless, the 4 people on the outside ring all took a large step. This step of theirs was not forward, but in circles instead. All of them were running around the person in the center. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered by this strange formation, the 5 white-robed saints had merged their swordlights into one ray, piercing forward. On the other side, Chu Wuhui's mouth was slightly ajar as he watched the battle. This is another strange formation. Could it be? The absolute confidence in his heart dipped slightly in that moment. As for the 14th young master, a faint smile that was undetectable by others appeared on his face, as if he were saying, as I expected. The sounds of metal clanging rose into the air. As the 4 black-robed men on the outer ring met the attacks to the best of their ability, they still maintained the continuous movement of the formation. The attack from the Holy Land side was clearly directed at the person on the east position. However, before the sword ray even came into contact with him, the opponent in the south position had already appeared before them. The fierce saber in that person's hand turned into a streak of lightning as it struck downwards at them. When they'd just managed to deal with the attack, another saber was swinging straight for their faces. At that moment, all 5 of them felt as if they were each being encircled by the crazed attacks of 4 enemies. The situation was clearly 5 against 4, but it somehow felt as if they were all fighting alone, 1 against 4. Where were their allies? The opponent's battle formation was like a giant arc, with no weaknesses to exploit. Their opponents were like slippery eels, impossible to grab a hold of. But when they attacked, it was like a pack of ferocious leopards. The more he looked, the uglier Chu Wuhui's face became. Because he realized that the 5 saints from the 3 holy lands were steadily slipping in a disadvantageous position. As for the hulking fellow in the middle of the 4 rotating soldiers, the person who was likely the core of the formation, he hadn't even moved from the start. Too shocking. This was clearly a 5 against 4 scenario. How did they end up being in the disadvantage? Jun Moxie was smiling lightly, and Mei Shuiyan had a relaxed look on her face. The two of them did not seem to be worried in the slightest. Formations were truly mysterious and amazing things. It could let the weak defeat the strong, and even if the object of the formation was changed to the human body, though the effect would be somewhat weakened, it would still display shocking power. 5 Elements Array. That was the name of this 5-man rotating formation. Each of the 5 persons' position represented the 5 directions, east, south, west, north, center, as well as the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this moment, the array had only just been started, and it hadn't reached the point of truly drawing in and utilizing the power of heaven and earth. Once a period of time passed and the amount of energy accumulated to a certain level, it would generate the power of the 5 elements, complementing, countering each other, in a perfect manner. The 5 black shadows gradually formed into a circle of black light. Although the 5 saints from the Holy Lands had powerful battle strength, they were simply like a tiger trying to eat the sky, not knowing which way to start biting from. They were completely suppressed and could only defend passively. Who would have thought that this battle would have ended up in such a state? The battle scene was completely the same as the last battle. Chu Wuhui had a bitter look on his face. From the looks of it, he was about to go digging for earthworms in a short moment. Utterly depressed, he snorted. Are they stupid? If they can't win on the ground, can't they just jump into the air? Are their movement techniques only for show? How infuriatingly stupid. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked at him with a sideway glance, while his spiritual sense remained locked onto the battle below. A strange look appeared on his face, and he did not say anything. Xiao Ying's sharp senses instantly discovered the change in the 9 Nether 14th young master's expression as she asked, Brother 14th, have you discovered something else? The 9 Nether 14th young master shook his head slowly, as if in deep thought. I've indeed found something, however. I can't understand it. Xiao Ying was about to continue asking when the crowd suddenly gasped. Looking over, she instantly understood what the 9 Nether 14th young master meant by not being able to understand. Because she herself also couldn't think through the problem. Because in that moment, the 5 first-level saints from the Holy Land suddenly jumped into air as what Chu Wuhui had said. The 5 of them all had the same thought. We'll unleash the sword and man as one after we jump into the air. Even if we have to suffer heavy injuries, we'll slice those detestable bastards apart. Only, the most unexpected thing happened. As they leapt into the sky, the 5 black-robed men also followed them up. Although they were floating in the sky, their formation had not changed at all, it was as if they had flown up effortlessly. Seeing the looks of surprise on the 5 white-robed saints' faces, Jun Moxie laughed smugly to himself. Idiots! At this point in the battle, the momentum of your chi is already leading them now. No matter how you move, they can still follow after you with ease, using your strength to defeat you. No matter if it's on the ground or in the sky, the results are the same. On the ground, you all would at least still have the chance to catch a breath. But with your body suspended in midair, you guys do not have any chance at all. The 5 black-robed soldiers can completely rely on the pull of your strength, completely not even needing to exert any strength. The more you fly into the air, the faster this fight will end. Sure enough, the higher they went, the stronger the power of the 5 elements array became. It was so overbearing that the 5 saints were unable to catch a single breath, not to mention muster the strength to unleash their powerful skills. Amazingly, the formation in the sky changed yet again. The 4 people who'd merged into a black torrent suddenly stopped as a person broke away from the formation, gradually revealing a golden brilliance. Then, another person got out of the battle formation while emitting a faint green ray of light. The 3rd person was covered in blue, like the emptiness of the sky, while the 4th person is completely red, like a burning flame in the air. The person in the middle had a yellow luster around his body, shining dazzlingly. The brilliant radiance around them expanded, and the next movement finally appeared. 5 elements together, heavens and earth shake, a ray heart appear, gods and ghosts weep. A flash appeared, and the sheen of a saber suddenly appeared from the yellow light in the middle. The white-robed saint in the lead was currently using all his strength to fend off the encirclement attack of the other 4 when a saber suddenly stabbed toward him. Greatly startled, he retreated madly. However, his chi and momentum were already tightly linked to his opponents. How would it be easy for him to escape? This retreat instead caused the full force attacks of all 5 of his opponents to be concentrated on him. In that instant, 5 sabers chopped down from all directions. 5 sabers as heavy as mountains smashed down towards him. He only had time to let out a wretched cry as the 5 sharp sabers chopped down onto his body. The white-robed body was instantly torn into over a dozen incomplete pieces. With blood spraying wildly in all directions, the mangled body fell down from the sky. In the instant that the body was cut apart, the 5 different colored lights did not stop. Like a dazzling rainbow, it rushed towards the other 4 remaining saints. The sabers were like numerous heavy mountains, like the waves of a mighty river, or a vast ocean. Kill! The 5 black-robed men roared at the same time. Fresh blood bloomed in the sky constantly, just like the bright fireworks on New Year's Day. Only, these fireworks were ignited with the lives of saints. At this point, the victor was clear. The 3 holy lands no longer had the ability to reverse the results. Chu Wu Hui's face had turned as dull as the color of mud. This is bad. As popping sounds rang out continuously in the air, Hai Wuya and He Jiqiu both closed their eyes tightly at the same time. The muscles on their faces spasmed uncontrollably. The minced meat falling from the sky were saint-level experts of the Holy Lands. The entire area was completely speechless. In the first match, the opponent had won without a single casualty. That could be said to be the result of a sinister method, a win by fluke through surprising their enemies with divine weapons. That was still a reasonable explanation. But the second battle, were they still going to continue looking for excuses? These were saints of the 3 holy lands. A single first-level saint represented 500 years of bitter cultivation. The 5 black-robed men landed on the ground at the same time, immediately kneeling on one knee as they reported respectfully to Jun Moxie. Young master, your subordinates have returned alive. You've worked hard, you guys gained quite a bit in this battle, so go back and reflect upon it. Jun Moxie said with a light smile. Yes. The 5 stood up together and returned back to the troop. Jun Moxie's side did not rejoice or cheer, it was as if the results of this 5 men were the most ordinary and inconsequential thing and wasn't worthy of them getting excited about. The third battle, 7 second-level saints. Hai Wuya's voice rang out, clearly carrying an unrestrained killing intent. No matter what, they had to obtain victory in this third battle. As his words rang out, 7 white-robed experts walked out together. As Jun Moxie looked over, he realized that those 7 had very similar appearances, and he could not help but to feel a shudder in his heart. Could it be that those 7 are blood brothers? Jun Moxie had guessed correctly. These 7 second-level saints all came from the Supreme Golden City. Furthermore, they were all blood brothers. The 7 demon formation had once been famous through the world, reminding others of the carnage and bloody legend of the 7 brothers. The moment these 7 were together, joining hands in battle, even a 4th-level saint would not dare to take them lightly. Even against a saint emperor, these 7 brothers would still hold a shred of battle prowess. Even if they couldn't win, they would not be in danger of losing their lives. The 7 brothers were of one heart, and their coordination was practically natural and seamless. Furthermore, with the support of the 7 demon formation, it was simply akin to adding wings to a tiger. For this battle, the Holy Land side had an absolute advantage. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows slightly. Looking at the actions of the 7 brothers, no matter from which angle, they seemed like one body, completely inseparable. This match was the true bitter battle of the day. At this point it was really difficult to determine which side would claim the victory for this match. The opponent are 7 brothers, with their hearts and minds linked. This is their greatest strength, but also their weakness. Mei Shuiyan looked at the 7 people with serious expressions as she said in a low voice. Oh. Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan and waited silently for her to continue. Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly and continued. The reasoning behind this is actually very simple. Those 7 brothers have been together for hundreds of years. Their relationship had naturally reached a level of being inseparable. Their coordination should be at a point where they wouldn't even need to speak. A simple raise of the head or arching of the brows would allow all 7 to know what it meant. A battle formation like that was undoubtedly the most frightening battle formation. However, there's also a deadly flaw. That is, their relationship is already too deep, to an extent where they can't do anything without each other. Mei Shuiyan's eyes shone with wisdom as she smiled. Hurting one means hurting all 7. An injury on one person's body means an injury in the hearts of 7. At that time. Without waiting for her to finish her words, Jun Moxie clapped ferociously as a bright light shone in his eyes. I understand now. Ha! Shuiyan, my good wife. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red as a sweet feeling gushed into her heart. Right now, as long as she could help Jun Moxie with any matter, she would feel satisfied in her heart. Sometimes, she found this strange as well, her behavior no longer conformed to her previous character. When it came to love, she was helpless, and she would even feel completely willing from her heart. Mei Shuiyan thought silently in her heart. Perhaps, this, is the life of a woman. Jun Moxie turned around swiftly and raised his voice. Spirit Devourer team, step forward, formation, he thought for a moment and declared, 7 stars Big Dipper array. As he looked at the 7 stalwart men in black at the front, Jun Moxie gave a few instructions. The 7's eyes lit up as they exchanged a glance. Hurriedly exchanging a few words with each other, they stepped out. On the other side, the 7 brothers did not feel any rush as they watched their opponents discussing. A faint trace of disdain even fleeted across their faces. Ever since the 7 of them had formed the 7 demon formation, they'd already lost count of the number of same-ranked opponents they'd killed, or even opponents one level above them. Even if the number of opponents in the same rank far surpassed the 7 of them, they could still completely wipe out the enemy without a single loss on their side. And right now, Jun Moxie's side had only sent out 7 second-level saints, whose strength were even quite inferior to the 7 brothers. In their eyes, these 7 were just a few tough prisoners tied up and delivered to them for execution. There were no challenge at all. As the killing intent on both sides soared, the 9th young master turned around and looked at Chu Wuhui, whose face was the same color as the mud. Shall we have another bet? This time, the loser will have to swallow the 1,000 earthworms into their stomachs. Do you dare? If one said that the bet about digging earthworms was nothing more than a harmless prank and losing would at most result in one losing some face, this bet about eating the earthworms was completely different. Xiaoying stiffened and retched dryly as she heard the words. Eating earthworms? Can those things even be eaten? And to swallow them live? Just thinking about it is enough to disgust one to death. The images of earthworms squirming in the ground appeared in her mind. Although Xiaoying's cultivation was shocking, she was just a girl. Not puking on the spot was already a great achievement. Chu Wuhui rolled his eyes and began to consider carefully. Should he take the chance to take a victory back? This seems to be a good chance. The 9th young master might not know how powerful the 7 demon formation is, which was why he dared make such a large bet. He probably feels that because that brat Jun Moxie managed to win 2 matches both using strange formations, that his chance of victory should be higher. Only, he didn't know that the 7 brothers also have their own formation. That's actually an exceedingly powerful formation that can even make them comparable to a Saint Emperor expert once they join hands. There's practically no reasons for them to lose this match. The moment the wretched image of the 9th young master swallowing earthworms swam into his mind, Chu Wuhui's lips curled up without his realization. Chu Wuhui acted as though he was extremely conflicted, and unwilling to reject the bet as he shook his head with a low voice. Brother 14th, this seems a bit too much. Everyone should know that Jun Moxie that brat must have some other weird formation. There's the 3-man formation from before, then the 5-man formation. It wouldn't be anything strange for a 7-man formation to appear here as well. Could it be that Brother 14th is only asking this old man to dig up the earthworms so you could eat them? Brother 14th, that's somewhat, not right. The 9th young master snorted coldly and raised his nose. What's not right about it? If one dares to bet, they should dare to lose as well. Since you do not have much confidence on your guys. I'll bet on the 3 holy lands win this time then. You can bet on that kid Jun Moxie's side. Chu Wuhui instantly jumped up as though his butt was on fire. Brother 14th, aren't you making things difficult for me now? This old man is a guardian of the Heaven Saint Palace. How can I bet on an enemy instead of my own people? Besides, we've already selected our sides beforehand. This old man has been betting on the Holy Lands all along, while you've only been betting the side of the evil monarch. How can we switch so easily? This fight is simply too hard to call. This old man will go all out and bet once more with you. Isn't it just 1,000 earthworms? The 9th young master nodded and cast a sideway glance at him. Oh. Didn't you say that Jun brat has formations, and the chance of winning is high? This young master is letting you, and you still want to change your choice. It's truly difficult to please you. So from your words, this young master can only pick the evil monarch's side to win. Hold on, since you knew that the other side has their formations, you still insisted on betting, which means to say, you feel that the black side might not win. There's no such thing as an absolute in this world. From this old man's point of view, both sides are evenly matched. Although the black side's chances are higher, we will not necessarily lose. Even if we are doomed to lose, I would still support our side, Chu Wuhui hurriedly covered up. Right now, he was only afraid that the 9th/14th young master would suddenly become unwilling to bet with him. That would be disastrous. That's not good either, since you said that the black side's chances are greater. I'll let you gain an advantage this time. I'll just stick with betting on the Holy Lands then. The 9th/14th young master said sneakily, Chu Wuhui, let's decide it like that. Huh, you have to bet whether or not you want to. Chu Wuhui's anger rose up to his neck as his face paled. F***CKU. What kind of gamble is that? There's only such a thing as forced sex, not forced bets. You. This old man refuses to accept. This old man is a person from the Holy Lands, and I'll be a ghost of the Holy Lands after I die. I'll only bet on the Holy Lands, and nothing else. Old fart, so you're saying that, you're still betting on the 3 Holy Lands? The 9th/14th young master narrowed his eyes and said. That's right. That's exactly what this old man is saying. Chu Wuhui said unyieldingly. Fine. We'll bet. It's natural to lose when one gambles. This old man will let you have the advantage this once. The 9th/14th young master said decisively. If the Holy Lands win, I'll eat those 1,000 earthworms. But if that evil monarch wins, you must swallow every single one of them. Deal. Chu Wuhui's face was lit with happiness. In that moment, he felt like digging up earthworms was not necessarily a joyless task. Just to be able to watch the number 1 lunatic under the heavens eating live earthworms, and the earthworms were even personally provided by himself. Wahahaha, when he imagined the look of disgust on the 14th young master's face when he was eating the earthworms, Chu Wuhui felt his entire body invigorated as if he'd eaten a divine pill. That moment was definitely going to be the most memorable of his life. Chu Wuhui was indeed fated to have that moment become the most memorable event of his life. Of course, just what that meant, was something to be talked about in the future. The 9th/14th young master laughed coldly as he looked at the idiot beside him. Waving his hand, he beckoned. Lad surnamed Jun, come over here for a moment. Relax, it's still quite some time until your match. Let's chat a bit together. Jun Moxie stiffened for a moment as he gave Mei Shuiyan a look. Smiling lightly, he cupped his fists. Since Senior has invited me, this Junior does not dare to reject. Stepping out confidently, he walked over. Cheng Yinshao raised his brows slightly and laughed. Jun Moxie, your courage is truly not little, ah. Although you currently have the strength of a Saint Emperor, you're still too weak in our eyes. Aren't you afraid that the 3 of us will attack you at the same time? If the 3 of us joined hands, even the 9th/14th young master would not be able to help you though he's right beside you. Are you really that fearless? Jun Moxie said smilingly, if it's other members of the 3 Holy Lands here, I would definitely be cautious of ambushes and trickery. But now it's the 3 of you I am facing. If you dare to lose face by doing such despicable things, I will not hesitate to lose my life. Ha! What a boy! Cheng Yinshao was very satisfied. Although Jun Moxie sounded insulting, he was actually showing trust towards them. Trust between foes was something very precious. The 9th/14th young master looked at Jun Moxie and said with an ominous voice, Jun Moxie, I placed a heavy bet on you this time. Don't let me lose it. How confident are you? Jun Moxie replied in surprise, there are so many talents in the 3 Holy Lands and many of them are extremely powerful. We have been lucky with the 2 previous battles. It's only the beginning of the 3rd, there's no way I can tell. Our men are risking their lives in these battles and you're laying a bet on them, are you sure this is ethical? Why can't I? It's just the life of a few men, how much are they even worth? The 9th/14th young master snorted. They should have expected getting killed when they followed you in your expeditions. Also, I am just betting on the outcome of the battle, not how many men will be killed. These men are not worthy enough for me to place a bet on their lives. Jun Moxie smiled weakly while deep inside, he was puzzled. Why does the 14th young master seem to be helping me ever since he appeared? Has he recognized who I am? Jun Moxie, the formations you have taught them are indeed intriguing, Chu Wuhui snorted. Jun Moxie laughed after revealing an embarrassed smile. You are flattering me. How could I be so proficient in designing formations? Oh. So who taught them? Cheng Yinxiao quickly asked. It's just someone else. By the way, what are your bets? Jun Moxie tried to digress. It doesn't matter. You are definitely losing this battle. Chu Wuhui was obviously annoyed by Jun Moxie's digression. He rolled his eyes and turned away. Jun Moxie calmly talked back. I am sure the outcome is still very uncertain. We will see. I have to remind you that I have already won 2 battles, and if I can win this one, I will be halfway to obtaining the exquisite lotus. Fret not. We have already promised. We are more than 1,000 years old, I am sure we are credible. Of course I'm not worried. But it's a pity that there are so few of you in the 3 holy lands who are credible. You have just said that the outcome is still uncertain, what's the use of talking about the bet? Do you think you can turn the situation around just by talking big? Honestly, your 7 subordinates are halfway into their demise. I suppose you should start prepare coffins for them and stop boasting over there. Life and death are all fate. The 14th young master is right. They must have already prepared for the worst when they decided to follow me. I am just wondering whether your men are prepared for it. Jun Moxie smirked. His words had become more aggressive. Just as they spoke, the 14 men in the arena engaged. The 7-demon formation was overwhelming as it placed the 7 members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer in an almost irreversibly bad situation. Even the audience could barely breathe. Chu Wuhui could not help laughing just with a glance. It's bullshit if we can still lose from such an advantage. Ah. 14th young master. I admit that I am weaker than you, but seeing you eat 1,000 earthworms will definitely make me wake up at night laughing. The 14th young master put on a rare gloomy look as he watched the arena fill up with airborne dust particles. Becoming aware of this, Chu Wuhui was even more excited. He grinned and said, 14th young master, don't worry. You always say that you never lost a bet before, perhaps, there's still a chance for a comeback. He sounded as sarcastic as ever. Yes, indeed, it's not the final moment yet. The result is still uncertain, the 14th young master glanced back. If you put more effort in training than practicing how to quarrel with others, you might have already surpassed me. Chu Wuhui was stunned for a moment. He spat in annoyance and disappointment before turning back to observe the situation. Undoubtedly, this match attracted more attention than the 2 previous battles. The 14th young master frowned as he watched on. After a while, he seemed to realize something as the gloom looming over him slowly lifted. Cheng Yinxiao was constantly paying attention to the 14th young master's expressions. He knew that the most observant one in the whole arena was the 14th young master. At this moment, he was sensitive enough to be aware of the 14th young master relaxing. He couldn't help tense up. 14th young master, who do you think will win? The 14th young master sighed and shook his head. The outcome will be strange. Strange? The rest all turned over to look at him. The outcome now appeared so obvious, so how could anything strange happen? The 7-demon formation was indeed overwhelming and had already constricted the movement of its opponent. From this aspect, it appears that there is no doubt to who is going to win, but there are 3 strange points and even I cannot find an explanation yet. The 14th young master looked at Jun Moxie with much curiosity. 3 strange points. Everyone else tensed up and turned back towards the arena. Reflections from the blades flashed in their faces as blade auras washed the arena. The 7 swords of the 7-demon formation had interwoven into a dense net, enclosing the 7 men in black. The 7 men in black were like a small fleet struggling in a storm. Amazingly, they were still able to avoid being engulfed by the huge waves. Chu Wuhui stared for very long before hitting his own forehead. F***ck. It's another weird formation of 7. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yinxiao and Xiaoying also figured it out. The 7 men in black always stood at a fixed position relative to each other no matter what happened. Their positions seemed unreasonable by themselves. They looked like random spots that had little connection, but it simply worked as a formation that provided a top-notch defense. By now, no one was as optimistic. All of them were top experts of the world, and they were very aware that a perfect defense meant being invincible. The first strange point is that no one has been injured yet despite all of them being so close together. Under such intense combat, even we can't guarantee not being hurt by now. Cheng Yin-xiao and Chu Wuhui nodded slowly as they pondered. The second strange point is that their weapons have not even touched each other by now. Each of them has already delivered more than 1,000 blows, but none of their weapons touched. The 3 guardians immediately turned very gloomy. It was not a good sign. Peacefulness like this was akin to the calmness before a storm. When their weapons started to come into contact, perhaps there would only be death and no mere injuries. Both sides were preparing for a strong blast. As for the last strange point. Fair is foul and foul is fair, the tide in the ocean is never predictable, how interesting. 9 Nether 14th young master looked at Jun Moxie and smiled eerily. Fair is foul and foul is fair. Chu Wuhui sucked in a breath through his teeth. How could it be? How is this possible? Have we really bumped into a ghost? He said in disbelief. The 7 demon formation was like the surging waves that crashed wave after wave in that confined space. The 7 black-clothed men were like reefs along the shore, unmoving and unbudging from beginning till end. Or rather to say, like an unusually wide mountain range surrounded by an endless body of water, but ultimately, it still had a peak that stayed above the water from start till end. But if one looked closely, they would understand that although the 7 demon formation had indeed occupied 90% of the attacks, practically suppressing the enemy till they could barely catch their breath, capable of drowning this 7 people formation completely, but the opponents were still calm and stable, with no danger or risk. And following the continuous attacks from the 7 demon formation, the 7 and the 7 stars battle formation attacked in places where the enemy needed to defend themselves, so the attacks from the 7 demon formation had to be halted halfway for them to defend themselves. But the other party didn't take the chance to press for another attack, only defending, as if they were planning to continue dragging it on forever like this. In this way, both parties were attacking their vital points, but going into defense simultaneously, causing an unusual situation where 7 swords and 7 sabers were not coming into contact at all since the start of the battle. But if one observed closely, they would notice to their surprise that the one that had dominated taking initiative was not the 7 demon formation that was attacking like tidal waves, but the 7 black-clothed man in a weird, peculiar formation. Or rather, indeed the aggressive attack of the 7 demon formation at the beginning of the battle had dominated taking all the initiative, but when the opponent's 7 stars battle formation slowly began to unravel, the battle had come to a stalemate. With the slow gradual change of the battle, the ones initiating unconsciously fell into the hands of the enemy. Just that the other party had never begun to attack, only staying firm in defense, causing everyone to develop a false sense of judgment. In terms of the conclusion of the battles, the process of these 3 formations was the same, they were all on the verge of defeat, but in the end, they emerged victorious. They were all the same, and there was nothing new. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked at Jun Moxie and chuckled. Lad surnamed Jun, where did you learn all of these weird formations? This young master guesses that it is that mysterious master of yours who taught you, right? The moment this was said, the 3 guardians who were in a state of shock got another huge shock. Brother 14th, could it be that you know who his master is? Or rather to say, you actually know his master? Cheng Yin-xiao asked, a gleam in his eyes. Jun Moxie's master was a giant mystery. Even the most prodigal person couldn't be like this without a master. Jun Moxie's master was undoubtedly a shocking character. Just that, everyone knew this, but no one could think of someone who was capable of creating those magical pills and teaching such a miraculous disciple. Right now, he was even the true owner of these peculiar formations. Who was this almighty person? During this period of time, the Heaven Saint Palace had analyzed all the information on experts for the past 3,000 years, but they were all dismissed. This person was too powerful, so powerful that there was no one who could come close to being related to him. Hearing the 9 Nether 14th young master's tone, as if he knew, how could the 3 of them not be curious? The 9 Nether 14th young master gave an awkward smile and said, this lad's master. I owe him a huge favor, but I couldn't find the right opportunity to return it to him. So depressing. An existence that can make even this young master feel depressed. What sort of person do you think that is? The trio sucked in a cold breath of air. To make the 9-14th young master owe a favor to the point that he couldn't return it. What sort of person could it be? Looking at how unspecific 9-14th young master was, the three of them were extremely curious. Brother 14th, the master of this evil monarch, how many % of Brother 14th's strength is he at, and how is he, compared to us? Chu Wuhui asked carefully. This question caused the 9-14th young master to start hesitating. He had not managed to make clear how strong this 9-firmament first old master was in his rush the last meeting they had. But one thing was for sure, and it was that he was definitely not beneath himself. He pondered for a long time before speaking. Definitely stronger than you guys, but when compared to me, it's really hard to tell. That person's powers are a profound mystery. I am really not confident in winning him. Even if it is a battle to death. I have no confidence in killing him. The 9-14th young master was speaking the truth, and the three people could tell from listening to it. He was speaking from his heart. But because of this, the three guardians turned pale. An existence that even the 9-14th young master had no confidence of winning. Didn't that mean that this person was more powerful than the 9-14th young master? Plus his skill at concocting pills and all these amazing formations today. What sort of top expert was that? This, there is someone like this in the world. How come we've never heard of someone like this for the 1,000 years we've lived? No wonder Jun Moxie's cultivation improves at such a tremendous speed. He really has such a heaven-defying master. But the 9-14th young master was determined not to reveal that person's name, which added on to the mystery of Jun Moxie's master. At this time, young Master Jun asked, "Senior, you know my master? You've met him before?" The 9-14th young master scoffed coldly. "Not only did I meet him before, I still have some scores to settle with him." Pretending to be mysterious. This young master is full of disdain for that. I'm ashamed to behave like that. I'll tell you honestly, meeting that bad luck master of yours is really bad luck for this young master. Really King bad luck, pay. The 9-14th young master was full of complaints, as if there was some hidden bitterness. But the moment he said this, Jun Moxie instantly knew that this fellow seemed to misunderstand. He assumed that the 9-firmament first old master was Jun Moxie's master and hadn't seen through Jun Moxie. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Through this conversation, young Master Jun instantly understood the reason behind the 9-14th young master's grievances. In fact, since the 9-14th young master followed Jun Moxie, then he could be familiar with his sneaky and unpredictable ways, so by extension, he associated it with that mysterious 9-firmament first old master. Plus, Jun Moxie was really too young. With his own cultivation, it was hard for him to enter the eyes of the 9-14th young master. In the eyes of this great madman, that 9-firmament first old master was an expert of his own generation that was more or less his equal, or perhaps even higher. So why would he even bother with a mere Saint-Emperor cultivation? So he logically assumed that young Master Jun was that mysterious expert's disciple. In fact, if by logic, this was the most logical inference. This is a beautiful misunderstanding. Young Master Jun definitely was not planning to explain. Misunderstand? Perfect. No matter what, that 9-firmament first old master had also been a great help to the 9-14th young master back then, so this is a huge favor. With a madman as haughty as the 9-14th young master, owing a favor was an extremely unbearable thing. Although if the 9-14th young master had met the 9-firmament first old master, he would extend his gratitude and perhaps discuss with him regarding the origins of this sickening nickname. But he couldn't do that when meeting Jun Moxie, and Jun Moxie was a junior, as the disciple of his benefactor, he could not watch him get bullied right before his eyes. So the 9-14th young master had to make a guest appearance and be a nanny this once. Especially when this lad's enemies were also his enemies. Which was why there would be the scenario today, with the 9-14th young master supporting Jun Moxie. And more interesting thing was that the moment there was such a misunderstanding, it made complete sense for the 9-14th young master to take care of Jun Moxie. There was no favor owed in taking care of him. And he was a little embarrassed to bring it up to show off as an accomplishment. But if he didn't take care of him, it seemed as if he wouldn't be able to raise his head the next time he met this 9 firmament first old master. So the 9 nether 14th young master could only endure it and be a nanny for today. Of course, if he knew the truth, that Jun Moxie was that so-called 9 firmament first old master, he'd definitely beat this fellow up until he was like a pig head. But a pity, he didn't, and he might not know for the rest of his life. Of course, if young Master Jun felt that he was on the same level as the 9 nether 14th young master someday, perhaps he would tell him this truth, because when that time came, Jun Moxie would no longer fear being beaten into a pulp. The 9 nether 14th young master was indignant and unwilling, but he still had to help. But Jun Moxie was secretly pleased and confident. During the time these two engaged in their conversation, the 3 guardians' faces turned paler and paler. There was no other reason, but because the situation in the area was turning into a disadvantageous one for the Holy Land. The 9 nether 14th young master looked at Chu Wuhui and finally felt in a better mood. Chu Wuhui's current expression was completely black. None of that glee from earlier could be found. Swallowing live earthworms, 1,000 of them, and these earthworms were dug out by himself, one by one. God! Thinking of the bet, Chu Wuhui felt the urge to cry, as if death was better than living. Jun Moxie looked over to the arena, slowly feeling anxious. The current situation was still the same, with the 7 demon formation initiating attacks, while the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer 7 members rotated in the 7 stars battle formation naturally, getting more and more familiar with it. And every time they spinned, there were small sparks that flew out, their silhouettes also getting more and more indiscernible. Clearly, the determining point of the outcome of the battle was about to arrive. The battle situation before or after this would no longer matter after this strike. Currently, although the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer 7 stars formation had the upper hand, it did not equate to victory, let alone absolute victory. And what Jun Moxie wanted was complete victory, not a tragic victory. But right now, it was the battle between the second-level saints, and both sides had extremely tenacious life force. Even the side in the adverse situation would be able to go all out and deal enough damage to the enemy if they were determined to. The reason why Jun Moxie was able to kill a saint in a single strike was because it was an ambush attack, catching the saint off guard. Second, it was because his prowess had surpassed Xia Dongting when he did it, so he could use a Xian Qi that was way more powerful to completely destroy Xia Dongting's meridians, resulting in him completely losing the last chance to even struggle. Otherwise, with Xia Dongting's power and regenerative abilities of a 3rd-level saint, he definitely would not die without being noticed. A saint whose heart was shattered was able to use his Xian Qi to forcefully seal up the circulation of blood in his body and maintain this state for at least a day if he was not dissected on the spot. At the very least, he wouldn't have to throw his life away instantly. But right now, the 7 members from the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer team were facing this sort of dangerous situation. Facing the 7 opponents who had strong brotherly bonds, if they were all going to gamble their lives in a battle to death, they were completely capable of bringing the 7 stars battle formation along with them to the netherworld. So Jun Moxie's arrangement right from the beginning was this: breaking a single finger was more effective as opposed to injuring all 10 fingers. So they absolutely did not initiate attack the moment they went into the arena, remaining in the strictest defensive mode to strike back. Slowly controlling the situation, accumulating their advantages, then slowly converting it to an absolute chance for victory. Then all 7 people would suddenly strike, with all the injuries sustained, at a single person. To completely chop the person up and kill them thoroughly in a single strike. Only by killing one person, breaking the 7 demon formation formed by 7 people joining forces, would it cause the enemy's attacks to be unable to achieve its strongest state. Even if the other party went on a rampage again and set off a series of revenge attacks for the death of their brother, as long as they returned back to their strict defensive state, there would be no danger until the other party's strength began to deteriorate. Then, they could begin their counterattack. Of course, the most ideal situation would be that the other 6, due to their close brotherhood, would be hurt and unable to fight due to the grief from losing a brother. Then, they could just take the opportunity to press their attacks and kill all of the remaining 6. The 2 circumstances had great variabilities, but there was only one outcome: all the enemies must be killed, while they cannot lose a single man. And the current situation was moving towards the direction of what Jun Moxie had expected. The sword light rained down like a storm. The people in the seven demon formation were still calm and steady. Although they had been the ones initiating the attack since the beginning of the battle, using up a considerable amount of strength, they were still ultimately calm and unhurried. The opponent's capabilities had indeed surpassed their expectations, but in the hundreds of years of their lives spent battling, this sort of deadlock was no stranger to them. As long as their side was the one in an offensive position, then there was no problem. The longer you defend, the more certain it was that you would lose. Those in the higher realms of martial arts knew this logic. The seven of them had considerable stamina for drawn-out battles. It was not like no one had attempted to bring them down using a war of attrition, but ultimately, they themselves were the ones who got exhausted first. And looking at the seven of them on the other team, their cultivation and strength were inferior to them. How could they be an exception? The blade lights flashed in close succession, forming a screen that was impenetrable. The seven black figures began to gain speed, the changes in their positions were getting more and more frequent. When one person leapt up, before he could get into his designated position, the other six had already followed suit and switched their positions midair, but the flashes of their sabers remained like a screen, with absolutely no delay in their movements. The vast and open sky was enveloped by a white light. The black figures could no longer be seen. Only a single silver-white flash was spinning in the air. In rapid rotations, borrowing the strength of the seven stars Big Dipper array, they had successfully borrowed the strength of the skies and the stars, transforming into a mystical white light. Everyone watching cried out in surprise. The enchanting light suddenly expanded and exploded in dazzling, mesmerizing colorful lights. The light right now was like the bright sun in the sky, its brilliance impossible to look at. Despicable! A voice hollered from within the formation. Suddenly, a burst of sounds of metal clanging against metal could be heard. The seven people in the seven demon formation had already put on their highest guard and alert the moment they saw this peculiar scene happening. But what they never expected was the enemy to suddenly come stabbing at them with their sabers in such tight succession. Right now, the sabers in their hands were stabbing straight forward like a long sword. This was undoubtedly a peculiar move. And there was still a distance of about a zhang between the two parties. Could it be that they were planning to come charging over? The moment this thought surfaced in their head, the seven demon formation simultaneously made preparations to meet with the enemy's blades. Yet at this time, the most unbelievable, and also possibly the most despicable, strike suddenly appeared. The sabers in the hands of those seven burly men suddenly shot a beam of blade light and flew towards the seven people like a meteor, separating from its handle. Sheath within sheath, blade within blade, the god and ghosts wail miserably without a choice. Since ancient times, those with great ambitions must be ruthless and vicious, never conceding until all enemies are beheaded. This was that unexpected blade that gods and ghosts didn't see coming. The seven people instantly used their sword to block the blow, but the brute strength from the enemy was really too much, and they gritted their teeth tightly. Just at this moment, the seven sabers gathered and suddenly headed toward the person in the center of the seven demon formation, striking down at the same time. The blade light at this instant was unusually bright, even brighter than the brilliance earlier. Those who were more sharp-eyed would instantly notice that there was something off about those seven sabers that had just left their sheath. Yes, there was something off, and it was not minor. This was the real trump card. A blade within blade, it was a divine weapon that had never shown its face. Divine weapons like this were not only the merely three that Chu Wuhui mentioned earlier. Instead, there was one in the hands of each of these 300 people. The determining point of this battle was on this saber. The seven demon formation had made three fatal errors. First, they did not expect that the saber that had left its sheath had a second sheath. Second, they did not expect the opponent's saber to be a divine weapon. Third, they did not expect the enemy to aggressively attack the core of the seven demon formation. Regardless of attacking the head or the tail of the formation, it was definitely better than dealing with the core. So they had always been taking note of the enemy's defensive counterattacks, guarding the head and the tail. But right now, they realized that they had made a complete mistake. The blade light flashed and blazed brilliantly, like a demon from hell, opening its mouth and revealing its malevolent teeth. The eldest and core of the seven demon formation used all his strength to avoid the sheath that had just shot forward. A loud clang, the first saber came down heavily on his sword at lightning speed. This strike from the opponent was a blow that had accumulated strength for a long time, a single strike that had no reservations and was out for blood. While he was facing it head-on, hastily. The sword in his hand was also a rare weapon, but it was still a tier lower compared to the divine weapons created by Jun Moxie. The moment the Xian Qi clashed and the brilliance of the saber and the sword met, the long sword was broken. The saber came striking down with nothing holding it back. Blood splattered everywhere. This saber had chopped right into the shoulder of the eldest of the 7 demons. The intensity of it was so strong that it had cut down to his chest. At the same time, he was completely forced down onto his knee. He howled, striking with his palm against the chest of the man in black. Under the attack of his powerful Xian Qi, this person groaned and backed away, pulling his saber out from his shoulder. Blood spurted out from both their mouths. But there was no difference in what followed quickly. The second saber came cutting down on his left shoulder, instantly slicing through the bone of his shoulder blade all the way down to his chest. The leader of the 7 demons howled in agony, kicking this person in the abdomen, sending him flying away along with his saber. Along with his own fresh blood. At the same time, his Xian Qi circulated manically, and his left shoulder that was about to fly off his body instantly started to fuse back. But a look of utter despair was on his face. Because the third and fourth saber came down at the same time, right on the same spot as where the second saber had cut. The left half of his body that had barely managed to fuse back finally flew out. This was not the end of it, the fifth and sixth sabers also came down like lightning, but right at the wound from the first saber. Right now, he had no strength to fight back. He howled manically in pain at the sky, looking at his own right half of the body fly away along with his shoulder and arm. And his right hand was still tightly gripping his sword. He looked at his sword with an expression of reluctance to part with it. His innards could clearly be seen from both sides of his body. Drenched in piping hot blood. But both his legs were still intact. He knew that there was no chance of survival for him, but he was the eldest, so he had the responsibility of an eldest. He was clear that if he died on the spot, what sort of blow it would be to his brothers, so even if he must die, he had to hold on to one final breath. At least, he had to say one sentence. It might help the rest of the 6 brothers stay alive. But it was a pity that the heavens never followed the wishes of humans. He lost this opportunity forever. The 7th person and the 7th saber arrived. Piercing straight through the exposed right side of his body all the way to the left. Skewering all his innards and dantian into a single mess. He wanted to shout and say, "Don't care about me," or "Seek revenge on my behalf." As long as he was able to deliver these words, his brothers would still be able to snap back and would not fall into extreme grief. Or perhaps, they would be able to make the enemy pay a similar price. But the moment he opened his mouth, a shiny saber had already entered it at the speed of lightning and cut through his throat. All his teeth were instantly smashed into powder, even his tongue was turned into a pile of minced flesh. At the same time, a saber came slashing through his waist. His already flimsy upper body was instantly dismembered completely. Another flash of the saber, and a decapitated head went flying into the air. Midair, the eyes of this head were still wide and open, full of despair and anxiety. Because he had seen that his own brothers had completely lost control due to his death. Everyone was looking at him numbly, their hearts in such great pain as if they were dying, already forgetting where they were right now. The decapitated head spun in the air, his eyes weakly turning about. When it turned towards his brothers, he revealed a pleading look. "Don't be too grieved. Right now, you guys need to focus on the enemy." Ah. But none of the 6 younger brothers who had already fallen into utter despair saw the look he was giving, the last reminder from him. Finally, his eyes no longer had the strength to turn anymore, his eyes froze in a look of extreme worry and concern for eternity. All of these happened within the duration of half a breath since the moment the 7 stars battle formation initiated the attack, or even, lesser than that. But in such a short period of time, the things that had occurred were extremely cruel. The leader of the 7 demons, the core of the 7 demon formation, had gone from not having a single injury to being dismembered and sent flying across the air in chunks of flesh. All the people from the Holy Lands were stunned. Everyone had sensed that there would be an unexpected turn in the situation, but no one had expected that this turn would come so quickly, so thoroughly, and so cruelly. The 2 pieces of body parts that were sent flying was still midair and had not even landed on the ground yet. The decapitated head drenched in blood was still turning in the air. Everyone had fallen into a lifeless state. The 6 brothers went flying over to the scattered bits of their older brother as if they didn't want their lives anymore. But the 7 stars Big Dipper array did not slow down. Not only did they not slow down, they began a more vicious, more aggressive attack while their opponents had fallen into despair. 2 of them had already sustained injuries from the attempt at fighting back by the eldest of the 7 demons. Both their internal and external wounds were severe and they were on the brink of death after all. But they still got into this formation with the momentum of a mad tiger, charging forward with all their strength. The 6 people in the 7 demon formation couldn't believe their own eyes. They had spent all their lives together for almost 600 years. Their eldest brother that they had never separated from. Their kin brother from the same mother was dismembered alive right before their eyes. What sort of enormous blow was this? Their eyes were all red, and their minds were all blank. Their hearts ached in such great agony, as if the one who died, was themselves. They had practically forgotten everything, as if the entire world had came to a halt in this instant. They wailed pitiably, calling their elder brother's name manically, moving forward to that puddle of chopped-up body. Completely not noticing the flash of the enemy's blade was nearing their bodies viciously. He Ji Chio and Hai Wuya both activated their art and yelled, "Watch out!" The prowess of 2 Saint Emperors were shocking, but it was as if the 6 remaining brothers of the 7 demons couldn't hear it. Their body jerked from the shock, they were almost sent flying from the sudden quake of the earth, but they still did not snap back to their senses. Right now, in their hearts and minds, there was nothing else. Not even the thought of revenge. Only grief filled their hearts. Extreme pain. 7 sabers rained down with a whoosh. Like a sudden downpour. Blood spurted everywhere. There was no mercy. But it was as if the 6 who were receiving these blows had yet to regain their senses. They stood in the rain of blood in a daze, without even utilizing their Xian Qi to protect themselves. Hai Wuya yelled loudly. "Stop!" He suddenly flew forward, he had yet to arrive but his sword had already radiated intense sword light. If the 7 saints were struck with the sword light of his, they would suffer severe injuries and someone might even die on the spot. After all, they had already been battling for such a long time, their Xian Qi had already been used up to half of their usual amount, and there were casualties too. In the opposing camp, Mei Shuiyan flew forward in her pristine white robes, like a white cloud. She raised her imposing sword and said, "Saint Emperor Hai, this is a battle of life and death. Going back on the promise to interfere is rather unbecoming of your distinguished status of a Saint Emperor." Hai Wuya's sword light was dazzling like the star light. But Mei Shuiyan's sword light was like a blizzard covering up the sun, an overpowering radiance. In a blink of an eye, the 2 of them were already facing off on the arena. Instantly, starlight was shooting up into the skies, while snowflakes were fluttering all over the ground. With a few clangs, the 2 of them merged into a white blur in midair. "Stop!" Chu Wuhui yelled angrily. The 2 people exchanged blows one last time. Hai Wuya flipped backwards and hovered in mid-air. But Mei Shuiyan stood calm and poised with her sword, her eyes locked on Hai Wuya. Her graceful figure slowly floated backwards. Her white robes and black hair fluttered in the wind, adding a tinge of softness in this pitiful battlefield. Mei Shuiyan had the upper hand in this short exchange of blows. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Hai Wuya, are you this unable to afford a loss? Chu Wuhui yelled loudly, his eyes slightly red. This is a battle of life and death, even if you can't endure it, you must endure it. Even if everyone dies, you also must endure it. This battle is for the face of the 3 holy lands. What are you doing, interfering with it on your own accord? Is the Holy Land's reputation of 10,000s of years for you to tarnish just like that? Hai Wuya gritted his teeth and said with grief, but they are really too vicious. Vicious? Vicious is what an opponent must be. In a battle of life and death, there is nothing that cannot be used, viciousness is the most correct way of doing things. Chu Wuhui scoffed. Both sides had already determined the rules the moment it began, and the battle does not end until one party is completely dead. In other words, we start with the living and we end with the dead. Don't you understand? I am as upset that people from the Holy Lands had died. But no matter how upsetting it is, we must endure it. Rules are rules. We can forsake our life. But we must not give up on our face. Chu Wuhui had a furious expression on his face as he spoke. Hai Wuye slowly landed, and looking at the tragic state on the battlefield, he couldn't hold back his old tears. In this moment, all the 6 second-level saints from Holy Land had been massacred right here. And some were killed without any resistance, a look of anguish and grief on their faces even as they died. Jun Moxie looked at the area and silently sighed in pity. Mei Shuiyan's words were echoing in his mind. Blood-related brothers, who had never separated for hundreds of years together, their mutual understanding and coordination is already at the peak of the world, but as much as deep feelings are an advantage, it is also the greatest disadvantage. An injury on one person's body means an injury in the hearts of 6. One person's death was the death of the 7 people's hearts. These 7 brothers were just like this. Right now, Chu Wuhui was sad, but also angry. From the way he saw it, Hai Wuye's sudden decision to interfere with the battle was an extreme disgrace. Not only did he throw his own face, he also threw away the 3 Holy Lands' face. Plus, he had just lost 2 rounds of bet. He was already feeling frustrated and depressed enough. Naturally, there was one more important reason. The 14th young master was still watching. He was also one of the judges. If he suddenly started acting up, Hai Wuye would probably be laying here like the 7 men in this arena. Xiaoying and Cheng Yin Xiao also didn't look any better. The highest levels of the Holy Lands, the guardians of the Heaven Saint Palace were present, along with the number 1 lunatic under the heavens, the 14th young master, as judges. But this sort of behavior still happened, going back on their words, breaking faith and abandoning right. If they weren't present, how unbridled would this bunch of people be in their ways? It can be imagined that all those rumors from before may not have a reason behind it. The 14th young master watched all these silently. He said coldly, for 10,000s of years, being the only supreme reign, the 3 Holy Lands have already become thoroughly rotten. Doing everything as they please, only knowing how to do their best to protect their own interests. They no longer care about anything else. In their eyes, they are the righteous side, who cares about the minor things when doing things in the name of justice? The scene before our eyes is proof. He laughed sinisterly. If they are part of the secular world, if they disregarded the law, they'll end up in prison or be beheaded as a warning to the rest on what rules are. But the pugilistic world is a relaxed place, lacking the law of the rest of the world. Dismissing everything with a single sentence, once you get into the pugilistic world, you can no longer act like yourself. Doing as they please, acting like there is no law. But there are some rules of morality that have been passed down since ancient times and people don't dare to take them lightly. Even the most heinous people would have some qualms about it. He let out a long breath before continuing. But the current 3 Holy Lands have spent 10,000 years eradicating all enemies, completely and scrupulously, and to date, they no longer have any opponents. The moment there are no longer any opponents, there are no more restrictions. So the current 3 Holy Lands have already changed in its quality. Being more arrogant in the way they do things, no longer giving a damn about the morality and rules of the pugilistic world. If met with a situation that clashes with their interests, the so-called morality of the pugilistic world is just a useless piece of paper to them. But who had ever thought that if this goes on, you would become a bigger danger than the strange races? The strange races are not our kind, even if they enter Xian, only destruction awaits them. But you guys are destroying this place, the place that you claim to protect. The 14th young master looked at Hai Wuye coldly. People like you, as part of the pugilistic world, if you can toss away the basic rules of the pugilistic world and promises in a blink of an eye, then no matter how grand and noble your mission is, you are a malignant tumor that must be removed. If left as it is, you would only continue to decay everything else. And the 3 Holy Lands have already been decaying for 10,000s of years. Chu Wuhui, the 3 of you are still considered a rare exception that managed to remain untainted from the mud. It's something remarkable. Chu Wuhui, Cheng Yin Xiao, and Chu Wuhui were stunned after the 14th young master finished his words. They began to perspire profusely. For 10,000s of years, the 3 Holy Lands had been devoted on their punitive expedition to eradicate those who were different from them. Their ultimate goal was to be the only supreme reign. And the 3 Holy Lands were the guardians of Xian continent. Doing things in the name of justice, naturally they would be bridled and unscrupulous in their ways. While the Heaven Saint Palace had never found any fault with the three Holy Lands' behavior, instead, provided support whenever needed, hoping for the day the Holy Lands would finally become the sovereign rule. When that day came, it would be the arrival of the continent's blessings. Naturally, if this was according to the three Holy Land standards of 10,000 years ago, or even 6,000 years ago, this made no sense. But as all the opposing families were turned into ashes, the three Holy Lands had finally stepped onto the peak of power on this continent and became the most outstanding. Even Chu Wuhui, Cheng Yin Xiao, and Chu Wuhui had felt heartened that the three Holy Lands' achievements were unprecedented, surpassing all their ancestors before them. Controlling the continent, overlooking the world like a sovereign ruler, the moment the Holy Lands appeared, there was no one else who can contest for the top. This was undoubtedly a glory of the peak. But the three of them had been enlightened by the 9 Nether 14th young master, and only came to realization that if there were really no opponents, after a single family expanded, what they would face was their internal decay. Completely changed in its quality. Humans were always keen to fight, fighting with the enemy, struggling between life and death. Every moment would trigger the boundless fighting spirit of a human. Each time they surpassed their limits, improving time and time again. But if there was no enemy? Not a single enemy in the entire world, there was only flattery and bootlicking everywhere. Then naturally, humans would change. And there was one more grim issue: if there was really no enemy, who else could they fight against? So they started fighting with themselves, fighting with the desire of fame and profit in their heads, but how many people would be able to prevail over themselves? So everyone was controlled by their desire for fame and profit and started to fight internally. Scrambling for power and profit, the harmonious relations between the three Holy Lands turned into an empty shell. Smiling, warm and affable on the surface, but secretly fighting and scheming against each other. Even within the same Holy Land, they were also unscrupulous in their rivalry. Carried on for a long period of time, who would care about the rules of the pugilistic world? Who would comply with the morality of pugilistic world? Because these were originally set by these people. Who would give a damn? But, a pugilistic world without rules and morality, what sort of pugilistic world was that? The more they thought about it, the more fearful the trio felt. If things continue this way, the three Holy Lands do not need an enemy to utterly crumble. Brother 14th, your words of wisdom today have really brought us to our senses. Chu Wuhui politely bowed to 9 Nether 14th young master and said with great sincerity. If the Holy Lands still have a future, it will all be thanks to Brother 14th's words today. Although we stand on opposing sides, I will forever etch this favor in my heart. Even if the day comes where we kill Brother 14th with our hands, we will absolutely carve Brother 14th's name in the Heaven Saint Palace's predecessor tablet. The 9 Nether 14th young master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking of killing me? With the current three Holy Lands, is it possible? Chu Wuhui, you better stop dreaming. And don't you dare tarnish this young master's great name, carving this young master's name on your predecessor tablet. Are you showing me gratitude? That is an insult to this young master. Whether I'm dreaming or not, it shall be determined at a later time. Chu Wuhui chuckled. Then he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet and declared, for the words Brother 14th spoke today, the 1,000 earthworms, this old man, will eat them. Oh. Does that mean you were originally planning to go act dumb? The 9 Nether 14th young master scanned him up and down and said in a meaningful tone. As expected from one who yields from the three Holy Lands, to even dare to play foul in a bet with this young master, I've really witnessed what it means if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked today. Chu Wuhui turned red. Xiaoying and Chen Yin Xiao also bowed to the 9 Nether 14th young master, thanking him for his words. The 9 Nether 14th young master sighed. Who knew that the words I mentioned unintentionally have helped my enemy? Everyone chuckled, but the trio's hearts were extremely heavy. What the 9 Nether 14th young master had mentioned was a fact and reality. And it was indeed at a considerably bad stage. How would they turn things around? The three of them frowned and spent a long time trying to figure out what to do, but to no avail, they couldn't help but let out a sigh simultaneously. Chu Wuhui announced listlessly. Third battle, Evil Monarch's victory. Jun Moxie chuckled and watched his 7 subordinates return to the troops. He turned around to look at Chu Wuhui and said, Senior Chu, thank you for going easy on us, that exquisite lotus, is halfway to becoming mine. This sentence was clearly a reply to what Chu Wuhui had said earlier. But right now, Chu Wuhui had nothing to say because that was just how it was. What else was there to say? Acting strong and holding on was even more embarrassing. Today, the three Holy Lands and Heaven Saint Palace utterly embarrassed themselves. There were only 6 rounds, and the opponent had already completely won 3. It was already an understatement to say that he was halfway to winning his stake. Xiaoying pondered deeply before suddenly speaking. Jun Moxie, there is no need to continue the battle anymore. Our side gives up for the battle today. The Holy Lands concede defeat. We will not go back on the exquisite lotus that we had promised as bet and will definitely deliver it. Let's just stop here, how's that? Xiaoying was an intelligent person, and judging from the previous 3 rounds, she noticed that all the signs had indicated that the circumstances were really too peculiar. When the 3 Holy Lands sent 3 people, Jun Moxie had a 3-people formation waiting. When it was 5 people, he had a mythical formation for 5 people prepared. And it was the same for 7 people. Although there were 3 more rounds, the 3 Guardians had already lost all their confidence. The strength of Jun Moxie's team was too unusual. All the people sent onto the arena did not have the same strength as those from the Holy Lands, and were in fact inferior in terms of Xian Qi, cultivation, and state of mind. But with those 3 mysterious formations, they completely turned the tides and ultimately annihilated the enemy while returning back to the troops without sustaining any losses. It was not hard to predict following this trend. If Jun Moxie had formations for 3, 5, or 7 people, what surprise was there for him to come up with even more formations? Even if the Holy Land sent out 10, or even 20 people, Jun Moxie would probably still have a formation to counter it, and it would only get stronger. There was no chance of victory for them. Especially when the last round was He Zhiqiu challenging Jun Moxie. From the looks of the battle between Hai Wuya and Mei Shuiyan, He Zhiqiu had no chance of winning. Then if they continue to fight like this, wouldn't the experts from the Holy Lands be throwing their lives away like a moth flying into flames? Even if they really went through with all 6 rounds of battle, there was a very likely chance that they would lose all 6, and all the members in the battles would perish. At the very end, they would still have to pay up the bet of the exquisite lotus. There was really no practical meaning to it. So Xiaoying instantly suggested to put an end to the battle. Without a doubt, her decision was right and wise. Cheng Yinxiao and Chu Wuhui could also see this, just that they were embarrassed to raise it up, given their status. But it was understandable for Xiaoying to raise it, because Xiaoying was a woman, she had a natural advantage in this area. A man could not be trusted to keep his promise, but a woman could. This was the natural privilege of women. Even if that woman had a high status, or was a 1,000-year-old old demoness, she was still ultimately a woman. There was no doubt about this fact, so she was allowed to have this privilege. Of course, the 2 old men's faces also secretly turned slightly red, but, their faces turning red, would still be much better than staining the ground red with the flesh and blood of lives, right? End this battle? Concede defeat? Give me the exquisite lotus and we just stop here. Jun Moxie was stunned. Right now, his focus was not on this matter. His thoughts were currently wandering about, thinking about something else. Lawmen of the pugilistic world. When the 14th young master unintentionally brought out these 5 words, Jun Moxie's heart skipped a beat. This was a completely new terminology. Who would have thought that the 14th young master had this sort of awareness? Or maybe it was a case where the speaker had no particular intention of speaking, but the listener read their own meaning into it. When these 5 words entered Jun Moxie's ear, his heart was palpitating with eagerness. I never thought of wanting to be the sovereign ruler and do not wish to rule the world, but I want to be someone who sets the rules. Since it's setting rules, then there must be lawmen. Lawmen of the pugilistic world. This was a supernatural force that is simultaneously in and out of the pugilistic world. When the rules have been successfully set, then its status would be even more majestic than the current 3 Holy Lands. And there is only one current prerequisite: force the 3 Holy Lands into submission. Or completely destroy them. He was lost in his thoughts thinking over this matter, and Xiaoying happened to bring up the request to stop the battle at this point. His brain had barely caught up with the situation. He looked at Xiaoying and went. Ah. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a lecher looking lustfully at Xiaoying, mesmerized in a dazed state. As to whatever requests the other party had, he anxiously agreed to please his beauty. Everyone else couldn't stand watching it. Even Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but feel the urge to viciously wring his ear a couple of times. What sort of man is this, going at the sight of a beauty? How embarrassing. Great. Since young Master Jun has no objections, then this battle shall end here, right now. Xiaoying said in a tone of disbelief. But her sentence immediately triggered resistance from 3 parties. Hold on, what do you mean that I have no objections? Have I expressed my opinion yet? Jun Moxie felt depressed. Even if you are a woman and have the rights to twist words and be unreasonable, but you can't make the conclusion for me like this. You may be a woman, but you aren't my woman, right? A battle of life and death that does not cease until one party is dead, we are only halfway through it, how can it just end? Who knows, maybe the Holy Lands will continue to win the next 3 rounds and turn things around completely. The 14th young master was clearly unsatisfied. He was just feeling extremely pleased looking at the blood of people from the 3 Holy Lands spilling everywhere. This was a rare big show that was hard to come by. How could it just be cancelled like this? So naturally, he wouldn't be willing to give in like this, spewing out words that even he wouldn't believe himself. That's right. We have not lost yet. The showdown is only halfway through, we still have half an opportunity, and we may not necessarily not be able to turn things around. Especially the battle between Jun Moxie and I. It absolutely must not be cancelled like this. I object to this suggestion. He Qiu's pale face was completely red, a look of anger and hatred in his eyes. Aside from the fact that they had lost 3 rounds, the most unacceptable thing was that all 15 experts were sacrificed and slaughtered right before his eyes. And the opponent did not even lose a single man. When the disparity in losses of the battle was this great, how could he accept it? When did the 3 Holy Lands' reputation in the Xian continent for 10,000 of years ever get tarnished like this? An evil monarch that popped out of nowhere, completely trashing them. If they were to go along with Xiao Ying's request to cease the battle, then wasn't it as if they were frightened of being beaten up? How could all these experts of the Holy Lands who had always been prideful and arrogant accept it? And one more important matter. If the absolute treasure of the Heaven Saint Palace, the exquisite lotus was lost from their hands like this. If news of this went out, him, Hai Wuya, and the rest would be so embarrassed that they could die. Even if they managed to get out of this alive today, every time they went out, they might just hide their faces in their pants. He Qiu, don't tell me that you absolutely want all the strength of the Holy Lands here to be buried and turned into corpses before you are willing to concede defeat? Xiaoying looked at He Qiu coldly and questioned. He Qiu paused before suddenly breaking out in a holler. Guardian is worried that we would lose our strength, so she decided on such a poor choice. Even if I am to die here today, I will not admit defeat this easily in this battle. His body was slightly trembling as he said in a hoarse voice. That is the palace's treasure. Exquisite lotus. An existence in the Heaven Saint Palace that we cannot lose. Do you think the 3 of us do not know this better than you? Chu Wuhui said coldly. He Qiu, you only need to obey commands right now. We do not need you to interfere with anything else. The Heaven Saint Palace is not a place where a junior like you can make decisions for. He Qiu was instantly at a loss for words. I shouldn't be interrupting with your internal affairs, but, this. I don't think I have expressed that I agreed. Jun Moxie felt a little gloomy. How, everything is over. How could it end like this? Then how can I continue to train my troops? Where else can I find such excellent training partners for them to go all out and kill? Young Master Jun, let's not talk about the fact that you had silently agreed earlier. There is no meaning even if you try to deny it now, Cheng Yinshao said indifferently. Even if you wish to continue to battle, you no longer have an opponent. Unless, you intend to fight with your own people. If that's the case, we would be glad to watch such exciting battle tactics. There is no harm even if you go for a few more rounds. Jun Moxie glared at the person before him. He had never imagined that this great guardian was capable of saying such shameless words. Was this still the senior expert in the legends? The legendary existence. 3 guardians, even if we forfeit the next 2 rounds, the 3 of us still have an agreement with young Master Jun, that is, the 3 of us are to spar with him. I seek your permission for this matter, Hai Wuya said. Spar. Xiao Ying and the rest exchanged glances, their minds a little swayed. If it's not a battle to life and death, the three of them would still be able to see Jun Moxie's true prowess. This was a not too bad option. The 14th young master was also extremely swayed. If there was this battle, perhaps he could see the unique skills of that 9 firmament first old master from Jun Moxie. He had not forgotten about the promised battle with 9 firmament first old master. He had no confidence currently. Sensing how these demons who had lived for thousands of years were looking at him full of curiosity, Jun Moxie laughed bitterly and said, I don't think I agreed yet. What are you doing? All the advantage goes to the Holy Lands now. What is young Master Jun saying? Aren't we discussing with you now? Cheng Yin Xiao said. If you are really unwilling to promise, then how about Chu Wu Hui and I spar with you instead? We are still part of the Holy Lands, so technically we are not going back on the agreement. Cheng Yin Xiao was acting shamelessly now. Hey! This doesn't count as going back on the agreement. Young Master Jun jumped in shock. I could barely handle one Xiaoying alone, now, there is 2 coming at the same time, then that isn't sparring anymore, I'd be digging my own grave. But the exquisite lotus is still considered mine now, then if I refuse and insist on battle all the way. Maybe these 3 will really not let me off. Then that would really produce the opposite of the desired result and may not be a good thing. Since this round is for sparring, then there is no need to fight till the death. Which one of you 3 will do it? Is it you, He Jiqiu? Chu Wu Hui asked. There is no need to trouble brother He for this battle, let this old man spar with this evil monarch. A person slowly walked out from the side of the Holy Lands. It was Zhan Mu Bai. Right now, his entire face was rosy and full of vitality. He was calm and composed, unlike the pathetic state he was in previously. There was a heavy hint of oppression when Zhan Mu Bai mentioned the word spar. The 14th young master eyes narrowed as he carefully observed Zhan Mu Bai's body. There was no one in the world as capable of undoing the yin-yang refining soul he had left, but Zhan Mu Bai was perfectly fine right now, causing him to feel surprised. After carefully observing for a while, a glint appeared in the 14th young master's eyes as he said slowly, so that is how it is. The fluctuation in Xian Qi and Zhan Mu Bai's aura was extremely intense, a fluctuation that should not be appearing on a saint emperor. Looked like this person had used some sort of powerful but unorthodox way to forcefully suppress his previous injuries. And at the same time, temporarily suppressing the restraints that the 14th young master had left. And there was only one kind of this sort of unorthodox method circulated in the Holy Lands, the blood-rupturing technique. This was the most extreme means. Once used, the user would absolutely not be able to live beyond an hour. But during this period of time, no matter how heavy the injury, the user's powers could be instantly recovered, and even temporarily strengthened by a fold. The most important thing was, this sort of method could not be activated by the person alone. There had to be someone else helping to circulate in coordination. Looks like right now, Zhan Mu Bai is sure of his death. Could it be that he is planning to drag that Jun brat along? The 14th young master's eyes gleamed. Might as well. This young master happens to be very keen to spar with Saint Emperor Zhan. Jun Moxie answered, a cold smirk on his lips. He had also enunciated heavily on the word spar. Zhan Mu Bai's sneak attack in the Tian Fa forest back then had almost sent Jun Moxie into eternal damnation. The more important thing was that even now, Snake King Greenhunter's life and death was still unpredictable. This hatred that was ingrained deeply, Jun Moxie had kept it on his mind at all times. Right now, seeing that he had jumped out on his own, he agreed instantly without hesitation. The 2 people facing each other were smiling and staring at each other. An invisible desire to kill was silently brewing, breeding and diffusing into the air. Xiaoying and Chu Wu Hui both shook their head and sighed at this sight. These 2 people were talking about sparring, but any wise person could tell that yet another battle of life and death was about to commence. Everyone was aware of the fact that Zhan Mu Bai had once sneak attacked Jun Moxie in spite of his status, so it was understandable for Jun Moxie to harbor deep hatred for Zhan Mu Bai. But, why did Zhan Mu Bai hate Jun Moxie? It couldn't be that you sneak attacked him and got a great advantage, but was still infuriated about it. The 14th young master looked at Chu Wu Hui mockingly. This is the tradition of your holy lands. What a great righteous sect. A senior, sneaking an attack on a junior, doing something this despicable and shameless. Upon seeing that the person was lucky enough to survive, his hatred became greater. Truly an excellent tradition. If this young master is to practice this sort of capability for another 1,000 years, I'm still very likely to remain far inferior. I am also confused. Since Jun Moxie did not die, then it must be a death grudge, but where is Jun Moxie getting this intense hatred from? It's so difficult to comprehend. Chu Wuhui scratched his head and said in confusion. Seniors like you naturally will not be able to understand, since you had not gone below your status to sneak an attack on a junior. Saint Emperor Zhan would naturally be reminded of his disgraceful past upon seeing this young master, who should have been dead. My sudden reappearance would also cause everyone to be reminded of the despicable deed he has done as a Saint Emperor. Jun Moxie calmly replied to his question. He must kill me, so that his heart can settle down once again and go back to being that Saint Emperor that was held in high regard by everyone. Even if it means death, he must also drag me along. How difficult is it to guess this? Chu Wuhui, Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wuhui exchanged looks. There were still such things in the world. If Jun Moxie was right, then Jun Moxie's character was really extremely vile and despicable. You can choose not to accept this battle, the 14th young master said. Indeed, I can naturally choose to refuse it. I also know that Jun Moxie only has an hour left to live. But I am not willing to let Jun Moxie die just like that. If Jun Moxie must die, then he must absolutely die in my hands. It's absolutely unacceptable if he dies in the hands of anyone else. Jun Moxie said sinisterly. Let's not even talk about him not dying yet. Even if he is already dead, I'd still drag him out from hell and kill him again. Because even if he doesn't have a grudge with me, I will also come after him to settle scores. One that he owes me, and one that he owes her. Jun Moxie took in a deep breath and word by word, he said, the battle today is inevitable. This is an account I have for myself. And an account, from me to her. In a flash, Jun Moxie's figure had already appeared in the center of the arena. The 14th young master, Qiao Ying, and the rest were all silent. Especially Qiao Ying. She was covered in goosebumps from hearing Jun Moxie's last sentence. Other people may not know, but she was extremely clear that ghosts and spirits exists. Thinking of Jun Moxie's line of even if he is already dead, I'd still drag him out from hell and kill him again, she couldn't help but feel all the hair on her body stand. This sort of terrifying grudge, a hatred that was entrenched deep into the bones was really horrifying. The soughing sound of the wind blew across the arena. The two people had already started to attack without exchanging any words. Not even a sentence to start the battle. Because all that had no meaning to Jun Moxie and Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was running out of time, and each and every second was extremely precious. And Jun Moxie didn't give a sh*t about all that useless talk and bullshit. They were all redundant. The two of them had the same goal, make the other person die. So Jun Moxie used his ultimate trump card the moment he went on. Even before he struck, he had already used his spatial lock, world cage, and special flame Yang Xian skill at the same time. The moment the flame Yang Xian skill was used, the entire place began to suddenly turn unusually hot and suffocating. The few corpses on the arena were emitting smoke before bursting into flames. An indescribable foul burning scent permeated the air. The flames raged on. All the people watching had heavy looks on their faces. This battle could be said to be disadvantageous to Jun Moxie. Although Jun Moxie had brought forward his death by using the blood-rupturing technique, but after he had forcefully advanced his strength, his powers were already at the level of a 4th-level Saint Emperor and were even showing signs of breaking through. Jun Moxie currently was a 3rd-level Saint Emperor at most. How was he going to fight against such a huge disparity in strength? Just when everyone was worrying for young Master Jun Moxie had already begun initiating his attacks. Right before the eyes of everyone, Jun Moxie suddenly rose up to the skies like a giant white eagle. In a flash, he was already above Jun Moxie. A chilling sword light flashed. Suddenly, a glorious, proud, and aloof aura filled the entire place. Like an ancient emperor who had suddenly opened his eyes from slumber, emitting an air of a sovereign and supreme ruler. Divine sword, blood of yellow flame. This time it was unsheathed, it would use the blood of a top saint emperor to nourish itself. Although this saint emperor was despicable, but his cultivation was real. The moment the divine sword was unsheathed, even when it was not completely taken out yet, the sword light radiated and filled the sky. The sky suddenly changed and turned crimson, suppressing the flame Yang Xian skill that Jun Moxie had used. This was merely the exhibition of the strength of the divine sword alone. Jun Moxie had yet to further coordinate with his own Xian Qi. Outside the arena, the 14th young master was the first to notice this aura. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and a look of shock that had never appeared for 1,300 years was on his face. How is this possible? There is such a demon-like divine sword. The 14th young master said. Swords that have spirits, devour heaven and earth. Could it be that the legends are true, that there is really such a mysterious existence in the world? Chu Wuhui, Cheng Yin Xiao, and Chu Wuhui also had a look of extreme shock and disbelief. But at the same time, they also hoped that unbelievable thing was real. When Jun Moxie finished his preparations, he had been in absolute advantage in terms of aura. But Jun Moxie had only pulled out his sword, and merely with the might of that divine sword alone, he instantly turned the tables around. That sword could no longer be described as a divine weapon. Just as the 14th young master put it, it was a divine blade that was like a demon. Jun Moxie shouted, slicing down from the sky. The blood of yellow flame whistled, like a dragon roaring into the skies, a phoenix crying into the heavens. The chilling, sinister killing aura reverberated across the air, revealing an urgent thirst and desire for blood. Jun Moxie's killing aura emitted along with the sword, fusing perfectly with the powerful killing aura of the blood of yellow flame. Instantly focusing an intense killing power of a king, one that shocked the heavens and earth, gods and demons. Killing power. When there was sufficient killing aura, it would result in a change. Forming an overwhelming, killing power. In the eyes of Qiao Ying and the rest, Jun Moxie had suddenly transformed into an absolute emperor that wielded a shocking sword with absolute power. Rising proudly in the air, delivering a sword down to his own subjects. One that allowed no refusal, no dodging and no retaliation. Everyone felt that the moment this sword was drawn, killing was something that was completely right. No matter who it was, they could only be killed. If anyone resisted, it would be an act of rebellion. When faced with this sword, there was only submission. And submission only. The three guardians turned pale. The 14th young master's pupils radiated greatly watching Jun Moxie. This sword had really encompassed the essence of the word power. Throughout all of ages, there may really be not many people who were capable of delivering a sword like this. And an existence that could wield a sword like this was a peerless prodigy, a gloriously outstanding talent. Seeing this sword alone made this trip worth it for everyone. This blow was created by Jun Moxie accordingly and specially for the blood of yellow flame, supreme sword. The one who felt it the most was Jun Moxie, who was personally in the battle. Jun Moxie felt like the existence standing before him was the supreme ruler. Not only did it dictate his life, it ruled over his entire soul. It was a great disrespect even if there was the slightest intention to rebel. Feeling sorry for his own conscience. The ruthless fire that was brimming in his eyes had already disappeared. He was dumbstruck, and all the strength in his body had left him. He could not even muster any of the Xian Qi in his body. He could barely keep a grip on the sword in his hand. To think that there was such a tyrannical sword technique in the world. Such a mystical skill. What sort of sword technique and skill was this? The chilling sword light flashed and was coming down from overhead. At a critical time like this, Jun Moxie bit down harshly on his own tongue, spitting blood out. The throbbing pain in his heart began to hit him. He instantly regained all his senses and hastily brought his sword up to defend. Jun Moxie wouldn't be alive for long, and Jun Moxie who was aware of this would naturally show no mercy, even dropping the intention of toying with this person. He absolutely would not allow Jun Moxie to die from the backlash of this unorthodox skill. He must die, but he must die in Jun Moxie's hand. Only then would the scores be settled for good. Jun Moxie absolutely had to personally cut down that head of Jun Moxie that was still breathing with his own hands. Only then could his revenge be quenched, and he could return justice to Green Hunter. This battle could be said to be the most majestic battle since young Master Jun had debuted. Jun Moxie wanted to use his most berserk ways to thoroughly destroy Jun Moxie in the shortest possible time. And through this, establish the great mighty name of the evil monarch. The first face-on battle since the emergence of the evil monarch was against a Saint Emperor. With a crisp sound, both swords finally exchanged blows, Jun Moxie striking down from the skies and Jun Moxie defending from the ground. A loud explosion rang out, the chi field formed into visible rings of light that spread out continuously. The ground sunk in, and the surrounding earth all flew into the air from the tremors. As if the entire space had shattered in an instant. Cracks emerged on the earth in the surrounding 40 zhang radius, as if the roots of countless giant trees had erupted from the ground. All of Jun Moxie's skills, including his domain covered by the flame yang, were instantly shattered in this single exchange. Such great might had greatly shocked the hearts of all the experts present. They guessed that this evil monarch Jun Moxie was definitely powerful. How could someone who was this powerful, whose strength could allow him to look down upon the rest of the world be unable to take a single blow? But guessing was one matter, witnessing it with their own eyes was another. No one had expected that this evil monarch that popped out of nowhere was capable of being this powerful. Overpowering a 4th-level Saint Emperor with the prowess of a 3rd-level Saint Emperor and remaining in the advantageous position. And there was an even more powerful and mysterious master behind him. If the disciple was already like this, then it could be imagined, how shockingly powerful the master's strength would be. Instantly, Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui's faces changed. Jun Moxie hissed and borrowed the strength of this collision and shot up to the skies. Jun Moxie grunted, both his legs had already sank into the earth. He suddenly howled loudly, the soil around him began to crack open. In the center of it, Jun Moxie flew up into the skies and chased after Jun Moxie who was midair. In this single exchange of blows, the sword that Jun Moxie was using, a sword that had hung on his waist for hundreds of years, had been cut, almost half broken. Jun Moxie's sword had a mighty reputation. It can be said to be a legendary divine sword, the battle spirit sword. This sword could cut through anything, and its hardness was the best in the whole of the continent, and it could be said to be the #1 sword in the world. Jun Moxie had obtained it by a stroke of luck. Since he had gotten this sword, he never lost a single battle. Or it could even be said that this sword had contributed greatly in his reputation of becoming a Saint Emperor of his generation. But a sword like this was half broken under a single strike from Jun Moxie's blood of yellow flame. Then what sort of divine weapon was that sword in Jun Moxie's hand? But this was not the fault of this legendary battle spirit sword. There were really not many weapons in the world that were able to take the blood of yellow flame with Jun Moxie wielding it at full strength. The battle spirit sword was already not letting down its mighty reputation, successfully taking on that hit and only sustaining a nick. Right now, Jun Moxie had no time to feel heartache over this sword, and his whole mind and focus were on this great enemy, Jun Moxie. Although it was clearly him who had done Jun Moxie wrong and not the other way, in his heart, Jun Moxie must absolutely die. This extremely evil demonic spawn. Truly infuriating. Because of this demonic spawn, my clean reputation of hundreds of years is destroyed in a single day. If I do not kill you, I am not a human. The sword light from his sword was like a dragon, shooting straight up into the skies. But in the heavens above, an even more dazzling sword light was already descending. Jun Moxie flipped around on the air, holding his sword with both his hands, and he came heading downwards, yelling, "Jun Moxie! Come for your death!" Jun Moxie grinned evilly, with completely no intentions of dodging. His sword thrusted forward with no delay, at the same time, his left palm came pushing. The silent palm wind, carrying the air of immense destruction, was striking towards Jun Moxie. It was practically the same as the previous time, another sneak attack. A pity, there was still a difference from the last time. Jun Moxie was caught off guard the previous time and was also lacking in the power to fight back. Whereas right now, not only did young Master Jun have shocking prowess, he was alert on all of Jun Moxie's actions. He laughed loudly and twirled his sword with a flash. All the palm wind from Jun Moxie was instantly shattered by blood of yellow flame. The two swords met once again midair with a loud clang. Jun Moxie's battle spirit sword broke into two with a crack. The top half flew away, still carrying its glistening sword light, emitting a sound of unwillingness. A cynical glint flashed across Jun Moxie's eyes. With the tip of his foot, he kicked on that broken half accurately. As if that broken half of the sword had a life of its own, it suddenly accelerated and flew towards Jun Moxie. As if Jun Moxie, this original owner, was the culprit that had caused it to be broken into two. Jun Moxie's sword was already broken, the sword aura of Jun Moxie and his own came pressing down on him crazily. He was about to vomit blood from the intensity of it, and just at this time, that broken half of the sword was already shooting back like a powerful bolt of thunder. He used the broken half of the sword in his hand to deflect it away. But at the same time, Jun Moxie's sword was already close to his body. The chilling sword aura had already set off every single goosebumps on Jun Moxie's body. Jun Moxie no longer cared whether he lived or died. When faced with such a deadly sword, he kept his calm and laughed maniacally, tossing the broken half of the sword in his hand straight towards Jun Moxie's chest. At the same time, his body rose in the air as he sent his palms and kicks out, raining a series of attacks at Jun Moxie. Every single strike was full of all the Xian Qi in his body. He did not care about the impending sword that was about to claim his life. Jun Moxie was undoubtedly staking it all. And clearly, he was fighting with his life, trying to pull his opponent to the netherworld with him. But in the next second, Jun Moxie's entire body had suddenly vanished. And it was a short process, only a second. The next time he reappeared, he was still in the same position, with no change in his posture. But in that second where he had vanished, that broken sword had already flew past the position he was at and was flying at the empty skies. It was another unexplainable situation. Like that sword had not been hindered by Jun Moxie's body, flying freely in the air. Cheng Yinxiao and Chu Wuhui both turned to look at Xiaoying. After all, she was the expert in this area. Stealth techniques. Xiaoying shook her head and said, although he has stealth techniques, but most stealth techniques only make it difficult for the naked eye to discern, and the physical body still remains, so it definitely cannot be used to avoid attacks. But Jun Moxie's technique had clearly managed to dodge the attack. I also cannot figure it out. The look of shock on both their faces thickened. When they turned around again, they were met with the horrifying sight of the tip of a sword, stained with fresh blood, sticking out from Jun Moxie's back. Jun Moxie had already accurately stabbed that fatal sword through Jun Moxie's heart. This sword had pierced through Jun Moxie's heart with no hesitation. Jun Moxie's body jolted, the malicious gleam in his eyes surged. He ignored the sword that was stabbed into his body, bringing both his palms in an attack aimed at Jun Moxie's head. Jun Moxie chuckled coldly, withdrawing his sword. With a duck, he had already avoided Jun Moxie's attack. He had just pierced the sword through, but he did not activate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to destroy Jun Moxie's heart. Because it would really be too easy on him. Jun Moxie was determined for him to die, but he had some plans on how he should die. Asterisk, it definitely must not be so easy. Asterisk. The sword vanished with a flash. Jun Moxie switched to using his palms. He yelled, Jun Moxie. Get ready to pay your debt. Both his palms descended, down from the air. Jun Moxie would not wait for death. He still wanted to gamble for another chance. He forcefully mustered his Xian Qi and brought out his palms. When four palms met, Jun Moxie let out a pitiful cry, unknowingly spitting a fountain of blood. The wound he had sealed with his Xian Qi instantly split open, and blood spurted out from both openings. He had hastily dealt his blow, so how could it match Jun Moxie who dealt it with his full strength? Jun Moxie's body was descending, but he was still continuously struggling, his eyes full of unwillingness to resign like this. Jun Moxie held no punches, following quickly. The might of his palms continuously rained down. Initially, both parties were still exchanging blows. But after a while, it completely became a one-sided beating. Sounds of bones shattering could be heard from the arena. Everyone's brows were twitching. Just from this sound alone, they can barely imagine how many bones in Jun Moxie's body were already broken. There was a long whistle from the middle of the arena. Jun Moxie rose high up into the air and laughed loudly. Jun Moxie. If you come out to mingle, if you have debts, you must pay for them. This is the outcome of despicable people like you. He was carrying a body that looked like dried salted fish in his hand. The entire thing was limp. Jun Moxie's hand only need to shake once, and the entire body wriggled. It was Jun Moxie. The life force of a Saint Emperor was truly extraordinary. Even at this point, Jun Moxie was still not dead. His eyes were still turning, full of resent. Only because he already could not speak. So he glared at Jun Moxie, as if he wanted to stare at Jun Moxie to his death with his resentful look. Jun Moxie laughed, extremely pleased. He stretched his hand out and the sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He said, chuckling, "Today, I offer the blood of a Saint Emperor to my sword." With a flash, the long sword sliced across. Jun Moxie's head flew spinning into the air. The blood of yellow flame let out a soft cry, as if it had felt unlimited satisfaction. When the head that was spinning in the air began to fall, Jun Moxie raised his foot and delivered a kick to this head of a Saint Emperor, turning it into powder. Powder that scattered in the air. Below, all the people of 3 holy lands had a dark look on their faces, their eyes wide open, gritting their teeth so hard that sounds could be heard. Jun Moxie's act was clearly slapping the face of everyone from the 3 holy lands present. But they could not endure it. The 9 Nether 14th young master watched the 3 guardians, they definitely could not do anything. The other people could definitely interfere, but it would all be useless. They would be too stupid to just throw their lives away like that. Jun Moxie's corpse that was missing a head fell from the air. Halfway, suddenly, a wisp of white smoke appeared from the neck, quickly forming into a small human figure. It was the size of foot, but it had all its limbs and facial features. It was a Jun Moxie that shrunk in size 10 over times. Spirit Seed. This was a unique situation that would only appear with a cultivation level of a Saint Emperor. The moment a Saint Emperor died, he would form into a Spirit Seed. And this Spirit Seed was different from the nascent soul in cultivation. Spirit Seed was an existence that was tangible, but had no form. If the Spirit Seed was lucky enough to escape, then it could find a family to reincarnate into and anticipate the day it could make a comeback and retain all the memories of its previous life. The most important thing was that the Spirit Seed was impossible to destroy using Xian Qi. Only Saint Emperors that died agitated could produce a Spirit Seed. For example, those few people that died in the hands of the 9 Nether 14th young master. The small human stumbled in the air, a look of shock appearing on its face. It quickly descended down, actually intending of fleeing. Jun Moxie said, "To think that there is something so interesting." He delivered a random blow with the intention to kill, but to his surprise, it had only blew that little figure further and not deal any damage. The little figure looked at Jun Moxie with deep-set hatred and scorn in his eyes. Xiaoying flew forward, with the intention to bring this Spirit Seed back, and carefully take care of it using secret skills until it could find a suitable family for this Spirit Seed to reincarnate into. Then the Holy Lands would also send people to protect this family until the baby was born. Then they would bring it back to Holy Land to continue nurturing. After all, this sort of Saint Emperor Spirit Seed that died in an accident was very hard to find. If it was a Saint Emperor that had died of old age, there would definitely be no Spirit Seed like this. Once someone like this grew up, because it retained all the experience from its previous life, it would naturally be a prodigy and make shocking development. They'd become a top expert in no time, and even attain greater achievements than in their previous life. That little figure revealed a look of glee and elation on his face seeing Xiaoying approach. He felt that he had someone backing him up. He turned around and made a weird hand gesture to Jun Moxie, his face full of vengeance. Jun Moxie cackled. How could he not recognize that the gesture meant, "Just you wait"? Clearly, Jun Moxie wanted Jun Moxie to wait for him, he would definitely return for revenge. Jun Moxie chuckled and said mockingly, "Did you think that you still have that opportunity? What nonsensical words of a fool." With a flip of his right hand, a pitch-black flame appeared on his fingertip. With a flick, that ball of flame was sent flying over, and before it reached that little human, it had already been restrained by a mysterious force and sent into the black flame. Xiaoying was barely 5 zhang away at this point in time. Right before the eyes of everyone present, the black flame quickly came into contact with the little human like a bolt of lightning. Its face was full of extreme pain and agony. That black flame had already begun to engulf both his legs, slowly, gracefully, burning as it silently descended. Everyone present, including the 9 nether 14th young master, took a step back, a look of horror on their faces. The feeling of danger from that little ball of black flame even sent the 9 nether 14th young master's hair standing. What sort of flame was this? To be able to cause damage to an almost unbreakable spirit seed. This thing had gone beyond all their knowledge. Xiaoying halted and yelled angrily. Jun Moxie. What do you mean by this? Jun Moxie is already dead. Why do you not let him off, insisting on destroying even his spirit seed? Jun Moxie replied indifferently, is Saint Emperor Jun really dead? I doubt so. Didn't you see that little child's gesture, asking me to just wait? I have no patience to wait for him for 1,000 years. I might as well just get it all over and done with and save all the trouble. Xiaoying was so angry she couldn't find the words to speak. Her whole face was red, her heart thumping as she said through gritted teeth, Jun Moxie. Your methods are too vicious. To not even spare a spirit seed. You. What difference is there in killing a baby? You are heartless. Baby? Do you think that that is a regular baby? Did you not know if that the baby, that clearly remembers everything of today will grow up or hide somewhere, how many people from the Jun family would die in his hands? Jun Moxie laughed mockingly, intentionally emphasizing on the word baby. Which is more precious, his one life or the numerous lives of my Jun family? If it was you, how would you choose? Let's not even talk about how he is less than a dog from the Jun family in my eyes. He smiled at Xiaoying and said, Beauty, those that oppose me, even if they're dead. I can also drag him out and kill him again. Didn't I say this earlier? Now, do you believe it? This was too infuriating, and Xiaoying's entire body was trembling. Before the black ball of flame had landed on the ground, the tiny spirit seed was already completely burnt, not leaving a single ash. Jun Moxie, a saint emperor of his own generation, cultivation of hundreds of years, had been completely extinguished and erased from this world like this. The black flame landed on the floor and continued to burn, slowly and gracefully. Although it was just a small ball of flame, it seemed like it could burn on forever. All the soil it came into contact with also slowly began to burn. Jun Moxie shook his hand, and that terrifying black flame instantly returned to his fingertip. With a flip of his hand, it vanished. A series of loud holler broke out from the other side. The remaining people from the 3 holy lands had suddenly all came charging over at the same time, their faces full of anger. Kill this demon. This brat is insane and savage. Kill him. Kill him and get revenge for Saint Emperor Jun. Revenge for our brothers. Chu Wuhui yelled, all of you stop. Chu Wuhui voice reverberated loudly. But everyone had already gone into a state of frenzy, and none of them obeyed his command. Jun Moxie's face turned as cold as ice, he chuckled coldly and said, get revenge? Come, all of you come at me. This young master doesn't mind it at all. I express my welcome, a great welcome. Suddenly, with a flip of his hand, he hollered at the opposite side. Sink for this daddy. A giant pit appeared with a loud rumbling noise. It was a huge hole that was bottomless. The experts, including the 2 saint emperors, all fell right into it, caught by surprise. Jun Moxie laughed to his heart's content. An extremely cruel look appearing on his face. With a flip of his right hand, that terrifying black flame reappearance once again. The one that had burnt the spirit seed was only a small ball, but right now, it was a giant ball of black flame that was about 2 zhang in radius. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, go. The black flame flew from his hand and exploded into numerous tiny smaller balls of flames. Completely covering the air above the pit and slowly descending. Leaving no room for escape. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Cheng Yinxiao and Chu Wuhui yellowed quickly, flying over at the sight. But Jun Moxie was like the experts from the 3 holy lands, completely ignoring them. Since he had personally said that he would start the battle with life and end it with death, he had no intentions of letting all these people off. Now that there was such a God-sent opportunity, how could he stop? If the ones suffering the massacre were his own people, and someone yelled to stop, would Jun Moxie stop? The answer was obvious, it was a completely ridiculous thing. Being soft-hearted to his own enemy was the greatest cruelty to his own family and kins. Jun Moxie had never thought that he would do something so stupid that would allow his own kin to suffer while his enemies enjoyed. Pitiful cries and blood-curdling screams rang out continuously. They were screams that came from the soul. If one didn't hear it personally, they would be unable to imagine what sort of torture were these people in the pit undergoing. A pit like this, even though it seemed bottomless, but how deep could it be? Could it be capable of trapping saints and saint emperors? Everyone waited for a long time, but no one managed to come out. The experts in the pit were really in for bad luck. They had charged forward earlier, ignoring Chu Wuhui's commands, firstly because they were angry for Zhan Mubai, secondly, because they had seen the might of this black flame. And there was a fear instilled in them: if they let Jun Moxie continue to remain alive, they would never be able to be at ease. To be capable of destroying a spirit seed, someone like this was really too terrifying. This was essentially destroying the future they had after their death. Someone like this must not be kept. So they all decided to attack, determined to eradicate this future worry. Right now, Jun Moxie had just finished a battle. He should have used up half of his strength. And he was close to the Three Holy Lands camp, while far from his own. Everyone was a saint, and there were saint emperors. This sort of force would definitely be able to take Jun Moxie down in an instant if everyone struck at the same time. So they all charged forward together. But they had not imagined Jun Moxie was this terrifying. With a single lift of his hand, such a giant pit appeared on the ground. And the black flame that he wielded was not only that tiny bit, he was able to bring out so much of it. Since the black flames covered the sky, all the experts were pushing their palms in hopes of extinguishing these flames, or even sending them away from themselves. But they had never imagined that, no matter how much strength they used, it was all futile against these black flames. They could only watch it slowly and gracefully descend. As it descended, the gap between them became smaller, leaving no room for anyone to slip through. Finally, one saint would not longer endure it, stripping his long robes and using it as a barrier as he rushed upwards. Everyone was stunned, watching this brave person who took the first try. If he was lucky enough to break his way out, then everyone else also can do it. Even if he couldn't make it through, if he was able to diminish a bit of the might of that flame, his sacrifice would also not be in vain. But their hopes were quickly burst like bubbles. This saint had just came into contact with that black flame, and his robes was instantly burnt through by the flames and slowly landed on his body. Then this saint who had endured all sorts of cruel torture without piping a single noise instantly cried out in agony, falling to the ground. He rolled around on the floor, screaming in pain, his whole body convulsing. But no matter how much he turned, that black flame engulfing his body continued to burn. Following his rolling around, the black flame on his body began to unintentionally spread unto others. Then, those people also suddenly began to scream like mad, rolling on the ground. The black flame was like a plague, instantly engulfing their bodies. As they rolled, the black flame spread unto even more people. It was like a snowball, the flame began bigger and bigger. In the air, there was still countless of black flames that were descending gracefully like black-colored snowflakes. He Chio and Hai Wuya, who were lucky enough not to be touched by the flames, exchanged looks, fear in their eyes. Suddenly He Chio yelled, "Tunnel! Make a tunnel to the other side." Hai Wuya instantly got back to his senses, and both Saint Emperors joined forces and blew a long tunnel. They quickly ducked and rushed into the hole. Behind them, 2 more 4th-level saints followed, and the others were all covered by the black flames. They were screaming and wailing in anguish. A saint who was on fire suddenly found this hole, but half of his face was gone from the burning. Yet he still tried to enter this tunnel. He Chio sent him flying out with no mercy. The ground rumbled and the soil flew everywhere. He Chio, Hai Wuya, and the other 2 saints leaped out of it, a lifeless look in their eyes. The 9 nether 14th young master and the rest had already gathered to watch from the side of the pit and had clearly witnessed how the saint was sent flying by He Chio. Right now, they were looking at these 4 people in disdain. No matter what the reason was, attacking your own comrade at a time of crisis was forever disdainful. Everyone shuddered at the sight of the situation in the pit. All the experts had only half of their bodies left, but they were all writhing and screaming about, and slowly burning. Xiao Ying's face was pale. She suddenly stomped her feet twice, all the soil poured into the pit. She couldn't bear to watch all these happening, so she thought of just burying these people to end their sufferings, letting them die quickly. But, something more insane happened. The layers of rocks and soil had instantly filled up the pit, but within an instant, they slowly sank and disappeared. Countless black flames began to re-emerge in the pit, gracefully burning. This flame had instantly burnt all of the soil cleanly. There was no more screaming inside. Only chunks of bodies were left. The burning was almost done. The four people turned around and looked at Jun Moxie in shock, fear, and disbelief. Jun Moxie stood calmly with a smile. His white robes swaying in the wind like a handsome young master. But right now, all the four experts were looking at him as if they were looking at a demon. Even the number one lunatic under the heavens, the 14th young master too. Asterisk, is this brat a human, or a demon? Asterisk. Jun Moxie laughed, suddenly stretching his hands out to point at the four survivors of the Holy Lands. 3 Holy Lands, better not provoke me. There is a limit to my patience. You guys cannot afford the consequences. He chuckled and shook his head and sighed. I didn't intend ill to these people, but I'm someone who is afraid of trouble. If I stop killing them, do you think I'm soft-hearted? Will there be such things in the future? For the sake of avoiding troubles, I can only prove it to you. Please, don't ever think that Jun Moxie is easy to bully. In fact, it is as easy as killing chickens and dogs for me. Stillness filled the air. Right now, no one had any doubt about what Jun Moxie had just said. Especially the four who had just emerged from the pit. Only fear. A hell-like scenario. They did not wish to go through it again even if they were dead. This was simply too terrifying. Their guts were broken, their hearts were cold. Even the 3 guardians had a meaningful look, as they looked at Jun Moxie. Good. A good Jun Moxie. As expected, you are arrogant enough. The 14th young master slowly clapped as he looked at Jun Moxie. But he said sternly, I have to say, you may be young, but you are powerful enough to be our opponents. This mystical flame of yours, even this young master may not be able to survive it if I was caught off guard. The 14th young master was holding onto a sword with a black flame dancing on the tip of it. And the sword was slowly being engulfed in flames. It did not melt, but all the places the flames touched disappeared from existence. The 14th young master turned his hand and stabbed the sword into the ground. The black flame entered the ground and instantly burnt through it, spreading outwards slowly. It really can burn anything, the 14th young master breathed out a long line of air and said. This young master is truly shocked. Jun Moxie chuckled lightly in response and said in a humble manner, this is just a small trick, everyone, I've incurred your ridicule. Everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably in response. If such a terrifying skill is considered a small trick, wouldn't your large tricks burn the entire world? That thought was not wrong. If Jun Moxie had enough spirit energy to sustain the technique, even setting the entire world aflame would not be an impossible or strange matter. Young Master Jun's self-proclaimed title of evil monarch truly lives up to the word evil. This action of yours is indeed ruthless and toxic. However, Cheng Yinzhao's eyes narrowed darkly as he looked at Jun Moxie. Today, you killed a person of our holy lands in such a brazen matter. For this, you must give an explanation to the 3 of us. Explanation? What explanation? What explanation do you want me to give you? Jun Moxie smiled in a strange manner. The 4 of you came here and made yourselves referees and judges, but did this young master ask you to do that? Considering your statuses as renowned seniors, this young master chose to close an eye and allowed it since you all wanted to play judge. Only, as judges, there should at least be an attitude of fairness, right? Tell me, was there any mistake in my understanding? That is a matter of course. Judges naturally needs to be fair. Fairness and righteousness are the things we prioritize as judges. The 14th young master said in a gentlemanly manner, though his eerie voice could hardly be linked with such words. Since Senior 14th has said that, this young master will be direct with my words. Just now, Senior Cheng asked me for an explanation. I'm not sure what kind of explanation I should give. In any case, I'll like to ask Senior Cheng, or perhaps, all the seniors of the Heaven Saint Palace as well. Jun Moxie had a look of rage on his face as he continued. Not long ago, an incident of the crowd surging up to attack me happened right in front of the 4 judges. And it was even after the judges announced the result of the battle. This is truly unbelievable. Do the words of the judges have any use at all? If it was the 14th young master who announced the results, it's one matter. But I distinctly remembered that it was Senior Chu who announced the results, right? In that case, I'll like to ask, what use do the few of you have as judges? Cheng Yin Xiao and the others were stumped. The truth was right before their eyes, and with their status, they would definitely not speak words that went against their conscience. You're speaking nonsense, brat. Surprisingly, it was actually the 14th young master who spoke to resolve the situation. However, he continued in a stern manner. How did they not fulfill their duties as referees? Didn't they shout, "Stop," just now? After saying that, he chuckled a few times in a manner of one taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When Cheng Yin Xiao and the rest heard the 14th young master's words, they thought that this 14th young master was for once being a good person, helping speak up for them. But when they listened more closely, they realized, was this still helping them resolve the situation? It was clearly pouring oil on top of a fire, beating the drenched dog. This junior had spoken wrongly. Senior 14th young master's words were right, this junior had indeed heard the 2 seniors shouting to stop them when those guys rushed at me. Jun Moxie said apologetically, and put on an extremely wronged expression as he exerted strongly. However, this junior does not understand, even if we do not mention seniors' positions as judges, why is there no deterring strength given the positions of the 3 seniors in the Holy Lands? From the looks of it, the 3 seniors' commands are no different from a dog's fart to the people of the Holy Lands. I'm truly shocked, this junior was simply too agitated just now and didn't understand seniors' assistance. I hope you can understand. The 3 experts' faces instantly turned red. The 3 of them and the 14th young master had joined hands as judges, but it had still resulted in such a conclusion. One side had directly attacked a single person, no matter how one put it, such a matter was not justifiable. Especially since the 3 of them were extremely respected individuals of the 3 Holy Lands. Yet, the people under them completely disregarded their words. It was a fierce slap on their faces. This slap by Jun Moxie had caused all their ears to turn red, but they could only endure it silently. In that moment, the 3 of them stared fiercely at Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu, and their gazes were not kind. The 14th young master also snorted coldly. Those words are not nonsense this time. Speaking of explanations, this young master also wants an explanation. This young master was also one of the judges, and just like that June brat had said, this incident happened right under this young master's nose. As for whether those juniors treat the 3 of your words as farts, this young master is not interested in knowing. But this is equivalent to not placing this young master in their eyes as well. To me, this matter has severely affected my reputation. This matter cannot be settled so easily. Even if that June brat does not want to pursue the matter, this young master wants to pursue it. The 3's faces instantly turned ugly. They had only been thinking about dealing with Jun Moxie just now, and they'd completely forgotten about this fellow. What should they do now? This lunatic was not someone who behaved in a logical manner. Furthermore, they were not on the side of reason this time. This was going to be trouble. Jun Moxie nodded, his voice following close behind. Exactly, exactly. Even if didn't talk about the problem of the 14th young master's face and reputation, there's still the matter of this young master's safety. If the 3 guardians wish to seek an explanation from me, this young master can still express some understanding. After all, so many people had died. However, those guys charged over just now. If this young master hadn't retaliated, perhaps I would have been torn into pieces by them in a mere instant. Unless I should have simply stretched my neck out and waited for death. Speaking and harmonizing in such a perfect manner, the 2 wretches forced the 3 guardians into a corner with their words, until their faces had turned into the same color as a pig's liver. Jun Moxie raised his chin and snorted coldly. Or perhaps to the 3 guardians, the Holy Lands are only allowed to win, while I'm not even allowed to retaliate. You guys sneak attacked and surrounded others with numbers, when they died, you sought the victim who managed to survive for justice and explanation. Isn't that a bit too ridiculous and lawless? 3 seniors, is your heaven saint palace so unable to take losses? As he said that, Jun Moxie beckoned with his hand and the black flames on the ground jumped up and formed into a ball in his hand before disappearing. The words, unable to take losses, had only just come out from Chu Wuhui's mouth, when Jun Moxie returned it to the 3 of them. Little bastard, you're spouting nonsense. How are we unable to take losses? Cheng Yin Xiao hollered with rage. The 3 guardians were all incredibly enraged. However, there was nothing they could do, and they did not even have anything to retort with. Because they were originally not on the side of reason, and the matter of the group attack had just finished. If it was not them being unable to take the loss, what was it? Having no directions to vent his frustrations, Chu Wuhui turned to Hai Wuya and the rest and scolded sternly. Shameful things, what are you all still waiting for? Hurry up and scram. Scram. Even if they want to scram, they can only go after giving this young master an explanation. The 9th/14th young master snorted coldly and said. Before I give the word, I'll like to see which one of you dares to scram. Cheng Yin Xiao forcefully suppressed his anger and after taking 2 large breaths. He gritted his teeth with difficulty. This matter was a mistake on our side. We seek Brother 14th's understanding. A great man has great magnanimity. Regarding this matter, please don't make things difficult for these juniors. Such a large group of experts had all been slaughtered cleanly by the other side, and instead of getting an explanation from them, they had even been forced to bow their heads and apologize. The indignation and humiliation in Cheng Yin Xiao's heart was easy to imagine. If it was really Jun Moxie who was in the wrong, then even if Cheng Yin Xiao and the rest had to fight with their life, they would still go against the 9th/14th young master, and would even more so not let Jun Moxie off. However, this entire matter had indeed been caused by the Holy Lands. That attack had also been a bit too shameless. A large group of experts attacking a junior who was not even 20 years old. This matter was simply too embarrassing to speak about. Who would have thought that after disgracing the 4 of them, they still lost such a large number of people? In the end, they even presented all the initiative into the enemy's hands. What kind of matter is this? Even if you all don't want your face, we still do. F***ck, what face do we have left now? All of it has been thrown far away already. Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wuhui gritted their teeth as they cursed in their hearts. When we return to the Holy Lands, none of these idiots will be let off lightly. We must sort them out properly. Oh. Since Brother Chen admitted the fault personally, this young master has always been a gracious person, so this time, we'll forget about it. The 9th/14th young master said magnanimously. You all can scram now. On the other side, Hai Wuya and He Ji Chio's eyes were nearly spouting fire. But under the stern gazes of Chu Wuhui and the rest, they didn't say anything and turned to leave. In a short time, they completely disappeared from sight. Only Qiao Ying, who hadn't participated in the quarrels, was staring at the empty grounds quietly. Those were 30 top-tier experts. The people whom they'd paid such huge prices and sacrificed so much face to save. In the blink of an eye, all had been buried here. These people were all the main forces for the war for seizing the heavens. To lose so many in an instant, the impact it would have on the war for seizing the heavens would definitely not be light, to the point where it could affect the entire situation. If there were no reinforcements, with the current strength of the Holy Lands, this war for seizing the heavens was lost without a doubt. This matter ends here. Chu Wuhui declared in a stern tone. Jun Moxie, for the exquisite lotus that you won, are you going with us to claim it? Or will you wait for someone to send it to Tianfa Forest for you? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows lightly. The 2 options that Chu Wuhui had given this time were both not good choices. Wait for them to deliver it to Tianfa Forest. The variables in that were simply too much. They could simply quote a random reason and pilfer the exquisite lotus away. Right now, Jun Moxie did not have a single shred of confidence in the honor of the Holy Lands, so how could he wait for them to deliver it? Even if they did not pull any tricks, they could simply schedule the date of delivery to another 3 or 5 years later. Wouldn't that cause him to die of anxiousness? As for him going up to the Heaven Saint Palace to retrieve it himself, that was an exceedingly difficult choice as well. It sounded nice, you won the battle, so you can naturally come to claim the prize. But once he reached the Heaven Saint Palace, what would he do if those bunch of sneaky fellows turned around and refused to acknowledge him? Who knew how many undying old monsters were waiting in that mysterious place? What kind of mysterious methods would they have? Things like falling out and turning their backs on promises was something that the three Holy Lands had done countless times. Jun Moxie did not believe a single word of those people's promises at all. Although Jun Moxie was arrogant, he was not conceited to the point where he felt that he could contend against the entire Heaven Saint Palace. It was the same for the current him, who'd advanced greatly in strength as well. Since you've won, could it be that you're not allowed to collect your price? The 14th young master said coldly. Jun brat, there's no need to be so conflicted. This young master was a judge of this match, and I'll naturally also accompany you to the Heaven Saint Palace to collect that exquisite lotus, completing the rules of the competition. This young master would like to see if they dare to not give it to you. He'd been looking coldly from the side all along, and although Chu Wuhui's words were fair, there seemed to be another meaning hidden within, causing him to feel incredibly frustrated. Moreover, Jun Moxie was the successor of his benefactor. Thus, he stood out and interfered. With the current situation, it was not exactly unreasonable for him to interfere anyway. Jun Moxie was somewhat touched as he turned his head. This junior thanks senior 14th young master for your kind gesture. However, with your status, it might be somewhat awkward if you went to the Heaven Saint Palace. The 14th young master had been the greatest enemy of the Heaven Saint Palace all along. If he went there now, wouldn't it be extremely awkward? The Heaven Saint Palace would most likely mobilize all their strength to make him stay there forever. Jun Moxie was never one to owe anyone a favor, so how would he be willing to let 14th young master take such great risks for his sake? Forget it then, you make the decision. It's indeed somewhat inconvenient for this young master to go there. The 14th young master understood his meaning and did not force the issue, only, in my experience, with the reputation of the Heaven Saint Palace, they would not necessarily renegade on a bet with a brat like you. Jun Moxie nodded his head with a light chuckle as he turned to Chu Wuhui. Since senior 14th young master has put it that way, I will follow you to Heaven Saint Palace. Chu Wuhui's brows shot up as he raised a thumb. Good. Great courage. That's what a man should be like. Jun Moxie scoffed lowly in his heart as he thought to himself. It's just that I have the absolute confidence in retreating without harm, not that I have such big balls to use my life to bet on you honoring your promise. After that, he returned to the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer side and looked at Mei Shuiyan. Shuiyan, I'm going to claim the exquisite lotus now and also do some other stuff while I'm there. You've been away from Tian Fa for quite some time already, and it's time you went back to take a look as well. I'll have to trouble you to bring everyone back with you first. All right. Then, you must be careful. Mei Shuiyan looked at him worriedly. Relax, don't you know me? As long as I want to leave, is there anything that can hold me back? Jun Moxie said in a low voice as he winked sneakily. Remembering that mysterious pagoda of his, Mei Shuiyan relaxed and nodded with a light smile. When you return this time, you must seize the chance to upgrade everyone's strength quickly. Just use the 2 pieces of spirit vein fragments I gave you, and according to the method I taught you, just lightly scrape a layer of powder off the top, and mix it with water to drink. Although it's not comparable to the golden jade fluid, it's still the essence of the spirit stone immortal milk. Remember, you must not consume too much, or the dangers will be huge. Jun Moxie instructed carefully. Got it, I'll take notice of it. Also, once you return, quickly bring grandfather and third uncle's strengths up as well. Remember, the 2 of them must be prioritized before everyone else. Apart from the 2 of us, their strengths need to be the strongest among the entire Jun family. As for the pills, just allocate them as you deem fit. I understand. Mei Shuiyan nodded seriously. She could also understand Jun Moxie's intentions very well. Although Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi's cultivation were considered formidable in the mundane world, but in Tian Fa, they were considered relatively weak. On top of that, they were the most important characters in the Jun family. If they continued to lead the strong with their weak strength, even with Jun Moxie being a deterrent at the top, it would not be good in the long term. Thus, the most important matter right now was to raise the abilities of Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi first. Even if the issue of their strengths were not mentioned, this upgrade would be important for extending their longevity. To be honest, I really miss Xiao Yi, Qing Han, and the rest, and mother as well. Mei Shuiyan's face flushed slightly as she said. Relax, in terms of prestige, your position in the Jun family is higher than mine. When you return this time, they will definitely hound you and not let you go. At that time, we'll see if you still miss them. Jun Moxie had a strange smile on his face as he said this. These were not empty words at all. Ever since Mei Shuiyan sacrificed herself to save them, the entirely Jun family was completely convinced of this future daughter-in-law. Mei Shuiyan's popularity in the Jun family had definitely reached a terrifying level. With all the preparations completed, Jun Moxie was just about to turn when he saw Bailey Luoyun coming over from slowly, his mouth opening and closing as if he didn't know what to say. Rarely seeing such a conflicted look on the face of this great assassin, Jun Moxie smiled and asked, Luoyun, what's the matter? It's like this, young master. This time, I wish to stay a few more days in Chrysanthemum City to take care of some private matters. So I'd like to ask young master first. Bailey Luoyun stammered. This kid saw his old lover, so he's anxious to find her. Leng Ao, who was standing on the side, laughed. In an instant, Bailey Luoyun's ears turned red. Wow! Really? Jun Moxie cried out in shock as he ran up and hooked his arm around Bailey Luoyun's neck as if they were good brothers. That's great news. What's the situation? What's her name? What does she look like? Fat or skinny? Tall or short? Which family is she from? How heavy is she? What's her 3 measurements? Do you have any nudes, Kiki? Bailey Luoyun was instantly stumped, and he begged, young master, please let me off. She's called Zhan Mengdai. The Zhan family? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to remember having met her briefly before. This girl's appearance was pretty, and she was an outstanding beauty. Only, he just killed the Zhan family's old ancestor a moment ago, and Bailey Luoyun was actually talking about a match in the Zhan family. Although he wouldn't mind, but the other side. Young master can rest your mind at rest, I know what I have to do. Bailey Luoyun's awkward face turned into a pained expression. I will tell her the truth, and if she chooses her family, and to become enemies with young master. I will not force the matter, and we will both become strangers, but if she chooses me. A few beads of sweat rolled down Bailey Luoyun's face as he mustered his courage and bowed lowly. If she ultimately chooses me, may young master, give us your blessing. Don't worry. 100 years of effort lead to crossing by the same ferry, 1,000 years of efforts lead to sleep on the same pillow. If she's meant to be your wife, she will definitely be yours. Zhan Mubai might be the old ancestor of the Zhan family, but he's a person from several hundred years ago. Zhan Mengdai might not have that many feelings for him, right? Jun Moxie patted Bailey Luoyun's shoulder and encouraged, Luoyun, everything in life depends on the effort of the person, where there's a will, there's a way. Go for it. The matter might not even be as serious as you think it is. A wife should be something to snatch to obtain. It doesn't matter if she's willing or not, once the rice is cooked, where will she run with a big stomach? Kiki, if not for me being unable to defeat my wife and my heart being too soft to go hard on her, I would have already. All of a sudden, he felt a stinging sensation on his ears, and Mei Shuiyan's jade-like hand was tightly pinching onto his ears. Her face red and furious, she asked in a dangerous voice, you would have what? What was that about unable to defeat and going hard? Jun Moxie begged for mercy repeatedly and stammered, I meant. I would have, his eyes turned as he searched his brain urgently. I would have confessed my love to you long ago. You're so formidable, and I didn't dare to confess because I was afraid of getting beaten up by you. Are you very touched? Hee. Kikik, he laughed strangely as he coughed. The entire camp was filled with laughter, and as he laughed, Bailey Luoyun instantly felt much better in his heart. Luoyun, go on them. The rest of us support you. Don't be overcautious and indecisive, you should go and grasp your own happiness. Mei Shuiyan advised in a gentle voice. Many thanks. My lady. Bailey Luoyun said with gratefulness. This single, my lady, caused Mei Shuiyan's face to redden, and Jun Moxie's heart also whooped with joy. Why don't you bring a few more people along? Let Lang Ao accompany you, and also choose a section of people from the Heaven Destroyer team. Jun Moxie said in a domineering manner. Whoever dares to snatch your wife, just beat them up. Everyone felt sweat pouring from their brows when they heard this. This young master was simply a classic hooligan. The title of the #1 debauchee in the legends actually had some truth to it. After settling the matter, everyone discussed for a bit more before everything was settled. Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan bringing everyone and leaving rapidly like a patch of dark cloud. On the other side, Bailey Luo Yun brought a few men with him and went in the opposite direction into the city. The intense and bloody battlefield from a moment ago was now completely silent. Jun Moxie turned around and saw the 14th young master with his hands on hips, standing sternly like a manager supervising his employees. Xiaoying and Chengyin Xiao both stood at the side, watching the show. As for Chu Wuhui, he was crawling along on the ground with his butt high in the sky, and his face was extremely aggrieved as he dug at the ground with his sword as if he was looking for something. What's going on? Jun Moxie looked at the 20-30 earthworms squirming on the ground and asked with confusion. Hearing him ask, Chu Wuhui's face turned red and he gritted his teeth, continuing to dig without a word. His face was filled with an ugly look of aggrievement and pain, and he seemed like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if his chrysanthemum had been abused by 100 Xian beasts, it shouldn't be able to cause a guardian to display such an expression, right? Jun Moxie felt quite shocked in his heart. Your battle has ended, but our bet still hasn't yet. And, the few of us made a bet during the 5-man fight just now. The loser has to dig out 1,000 earthworms without using any Xian Qi. He lost, so this is the result. Right now, we're carrying out the terms of the bet. The 14th young master explained in an unhurried manner. Digging for earthworms. Although it's a bit awkward to go digging for earthworms with your butt in the air, but the ground is loose, and the commotion earlier must have scared the earthworms here as well, so digging for 1,000 earthworms should not be any difficult matter. But what's with that aggrieved expression? If it's Qiao Ying, a lady, who's afraid of anything gross, it can still be understood. But what's a man like Chu Wuhui being so disgusted for? Jun Moxie asked in a laughing tone, still somewhat confused. Brat, this you don't understand. We made another bet at the 7 versus 7 match, that the loser has to eat these 1,000 earthworms. Very unfortunately, he lost again. Originally, he still had a chance to win since I very generously gave him the opportunity to choose, the 14th young master said in a very proud manner. Puahahaha, Jun Moxie laughed aloud. In that case, Senior Chu is truly unfortunate. Ha! Who asked you to have so little confidence in me to place your bets on those bunch of weaklings? It's no wonder that you lost. Chu Wuhui made a sound in his throat, rolled his eyes and did not say anything, continuing to dig earnestly. Earthworms. I want those black one, not the red ones. Right, the most disgusting kind, the 14th young master pointed strictly, not leaving an inch of leniency. The number of earthworms on the ground grew more and more, forming into a small mound. They squirmed energetically, sometimes raising their heads and tails out of top. When Jun Moxie remembered that Chu Wuhui would soon have to swallow these things into his stomach, he could not help but to retch dryly a little, and his face instantly turned somewhat pale. That scenario was simply too terrifying to imagine. The ground was soft and fertile, and although the 14th young master's conditions were rigid and many, 1,000 thick black earthworms of the most disgusting kind were still dug up by nightfall. Having completed his task, Chu Wuhui's face was the color of dead ash. His body covered in mud, he crawled out of the mud and with a look as if he would rather be dead. His eyes carrying the last wisp of hope, he opened his mouth with a pleading tone. Brother 14th. With the most flattering and fawning smile he could muster, he walked up to the 14th young master in a pitiful manner. All the elegance and pride of a peak expert had disappeared without a trace. What? The 14th young master lifted his chin and turned his nose to the sky as he snorted arrogantly. Brother 14th, look, I've already dug up all 1,000 earthworms. I didn't slack off at all, he said with a sweet voice. If you don't want to slack, hurry up and eat then. Just close your eyes and hold your breath, and everything will be over very soon. A sinister voice rang out. My stomach isn't so good lately, can I not eat?" he smiled fawningly. "Absolutely not. If you agree to bet, you must accept to lose." A cold reply, unrelenting and emotionless. "You don't go too far in bullying." Chu Wuhui raised his head with anger. "How am I bullying you?" "As expected of an expert from the Holy Lands. To think that you could even utter such shameless and deceitful words." "Fine then, you say that I'm a tyrant and a bully? Well then, I'll be a bully." "What, you were the one who accepted the bet, are you going to be deliberately dishonest now?" The 9th young master snorted. "I'm not trying to be dishonest, didn't I did up 1,000 earthworms according to your preferences, all thick black ones." Chu Wuhui's neck reddened and his lips trembled as he grabbed the 9th young master's arm and swung it before calling out in a sweet voice. "Brother 14th, the voice was soft and coy, like a young girl flirting with her lover. Jun Moxie, who was standing on the side, felt his entire body shiver and he nearly turned his eyes away. Even young Master Jun's mental fortitude was not enough to withstand such a sight. On the other side, Xiao Ying and Cheng Yin Xiao felt all the hairs on the back of their hands standing straight on their ends. Even all the cultivation that they'd accumulated in over 1,000 years was not enough to prepare them for this instant. "It's useless even if you call me 14th old master. If you dare to bet, you should be prepared to accept the loss. No matter what you say, you still have to eat it today. Not one worm less." Although Chu Wuhui was ingratiating and mellow, the 9th young master was tough and unyielding, completely unmoved. You're asking me to die, Chu Wuhui stamped his foot with rage. His voice actually sounded like he was holding back tears, and his eyes were red while his shoulders trembled lightly. "Cry. You're crying. Go on then, if you really manage to drop some tears, I'll let you off today." "Why aren't you crying yet?" The 9th young master scoffed coldly. He had already calculated that a peak expert like Chu Wuhui would never disregard his status like that and start crying in front of other people, especially before a junior. Besides, eating earthworms is not such an exaggerated matter. This young master has also eaten some back when I was sealed. Although it doesn't taste good, those things are not toxic. If I hadn't experienced it before, how would this young master dare to make such a bet? There is always a backup plan for everything. However, he'd actually greatly underestimated the terror of a matter like eating live earthworms was to ordinary people. Before the 9th young master could finish speaking, Chu Wuhui plunked his butt down on the ground and started wailing loudly, smacking his palms against the ground. Tears flooded from his eyes, and he looked incredibly aggrieved. He cried in a heart-wrenching manner, touching the heavens and earth, while snot and tears intermingled and formed into a mess in front of his face. In that moment, the 9th young master, Jun Moxie, Xiao Ying, and Cheng Yin Xiao all had the same expressions on their faces. Their mouths and eyes were opened wide with disbelief, and their temples twitched uncontrollably. 8 eyeballs had practically fallen off their sockets and rolled onto the ground. If*ck your granddaddy. You're actually crying for real, the 9th young master cursed with disbelief. It was simply too unexpected. That was a guardian of the Heaven Saint Palace. Just a few tears can save me from eating the earthworms, so why wouldn't I cry? You can try asking everyone present, how would they choose? Chu Wuhui temporarily stopped crying and looked up at the 9th young master with his tears-stained face. "Go on, what other styles of crying do you want to see? Do you want me to stand up and cry or should I continue sitting down? You want me to lie down and cry? Or should I face the sky and cry? Or maybe you'd like to see me run and cry or wail while jumping on the spot? Even if you want me to sway my butt and cry while dancing sexily, this old man will go all out today to meet your requirements. As long as I don't need to eat the earthworms. The people of the world normally have a layer of skin on both sides of their faces. While you experts of the Holy Lands are not limited by this, one side of your skin is pasted onto the other side of the face, causing one side to have 2 layers of skin, while the other side is just completely bare and shameless. Such great talent is something that this junior can never hope to match. Originally, I thought that only Zhan Mu Bai, Hai Wuya, and the rest were like that. But it turns out that senior is the true distinguished talent. This junior is full of respect. Jun Moxie clasped his fists and said with admiration. There was truly no choice but to be convinced. This was too domineering, this kind of shamelessness was simply too amazing. Forget it, this young master must have been crazy to have interacted sincerely with the lot of you. If I continue to hang around with all you shameless people, this young master's reputation will be completely gone. After saying that, he shook his head, not knowing if he should laugh or cry. His body soared up and with a shoo sound, he disappeared without a trace. Only a single sentence was left behind after him. Jun brat, don't worry and go claim that exquisite lotus. If anything happens to you, this young master will, as a judge, surely pursue the matter to the end for you, even slaughtering the entire 3 holy lands thoroughly. To me, that's not a difficult thing at all, haha. The voice lingered in the air, while the 9 nether 14th young master's figure had already disappeared completely. However, that last promise of his before he left was the most important. That single sentence was equivalent to giving Jun Moxie 100 talismans of protection. Even if the Holy Lands wanted to play punk and trick him of his reward, or no matter how much they wanted to deal with Jun Moxie, they wouldn't dare. Although Jun Moxie had 100% confidence that nothing would happen to him, but hearing these words still caused him to feel a bit moved. The 9 nether 14th young master, no matter whether he was violent or crazy, he was true to himself. He was definitely a person worth befriending. The 3 guardians of the Holy Lands all changed slightly. The 9 nether 14th young master's threats were not said for fun. Seeing that the disaster had passed, Chu Wuhui hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Now that the 9 nether 14th young master had left, there was naturally no need for him to continue crying. Turning his head to stare at Chu Wuhui and Cheng Yinxiao, he demanded fiercely, "What are you two laughing at? If you have the ability, why don't you go and eat those earthworms for me to see?" Cheng Yinxiao widened his eyes and laughed aloud. "Eat what? The 2 of us didn't make any bets at all." Chu Wuhui snorted unhappily and turned to look at Jun Moxie. "Jun brat, about today's matter, you're not allowed to reveal anything. Otherwise, I will never let you off." Jun Moxie had an honest look on his face as he asked, "Senior Chu, when you said today's matter, which matter were you referring to? The battle? Or the matter about the explanation? Or perhaps you're afraid that this junior would tell others about how the Holy Lands were unable to accept defeat, breaking faith and ganging up on people? Senior has to be more specific, otherwise, how will this junior know what you're referring to? You, how dare you act dumb with this daddy?" Chu Wuhui's face was red with embarrassment and anger. His face was fierce, as if he would become violent if there were any disagreements. "Kakik, Junior understands now. You're talking about the matter of you crying." Jun Moxie had a look of enlightenment on his face as he exclaimed. "I have to say, Senior Chu's crying was extremely touching and heartfelt. The voice was full of grief and pain. To be able to cry to such a standard, this junior is already exceedingly impressed. Why would I do that?" Chu Wuhui's face had turned the color of pig's liver as he sputtered, unable to say a word. On the side, Xiao Ying and Cheng Yinxiao started laughing again. "Let's go." Cheng Yinxiao looked at Jun Moxie and said. "I think young Master Jun is also anxious to get the exquisite lotus. There's no rush, I'm quite free these days, and I still have some time to spare. Even if you want me to accompany the 3 seniors to sit here and chat until next year, I still have the time. To be able to obtain guidance from the 3 seniors is a good thing too." Jun Moxie said with a bright smile. "You have the time, but we don't." Chu Wuhui shouted huffily. With a wave of his hand, the huge stone plaque tens of zhang away disintegrated into a pile of dust. "Just let them stay buried here in peace, don't let any outsiders disturb their rest." Chu Wuhui sighed and after taking one last look at the desolated land, turned and left. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose with annoyance. "Damn that fellow. I spent such great efforts to make that stone plaque, and you actually didn't even ask me before destroying it. How ridiculous. Looks like the bigger fist is still the best reason. Helpless, he followed behind the 3 of them and left. How fast were the movement techniques of the 4 people? Journeying all the way towards the southeast direction, in just a few days, they'd covered several thousand li of distance. In these few days, the 4 practically did not say anything to each other. Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wuhui were still more broad-minded, however, Xiaoying was filled with worries all the way as she thought about the war for seizing the heavens. She'd actually grown much more distraught looking over just this few days. With her cultivation, it should not have been easy for her to get to such a state. But the worries weighing down her heart were too difficult to dispel. The four traveled a distance apart from each other, staying away from human civilization. The further they traveled, the more desolated the lands became. In that way, they traveled for another few days and climbed to the top of a tall mountain. Looking into the horizon, the sight before them was an endless ocean of mountains, seemingly stretching to the edge of the sky. Looking back, the scenery was as beautiful as a piece of painting. Far away, it was still possible to make out the outlines of the nearest town. However, it was so far away that it was blurry and difficult to see. Jun Moxie, the name of this mountain is called Realm of Man. Because the north face of the mountain is facing the human world, while to the south, it's nothing but a land of desolation. Xiaoying said as she looked at the last vestiges of human civilization far off to the north. Realm of Man? What an odd name, Jun Moxie replied. At the same time, he was thinking to himself deep in his heart. Xiaoying had been ignoring the most of this journey, but now, she was taking the initiative to talk to him. Why was that? Do you see that? The further north one goes from this mountain, the denser the human population becomes. All the countless human legacies and tens of thousands of years of civilization development are gathered there, forming the flourishing age of humans we have today. Xiaoying looked coldly at Jun Moxie. And the only thing protecting this way of life is the war for seizing the heavens. Look over there, all the way south of here is the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. And the war for seizing the heavens will take place over there. Jun Moxie raised his eye and looked into the distance. Among the hazy mist far away, the outlines of a majestic and straight mountain could be seen, towering all the way into the sky. The main body of the mountain was completely covered by the voluminous clouds and it was impossible to see where its peak was, as if it stretched all the way to the edge of the sky. If the war for seizing the heavens ultimately fails, the strange races will invade the world of humans. And all that we have achieved in these tens of thousands of years would very possibly be destroyed in a single instant. The peaceful world right now would quickly turn into hell on earth. Furthermore, all humans would probably end up becoming slaves and food of the strange races. Xiaoying stared coldly at him and asked heavily, and just a few days ago, the 30-something people you killed were experts that were supposed to represent the human race to fight in the upcoming war for seizing the heavens. Do you know what the deaths of those people mean? What does it mean? Jun Moxie tilted his head and asked. It means that for the upcoming war for seizing the heavens, the Xian continent will be defeated for the first time. The invasion of the strange races is soon to become a guaranteed matter. The destruction of life on the continent, and the tears and hardships of the world is right before our eyes. Xiaoying's lips trembled with emotion, and her eyes blazed like two balls of flames. And the reason for all their suffering was because of that one battle of yours. Jun Moxie, do you not feel any guilt in your conscience? Guilt? Why should I have a guilty conscience? Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders lightly. Those things you said, the suffering of the world, invasion of the strange races, what, the F***ck do they have to do with me? You. Xiaoying had never expected that the young hero who wielded such great strength to utter such irresponsible words. Her face turned white from anger, and she couldn't say anything in that moment. Jun Moxie completely did not place Xiaoying's expectations and disappointment in his eyes at all. Turning his eyes away, he continued emotionlessly. I've already grown sick of hearing about all that stuff about the safety of the people and the peace of the continent long ago. In the future, I don't wish to hear those irksome words ever again. Just mentioning it in front of this young master makes my balls ache. And don't try to link all these nonsense with this young master. This young master does not have anything to do with it at all. You don't want to hear about it. But you're harming the interests of all the people in this continent. Xiaoying's voice turned shrill and sharp. The war for seizing the heavens is going to fail because of you. Because of you, everyone's life will be plunged into suffering. You did not kill the common people, but the common people are going to die because of you. What qualifications do you have to say that you don't want to hear about it? How does it have nothing to do with you? Do you know how many people in this world will lose their lives and fall into misery because of you? Bullsh*t. The people of the continent are dying because of me. Everything in this world has a cause, and there are no waves without wind. The reason I killed is because others want to kill me. Jun Moxie snorted with rage. This daddy had never once gone to offend your 3 holy lands of my own initiative. This daddy had never even thought about bothering you all. But you guys King came to look for me, behaving like thieves and harlots while pretending to be noble saints, finding trouble for me time and time again without rest. No matter what I tried, the bunch of you were like dogskin plaster, impossible to get rid of. Now, you actually have the face to question me? Even if all the people in the world died, it would be the responsibility of your T lands. What the CK does it have to do with this daddy? This daddy was originally living the life of a rich young master in Tianxiang City, clad in riches and comforts, enjoying a life of luxury. But I was chased around and forced to a dead end because of you all, forced to abandon my home and move into Tianfa forest to live with millions of Shen beasts. This daddy had already taken so many steps back, but the lot of you were still unwilling to let it rest, going as far as to pressure my relatives and deal with my friends. As long as anyone had any sort of relationship with my Jun family, you people would not let them off at all, even going as far as to run into Tianfa forest to assassinate me. If not for this daddy having some skills, and some hidden trump cards, I would have already been destroyed countless times by the sinister schemes of you bunch of bastards. How utterly despicable. Guardians of the continent. The 3 holy lands are simply a bunch of scoundrels, the 3 of you included. To think that you still have the face to talk to me about justice and the common people. Try asking yourselves, are you fit to do so? After failing to kill me and instead ending up being killed by me, you all come to blame me for dooming the common people. Is there a greater joke in this world? Since you all want to kill me, and even try to do so on many occasions, then I shall kill you all off in advance. The matter is just that simple. So what if you all are really doing everything for the sake of the world? Even if it's for the sake of the universe, and you are the only thing propping up the world, and killing you would result in the entire universe collapsing, as long as you want to kill me, I will still strike back without hesitation. At the most, both sides will be destroyed, and all of us will die together. Jun Moxie smiled cruelly and continued. Everyone only has a single life anyway. A person will create more damage as long as they're alive. So what if the entire world is plunged into suffering? That kind of stuff is completely unimportant to this daddy. If you expect this daddy to be noble, that's impossible. This daddy has never thought of myself as some kind of noble hero or a charitable soul. You're gravely mistaken if you think that you can talk to this daddy about the common people. So what if this continent really turns chaotic? After another tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, it would be a new world again. But please don't frame yourselves as saviors of the world. That is exceedingly disgusting. Young Master Jun snorted venomously and looked at Xiaoying. Have you heard of an idiom about a monkey wearing a hat? Can a monkey call itself a king just because it has a hat on? Tell me, is your 3 holy lands laughable or not? Comparatively speaking, you all are nothing but a bunch of monkeys acting imposingly. What rights do you have to represent the entire world? What rights do you have to proclaim yourselves saviors of the world? Okay, even if you want to think yourselves as saviors of the world, it's fine. But don't use that as an excuse to pretend that you're infinitely better and more morally upright than others, and at the same time, use that self-proclaimed nobleness to attack others. You all do not have those qualifications. And you're not worth that much. Jun Moxie spoke very swiftly, not even realizing that he'd used the English word okay. Taking another 10,000 steps back, even if you truly want to prop yourselves up as gods and saviors because of some of the actions you did, that's still none of other people's business. Don't go around expecting the world to be grateful to you. 3 advanced in years and highly experienced seniors, I guess that you should know the difference between initiative and passivity. You all did those things out of your own volition, nobody ever put a knife against your necks and asked you to sacrifice, right? You could have done nothing. This is not your responsibility, understand? Let me tell you, this world will not change because it lacks somebody. Even if there's no 3 holy lands, the strange races might not necessarily be able to anything too. Understand? How absolutely laughable. After scolding to his heart's content, Jun Moxie felt a satisfying feeling flowing through his entire body. But after he finished with his whole tirade, the three people beside him actually did not say a single word. Instead, their faces were sullen in thought, as if they had much to mull over. The group stood at the peak of this realm of man, in complete silence, and after a long time, Chu Wuhui sighed longly and said, "Let's go. There's still 3 days' journey from here." Xiao Ying, who was furious earlier, now had a heavy expression as nodded. She did not continue to berate Jun Moxie, and the four ran along quietly, like 4 shooting stars streaking across the land. The saying that horses run themselves to death whilst setting their sights on the mountain before them, was indeed true. From the peak of Realm of Man, they had clearly saw Pillar of Heaven's mountains. But despite the 4 top-tier experts' frenzied speed, they still hadn't even reached the foot of the mountain despite rushing for 2 full days. Jun Moxie also felt it was somewhat odd. With a distance of thousands of li between them, how did he even manage to see Pillar of Heaven's mountains? Even if his eyesight was good, it shouldn't be to such an extent, right? After all, the distance was really a bit too much. As if he had seen through Jun Moxie's doubt, Chu Wuhui smiled lightly and said, "You'll understand when you're there." Strangely, the three's attitude towards him had improved greatly after he'd given them the grand scolding. This caused Jun Moxie to feel somewhat curious in his heart. Could it be that these 3 fellows were simply itching for a scolding? Or perhaps, they were those fabled masochists. The kind that simply liked being abused when they had nothing to do. Perhaps this young master should scold them every few days. After all, it's just working my mouth a bit, and it's not really anything strenuous. Just as he was considering the feasibility of this thought, Chu Wuhui and the others suddenly stopped. With a light step, he also stopped instantly. A heartfelt sigh of relief came out from Xiao Ying's mouth as she pointed. "That mountain in front is the Heaven Saint Palace." There was a simple happiness in her voice, of one returning home after a long time. Jun Moxie raised his head and looked, only to see that tens of li away, there was a towering mountain that seemed to have risen out of the ground. At the peak of the mountain, the outlines of a few houses could be seen. As they moved closer, Jun Moxie suddenly realized that those were simply ordinary thatched cottages. A few lush boughs propped up the main frame of the cottages, and green shoots even grew from the sides. The roof of the cottages were made out of numerous vines overlapped with each other. These were crude structures that could not be more crude. "That's the legendary Heaven Saint Palace?" Jun Moxie widened his eyes and asked with disbelief. In his mind, the legendary Heaven Saint Palace was a resplendent palace filled with gold and jade. Who would have thought that it would be such a simple and desolated sight? Xiao Ying smiled and nodded proudly. "Yes, this is our Heaven Saint Palace." "Impressive." Jun Moxie praised from the bottom of his heart. For the strongest experts of the continent to be willing to stay in such a place, no matter for what reason, it was enough to cause others to feel admiration for them. "Many thanks." Xiao Ying smiled lightly. She felt extremely satisfied with Jun Moxie's words. She could tell that this praise from Jun Moxie had come from his heart, and her image of Jun Moxie could not help but to improve. Pointing, she said, 300 li east of Heaven Saint Palace is the mountains where the elusive world of immortals live. Another 1,000-something li away, you'll find the supreme golden city. Further west, about 2,000 li away, is the illusory Blood Sea. The mountain that our Heaven Saint Palace is sitting on is called Mount Heaven Saint by the 3 Holy Lands. Just 1,000 south of Mount Heaven Saint is the place which the fate of the continent is decided, the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. There's a vast open area at the top of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains due to a collapse, and that is where the war for seizing the heavens take place. So it's all the way out here. This place is truly difficult to find. Jun Moxie's mouth trembled, and he asked, "Are those 3 places also the same as the Heaven Saint Palace?" Xiao Ying's face turned somewhat awkward as she coughed. "Those 3 places, cough cough, are somewhat more gorgeous than here." Jun Moxie made a long "oh" sound and nodded. "Slightly more gorgeous, is it? What kind of saying is that? To actually let their own old ancestors to stay in such a crude place, if they themselves were also living simply, that would be fine. But it's a pity that the facts might be quite different. Humility and frugality has always been a tradition of our Heaven Saint Palace." On the side, Cheng Yin Shao mumbled blandly, as if rebutting unhappily. "What a good tradition, it's really not easy that you haven't died of cold and hunger. Thankfully, you have great Xian cultivation. Ah. Xian Qi is truly some good stuff. At least, one wouldn't starve to death. Young Master Jun sighed and said. In an instant, the faces of the three turned black. So this is what true frugality and humility is like, ah. Jun Moxie exclaimed with wonder the instant he climbed to the top of Mount Heaven Saint. *CK, even this daddy would dream to live in this kind of frugality. Can you people not be so *King pretentious? My goodness, even this can be called frugal and humble. Frugal your mom. I wish for your entire family riches. Now that young Master Jun had finally seen these thatched cottages up close, he could not help but to feel a ball of anger rise in his chest in an instant. *CK, to think that this daddy was tricked into being so impressed with them, so this is what's going on. The top of the mountain was completely flat, and the spiritual chi there was so dense that it had almost turned material. Although it was still not as dense or pure as the spiritual chi in the Hongjun Pagoda, there was actually a vigorous essence chi of plants intermixed in the air. There were roughly over 100 of these thatched cottages here, and each of them were actually living trees. Jun Moxie could recognize these trees, Xian spiritual trees. Xian spiritual trees could grow to ages of over 10,000 years. By cutting these trees into pieces of wood and carrying it on the body, it would have an effect of calming the mind and concentrating one's spirit, not rotting even after 100 years. Living Xian spiritual trees were also equivalent to small spiritual qi gathering formations, able to continuously draw and retain heaven-earth spiritual qi. And each of these thatched cottages were made up of at least 6 Xian spiritual trees. If one cultivated in such an environment, they would never have to worry about heart demons and cultivation deviation. As for the walls of these thatched cottages, they were all made with stalks of tranquil bamboo, lined up neatly into walls. Tranquil bamboos were not very rare materials, and there was not much use for them. However, as long as such things were around, no bugs would come near. And there was another, more important benefit: it was warm in winter and cool in summer. This was a natural air conditioner. Furthermore, it would emanate a deep and calming smell, complementing perfectly with the Xian spiritual trees. These simple thatched cottages were simply paradises for cultivation. Those tranquil bamboo were even more *King useful than insect repellent coils. Young Master Jun was feeling quite jealous in his heart in this instant. Naked jealousy. When he looked again at the vines coiling around the rooftop and the Xian spiritual trees, young Master Jun's eyes instantly turned the same green color of a wolf's eyes. Phoenix tail vine, pilgrim vine, purple luo vine, fleece flower vine. 8-jewel branch, longevity creeper. Young Master Jun's teeth ached from sucking in too much cold air. Those were all rare heavenly treasures, ah. *CK, these guys are a little too frugal, ah. Although this daddy can be said to do quite well now, I still don't dare to be this indulgent, ah. These sons of the *cheese from the Heaven Saint Palace came to such a desolate place to live, and they still have the face to act humble and poor, saying words like frugality and humility are the tradition of our Heaven Saint Palace. Frugal your sister. To think you had the face to even say those words. Why don't you just go and die instead? Those words were too lacking in conscience. What do you think? Young Master Jun, our life in the mountains is simple and crude, please do not mind the lack of hospitality. Chu Wuhui said in a bland tone. Jun Moxie coughed lightly and grabbed onto Chu Wuhui's hand with a teary-eyed expression. Senior Chu, humility and frugality are great virtues of life. I also have *King wish to learn from you all and live in a simple and thrifty manner so as to better appreciate the good things in life. Let me take a few of these thatched cottages away. I don't need many, just 5 or 6 will do. Give this junior a chance to emulate the frugal lifestyle of seniors. Scram! You're dreaming brat. Chu Wuhui scolded without hesitation. This fellow was simply too greedy. To actually ask for 5 or 6 the moment he opened his mouth. What did he take them for? Even Mo Wu Dao from the elusive world of immortals had only got a few stalks so far despite begging laboriously for hundreds of years. He probably didn't even have enough to build half a cottage until now. Xiao Ying, you've returned. Oh, and you brought an esteemed guest with you this time as well. Why not come in? A warm and gentle voice rang out. The 3 experts' faces instantly grew stern as they answered, yes. Thereafter, they stretched their hands out to show the way. Young Master Jun, please. This young master shall not be polite then. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and walked to the front. Looking at the numerous thatched cottages, he pointed and asked, there's a total of 136 cottages here, I wonder if, all of them are occupied. Occupied? How is that possible? Chu Wuhui shook his head. Nearly half are empty. For over 10,000 years, only people who manage to reach the realm of Saint Emperor have the qualifications to live here. Recently, quite a few people were killed in Tian Fa Forest, and one more had been killed by you this time as well. Right now, there's less than 60 people left here. 60. 60 experts at the level of Saint Emperor or higher. Jun Moxie sucked in a breath of cold air and he asked. What are the positions of the two seniors in this place? Our titles as left and right guardians are nothing more than just a false name, our actual strengths are roughly around the top 20. It's not worth a mention. Although Chu Wuhui was saying not worth a mention, anyone could easily see the look of pride on his face. Impressive, impressive, you're truly my idol. Jun Moxie said with a look of admiration on his face. Truthfully, Chu Wuhui was indeed the greatest idol of disgust for Jun Moxie. Whenever he thought of this old fellow's tears and snot-stained face and the manner of him wailing bitterly, it would be difficult for him not to feel disgusted. As they spoke, the four of them had already arrived at the largest thatched cottage in the center. This thatched cottage occupied an area of 5-6 zhang, and the Xian spiritual tree, tranquil bamboo and all kinds of wondrous spirit herbs were far more resplendent than the other cottages. With a single look, it was obvious that this was the heart of the Heaven Saint Palace. Come on in. A soft voice rang out from within. As this voice rang out, the door swung open by itself. With Jun Moxie's cultivation, he actually did not detect even the slightest Xian Qi ripple. The three persons had not even moved, when a surprised sound came out from inside. Eh. That sound was extremely low, and there was unmistakable shock in that voice. Cheng Yin Xiao, Chu Wuhui and Xiao Ying's face instantly changed. That was the palace lord's voice. It had been over 1,000 years, and the palace lord had never been this shocked by anything before. But today, this palace lord had actually made such a surprised sound. Could it be that it had something to do with Jun Moxie? A short period of silence ensued, and shadows flashed around inside. By the time they walked in, the three saw that there were 10 chairs set in the cottage, of which 3 were empty. The rest were already occupied by people. At their current level of elevation, Jun Moxie estimated that they should at least be 7,000–8,000 meters above sea level. However, there weren't any altitude conditions like lack of oxygen and such in here. The ice on the outside were frigid and thick, never melting since the ancient days. However, the inside of the cottage was actually as warm as summer. The moment the four stepped into the room, 8 pairs of eyes turned to look at them, focusing instantly on Jun Moxie as if there was a prior agreement. The gazes were warm and tranquil, and it seemed as if searchlights had been turned on in his body. Jun Moxie felt as if he was completely naked and put on display for others to observe. However, he was quite calm about the whole matter. In any case, all of us are men. Look if you want to, it's fine, this brother is confident enough to let you look. As long as you don't feel inferior after looking. Naturally, there's nothing I can do if you looked and then felt bad about yourself. Who asked you to not have such good DNA? Xiao Ying and the others had already sat down soundlessly, and the 3 chairs were obviously left for them. Jun Moxie noticed that Xiao Ying was sitting at the very center of the left side, while Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wuhui sat at the last 2 chairs on both sides, one on each chair. No wonder they are called guardians. So this is how it is, they are just minions who sit closest to the doors as guards are. So their positions are not even as high as a naive little girl. Young Master Jun criticized internally with disdain. What he didn't know was that Xiao Ying's position was actually very special within the Heaven Saint Palace. Her rank was only slightly below the Heaven Saint Palace Palace Lord. As for Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wuhui, although their status among this bunch of high-rank people was not high, but in the outside world, even the Palace Lords of the 3 Holy Lands needed to be extremely respectful towards them. Everyone in this room were dressed in robes as white as snow. They were all obviously old monsters who'd lived for hundreds of years, however, not a single one of them looked like white-haired old men. At a glance, they all seemed like healthy and fit people. Their heads were filled with black hair, and their skins were like jade. All of them looked like perfect middle-aged men. Jun Moxie narrowed his brows and harumphed internally with disdain. Perfect middle-aged men, my head. Just a bunch of undying old farts. Are they trying to play with the mind of this young master? Jun Moxie had not forgotten that this bunch of middle-aged men were basically all at least 800 to 1,000 years old. They were a legitimate group of old demons. Numerous sharp gazes swept across Jun Moxie's body. However, nobody took the lead to speak. In that moment, the entire room was completely silent. Everyone's faces were growing more and more serious. What do you think of this child? The same gentle voice rang out. The voice came directly from the top, and it was directed at the rest. Jun Moxie's heart shook slightly with shock. A moment ago, although everyone's gazes were fixed on him, he only felt 16 eyes on him. Furthermore, he hadn't discovered anybody else. When this voice rang out again, young Master Jun realized on then that there was a person directly opposite him, smiling lightly at him. Although he'd already confirmed the presence of this person, there was an indistinct feeling to him. This person was clearly right before his eyes, but Jun Moxie felt as if he was looking at an illusion, as if this was just an image projection of another person. Jun Moxie had only felt this kind of feeling from the 14th young master before. Without a doubt, this person's realm had already reached the miraculous level of shattering the void. Perhaps, he was only a single step away from the so-called transcending beyond the broken void. This person's cultivation was likely not below the 14th young master. Even if there's a bit of difference in their strengths, it wouldn't be a large difference, and it was at most only a little worse. Knowing this, Jun Moxie could not help to feel the pores on his skin standing up. He hadn't imagined that a super expert of that level actually existed on the side of the Holy Lands as well. Since they had such an expert with them, why did they allow the 14th young master to behave so arrogantly for this long? Perhaps they might not be a match for him 1 against 1, but the two sides already had so much hatred between them. In a situation where their strengths were evenly matched, they just needed to add a bit more people, and it would be enough to claim his life. Even if the 14th young master wanted to escape, the chances would be extremely slim. Just as Jun Moxie was in the middle of his thoughts, the person seated at the first seat on the right side spoke in an elegant voice. This child is undoubtedly the most peerlessly rare talent that has ever been seen from the ancient days to now. The second person on the left side nodded. Indeed, if he continues developing like this, I trust that this child's accomplishments would not be inferior to the 14th young master from that era, or perhaps even greater. The moment they opened their mouths, the two of them had given Jun Moxie their greatest approvals. The rest also nodded heavily in agreement with the words of the two of them. The fourth person on the right, who had faint patches of birthmarks on his face, agreed. According to this old man's repeated observations, this child's hair had not been transformed by any kind of Xian techniques, and the skin texture of his face is completely natural, not having any signs of having his age reversed. The baby hair behind his ears still haven't faded as well. I can confirm that this child's real age is definitely not past 20. Everyone nodded in approval once again. The first person on the right looked at Jun Moxie's eyes and examined it like a hawk. After some time, he finally nodded. Apart from that, the most commendable thing is that, if any youths had such accomplishments at their age, no matter how steady their minds are, their temperaments would definitely be very different from normal youths. But that's not the case for this child. Although he looks happy and has a look of complacency on his face when he heard us praising him, it's in reality just a disguise. Snorting lightly, he continued. Although there's a hint of a smile, self-satisfaction and arrogance in his eyes, that is only on the surface. The true thoughts in his eyes are hidden very deeply. This child's steadiness and dignity is far above a regular saint emperor. Even this old man's mental state was not comparable to him when I was at his age. Indeed. This child's determination is extraordinary, and although his achievements are so stellar, he does not seem to be satisfied and is still full of ambition. While he has a light smile on his face, there's a slight downward curvature at the corner of lips. This was an intentional formation, not the original innate appearance. This shows that this child's temperament is very ruthless and cold, and he surely treats his enemies unscrupulously. Normal people would usually always have some pity in their hearts, with only a few being the exception. But this child actually has none of that at all. This is the heart of a powerful expert, ruthless and cruel to the extreme. The second person on the right carefully observed, slowly giving his conclusion. The third person sitting on the right side, his body straight like a javelin, nodded in agreement as he spoke. His voice was grating, like metals scraping against each other. Exactly. Even now as he is standing here, letting us comment like this, the expression on the face remains the same, even the look in his eyes and his expression also has no fluctuations at all. His robes are still, and his eyes are as calm as a still lake, his hands and feet are not fidgety, and he looks to be completely at ease. Or perhaps, one should say that he has absolute confidence in escaping alive. This part is much harder to understand. Although this child's strength in relation to his age is completely unheard of and is extremely shocking among his peers, he's not a match for any of us. Where does that absolute confidence of his come from? Against the 11 of us, even the 9 nether 14th young master would not have any chance of survival. But surprisingly, he actually has such absolute faith, such unshakable faith that comes from the depths of his soul. This child is terrifying. Truly terrifying. After everyone gave their evaluation, another voice chimed in, concluding the whole analysis. Jun Moxie stood there calmly, smiling lightly as if he did not mind at all. However, his heart was filled with indescribable shock. These people's eyesights were truly incredible, to even be able to analyze the pores on his skin. As expected of the old demons of legends, their powers of observation were actually detailed to such a level. It was a pity that although they'd managed to see through his confidence, they were unable to determine his true trump card, the source of his confidence. Perhaps apart from the 9 nether first young master, nobody in this world would know what this trump card of his was. Everyone has forgotten a point, the most important point. At this time, the white-robed man who was sitting at the highest point finally spoke. His voice was calm and cordial, akin to the clear springs in the mountains, refreshing the hearts of whoever heard him. The 11 of us were observing this child together just now, and perhaps everyone might not have noticed, whether intentionally or otherwise, we will have released our own unique inner auras. Even if it was just a tiny bit from each person, but the sum total of our 11 auras is something that if his position was swapped with any of you, even you might not be able to endure and will have to use your own auras to resist to prevent a fault from appearing in your mental state. But he didn't. Completely didn't. The person continued, his words causing the faces of the 7 men to completely change. Smiling lightly and lifting his head, the person looked at Jun Moxie for a swift moment. In the moment that their eyes met, Jun Moxie felt as if that pair of searing eyes had plunged deeply into his. Jun Moxie could not help but to narrow his eyes, causing 2 rays of chilly light to surge out, meeting that pair of searing eyes. This was the first time young Master Jun had made an action of his own accord after entering this place. That person's eyes were like the boundless ocean, deep and immeasurable. As for Jun Moxie's gaze, it was like the starry space, the infinite universe. But no matter how deep and immeasurable the ocean was, or how mysterious and infinite the starry skies were, Jun Moxie's gaze were like 2 startling swords, straight and unyielding, following its own path without hesitation, no matter how many obstacles it had to pass through. Everyone present instantly felt a shocking wave of killing intent in the air. Although this killing intent was not considered too strong in the eyes of the people present, it was sharp to the extreme. This kind of sharp killing intent had a crazy kind of conviction that was intent on slaughtering even gods and Buddhas if they stood in its path. The other 10 were left in complete shock. This was a different kind of battle that exceeded the normal contention methods. The battle of spiritual sense. However, the 10 of them could no longer remember when was the last time that anyone in this world dared to contend with the boss. Not to mention vying against the thing that the boss was the most skilled in, spiritual sense. Even in other skills and areas, no many people dared to say that they could compete with him. In this world, only 3 people had the qualifications to compete with the boss. One was naturally the 9 nether 14th young master, the other was the old ancestor of the misty illusory manor, Luo Fu Yun. As for the third one, it was the mysterious and inscrutable leader of the strange races, Chuangshan Bei Dao. However, those disgusting strange races were all conjoined creatures, and they had 2 times the spiritual sense of normal people. They were exceptions since it's not considered as true strength. Who would have thought that another person would appear, such a lawless and talented youth? The 3 instantly had a look of pity on their faces, To think that such a superbly talented genius would now suffer a spirit injury after being lost in the boss's blurred starry sky, forever having his cultivation path halted. Such a result was simply too disappointing. However, the result was already determined. There was only a short 4-5 zhang distance between the two. In that moment, Jun Moxie's only feeling was that he trespassed onto someone else's domain. It was as if that endless space was someone else's territory, and he was an invader. No matter what kind of spiritual sense, there were always a certain limit. Take for example the drawing of an ocean. Although one could draw the ocean into its exact likeness, but it was in reality, just a piece of canvas. The limit of the size of the canvas was exactly like how each individual had a limit to their bodies. That was all. Therefore, Jun Moxie completely did not care, and he only continued to barge on recklessly. Even if there's nothing but the limitless sky in front, he would smash a hole through it. Time passed by slowly, and it was nearing the amount of time for an incense stick to burn through. The faces of the 10 people had already turned from pity to amazement. They were simply struck dumb with amazement. Could this youth be a monster? Under the spiritual sense attack of the boss, he could actually hold on and even counterattack, seemingly not being in a disadvantage. That was simply a completely inconceivable matter. This battle result was truly unthinkable. Jun Moxie's spiritual sense pierced through a piece of sky, an entire ocean, and cut through millions of high-level Xian beasts, before barging through a sea of flames. All these were naturally mental constructs of the opponent. Thus, Jun Moxie did not care at all as he tore and wreaked havoc without pause. My goal is the other shore, and I will not stop halfway through. Slowly, Jun Moxie's face finally grew somewhat white. Sweat slowly formed on his brows, gathering into a large drop on his nose. Finally, and silently, it dropped down. The sweat dripped onto the ground, making a light splish sound. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if he'd come into contact against a solid wall-like surface. Just as he was mustering himself to barge through while disregarding everything, he felt the space in front suddenly turn empty, and his strength landed on nothing. It turned out that he'd already stepped out of the opponent's spiritual sense domain. Opening his eyes abruptly, he saw the middle-aged man smiling faintly at him, as if nothing had happened. It was as if everything had been nothing but a dream. In front of him at the tip of his foot, there was a clear drop of sweat. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked with a light smile. Although his words mellow and he was still carrying a gentle smile as usual, even the tone of his words were completely unchanged. The people in the room had all known this person for around 1,000 years. How could they not tell that there was something different in the way he asked those words? In that moment, a look of fear flashed across everyone's eyes. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. Today was truly a special day, with surprises following one after the other. Me? I'm Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie replied with a light smile. This old man naturally knows that you're Jun Moxie. The moment you stepped onto Mount Heaven Saint, I already knew that. But what I'm asking, the expression on the middle-aged man's face turned more serious as he uttered each word. Just who are you exactly? Clearly knowing that he was Jun Moxie, yet continuing to ask, who are you exactly, might seem quite contradictory, but the other 10 people in the room all suddenly sat up straight as their expressions became much heavier. I'm not anyone. Jun Moxie replied with a light smile. I understand what you're trying to ask, but I'm really just Jun Moxie. Not anyone else. When he first said I'm Jun Moxie, 5 or 6 of the people below all furrowed their brows dramatically, somewhat disbelieving. They'd heard that the 3 Holy Lands had offended a particularly troublesome opponent called Jun Moxie. Only now did they understand just what kind of a weirdo this Jun Moxie was. In that moment, they could not help but to curse the 3 Holy Lands in their hearts. Why did you all go and provoke this kind of perverse monster for no reason? Aren't you just looking for trouble for yourself? He apparently still has a mysterious master behind him also. The disciple is already so overpowered, so how scary is the master? But when they heard the words, I'm really just Jun Moxie, not anyone else, the 10 experts instantly widened their eyes, and the 4th person on the left blurted out, impossible. Although the others did not say anything, their eyes clearly conveyed the same meaning, which was also the word impossible. Are you really not the reincarnated spirit seed of some senior? The person with the birthmark on his face asked as he stared sternly at Jun Moxie. I trust that you should be very clear about this as well. You've reached the peak 3rd level Saint Emperor realm even before the age of 20. If you're not a reincarnated spirit seed, there's no way you can cultivate at such an insane speed no matter what. Shaking his head with disbelief, he continued. Even if the 11 of us poured efforts and groomed you from the day you were born, providing you with limitless heavenly treasures all the way, assuming that there aren't any hiccups in between, it would still not be possible to replicate this result before you reached the age of 20. How will you still deny now? But I'm really not the reincarnation of a spirit seed. If Senior won't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Instead, I'd like to ask a question in return. Does the so-called spirit seed reincarnation really allow a person to have the same speed of cultivation as me? Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said. The birthmarked guy fell silent immediately. Because even if a person was reincarnated from a spirit seed, it was impossible to attain the same success as Jun Moxie. Even a spirit seed had memories of its previous life, cultivation realm, and foundations. Even if that person started cultivating inside their mother's womb, it would still be far from enough to reach young Master Jun's current accomplishment. It was indeed possible for a spirit seed reincarnation to be born in a place with the most ideal cultivation environment. However, there was still a limit to that. Jun Moxie's perverse achievements were indeed beyond the capabilities of human effort. The kid is indeed speaking the truth. He's not a spirit seed reincarnation. The white-robed person at the head announced the heaven-shocking answer with an exhausted sigh. When our spiritual sense clashed just now, I thoroughly checked. His spiritual sense is intricately linked to his body, without the slightest deviance. The soul and body are clearly one. The moment this word came out, everyone's face changed. Spiritual sense and body are linked, without any deviance. Everyone here clearly understood the meaning behind those words. For a spirit seed to reincarnate, it must find a pregnant woman who was about to give birth, using her to be reborn and obtain a new life. But such a precondition meant that there was already a prenatal soul inside the infant's body. In order to obtain the body of the infant, the spirit seed had to kill the original soul. That was the only way for the spirit seed to live on while relying on this new body. In that way, the spirit seed would receive a new life, and with the new body beginning cultivation while in a prenatal state, the path of cultivation would naturally be smooth. But where there were advantages, there was always another side to everything. There was also a huge drawback to reincarnation through the spirit seed, spiritual sense disharmony. After all, the soul that the spirit seed had killed was the original prenatal soul. After killing the prenatal soul, the spiritual sense they gained would naturally not be their own, and they could only familiarize themselves with it bit by bit, evolving it. But no matter how much the spiritual sense was evolved to adapt, there would always be a disharmony. Because of this, there was the most treacherous barrier that all the peak-level experts must face at the final realm, Heart's Demon 100 refining soul reconstitution. According to legends, once cultivators crossed through this barrier, they would be able to shatter the void as they wish, opening the doors of heaven and transcending to different realms as they pleased. But if they couldn't get past the barrier of their heart's demon, the result was a complete annihilation of the soul. Their past life and present life would all be reduced to nothing. The difficulty of passing through this stage was immensely high, even more dangerous than enduring a heavenly tribulation. From ancient times till now, no one had managed to break through that barrier before. Shattering the void, opening heaven's door and transcending with ease. In the 10,000 years history of Xian continent, only the 9 Nether first young master had done it. Not only did he do it, he'd even brought along his over 100 wives and transcended together. This so-called legendary level was exactly the words the 9 Nether first young master had left behind. It was also the final hurdle of the Xian cultivation legacy that he'd passed down. But nobody knew that the reason the 9 Nether first young master had been able to achieve this was because he was originally never a spirit seed reincarnation. The same went for his wives, so they completely did not have to worry about the danger of this Heart's Demon 100 refining soul reconstitution. As for the people of the later generation reaching the peak of cultivation without restarting as a spirit seed. In this 10,000 years, not a single person had done it. The middle-aged man at the head was exactly a spirit seed reincarnation of the last generation's guardian of the Heaven Saint Palace. Like him, the 5 others under him were also of the same situation. And these 6 people were the ones with the highest cultivation in the Heaven Saint Palace. Although the others here were also ranked similarly, their cultivations were far from being comparable to the 6 of them. But today, such a terrifying freak had turned up, not reincarnated from a spirit seed, but managed to reach the peak 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm before the age of 20. This was simply a miracle that nobody could even dream of. One had to understand that the spirit seed reincarnation was the only slightly more plausible explanation for young Master Jun's stellar cultivation speed. But right now, the only possible answer had been directly shattered. But what they didn't know was that although Jun Moxie was not a so-called spirit seed reincarnator, he was also not actually a real native of this place. His soul was similarly different from the original bodies, and he'd even hijacked the body halfway through. Furthermore, he did not begin his cultivation with a prenatal body. However, he had the Hongjun Pagoda with him, which completely smoothed out any issues with spiritual sense disharmony long ago. Whatever heart's demon, heavenly tribulation and whatnot, were completely non-existent to him. Although you are not a spirit seed reincarnator, there are huge amounts of medicinal energy in your body. Or should I say, it's that which gave you your present strength. The middle-aged man smiled lightly, but there was a sincere warning in his voice. There are advantages and disadvantages to everything, you must take note that this is similarly not a good thing for you. Although advancing quickly in a short period can result in obtaining great strength, but in the long term, it could lead to long-lasting problems. When you want to break through again the next time, you should calm your heart down and try to digest all the remnant energy in your body first before you attempt it. Otherwise, if you rushed all the way to the final stage in one breath, the dangers you will face might not necessarily be lesser than ours, perhaps, even more precarious. Jun Moxie looked deeply at him in the eye and nodded. Many thanks. Jun Moxie could tell that those words were purely meant to instruct him, and it was completely sincere. Although he did not have to fear that final stage, because he had the Hongjun Pagoda, he still appreciated this bit of kindness. Hearing that all this was attributed to large amounts of spirit herbs, the others felt their faces relax slightly. Although it was still incredible, this kind of explanation was much easier for them to accept. After all, there were too many unknown things and heaven-defying treasures in the world. If Jun Moxie's body just so happened to be compatible with the heavenly treasures and with the right amount of fortuitous encounters, it was possible for a legend like this to appear. Otherwise, if it was all due to talent, these old monsters who'd lived for thousands of years might as well directly kill themselves if they compared themselves to him. That would be too painful for their pride. Jun Moxie, although your current position is in opposition to the Holy Lands, this old man does not wish to make things difficult for you. Since you came with Guardian Chu and the rest, my guess is that there must be some matter. The middle-aged man smiled, his tone once again turning calm, returning to the odd, ethereal state again. Hearing the boss speak like this, everyone sighed lightly. For Jun Moxie to reach such a high cultivation at his young age was undoubtedly a huge miracle of this world. So the instant the boss saw him, he'd immediately summoned all of them, with the thought, with such a speed, this kid might be able to rush to the peak in a short time, perhaps even exceeding it. If he could transcend the heart's demon 100 refining soul reconstitution in front of everyone, it would be a point of great reference for everyone, and the benefits it would bring them would be incomparably huge. However, the boss seemed to have given up on this tempting idea now. But what they didn't know was that this Heaven Saint Palace boss had not only not given up on the idea after his interaction with Jun Moxie, the desire had instead grown more fervent. Only, he was a great judge of character. The moment he started interacting with Jun Moxie, he realized that this fellow was the kind of person with the smelly and stubborn temper of a donkey, the kind that would not move when it was pulled and would go backwards when whipped. Directly commanding this kind of person and getting him to agree that way would be harder than ascending to the heavens. And with their status, it was too much for them to put down their face and plead with the latter. Fortunately, there was still a weakness to this kind of people, they hated owing others a favor. So right now, they could only do their best to treat him well, giving him whatever help he needed, and then adapting to the situation as it came. Moreover, when he'd also felt how powerful Jun Moxie's spirit was. When they'd contended against each other, it seemed to him that Jun Moxie had not used his full strength yet. If the latter really used his full strength, it was questionable whether or not he could even handle it. This matter had caused him to be incredibly amazed. But what he didn't know was that Jun Moxie had actually exerted his full strength already. As for that strange hidden power he'd sensed, it was actually the Hongjun Pagoda's power. He was not wrong about that part at all. If he was wrong, it was only that he'd underestimated the Hongjun Pagoda's power by quite a bit. If Jun Moxie used his full strength and combined it with the Hongjun Pagoda, just a simple spiritual sense attack would be something that even all the people in this room combined could not receive. How could the power of the Hongjun Pagoda be something that normal people could resist? Seeing that the topic had gotten back on track, Chu Wuhui hurriedly stood up and recounted the entire event of the bet in detail. Upon hearing that 30-plus high-level experts had been killed, including Saint Emperor Zhan Mubai, the people in the room actually did not reveal much emotion, only sighing lightly. "So you're here for the exquisite lotus," the middle-aged man nodded lightly. "No problem. One should be prepared to lose if they are willing to bet. I will give it to you later." Everyone looked at each other with shock as the words rang out. "Many thanks. Finally, there's a trustworthy person within the Holy Lands." Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said with slightly raised brows. "Dare I ask for honored senior's name?" Although these words sounded respectful, it carried a faint bit of disrespect within them. The positions of both sides were clear to see, and although Jun Moxie stood there with his cultivation being much lower than everyone in the room, his attitude and demeanor were as if he was on equal terms with their own boss. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for Jun Moxie to say those words. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and smiled as he wondered. This old man's name, huh? I truly seem to have almost forgotten it. Right now, my name should be Gu Han. 3,000 years ago, I was surnamed Wu. My name at that time was Wu Shangyun. Jun Moxie's question seemed to have triggered some memory of his. A trace of sorrow fleeted across his ethereal eyes as he sighed lightly. This sigh of his seemed to contain 3,000 years of the lamentations and joys of partings and meetings, the separations of life and death. 3,000 years ago. Jun Moxie was truly somewhat shocked this time. This black-haired handsome middle-aged man was actually an over 3,000 years old human. But from his words, Jun Moxie also understood one thing. From the looks of it, this fellow was a whatever spirit seed reincarnation. To tell him his name from both his lives, the hidden meaning was quite obvious. Then, should I call you Gu Han or Wu Shangyun? Jun Moxie smiled. A name is just a symbol. It doesn't matter what you call me. Even if you called me Undying Old Fart in accordance with your heart, that's no matter as well. The middle-aged man said with a light smile. The other side had been very frank and had treated him quite well, not making things difficult for him. Thus, Jun Moxie decided to reciprocate this time as well. Because this was undoubtedly a huge favor, and the thing that Jun Moxie hated owing the most was favors. Especially, a favor from the Holy Land side. Looking at this Wu Shangyun, or Gu Han, he smiled and nodded. 3,000 years Gu Han, how many wives had you taken in these 3,000 years? Judging by your good looks, they should all be supreme beauties as well. So, where are they now? The moment these words came out, of the 11 people present, 10 were immediately enraged. Although a long life was something that all of them sought after, there were still many unforgettable things in their long lives that had pained them to part with. Every time they thought of those matters, their hearts would be reeked with pain. Young Master Jun, you've gone overboard with those words. Cheng Yin Xiao snorted heavily. As for Wu Shangyun at the top, his face was suddenly covered in a layer of veil, causing one to be unable to see his face clearly. There was only a suffocative pressure in the room, causing others to be unable to breathe properly. Was that overboard? Well then, let me ask in another way. Jun Moxie smiled lightly. You've experienced 2 lifetimes in 3,000 years, that's not really a lot. But, the parents of both of your life should have been very protective of you. So, where are those elders now? Jun Moxie. You're being impudent. Chu Wuhui stood up with anger, his entire body trembling from rage as he roared. Impudent, looks like that's still not right, let me rephrase again. Jun Moxie stroked his chin and continued. In 3,000 years, you had parents and lovers, as well as relatives, then, you must have had children as well. So, where are those children who still live in this world? Jun Moxie looked around and said, I ask everyone here this same question as well. All of you seem to have lived for a few thousand years now, are your parents, lovers, family, and children, still around? This question was simply too hurtful. Apart from the few of them peak-level cultivators, who else was capable of living for 1,000 or even several thousand years? Jun Moxie's words were simply digging at their old wounds. Bang! 10 people stood up together, each of their faces filled with rage. 10 extraordinarily powerful spiritual sense instantly locked onto him. The originally immaterial auras were almost congealed into form, nearly blasting this little thatched cottage into the sky. From the looks of it, all of them were about to strike at Jun Moxie, this disrespectful brat. What are all of you doing? Sit down. Wu Shanyan suddenly roared as he continued in an enraged voice. Do you all know what Jun Moxie meant by those few words? Did you think he's an idiot, trying to rile the 11 of us up and turn us hostile? Why would he make such a suicidal move? Can't you all think about it reasonably? All of you have lived for thousands of years, yet you still can't control your temper. Under his stern gaze, the crowd all sat down one by one. However, their eyes were still filled with unkindness when they stared at Jun Moxie. If Jun Moxie could not give them a suitable explanation, they would definitely not let him walk out of this door. Jun Moxie sighed and retracted his teasing attitude as he said seriously. All the seniors here are clearly not emotionless people. This can be seen from the way everyone was so agitated by my words just now. No matter how profound one's cultivation is, whether you're a spirit Xian or a saint emperor, even if your cultivation is as high as the 9 nether 14th young master, we're still just humans at the end of the day. We're humans with blood and flesh. And the thing that we humans most loathe to part with is forever our ties of blood and flesh. I trust that no matter how many lives we go through, as long as those memories exists, the pain of the separation of life and death will always remain the deepest scars in our hearts. Against our enemies, it wouldn't make a difference whether 1,000 or 10,000 of them died. But, for our loved ones, just a single one dying would cause us to grief for a long time. As for those parents who raised us painstakingly from our youth, by the time we've all grown up, they've already become old. When we've learned to be mature and sensible, they'd already passed away. The tree craves stillness, but the winds will not abate. The child wants to serve his parents in their old age, but they are no more. This is no doubt a scar that will never be able to recover. Jun Moxie said with a heavy sigh. His tone was light and slow, and it carried a mystical charm. A faint sense of sorrow spread through the air. All the peak experts present could not help but to think of their own parents and family as they listened to him. It was as if they could once again see that strong and charming smile of their fathers beaming up at them as he lifted them above their heads. As the years passed, the strength of their father waned, and gray hair lined their heads until finally, they laid down, unable to get up anymore, their eyes still filled with worry and attachment for their children. Then, they thought of the gentle warmth of their mother's embrace, her calm smile and tender scoldings. In the end, there was only the endless, self-sacrificial love and willingness to do anything for their children, lasting for eternity. These memories had already passed for too long, but when they recalled it again now, the warmth was still there, and the grief and sorrow was still as painful. Especially for those experts who had been reincarnated through their spirit seed, when they were young, they might have been unused to the attention by their parents, even being very resistant to having a new family. But they were the only ones who could truly remember each and every moment of their childhood with absolute clarity. From resistance to acceptance, even enjoyment. From the first time they made a cute face on purpose to gain the laughter of their parents, they'd already completely accepted their new family. Who did not have such a period in their long lives? Such ordinary, happy, and peaceful days. When the night was still and their hearts were weary, who had not went to their rooftops and sighed longingly at the sky? All the countless vicissitudes of life, all turned into nothing but endless sighings. And that beautiful and sweet girl of your youth, from an innocent young girl to a partner who accompanied you through tens of years, bearing children for you, washing and cooking, swearing to grow old with you. But ultimately, you watched as she aged day by day, finally fading away from this life. Who has ever forgotten their vows of unchanging fidelity and oaths high as the mountains and deep as the ocean? Who can really forget the lovesickness of the past? Who can really forget the gentle lingering, those bashful smiles, that contented heart and that blissful feeling, the red light of the nuptial chamber on your first night together? One may perhaps be able to forget their names, but the experiences of a lifetime, can they really be forgotten? In the stillness of night, have you sighed deeply while lost in thoughts? Have you ever felt regret for the past? 10 years, dead and living dim and draw apart, should the dead be forgot? And to mind never brought? 1,000 li away you lie lonely in grave. To whom can I my grief convey? Even if we met, you wouldn't recognize me. My face is worn with care, and frosted is my hair. At night in a dream I am suddenly home again, you were sitting at your dressing table, combing your hair. We gazed at each other hushed, but tears from our eyes gushed. Year after year will it break my heart? The moonlit grave, the stubby pines, 1. Jun Moxie's eyes grew somewhat misted as he continued. It was just 10 years for others, but it's already so unbearable for them. But for you guys, it's actually thousands of years or even longer. Everyone, do you still remember your own lonely grave 1,000 li away where you buried your beloved? Do you still remember that moonlit grave and those stubby pines? When you hear this now, do you feel a great pain in your hearts? Do you still feel longing in your hearts? There was no need to ask anymore. Right now, this bunch of peak-level experts no longer had that steadfast gaze in their eyes and that sharp killing intent. Only endless pain and memories remained. Those vows of old, swearing to live and die together even as the ocean dried up and mountains crumbled, accompanying and relying on each other in this life and all lives. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as their beloved wife died, that lovely face sweeter than apples, that tender care in which she smoothed out their clothes every morning before they went out, that look of worry on her face as she waited by the door every night when they returned late. My beloved wife, though I go though the wheels of samsara, as long as I still have those memories, how can I ever forget you? Do you know that every night that I lay awake unable to sleep, the softest and most painful part of my heart, is filled with your face? In a short time, these peak experts of the world that could command even the winds and rains, fell into sorrow. Jun Moxie's calm voice was intermixed with a strange magic as it continued to worm into their hearts. There's also the children whom you've hugged in your embrace countless times, the little bundles of joy that on the day they were born, causing you to smile so widely that you were unable to close your mouth. From the time they first learned to speak, to their first steps, finally growing into promising youths, they who were the creation of your own blood and flesh, but ultimately, they could not endure the trials of time as well, falling into eternal rest. That kind of sorrow of a parent burying their own children, who can forget such a thing? The heart-wrenching memories of the past, who can truly forget it? Jun Moxie had practically yelled those last words out with a martial technique similar to the lion's roar. It was like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, or a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone suddenly woke up from their memories, discovering that many of their faces had already been stained with tears. The people in this room all had extremely profound cultivations, and their ages were incredibly great. These people had long ago forgotten the feeling of crying, but as they felt the tears running down their cheeks, they realized that actually, they had never truly forgotten how to cry. The eyes of the crowd was complicated and the way they looked at Jun Moxie was somewhat strange. Everyone, the path of the martial Tao has always been a difficult and long one, and it's undoubtedly a battle with oneself. It's a battle with one's innate laziness, a battle with one's own personality, and most importantly, it's a battle with one's own feelings. Jun Moxie smiled charmingly and continued. Sentiments are hard to break, and it has historically been one of the greatest heart's demons of cultivation and the most powerful shackles. Countless heroes have all fallen to this barrier of emotion since times past. It's not to say that because a person had experienced the love between a man and a woman, that they would have seen through the barrier of emotions, severing the thread of carnal love with the sword of wisdom. As long as love existed before, it will never be seen through or be severed. Every single one of you has lived for thousands of years, and you think yourselves to have seen through the weight of your emotions. However, there would inevitably be moments when you could not help but to recall. The longer you suppress your emotions, the more unbearable it will be when you think of it. And because of that, the more difficult it would be to get through the heart's demon in your cultivation. This is especially so for your breakthroughs. Perhaps the lightning tribulation alone would be sufficient to claim your lives. Even as tears stained their faces, everyone began to ponder over his words seriously. Of your cultivation right now, a portion of that is the heart's demon that you've cultivated. The greater your strength, the stronger it grows. At this rate, it will sooner or later be impossible to ever free yourself of the heart's demon's grasp. One day, the backlash from the heart's demon will claim your souls, utterly destroying you. Jun Moxie explained slowly. Then, how do we break the shackles of the heart's demon? The first person on the right asked. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head. This barrier of emotions, how do we transcend it? This person's relationship with his wife had been the deepest among all of them. When his beloved wife had died that year, he'd nearly given up on living. After so many years, every time he thought of it, he would still brood endlessly in sorrow. Looking at Jun Moxie, he said with a sad voice, if passing the barrier of emotions means to wipe her away from my heart, this old man would rather have my soul destroyed. Everyone has different methods to transcend the barrier of emotion. What is suitable for me might not be suitable for you. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said. However, this barrier of emotion is definitely not passed by suppressing or forgetting your emotions. Thus, everyone should let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. A look of confusion appeared on everyone's face. There are some who use tears to transcend the barrier of emotion, Jun Moxie said in a solemn voice. According to legends, his face was still flowing with tears of love for his wife even after he'd crossed through the lightning tribulation. The depth of this person's emotion can be easily imagined. Using tears to transcend the barrier of emotion. This statement sounded somewhat ridiculous in the ears of the crowd. But when thought about it carefully, they feel that it was not completely illogical. But as for where the logic lay, no one could tell. Everyone, this junior shall gift a sentence to you today, as compensation for the favor you've shown me this time. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said. In a moment, I will still need to take something away from her, may seniors not hold it against me. Don't worry, as long as it's something you like, apart from us only being able to give you one stalk of the exquisite lotus, you can take whatever else you want, as much as you need. Everyone practically promised at the same time as they thought to himself. What can this kid take away from here? We've already promised you the exquisite lotus. There's also nothing good here left for you to take away. As for those heavenly treasures, all of them are growing from the ground, even if you wanted to bring them away, you won't be able to. In that case, we might as well act in a more generous way. In that case, this junior thanks the many seniors here. Jun Moxie laughed in a strange manner as he nodded. The sentence I will gift seniors is this: the barrier of emotions has always been treated as a fearsome tiger to overcome, but if you look at it from another angle, the heart's demon might not necessarily be unable to instead become a form of help. This last sentence had been purposefully dragged out by Jun Moxie to convey its meaning. After he was done, everyone fell into deep thoughts. The heart's demon might not necessarily be unable to instead become a form of help. Everyone sucked in a breath of air and furrowed their brows, seemingly having comprehended something and seemingly not. In that moment, their hearts were unable to be at rest. Everyone's trial of the emotions is already right before you. This junior trusts that after seniors pass through this trial, you will have your own comprehensions on the matter. This junior had been presumptuous earlier, using a secret hypnotic technique in my voice to stir up seniors' emotions. If there was any impoliteness on this junior behalf, I seek seniors' understanding. Jun Moxie smiled and said. Jun Moxie's face was somewhat pale after hypnotizing so many peak-level experts at once. Although the mental power he'd been using was supported by the Hongjun Pagoda, he himself had also been exhausted. There's no need to be so polite. Young friend Jun, your words have helped us unravel the mist in our minds, pointing out a path for us. For this, we're already so grateful to you, how would we still blame you? Besides, we'd also allowed ourselves to be led by your magic. Otherwise, Today, our warm memories of thousands of years had been stirred up, bringing with it a myriad of emotions. From the looks of it, we'll need to go into secluded cultivation immediately for a period of time. The first person on the right answered. From his voice, he was very grateful towards Jun Moxie. The others also expressed their agreement, and their eyes grew much warmer. Many thanks. Jun Moxie smiled and cupped his fists. Since seniors are going into secluded cultivation, this junior will be going ahead to claim the exquisite lotus first. After that, I may be staying for a few more days before going on my way. No worries, as long as you like it, you can stay even longer. Gu Han's voice had a faint hint of a smile as he continued. Young friend Jun, there's another matter which I'd like to address. Senior, please speak. Young friend Jun, the three holy lands and you are now sworn enemies. To this result, it was indeed something that they'd sought themselves, and nobody can be blamed. If you want to seek revenge, we will not shelter or stand on their side as well. We only ask that young Master Jun can take into account that they've guarded the continent for 10,000 years, to show some mercy, and reconsider a little. Gu Han's face turned heavy as he sighed. The grudge between the Holy Lands and Kiki, I was never a good person, and the debt of blood from before is definitely something that I still need to claim. Jun Moxie smiled and continued. It doesn't matter who asks me, as long as it's someone that deserves to die. I've never been gone lightly against them. To this point, I hope that senior can be understanding. One of the strongest expert in this world was asking for mercy on someone else's behalf, but Jun Moxie actually would not relent a single step still. Gu Han sighed deeply, and didn't bring up the matter anymore. He simply looked deeply at Jun Moxie and said, Xiao Ying, bring young friend Jun Moxie to pluck a stalk of exquisite lotus. The few of us will not be accompanying you. Send my orders, as long as young friend Jun needs something on this mountain, he can take it away as he wishes. No one is allowed to stop him. After that, he nodded at Jun Moxie. Young friend Jun, you can leave by yourself after you've obtained whatever you need. Us old men are anxious to go into secluded cultivation and will not be able to send you off. Senior need not be polite. Jun Moxie hurriedly said as he thought in his heart. Just hurry up and go into seclusion. As long as you undying old farts go into seclusion, I can take whatever I want from this place without any obstruction. Otherwise, this young master could have simply give you a word of enlightenment directly. Why would I spend so much effort to hypnotize your emotions out? Undoubtedly, this was the true motive behind Jun Moxie's great efforts. Everything was for the precious heavenly treasures of this Mount Heaven Saint. Only this place had those precious spirit herbs that no other places had. One had to know that some of the spirit herbs here were essentials for pill refining that Jun Moxie would need once he reached the 6th or 7th layer, yet having never come across them yet. From the looks of it, they were stuff that even the 9 nether first young master hadn't managed to collect. This also proved one thing. Even if one's personal strength was great enough to be unrivaled under the heavens, it was still not as useful as having the deep foundations of a powerful faction. The green light shining in Jun Moxie's eyes nearly capped the entire mountain in green. If such a large amount of good stuff with such good quality was free for you to pick, wouldn't you be anxious as well? Jun Moxie held back his impatience, bidding farewell to the old seniors warmly and respectfully. After a round of acting reluctant to part, and agreeing to some of their requests, he was finally done. Jun Moxie spat out a long breath of air and wiped away his sweat. Thereafter, he swayed his butt and swaggered off exaggeratedly, cursing to himself, F***ck, those old fellows are truly exhausting. This young master nearly suffered an internal injury from exasperation. Behind him, Xiaoying looked in shock as the previously elegant and graceful young master suddenly transformed into a foul-mouthed hoodlum. My goodness, to think this fellow actually had the face to call us two-faced and shameless. This brat is the true two-faced hypocrite. The angel is him, and the devil is him as well. Where's your exquisite lotus? Jun Moxie asked with some impatience. Follow me and you'll see it. Xiaoying snorted unkindly as she turned around, not willing to look at this quick face-changing bastard. Gritting her teeth and forcefully refraining herself from slapping him across the face, she stomped off. Jun Moxie cackled sinisterly, quickly following behind her. He had to admit that this exquisite beauty walking in front of him was truly a little too eye-catching. Her fragrant scent traveled down with the wind, floating directly into his nose, causing him to feel somewhat intoxicated. In order to fully appreciate this scene, young Master Jun quietly dropped back a few steps and looked forward with a smile. The more he looked, the more he felt that this beauty's back view was impeccable. He could not help but sigh a few times in admiration. Such an exquisite and country-toppling beauty was actually single year after year. What a waste of heaven's treasure. Jun Moxie sighed to the sky. Is that all-seeing eye really so important? This silly lass had actually sacrificed like that stupidly for over 1,000 years. Why couldn't she have thought for herself for just a moment? Before her, there weren't any people with the all-seeing eye. Yet, didn't they still win the war for seizing the heavens? Would the sun stop rising if this world lacked a certain person? How stupid. Xiaoying, who was walking in front, only heard Jun Moxie sighing over and over behind her. Not knowing what he was being so troubled about, she asked, "Young Master Jun is young and talented, why are you so melancholic?" Jun Moxie looked at her willowy waist in an enchanted manner and could not help but sigh again in a heartfelt manner. As long as the strange races are not destroyed, their ambition will never be extinguished. The war for seizing the heavens is right at our doorsteps, just thinking about how the common people will be trampled and defiled by the strange races. I truly find it such a waste. The last sentence was truly said with his heart, and he sighed once more deeply. Such a beauty is actually, what a waste. In that moment, Xiaoying could not help but greatly change the way she looked at him. Thinking to herself that this evil monarch had actually been touched after coming to Mount Heaven Saint, her tone became much gentler. Young Master Jun should not feel troubled. With the strength of young Master Jun's forces, in addition to Tian Fa's might and the Holy Lands, if we went all out and fought to the death, there might still be a chance for the continent. Jun Moxie mumbled in a listless manner. Difficult. How can it be easy to swing the situation? A matter like cook the crane for meat and burn a stringed instrument for fuel truly makes my heart ache, unless... Unless what? Xiaoying suddenly felt as if she was about to explode from happiness. For the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, she had been willing to maintain her purity for 1,000 years in order to retain her all-seeing eye to deal with the strange races as stealth techniques. To a girl, this kind of sacrifice could be said to be capable of touching the heavens and earth. She'd already made the war for seizing the heavens her only purpose in life long ago. Right now, judging by the strength of the mainland, their chances of victory was incredibly slim. Hearing that there was a chance that this evil monarch might relent, she was incredibly excited. If Jun Moxie's faction could join in the war for seizing the heavens, their chances of winning this time would be quite high. Her heart skipping with delight, she immediately stopped her steps and asked, "Young Master Jun has a condition?" All of a sudden, she felt a weight behind her and an intense warmth. A bout of strong male scent was plastered behind her. As his mind drifted, Jun Moxie had been following behind her like an enchanted zombie. When she suddenly stopped walking, he'd been taken by surprise, bumping into her without noticing. In that moment, he only felt a wall of softness and sweet fragrance on the front of his body. An advantage delivered so freely to him, it would be a waste to not enjoy it. "Ah!" Xiaoying exclaimed lightly with shock as her heart skipped like a deer. Her jade-white face instantly turned red and hot. Because of her all-seeing eye, she'd been brought to Mount Heaven Saint when she was just a little girl. She had never come into contact with a man before, so in that moment, her heart was skipping wildly. "Ah!" Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and exclaimed as he leaned against her, as though his body had no bones. Why did you stop?" As he said that, he even rubbed his face against her back, sighing lightly in his heart. "How comfortable. Hurry up and stand properly." Xiaoying felt her body growing soft, and she panicked. I can't get up. I don't know what's going on, but my entire skeleton seemed to have turned soft." "Why quickly push me away, how is this appropriate?" Jun Moxie mumbled accusingly as he shifted his sense of gravity further forward, practically sticking onto her body. Xiaoying was both embarrassed and angry. Somehow regaining her strength, she dashed out with a shoo sound, stepping away from the awkward situation. When she turned back, she saw that Jun Moxie's body was actually tilted forward by over 40-50 degrees, fixed at such an awkward angle and yet not falling down. "You're shameful." The word shameless hadn't even left her mouth when she saw Jun Moxie straightening himself swiftly. A look of lingering fear could be seen on his face as he mumbled to himself. "This Mount Heaven Saint is truly an amazing place. I've just stepped into this place and suddenly lost control over my body, nearly harming a lady's reputation. How truly shocking. Truthfully, this place is really quite magical. My mental fortitude is considered pretty good, but I'd actually been confused and affected, nearly dropping my pants." Xiaoying felt her breath stagnating in her chest. She'd seen shamelessness before, but she'd never seen or even heard of anything so shameless before. This fellow before her was clearly an unprecedented existence and would be unsurpassable in shamelessness in the future. To think that such shameless words were said right in front of a lady. Xiaoying's shoulders trembled with rage, and she stamped her foot down. "Jun Moxie. How can you be like that? Miss is right, I've done wrongly." Jun Moxie said with a sincere voice like one admitting his wrongs. No matter the reason, I should not have leaned against Mrs. Body. Although it was because you'd suddenly stopped walking, and I couldn't notice because it was too sudden. But that's not an excuse. It's definitely not. No matter what, today I, like a hooligan. I. Such an innocent person like me, my precious purity, boo-hoo. Xiaoying very nearly fainted. What nonsense is this fellow spouting? He started off fine, but towards the end, it actually became her who stained his purity. A moment later, Jun Moxie's eyes became even wetter, and his voice sounded more and more wronged as he spat out in a nasally voice, "You. Return my innocence." Xiao Ying's body swayed a few times, and she felt a surge of blood gushing up her chest. Suddenly snapping back to her mind, she roared with rage. Jun Moxie. How much longer are you going to mess around? Heir, cough cough, young Master Jun coughed awkwardly a few times before smiling sheepishly. Miss, we should be arriving soon, right? I know that the exquisite lotus is a precious treasure of the Holy Lands, but you can't just lead me around in an endless loop. Who is leading you around aimlessly? Xiao Ying's eyes were wide opened with rage. It's just right in front. Are you blind? As she said that, she pointed forward. To actually dare to doubt this lady's trustworthiness, how hateful. Xiaoying was boiling with rage, completely forgetting to pursue the matter of that fellow's nonsense of taking advantage of her yet blaming her for it. Ah. So it's right in front, Jun Moxie laughed aloud with joy and rushed up, exclaiming, how beautiful. Just in front, hidden in a misty fog, there was a pool of only a few zhang wide. The water in the pool was clear enough to see through all the way to the bottom, looking with the naked eye, it was even shining with a faint light, as if the pool was enveloped in a holy radiance. Walking up, he discovered that there were countless white objects in the water, covering the entire pond. 8 pieces of leaves floated in the center of the pond. These leaves were actually all colorless. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish them. Numerous stalks of transparent, vine-like objects supported the leaves below the water, and apart from that, there was nothing else here. Miss, please don't joke around with me, this is the exquisite lotus? Jun Moxie pointed at the few pieces of leaves and asked with disbelief. Yes, those are the treasures of the Holy Lands. Xiaoying had a solemn look on her face as she looked at the few pieces of leaves with tender protectiveness. The 9-segment exquisite lotus. F***ck me. Jun Moxie said with some exasperation. There's just this many of these broken things. Even if it creates an exquisite lotus root, how big would it be? Isn't this playing with the hearts of people? I have over 10 hungry people back home to feed. Over 10 people. Xiaoying rolled her eyes as if she was about to faint. Then you need to wait for a few thousand years more. The 9-segment exquisite lotus only produces a fruit once every 500 years, and a single segment of exquisite lotus will only produce one exquisite lotus root. This time, it was Jun Moxie who rolled his eyes as if he was about to faint. At this moment, he was frustrated to the point of wanting to tear his hair out. Finally calming himself, he asked in a hopeful manner, then, how many people can each lotus root be split among? Each root is only enough for one person to consume a single time. Xiaoying smiled lightly, looking at Jun Moxie in a manner of watching a good show. That impossible. This is a lotus root we're talking about, right? Even if it's cut into pieces, there should at least be several pieces. It's only enough for a single person. Are you kidding me? What nonsense are you spouting? How large of a lotus root are you imagining this finger-sized lotus to produce? Xiaoying rolled her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie as though she was looking at an idiot. Actually thinking of cutting it into pieces? It's only the size of a grain of rice, how will you cut it into pieces? A grain of rice? Jun Moxie completely lost hope and he exclaimed with rage. What's the use of a tiny thing like that no bigger than a mosquito's d*ck? To think that your Heaven Saint Palace actually treats it as a precious treasure, how embarrassing. I might as well just take everything away. You dare. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up with shock and her voice grew several pitch higher. These are the precious treasures of our Heaven Saint Palace. It's as important as the life and death of the Heaven Saint Palace itself. If you dare to touch it lightly, I will make sure that the Jun family inside Tian Fa Forest is completely annihilated. Jun Moxie had merely been joking before and hadn't truly intended to act on his words. However, Xiao Ying's words had completely touched on his reverse scale, igniting his greatest animosity. All of a sudden, he turned around and stared dangerously at Xiao Ying as his voice turned dark and cold. "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just speaking a fact." Xiao Ying's heart jumped with fright. As those cold and sharp eyes locked onto her face, she felt her entire body growing cold, and her tone instantly softened. The 9-segment exquisite lotus is the absolute treasure of the Heaven Saint Palace. The entire Heaven Saint Palace can be lost, but we cannot lose the exquisite lotus. Young Master Jun, you should understand the importance of the exquisite lotus to us now that I put it this way, right? It's fine if you say it that way, but, please remember that regardless of the situation, it's best to not threaten me. Especially, Jun Moxie's tone grew heavier as he continued in a dangerous tone, using my family to threaten me. I will never accept any threats, because I will use all my abilities to utterly bury anyone who is a threat to me. Even a peerless beauty is not an exception. I have never been a person who is soft-hearted for women. As he said those words, Jun Moxie stared ruthlessly into Xiao Ying's eyes. An extremely dangerous feeling rose in Xiao Ying's heart. Standing before this junior whose cultivation was far below hers, she actually felt a mountain of pressure crushing down on her. In that moment, she could not help but to take one step backwards in fear. Jun Moxie's gaze was like a high and lofty monarch, wielding sway over her destiny. In that moment, she only felt a sense of helplessness in her heart, as if she couldn't resist. "Speak. I'm taking away all of this exquisite lotus. Can I or can I not?" Jun Moxie pressed fearsomely. He couldn't help but to be anxious. There were so many people back home who needed this exquisite lotus. If he waited for 500 years to reap one lotus root, then, even the most beautiful flower would have wilted long ago. Not only would he not achieve his intended purpose after bringing it back, it would end up creating more awkwardness. With just a single grain-sized root, it would be wrong to give or deprive it from anyone. The reason he'd asked her so forcefully right after succeeding in intimidating her was precisely to not give Xiao Ying any time to react. Although doing it like this was somewhat despicable, Jun Moxie couldn't care less for the sake of his own happiness. "Ah! You can, not you cannot you cannot." Xiao Ying jumped with shock, very nearly giving her approval. Shaking her head rapidly, she spat out 3 cannots in quick succession. "Young Master Jun, one must be honorable with their words. We agreed that it would be 1 stock, so you definitely can't take more. This is a matter of principle, there's no room for discussion." Pausing for a moment, she continued. "Besides, our Heaven Saint Palace has only been able to raise the initial single stalk of lotus into the current 8 stalks. It could be easily imagined how hard it is to raise them. Truthfully, us giving you 1 stalk is already a great waste. You clearly wouldn't know how to nurture it, not knowing what it likes or dislike. If you are unable to satisfy a single facade of its needs, it will quickly wilt. I'm not trying to scare or threaten you. I'd like to hear the details." Jun Moxie's tone suddenly became gentle and pleasing to the ear. "You're such a scoundrel." Xiao Ying shook her head with exasperation as she explained carefully. "Firstly, the exquisite lotus must be planted in innate clean water, preferably water condensed from spiritual qi. Also, it needs to live in a place with exceptionally dense heaven-earth spiritual qi in order to survive." Jun Moxie made an "oh" sound with disinterest as he thought to himself. "That's not a problem at all. This daddy's place has plenty of spiritual qi, even more concentrated than your mountain. There's so many heavenly spirit herbs growing there happily, I refuse to believe that I can't keep a stalk of exquisite lotus alive. Secondly, do you see this pond? Although it looks like a simple pond, it's actually made with 30,000 pieces of innate spirit jade, with equal amounts of warm and cold nature to attain a fine balance of temperature. In order to gather all this spirit jade, we've gathered nearly all the spirit jade in the world together, and even the misty illusory manor contributed a portion. This is practically a sum of wealth huge enough that no one can handle. Only such a condition will be enough to allow the exquisite lotus to slowly grow. 30,000 pieces of innate spirit jade. Jun Moxie felt his mouth turning dry. Not to mention 30,000 pieces, he didn't even have a single piece. In that moment, he could not help but to eye the pond sinisterly, thinking of bringing the entire pond away. As he pondered, a thought suddenly struck him. Can the innate spirit jade be replaced with eternally warm soft jade? Eternally warm soft jade only has the properties of warmth and softness. It does not produce any cold effects. So although its rarity is not lower than innate spirit jade, it's not enough to nurture the exquisite lotus. Xiaoying looked at him queerly, seemingly somewhat suspicious that he would have such good stuff. How difficult. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes as he continued asking. What will happen if it's replaced with a heaven-earth spirit vein? What kind of joke is that? Xiaoying smiled lightly and said. Using a heaven-earth spirit vein to cultivate the exquisite lotus is naturally much better than innate spirit jade. Furthermore, it will greatly improve the speed of the exquisite lotus growth, shortening the time required for it to reach maturity. With a heaven-earth spirit vein, all you need is a pool with water condensed from spiritual qi and nothing else. The exquisite lotus will grow at several times the speed, and even have more amazing effects. However, that is only a thing that exists in legends, only found deep underground. Moreover, the continent is constantly shifting, resulting in spiritual qi being scattered all the time. Who will be able to find a heaven-earth spirit vein? Xiaoying pouted with disdain as she rolled her eyes at Jun Moxie. Even if you know a place with a heaven-earth spirit vein, who has the ability to retrieve it? Move an entire mountain aside, and dig out the entire thing fully intact. That's basically an impossible and unrealistic matter. Jun Moxie sighed and shook his head in a sad manner. How depressing. In his heart, he was actually whooping with joy. F***ck. This daddy indeed has this legendary thing. And it's even a top quality and well-aged one of several 100,000 years old. The third condition for it to grow is, at this point, Jun Moxie could no longer hear Xiaoying's words. He was incredibly excited, and his entire mind was filled with thoughts on the various possibilities. But although he was bursting with joy on the inside, he still had to display a troubled and depressed face on the outside. This was actually a high-level acting skill. Fortunately, young Master Jun had received plenty of training, and he managed to act out this show perfectly. Compared to the nourishment of the heaven-earth spirit vein, all these methods of nurturing were simply all bullsh*t. Jun Moxie made a quick estimation in his heart. The heaven-earth spirit vein he had could easily support a small to medium-sized lotus pond. At the very least, it should be 7 or 8 times larger than this little pond here. Then, how many lotus seeds do you have? Can I take some back with me in addition to the one stalk of exquisite lotus? Jun Moxie looked pitifully at Xiaoying. Even if there's a tiny bit of possibility, it's still better than nothing. Elder sister Xiao, you must satisfy this tiny wish of mine. The way he looked at her was as if she would be the most heartless and cold person in the world if she didn't give it to him. There are indeed some seeds whenever the exquisite lotus blooms once every 500 years. We've also accumulated quite a few of those seeds. However, the difficulty of nurturing the seeds is tens of times harder than nurturing the exquisite lotus. Xiaoying said hesitantly. If I gave it to you and you couldn't raise it, it would only be a waste of natural treasure. Don't worry about it, I'm just giving it a try, Jun Moxie said warmly. Besides, I'm not asking for a lot. I'll be satisfied with just 100 or so seeds. 100 or so. Xiaoying's eyes nearly fell out of her sockets. In the few thousand years, our Heaven Saint Palace had only managed to collect no more than 50, 60 seeds. And the moment you open your mouth, you want 100? You truly dare to ask? In that case, I'll just take 50, Jun Moxie said with a light chuckle as he shrugged his shoulders in a helpless manner. You guys already have so many fully full-grown ones. No way. Xiaoying rejected flatly. After considering for a long time, she finally relented. At most. I can give you 5. That's already more than what I have the ability to give. Elder sister, you're practically killing me. 5 seeds, to think you had the heart to say that. Jun Moxie cried out. Didn't that Wushanyan say just now that I can take away anything I want other than the exquisite lotus? You can't be that miserly, right? 8 seeds. Too little. I have to take at least 40. Jun Moxie, you're deliberately making trouble. 10 seeds, nothing more. 30 seeds, that's the absolute lowest I can go. And lower and my trip here today would have been meaningless, and Wu Shan Yun's words would mean nothing. To think that I went so far as to enlighten the crowd and did such a huge favor to everyone, and yet you wouldn't give me even a few seeds. How are you so hard-hearted and cruel? After a round of intense bargaining, Xiaoying lost to young Master Jun in the battle of words, finally parting with 20 seeds. Jun Moxie smiled widely in his heart, satisfied with his gains. In actual fact, obtaining just 10 seeds would be a pretty good deal. But now that he'd managed to get 20, it was a bonus. Xiao Ying's face was exceedingly bitter, and her head buzzed with confusion even until now. How did she end up taking step after step back, finally agreeing to take out 20 seeds? Did those words really come out of her mouth? What she didn't know was that although her age was great, her experience and interaction with the outside world was pitifully little. Secondly, Jun Moxie's mouth was among the best in the world. If he claimed that his skill in arguing was number 2, no one in this world would dare to call themselves first. Thirdly and most importantly, young Master Jun had also secretly used some of the soul-sedating technique in his words. In order to prevent Xiaoying from noticing, he'd only used a tiny bit to influence her slightly. But as the argument between the two grew more heated, Xiaoying would not be able to notice even if she was more careful. In the end, she was easily tricked by this scoundrel. Right now, that particular scoundrel was feeling extremely proud in his heart. As expected of an all-chest no-brain lass. This girl's breasts were definitely not small. At the very least, it seemed unlikely to cover it with a single hand, and needs at least 2 hands to grasp it firmly. As for the degree of surface area 2 hands could cover, it would require some personal hands-on testing to be sure. Under the influence of his excitement at having achieved his goal, he nearly stretched out his hands to measure Xiao Ying's chest size. Fortunately, he hadn't done that, otherwise, this great beauty Xiao would most likely have rescinded her promise and given him a good beating to boot. Since the business bargaining was finished, the only thing left to do was to complete the deal. Xiaoying returned to her residence, retrieved 20 seeds, and passed them to Jun Moxie. As for the matter of moving the fully grown lotus stalk, it was a huge headache. Jun Moxie, how will you take this away? Dig it out for me, and I will naturally have a method to bring it away. Jun Moxie said without so much as a pause. Xiaoying felt her anger rushing up her chest once again. Could it be that this bastard wants to burn the bridge after crossing it? Right now, they haven't even crossed the bridge, and he's already anxious to burn the bridge. In her fit of rage, she was tempted to directly throw him into the pond to dig for himself. However, she could not bear to do such a thing. After all, she had been taking care of the exquisite lotus for so many years, and she'd already formed some attachment to them. If the exquisite lotus died because of her, Xiaoying would not forgive herself. After thinking for a long time, she still carefully dug one stalk of lotus out and placed it on a large piece of milky white jade. After that, she placed it in a small spiritual jade box, filled it with water condensed from spiritual qi, and passed it to Jun Moxie. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and stared at him seriously. Jun Moxie, don't you *ck around with this thing. I solemnly ask of you, you must. You must, take good care of it. Even if you don't know how to nurture it, you need to at least let it continue staying in this box. As long as it's in a place with rich spiritual qi, it will be able to stay alive. If you really can't take care of it, you must send it back to me. Can you do that? Towards the end, her voice even carried a hint of begging. Such an attitude was like a mother sending her precious daughter off to be married. Jun Moxie could feel the sincerity in her words, and he straightened his face and replied seriously. Don't worry, the next time you see it, I guarantee that it will be doing much better than it is now. The little lotus in his hand swayed its transparent leaves lightly, seemingly bidding farewell to Xiaoying. In that instant, she felt a sour feeling in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, Jun Moxie's keen senses detected that a small section of the water in the center of the pond had sunk down, as though the water had been drained into an invisible bowl. As for the water around the center, it did not even so much as ripple. After a long time, the entire pond finally resumed its previous calm. It's actually some near solidified spiritual liquid. Jun Moxie felt a shock in his heart. From the looks of it, this was some very good stuff. Furthermore, this good stuff was something that belonged to the 3 holy lands, What rights did they have to keep it all to themselves? That in itself was a kind of crime. Right now, there was only himself and Xiaoying here. It was simply a God-given opportunity. It would be a waste not to pilfer some. Quickly deciding on his course of action, he raised his head and looked into the distance. The spiritual qi in this place is truly enviable. Look, the spiritual qi in that area is so thick that it even congealed into a dense mist. To be able to cultivate in such a place, Kiki, your heaven saint palace truly makes me jealous. Xiaoying turned around and looked over, smiling lightly as she wiped the tear from her eyes. Young Master Jun seems to have seen wrongly this time. That's not heaven-earth spiritual qi over there, but the mist of dusk. The sky is going to turn dark soon. In the swift moment that she turned around, Jun Moxie instantly activated the power of water. In an instant, a third of the spiritual qi condensed water in the pond disappeared by a third into the Hongjun pagoda. Scratching his head awkwardly, he coughed. Ah. Is that so? I've actually been mistaken, he. Xiaoying smiled lightly, similarly feeling somewhat awkward. So it turns out that this scoundrel still has some boyish charm in his bones. That shy and awkward laugh of his just now was truly somewhat cute. Pleased with his successful theft, Jun Moxie began to examine the exquisite lotus in his hand with an excited smile on his face. As he observed the little plant carefully, he saw countless fine silk-like root hairs floating under it. In the center, there was a pathetically tiny jade lotus root. There wasn't any particular smell coming from it, but as it sat in his hand, he could feel a natural comfortable and refreshing feeling surge through his heart. With a flick of his hand, the exquisite lotus disappeared into the Hongjun pagoda. Noticing Xiaoying's astonished gaze, Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulder and blinked his eyes innocently. It's a secret. Xiaoying snorted lightly and turned away. However, her heart was somewhat relieved. Jun Moxie has endless mysterious techniques, so it actually might be possible for him to raise the exquisite lotus. After this, Jun Moxie's true sneaky operations began. Because he had Wu Shan-yun's promise, all the spirit herbs of the Mount Heaven Saint were now his for the picking. And this fellow was a person who didn't know how to stand on ceremony. He simply thought to himself that this was the only time he would come to this place in this lifetime. If he didn't take the chance to take everything he could, when would he do it? Moreover, the Hongjun pagoda was something that could most likely even fit the entirety of this world and still have space remaining. Without any reservations remaining, he widened his eyes excitedly. Of all the spirit herbs on Mount Heaven Saint and the natural treasures, he specifically chose only the older ones. The same went for the spirit trees and plants, he didn't let anything off. Whatever he liked, he would hang a small piece of red cloth to signify his ownership. When Wu Shan-yun agreed to his request back then, it was because he saw that this fellow had come completely empty-handed. Even if they gave him a few cloth sacks to carry the stuff, how many could he take away? They were just pretending to be generous. If Wu Shan-yun knew that Jun Moxie had such a perversely overpowered treasure that could fit a near unlimited amount of stuff inside, he would never agree even if he were beaten to death. Even if he'd agreed, he would definitely go back on his words. Therefore, Jun Moxie only went ahead to choose now, marking the stuff with a piece of red cloth. On the day that he was leaving, he would take everything away together. One thing was for certain. After Jun Moxie left this time, Wu Shan-yun would certainly spit out a mouthful of blood. The people on the mountain simply looked on with interest, with an attitude as though they were only watching an interesting show. A single tree of tens of thousand years old has roots that stretch for unknown depths into the mountain. You want to take it away? The thought is nice, but can you even move it? Even the spirit herbs had roots which were embedded deeply in the ground. If one wanted to dig them out, it would still require great care to do so. Could it be something that you could take just as you please? This little fellow was simply daydreaming. So what if you hung a red ribbon on it? These things are still a part of Mount Heaven Saint. Not to mention one red ribbon, even if you wrapped it up in red ribbons, it would still be useless. Jun Moxie toiled for 2 days straight, while everyone sniggered and looked on coldly from the side as the idiot ran to and fro. From time to time, someone would laugh aloud and ask him with interest, "Jun brat, how many have you picked?" At these times, Jun Moxie would always smile and scratch his head in an honest manner, replying happily, "I've picked quite many there's really so many stuff here Feel free to pick as many as you want, ha ha ha. Don't stand on ceremony, help yourself, it's just going to be wasted if you leave it anyway. Jun Moxie would always scratch his head with a conflicted look on his face. If I took them away, it would be the equivalent of tearing down your houses. Are you really not worried? Huh, take them away. You sure know how to joke, that person said with a light smile. If you can take them away, I will. All kinds of ridiculous vows and bets were thrown out. 2 days later, at dawn, Jun Moxie began his grand relocation plan. In the time it took for a pot of tea to boil, everyone on Mount Heaven Saint was stunned silly. Oh my dear heavens ah! Jun Moxie stepped out from his temporary guest room and bade everyone farewell solemnly. Apart from the few who were in secluded meditation, practically everyone had come out to send him off. Everyone wanted to see the helpless appearance on this kid's face. It had been too long ago since such a fun thing had happened on Mount Heaven Saint. Just imagining the bitter look on Jun Moxie's face when he leaves clutching just 1 or 2 unimportant herbs, they could already feel their stomachs clenching up with laughter. This was a grand show when they thought about how the mighty evil monarch who'd caused the 3 holy lands to lose so much face in the pugilistic world was suffering such a disadvantage at their hands, all of them felt much more comfortable in their hearts. Seniors, this junior is very grateful for the hospitality I've been shown in these few days. Today, I will be bidding my farewell first. Jun Moxie said courteously, with a warm and sincere smile on his face. Young Master Jun is being too polite. You're welcome to come back often to play. Everyone was laughing and jovially, while a strange smile lingered on their faces. Senior Wu Shangyun had said before that as long as I see something I like on this mountain, I can take it away no matter what it is, and how many. Therefore, I will not be standing on ceremony. Jun Moxie seemed to be afraid that the crowd had forgotten Wu Shangyun's promise and was tentatively reminding them. Please do not stand on ceremony. Since the boss had already promised you, it wouldn't be a problem even if you carried this entire mountain away, the group of peak experts laughed and encouraged. Hearing this, Jun Moxie smiled with embarrassment. Seniors are truly too courteous. In these few days, I've picked out quite a number of stuff, and my harvest was truly quite rich. If I become successful in the future, this junior will certainly remember the kindness and generosity of the various seniors today. Everyone sniggered darkly, continuously telling him that there was no need to be polite, to take whatever he liked. Their eyes were narrowed into slits, and their shoulders trembled lightly with laughter. Jun Moxie rubbed his palms and smiled happily. The experts of the Holy Lands are indeed gracious and generous it seems like I've struck a fortune this time. Ha ha ha. Everyone joined in with his laughter and in that moment, the entire mountain was filled with endless laughter, as if there was a comedy show going on, everyone was exceedingly happy. Just as the crowd was growing anxious, their long-awaited and predicted sound of shock rang out. Ah! This is bad. I completely forgot. I've chosen so many things, but with just my own strength, how can I carry them all away? This is frustrating me to death. These words were like music in the ears of those elders. It was more enjoyable than if a traveler who'd been thirsty for a long time finally got a taste of ice cream. Too satisfying This stupid little bastard finally realizes his mistake. How enjoyable. Seeing Jun Moxie's frustrated and bitter face, everyone smiled until their eyes could not be seen, in a matter of enjoying the misfortune of others. Only Qiaoying stood to the side with her brows furrowed as she looked at Jun Moxie with worry. She knew that Jun Moxie had a strange ability to make items disappear. The only question was just how powerful this ability was, and whether it could fit all these items. Looking at the entire mountain filled with red ribbons, she could not help but to gasp in her heart. If Jun Moxie really could bring everything he'd tagged away, Mount Heaven Saint's essence, she would be greatly wounded. At the same time, she was also worried for Jun Moxie. If he couldn't take the stuff away. This fellow looked like an exceedingly clever person, but could it be that he'd actually allowed the vast amounts of spirit herbs, which clouded his judgment? Not even considering if he could bring everything away. After making such a huge blunder, he must be feeling extremely bad. Jun Moxie sighed endlessly, seemingly on the verge of being vexed to death. As he paced back and forth, he asked hopefully. Seniors, if I kept my things here for the time being. After I get down from the mountain, I will immediately send my men up to bring them away. What do you say? That won't do. The boss had instructed before that this time is the only exception. Furthermore, you are the only one allowed to take anything off this mountain. Besides, what kind of a sacred place is Mount Heaven Saint? How can we just let anyone come here as they pleased? Wouldn't that be too indecent? The bunch of old fellows instantly shook their heads vigorously. What a joke, it wasn't easy for us to be in such a jovial mood. If you did that, wouldn't our jokes be turned on ourselves? This brat is dreaming fancily in broad daylight, to think that he can clear out Mount Heaven Saint. When was there such a great thing in the world? Jun Moxie was somewhat flustered as he asked with red eyes. This won't do, and that won't do as well. Should I just stand here and look then? I originally intended to take only a few of each type, retaining the spiritual chi of this place. Seniors, if you annoyed me, don't blame me for bringing everything I've chosen away. An old fellow with his beard tied in two sides laughed coldly in response. Jun Moxie, if you have the ability, you can take whatever you wish away. The few of us will certainly not stop you in the slightest. Why? You're intending to play foul now that you can't take anything away. Those were your words. If I really take away everything that I've chosen, you're not allowed to go back on your words, much less find some excuses to deal with my family and friends. Jun Moxie said seriously. Ha ha ha, the tens of experts all laughed together. Jun Moxie, what kind of people do you take us to be? This old man and the rest of us are all legends who held sway over the pugilistic world thousands of years ago. A word from us is as good as gold. We'll never go back on our words. With our reputation of thousands of years in the pugilistic world, are we people who eat our words? Good. Jun Moxie looked as if he'd truly been forced to his limits and was about to play with his own life. Although this method will harm my essence chi greatly, it was you all who forced me. Men fight for a breath of air, and Buddhas vie for a stick of incense. If I don't take everything away, I would be looked down upon by you. If you have any abilities, you can display them as you please. Jun Moxie, this old man will remind you once more. After you go down the mountain today, in the future, not to mention sending people here, even you will not be allowed back up again. Everyone looked at the flustered and furious look on Jun Moxie's face and could not help but sneer in disdain. Jun Moxie was furious, suddenly stretching his hands out, seemingly exerting a great effort. His face was flushed, and his eyes were blazing with rage. Grunting loudly, he grabbed a thick Xian spiritual tree beside him and roared, "Come up for me." As his words landed, a light pop sound rang out, and the Xian spiritual tree completely disappeared. In that moment, everyone fell silent as they stared with wide eyes with open mouths. How did such a large tree disappear just like that? This was too strange. Jun Moxie collapsed onto the ground on his butt and panted heavily. From the looks of it, he'd exerted himself too greatly after using his strange technique. However, a look of determination shone fiercely in his eyes still. It was as if he was bent on leaving with everything here, regardless of the price. Such a method was definitely something that would drain his own life force. Otherwise, why would Jun Moxie's expression be so pale and deathly? He'd only taken a single tree away, but it seemed as if the effort had cost him half his life. Clearly, this was no longer a problem of taking away the spirit herbs, it was a matter of face. This Jun Moxie kid was obviously a person who viewed his face as more important than everything. Therefore, regardless of the results today, he would take all the treasures away even if it costed him his life. He was already tired to this extent just by a single tree. One could easily imagine what a great price he would have to pay to collect all of the ribboned items. Would he simply die of exhaustion? In that moment, all the undying old fellows began to feel somewhat guilty. Have we gone too far in forcing him? Jun Moxie panted a few times and stood up, walking in another direction in a determined manner. With a shoo sound, another large Xian spiritual tree disappeared. This time, Jun Moxie's face had turned completely red. However, he did not stop to rest as he stumbled unsteadily to the next tree. As 3 large Xian spiritual trees disappeared, the entire thatched cottage collapsed. Jun Moxie panted heavily as he grunted, collecting the entire remains of the cottage away. This, everyone was completely stunned. Jun Moxie stumbled in a circle like a drunkard, plopped down on his butt and waved his hands determinedly. Nobody try to dissuade me. Today, I must, bring everything away. Mother asterisk curs, nothing anyone says can make me take this insult lying down. I, Jun Moxie, have never felt so belittled in my life before. The crowd was completely speechless. Who's interested in dissuading you? It would be better if you exhausted yourself to death. It's just this much and you're already unable to endure. If, Jun Moxie stumbled around unsteadily, collecting tree after tree, herb after herb. With every stalk collected, his face would become more and more pale, as if he would collapse at any moment, but ultimately, he did not fall. The crowd looked dumbly on as they followed behind him, watching tree after tree disappear, and house after house torn down. The entire side of Mount Heaven Saint had been turned into a patch of desolation. Jun Moxie crawled forward with great effort, but his stomach was practically cramping from laughing too much. Too enjoyable. What a great harvest! 1 tree, 2 trees, 4 trees. 70 trees. 90 trees. Wahahaha. How could Jun Moxie not know that he'd gone somewhat overboard? All the natural treasures on Mount Heaven Saint had been grown through over 10,000 years of accumulation. Even though he had Wushan Yun's promise, it was not a completely fail-safe thing. If he incurred the wrath of the crowd, his own plan would go up in smoke. After all, these things here were their dwelling residence. Wanting to take everything away silently like that under the eyes of so many peak-level experts, was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Besides, even if he managed to take everything away safely, it didn't guarantee that they wouldn't take revenge. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan may not be afraid of their vengeance, but that didn't mean that other people would not as well. Thus, this show that Jun Moxie was putting on was not plainly to toy with them. Firstly, he wanted to let them watch so that even if they decided to stop him halfway, he would have already collected quite a large number, they could only suffer a silent loss as well. Secondly, even if when they found out that they'd been had, because they had already said it with their own mouths that they would not seek revenge, all the troubles would at most fall on his shoulders only. With the lofty pride of these people, they would only look for him to regain their face and wouldn't take their anger out on innocent people. The more ruthlessly Jun Moxie played with them now, the more they wouldn't lay their hands on other people before they dealt with him. And Jun Moxie was also the least afraid of their vengeance. Even if he was forced to the end of his road, he could simply dodge into the Hongjun Pagoda and hide for a period of time. Even the gods would not be able to find him at that time. This time, he could consider it as having successfully harvested over 90% of all the materials he would need for his future pill refining needs. Furthermore, these materials were all living and fresh. In the Hongjun Pagoda, where the accumulation of spiritual qi was hundreds to 1,000 times better than the outside world, the speed at which these spirit plants grew would be exceedingly quick as well. It was the equivalent of having an endless supply for the future as well. Zero investment and endless profits. The only thing he lost was probably his face. And, when had this young master ever cared about a simple thing like face? Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, Jun Moxie had slowly collected over 80% of his tagged items. Finally, all the experts realized that something was wrong. F***ck. This kid has already torn down over half of all the thatched cottages. And practically all of the spirit plants with advanced maturity have been plucked clean. This fellow, that half-dead expression on his face hasn't changed at all from the beginning. Isn't this just toying with us? Stop! A white-haired old man roared and charged over with a frosty expression. Jun Moxie, to think that you actually used such sinister tricks to toy with us. Was it very fun? The 10,000 years of accumulation of our Mount Heaven Saint were actually destroyed like that in your hands. Jun Moxie, you've gone too far. Stop immediately and return everything you took. As his words rang out, those who were still stuck in confusion instantly realized as well. Return it? Jun Moxie panted and straightened his back with great effort. Brother, are you joking with me? That was a promise that came out of your own mouth. You said that it wouldn't matter even if I carried away the entire mountain. Wasn't that your joint agreement? You want to go back on your words now? One should not be so shameless as a person, okay? The spirit plants had already been kept away, and the other party suddenly wanted to go back on his word. Jun Moxie did not even bother with calling senior now, directly turning it into brother. The faces of all the old fellows instantly turned red. Although it was true that they'd said that, who would have thought that this kid would be so perversely overpowered? Since the start of time, had anyone seen someone grabbing things in such a manner? *CK, this kid was simply too sly. Humph. We've only promised you a portion, who said you could take everything away? Could it be that we must be responsible for all the jokes that we tell as well? The old man's face turned a funny shade of purple as he insisted forcefully. We've also claimed before that we would pluck the moon out of the sky, however, is that possible? That may be so, but I've indeed done it. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and said. So you're prepared to tear down all pretenses and throw your face away? It's one thing if the three holy lands are like that, after all, they're a bunch of hypocrites. But to think that your Heaven Saint Palace is also full of this kind of people. How disappointing. To think that a person's face can be thick to such an extent. Jun Moxie, there's no point in winning a contention of the tongue. There's so many of us here. Did you think that you can really leave? The old man snorted coldly and continued. A man who can recognize the facts of a situation is a paragon among men. Put the things down first, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you. You can bring away a portion, but you cannot bring everything away. Jia, that's not too good, right? Xiaoying furrowed her brows lightly. I am also very angry that Jun Moxie thrashed our Heaven Saint Palace into such a state. However, this is, after all, something that everyone had agreed on and promised together. Now, the other party had managed to accomplish it, but you want to go back on your words. That's not very glorious, right? If word of this spreads out, where will our Heaven Saint Palace put our face? This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven Saint Palace. It's this old man that's going back on my words. The old expert's face twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and said. If you really took everything away like this, the essence chi of our Heaven Saint Palace will not recover for several thousand years. This old man cannot bear such a consequence, and neither can you. But that is not an excuse to be shameless and despicable. Xiaoying berated with her face flushed with anger. If you couldn't afford to take the loss, you shouldn't exaggerate and promise so generously just now. When you were belittling others and making ridiculous bets while watching the misfortune of others, why didn't I see you stop at all? Do you only know to fear now? Fear? Xiaoying, don't you know that this matter is no longer about the fears of a single person? This matter concerns the future of the entire Heaven Saint Palace. And no matter what, this matter had begun with this Jun Moxie brat scheming behind the scenes. He already had a plan long ago, giving us all kinds of false impressions to lure us to make the wrong judgments. Jie raised his voice. This old man naturally needs to demand an explanation for being toyed with like that. Even if we have to break our promise, it's only fair. Snorting heavily, he continued. Besides, this matter has now become a personal grievance between Jun Moxie and I. It has nothing to do with the Heaven Saint Palace. Xiaoying, if you still think of yourself as part of the Heaven Saint Palace, please stop speaking. In order to resolve this personal grievance, even if I have to lower my status and be looked at as a person who bullies the young, I still don't care. Xiaoying was so angered that her eyes were open completely wide, and she practically couldn't say a single word. Ha ha ha, Jun Moxie suddenly laughed aloud. Personal grievance, you really make it sound good ah. I finally see where the shamelessness of the three holy lands comes from. So this is how it is. Indeed, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will go aslant as well. So what if it's an expert above the Saint Emperor realm? Jie, you were certainly born with a good mouth ah. I, Jun Moxie, could be said to have truly opened my eyes today. It doesn't matter what you say. Today, if you don't leave the treasures behind and give us an explanation, you can forget about leaving Mount Heaven Saint. Not just Jie, the others also stepped forward, their auras locked rigidly onto Jun Moxie. From the looks of it, the situation had turned extremely volatile. Who dares to attack? Xiaoying's body flashed and she appeared before Jun Moxie, blocking in front of him. Her face was completely flushed red with anger, and her heart was filled with fear, rage, and some embarrassment. While she felt quite a bit of heartache for all the spirit plants, she was even more enraged by the shamelessness of her people. To think that these hermit experts of Mount Heaven Saint, all peak experts of the world, would be capable of such actions. It was one thing to renege on their own promise and fail to keep faith with their words, but to actually use their strength to bully the weak. Although Jun Moxie was standing on the side of reason, he had indeed been too greedy to take so many things. But, since they've agreed, they should not regret it. If a person's words could not even be trusted, how could others depend on them to hold the skies up? Huh, Jun Moxie laughed lightly and gently pushed Xiaoying to the side as he shook his head. It's best if you did not interfere in this matter. After all, you're ultimately a person of the Heaven Saint Palace. Looking at the 40-50 people in front, he scoffed lightly. At this point, there seems to be no more leeway for talking. Everyone's actions have caused me to be utterly disappointed. I, Jun Moxie, had never known that a person's face could be so worthless. I at first thought that the legendary Heaven Saint Palace would at least be somewhat different. Although you all wouldn't agree to me taking the spirit plants away, it wouldn't reach such a point, but quite clearly, I thought too fancily, all of you are tarred from the same brush. Young Master Jun paused for a moment and said with some disdain, although I haven't collected everything that I've tagged, you guys can keep the rest. As for the bets you made earlier, based on the thickness of your face, I will not hold any hopes of you fulfilling them, Kiki. In that case, this young master will be going now. Everyone, the blue mountains never grow old and the green waters flow on forever. We will meet again someday in the pugilistic world. You actually still want to leave? Jie had just finished this word when his eyes widened with disbelief. Jun Moxie's face was still carrying that disdain and look of ridicule as it slowly faded out of sight, completely disappearing. Where did he go? Where is he? Everyone sent their spiritual sense out to search. With the strength of these powerful experts, there probably wasn't anyone in this world who could easily slip away from their senses. Even the 14th young master was not an exception. However, their search actually yielded no results, causing them all to be incredibly shocked. Xiaoying, use your all-seeing eye and help us look, where is that kid hiding? If we let him escape like this, the reputation of our Heaven Saint Palace will be greatly wounded. Jie gritted his teeth and cried out. Our Heaven Saint Palace's reputation will be gone. Hasn't our Heaven Saint Palace lost all our face long ago? Is it still lacking this much? Xiaoying harumphed lightly, her face as cold as frost as she turned and left. Her heart was filled with extreme disappointment. Was this, the Heaven Saint Palace that she'd stayed with for over 1,000 years? Was it still the Holy Lands that lived to protect the Xian continent? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Although Xiaoying had left by herself, the crowd was still searching madly. Each of them was an old expert with a wealth of experience. They immediately spread it out in all directions and combed downwards, securing all the critical points. Some even went all the way down the mountain and blocked the exit. As long as Jun Moxie was still on the mountain, even if his movement techniques were more mysterious, it would still be difficult for him to escape. Looking at Xiaoying's departing back view, Jie spat with rage. What's she being cocky about? If the Heaven Saint Palace is destroyed, does she think she will have a good ending? Xiaoying, who was far away, now heard his words. However, she did not react at all, save for her face turning even colder as she continued silently towards her own room. At this time, the entire Mount Heaven Saint was completely stirred up. When Wu Shangyun came out of his seclusion, he very nearly fainted. But after he heard about the events of the entire matter, surprisingly, he grew much calmer, only saying a single sentence. If he took it away then, so be it, the more he took, the better. After that, he no longer said anything about the matter. It was as if he didn't feel any heartache about the things that Jun Moxie had taken away. In fact, he even seemed somewhat relieved. He finally took them away. This kind of strange reaction was completely baffling to the crowd. Nobody would have thought that this boss who'd always viewed those spirit plants so preciously would actually be so calm after encountering this matter. Could he have gone crazy with anger? The same went for those old seniors who had just come out of seclusion as well. When they just came out, their faces were also filled with fury. However, all of them turned calm later as well. That was truly strange. Jun Moxie did not depart immediately after descending Mount Heaven Saint. He checked out the neighboring mountains and even went to investigate the bases of the 3 holy lands in detail. Finally, he turned around and went towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. With the war for seizing the heavens being situated here, he couldn't not take a look. When he got closer, he realized the true grandeur of this huge mountain. Even the rocks here were different from the other mountains. They had a unique luster to them, looking like a mixture of rock and jade. They were also exceedingly hard. Jun Moxie grabbed a fist-sized rock and tested it in his hand. In that moment, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. The sturdiness of even a rock on this pillar of heaven's mountains was much harder than a normal rock. With his current strength, he still needed to use 50% of his strength to crush it. Furthermore, this was just a small piece that he'd found on the outer layers. It was a piece of rock that had been eroded by countless years of wind and weather. In that case, just how hard were rocks at the core of this mountain? Looking up, he only saw an endless expanse of clouds, and it was impossible to see the peak of the mountain. Furthermore, that single look was enough for him to clearly feel a crushing pressure surging downwards, giving one a feeling of anxiousness. A feeling like this was truly somewhat strange for Jun Moxie. This was just a mountain after all. Could it be that it even had an aura like a martial expert? Jun Moxie steeled his heart and ascended with shocking speed up the side of the mountain. The further up he climbed, the heavier the pressure became. When he'd reached the 7,000 mark, he already could feel somewhat exhausted. It was as if a divine being were using its power to prevent mortals from ascending to the peak where gods existed. Jun Moxie roused his cultivation, ascending another 5,000 meters. When he looked up again, he still couldn't see the top of the mountain. At this point, he was at least 10,000 meters away from ground level. Jun Moxie could not help but to laugh bitterly. Even Mount Everest on Earth is roughly only about 8,000 something meters tall. But I've already climbed for over 10,000 meters, yet I'm only halfway up. How disgustingly tall. But at this time, Jun Moxie also finally understood why he had been able to see this pillar of heaven's mountain back then from several thousand li away. From the looks of it, the rocks on this mountain were not just sturdy, they could also reflect light, having an amplifying effect as well. With billions of these rocks stacked together, such a unique scene appeared. When he attempted to dive into the mountain, Jun Moxie discovered that his yin-yang escape art seemed to have lost its magical abilities on this pillar of heaven's mountains. The entire mountain seemed to be some kind of giant, restrictive treasure. Such a discovery caused Jun Moxie to feel incredibly shocked. Who was it that had such heaven-defying ability? Moreover, this mountain was simply too huge. Originally, young Master Jun had still intended to continue upwards. However, he discovered that he couldn't go any higher. Sighing lightly, he shook his head. No wonder nobody could flip over to the other side by scaling this pillar of heaven's mountains. Human strength was limited. Right now, he could only go this far. But in the future, he would definitely unravel this mystery. Turning around, Jun Moxie set out toward the north. He'd left Tianxiang City for a long time now, and it seemed like it was time to go back and take a look. Right now, he no longer had that many inhibitions, so he didn't have to worry about anything. And, there's still the 7-colored holy fruit. Misty Illusory Manor, that was a place that he definitely needed to go to. At this point, he could only take one step at a time. When he got more news about Chao Guofeng and the rest, he would make further preparations at that time. Jun Moxie considered for a moment and set off towards the north with wide steps. This time, Jun Moxie didn't choose to travel by foot. The path leading out of the mountainous area stretched up to tens of thousands of miles. It would take Jun Moxie or even Mei Shuiyan a few days to exit. Jun Moxie clearly had no time to waste. The most crucial thing for him now was the fact that the war for seizing the heavens was nearing. Despite the irreconcilable grudges between him and the three holy lands and his nonchalant attitude towards the survival of the Xian continent, he couldn't help despise the foreign race. There was no clear-cut reason for the disdain. Perhaps it could be attributed to Jun Moxie's innate extreme nationalism carried over from his past life or the disgusting fact that the foreign races were hermaphrodites. Therefore, even if the three holy lands decided to allow the foreign races to enter the Xian continent, Jun Moxie would not agree. Not only must they win the war for seizing the heavens, Jun Moxie would fight back and invade into the foreign lands to exterminate the foreign races. It was an extremely crazy plan. So, time was now so precious to Jun Moxie. There was less than half a year left until the war. More training was necessary for the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer and the other assassins, not only for the sake of self-defense, but also this final intrusion. In Jun Moxie's opinion, the war for seizing the heavens had become a gimmick or a convenient tool for some people to acquire fame and benefits. All it would do was to further destabilize the continent. The best solution would be tackling the root cause by eradicating the enemy. Jun Moxie never acknowledged that he was a heroic figure with great ambitions, but this time, he was going to make some difference. Jun Moxie immediately initiated the yin-yang escape and drove himself to his personal speed limit. In merely a day, he crossed the mountain of mortals and returned to the secular world. However, he was surprised to find out that the secular world had undergone a tremendous change, leaving it totally unfamiliar to him. The whole world was filled with excitement. It was especially true among the Xian Qi practitioners as they gossiped on with exaggeration about the evil monarch that shocked the world. They had heard that the evil monarch led his subordinates to victory against the three holy lands and almost slaughtered the entire team the three holy lands had sent. As the news spread across the continent like a storm, the evil monarch had become an idol for every Xian cultivator on the continent. Jun Moxie withdrew yin-yang escape and revealed himself strolling across the town into a restaurant. After a few days of eating dried food and wildlife, Jun Moxie was craving for some real food. He was only 1,000 miles away from the Tianxiang city. It was far for a normal person, but only half an hour for Jun Moxie. Therefore, Jun Moxie was not as hurried as the day before. He had to satisfy his stomach. After all, in work and life, balance was important. Also, on his way here, he had ordered all the flying Xian beast of Tian Fa to look for the men from the misty illusory manor. They still definitely needed time and Jun Moxie had no choice but wait. Just as he entered the restaurant, the hustle and bustle hit him like a shock wave, striking him with the reality that he was back. Although Jun Moxie had accustomed to loneliness, he still felt a warmth up his chest as he returned from the silent blend of endless green and gray in the mountains. Just as he sat down, a man behind him said emotionally, "The evil monarch. Wow, he is so powerful." His opponents were the three holy lands. Do you know who are they? They are the best over the continent. Never surpassed by others for 10,000 years. And they were destroyed by the evil monarch. Totally destroyed. Another voice agreed, yes, he is indeed an amazing figure. Brother Lu, do you know how he looks like? I heard that he's originally the third young Master Jun of the Jun family from the Tianxiang city. Do you think it's true? The first guy smirked and said with contempt as if he was an all-knowing prophet. Brother Wang. I'm afraid you're really badly informed. Those are just baseless rumors. Matching the evil monarch with someone like Jun Moxie is a huge disrespect to him. Hehe, Brother Wang, I warn you not to spread these baseless rumors or it might infuriate the followers of the evil monarch. No one would be able to intervene even if they want to kill you. Upon hearing this, Wang immediately became tense as he looked around and said softly, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for reminding me. I was wrong just now. How can I compare a kid like Jun Moxie to the great evil monarch?" Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. How could he expect that he had already become a heroic figure with so much fame and honor? The most ridiculous part was that they rejected the idea that the evil monarch was Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was really dazed. He couldn't take it anymore as he rubbed his face and turned around to greet Mr. Lu with a warm smile. "Good day, brother." "Good day. How may I help you?" Seeing Jun Moxie's courteous manner, they greeted him back politely. I would say it's just a small favor. I heard the two of you mention the evil monarch, and I'm very curious about the topic," Jun Moxie replied politely. "Haha. Then you have found the right person. I'm famous for knowing much insider information." Mr. Lu stroked his own mustache and smiled proudly. "Oh. Can you give me more details?" Jun Moxie appeared more eager to know. I'm thirsty and my wallet is emptying. Maybe I will tell you next time." Mr. Lu squinted his eyes and smiled in a sly way. "Fret not, brother. If you can inform me well, I will treat you this meal. Waiter. More wine and dishes please." Jun Moxie waved his hand generously. However, he was feeling a bit uneasy inside. I'm trying to know what they have to say about me and I got scammed. How hilarious it will be if others knew. But I really wonder what happened, making me so famous. Ha! Young master, you're so generous. I will definitely tell you all the details I know. Mr. Lu instantly became as willing as ever and laughed forthrightly. Kindly tell, I am all ears. They say that the evil monarch is a rare prodigy amongst all of the 10,000 years of Xian continent's history. Truly a peerless, unmatched talent of his own generation. And he is old and devious, full of rigorous schemes and deep foresight, unrivaled in his heroism. Brother Lu opened his mouth and all sorts of flattery spewed out. Jun Moxie was full of smiles from hearing this, and every single pore of his body felt snugly warm. What a pleasant feeling. Although what he was saying was the truth, but it was still a little excessive, and his choice of words was not very apt. What does he mean by old and devious? This young master is in the prime of his youth, how can you say I'm bold? Rumors have it that this evil monarch focuses greatly on his own cultivation. Actually, he was already invincible in this world numerous years ago, but for the sake of improving his own strength, he concealed and hid for 500 years, 500 whole years. Just this steadiness of the evil monarch is already very impressive. Not flying for 1,000 years, the moment he flew, he soared straight into the heavens. Not making a single noise for 1,000 years, the moment he cried, it shocked the world. Finally, in his first battle after returning again, he destroyed such a huge opponent like the three holy lands. Hold up. Brother Lu, you just said that, this evil monarch was already peerless but he went into seclusion for 500 years? Jun Moxie widened his eyes. The F***CK. When did this daddy go into seclusion for 500 years? How come I'm not aware of it myself? And invincible a long time ago? If I'm really that capable, then will I still need to run? The conduct of experts is a profound mystery. But there is concrete evidence on this, and not a single bit of it is false. I swear upon it with my life. The great evil monarch is definitely the #1 person in the world. That brother Lu hit his chest and swore. The corner of Jun Moxie's lips twitched. Could it be that this person is not the same evil monarch that was referring to me? There is someone else. He forced a smile and said with great difficulty, please do continue to speak. There are many people spreading that the evil monarch is the third young master Jun Moxie of the Jun family in Tianxiang City. Ha! 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 Brother Lu cackled loudly, expressing his disagreement on this piece of information. This saying is just ridiculous. When Jun Moxie wreaked havoc in Tianxiang City, he was quite the figure, but, if we are comparing this young master of a worldly family and the old evil monarch, there is still a difference of several streets. No, it'll be an insult to the evil monarch saying that they only have a difference of several streets. The disparity between the two is heaven and earth, and there is no way of comparing them. They can't even be compared together. After making this remark, this brother Lu seemed to notice that he may have flattered Jun Moxie a tad too much, so he added, what is Jun Moxie even? He is just merely a slightly capable young master, compared to the evil monarch, he is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Discussing the two of them in comparison is the greatest insult to the evil monarch. This daddy will not tolerate it. Jun Moxie was instantly at a loss for words. This person was praising him, and insulting him at the same time. How should I handle this? The evil monarch has the air of an immortal, standing at about 9 meters, his waist is wide, he is amiable looking, and his face round like the moon, with a mouth full of protruding teeth, Brother Lu described, spitting saliva everywhere. The two of you enjoy, I suddenly feel some discomfort in my stomach and need to go relieve myself. Jun Moxie held his stomach, feeling as if he were about to suffer internal injuries. This situation was more terrifying than going through a devil's bite. Even when this daddy faced all the experts from the three holy lands, I didn't suffer any internal injuries once, but today, under this scoundrel's words, I'm on the verge of transmigrating back. This is really too impressive. Casually tossing some silver, young Master Jun grabbed his belly and slipped away, not even bothering about eating anymore. He quickly went down the stairs and left. But that brother Lu just had to holler, hey! This young master, I have yet to finish saying. I know insider information on this matter the best, there are still exclusive scoops on the evil monarch that I'm sure you'll be interested in. The F***ck I'll be interested. Jun Moxie cursed mentally, vanishing with a whoosh. That brother Lu was giggling himself silly while stroking the silver on his table. IV struck it rich. To think it's so much. Ha ha ha. Young Master Jun, who had heard shocking news but not filled his stomach, was feeling indignant, so he found another slightly more lavish restaurant and went up, only to realize that this place was the same as the previous one, everyone discussing and claiming that they knew all the insider info. Jun Moxie had learned to be smarter and did not continue to fish for information. He randomly found a table and ordered his food. Right now, filling his stomach was his priority. He only perked up his ears and listened silently. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly heard noises from the stairs. One old man walked up, holding a huqin. He pulled at the bow a couple of times and paused, gesturing a greeting to everyone, and said, as the saying goes, rely on your parents at home, rely on friends when you are out. This old man tells stories for a living, and I've come here to invite everyone to listen. If you have money, do give generously. If you don't, I'm thankful for your presence. Today, I'll be talking about the evil monarch's fury, the three holy lands defeat. Someone yelled, "Old man, we all know of this, we could almost memorize it already. You should just change to something new." Someone else shouted, "There's no harm in hearing it again, hearing it gets the blood raging every time, it's quite exhilarating, do get around to speaking." That old man laughed proudly and said, "Everyone may not be aware, what I'm about to say today is the absolute insider information of this matter, there is nothing that can be missed. Everyone, please be patient." Then, he pulled his huqin twice and slowly began to tell his story. Jun Moxie was getting all excited from listening. This story of the evil monarch coming from this storyteller had become a tale that shook one to the core. Unimaginable complications, the thrills in the fight and battle, and the grudges behind this matter were slowly unveiled. The more Jun Moxie listened, the more his mind began to wander. This old fellow really made this evil monarch sound like an open and honest man, so heroic. Truly everyone's idol. This guy was a little too engrossed, clearly forgetting that he himself was the main lead of that story. Yet this really could not be blamed on young Master Jun. The things that the evil monarch this storyteller mentioned, no matter which one, was a complete stranger to Jun Moxie. He was literally listening to a story that had nothing to do with him, but it was being delivered in such an exciting manner, so how could one not be hooked? From start to end, only a few key words were used to link things together, but everything else was not done by young Master Jun at all. Not only young Master Jun, everyone else present was also thoroughly captivated. After the evil monarch heard of this, he was instantly enraged. He punched a giant hole into the heavens, yelling, "The three holy lands are too overboard. This evil monarch swears to not rest until I die." And so, he ordered for all the experts under him to gather. As such, 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 tigers, 4 panthers, 5 bears, 6 lions, 7 wolves, 8 cranes, 9 demons led 36 devils, 72 fiends, 108 soldiers, 365 spirit Xian, and set off immediately, issuing a letter of challenge to the three holy lands. The situation was tense, and the moment it set off, the entire world was in trouble and doomed. After the three holy lands received the letter of challenge, they refused to back off and replied, "If you want to battle, then we shall battle." Thus both sides made an agreement, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, they shall determine the winner with 33 rounds of battle. When that day came, the winds howled and thunder roared. Blood flowed like river, and corpses piled like mountains. There was even a poem, "The evil monarch is enraged, how could the three holy lands take it lying down?" 33 rounds of battle that shook the heavens and earth, the wind remained cold even till now. If you'd like to know what ensued, please stay tuned. The huqin began to play. Then, this old man brought out a plate and walked before everyone, bowing to seek some form of tips for his storytelling. Everyone was completely enthralled by the story, but were left hanging from how he stopped at such a crucial point. They casually tossed a few coins and urged him, continue to say, "God damn it, how could you stop at a juncture like this? Hurry up and continue, hurry, hurry." That old man smiled courteously, nodding his head and bowing as he said, "Life is tough for me. Cough cough, but since everyone present is so kind, then I shall make an exception once and continue to." He had barely finished his sentence when there was a huge bag of silver on his plate. A burly man in robes said, "Hurry up and continue, if you do it well, this master will have great rewards." That old man was elated, thanking profusely. He turned around and tugged at his huqin and continuing his tale. On the last episode, young Master Jun finally broke down. Because the contents of this story, which was also this absolute insider info, was because the evil monarch's lover was forced into an arranged marriage, fleeing far away, but was caught and brought back. Apparently some boss in the three holy lands had fallen madly in love for the evil monarch's lover, refusing to call it quits until he got here, so the evil monarch was enraged for his lover. To think that it was actually a love dispute. Jun Moxie couldn't help but recall back then when Chu Chi-hun's reputation was spreading, and the pugilistic world also seemed to be spreading, that it was because some boss from the three holy lands had snatched Chu Chi-hun's wife, causing Chu Chi-hun to seek revenge and assassinate heartlessly. F***ck, can't you change the pattern? Besides, even that old Wu Shan Yun who had lived for 3,000 over years, how many people's wives did he snatch all these years? He should have stopped thinking about such things a long time ago, right? 3,000 years, isn't he sick of it? Can that thing of his still stand? It's already an old item since 3,000 years ago, it can F***king be auctioned as an antique. Young Master Jun, who was on the verge of collapse, subconsciously took his last big mouthful of food and drank the last cup of wine and stumbled out unsteadily from the restaurant. Of course, with his alcohol tolerance, this tiny bit of alcohol couldn't do anything to him even without the suppression from Xian Qi. But he was essentially giddy from listening to that old man. Throughout his entire journey to Tianxiang City, Jun Moxie had overheard 7 or 8 different versions, and every single one of them revolved around a great beauty and a hero's rage. Young Master Jun couldn't help but start cursing angrily after hearing a completely different version near Tianxiang City. This boss of the three holy lands is too despicable. Forget the fact that he lusts after beauties, to think that he also wants to rob 10 silver fragments. Ultimately triggering such a shocking battle. All in all, there was one common thing between all these legends: this evil monarch was definitely not third young Master Jun Moxie. Those who brought this up instantly attracted scolding from the public and was drowned by everyone's salivas. This was already the milder cases, those who were more unlucky suffered a thorough beating. Jun Moxie had finally arrived on the southern gate of Tianxiang City when the crowd before him suddenly parted aside. A troop of soldiers marched over, and when they walked out of the gates, they got into a wing formation. Colorful flags were raised, and flying in the wind, it gave of a tremendous shocking sensation. The two groups behind the troops emerged, a golden flag was in the air. The emperor had arrived. It was the royal emperor, who had arrived personally. Everyone shunned as far as they could, watching from afar. Only Jun Moxie stood in the middle of the wide path, completely confused as to what was happening. 9 sounds of firecrackers rang out, shaking the heavens. A luxurious dragon carriage slowly moved forward. The Emperor Yang Huainong and the crown prince alighted and walked over slowly, full of smiles as they received Jun Moxie. Long live! Everyone around the gate knelt down uniformly. So they're here to receive me. Jun Moxie rubbed his head. He really wasn't used to being suddenly received in such a grand manner. Looking at the current emperor of Tianxiang coming forward with such a hospitable smile, Jun Moxie could only try to return a polite smile. Since they have given me so much face, an emperor coming out of the gates personally to receive, the evil monarch also needs to put on an equal air, right? Besides, Jun Moxie's return was obviously trying to help this father and son who had just succeeded the throne to declare their might. If news went out saying that the great evil monarch whose name shocked the world was personally received by the emperor of Tianxiang City, entering Tianxiang City in such a grand manner, this was a giant intimidation to all the other countries. As long as the evil monarch did not fall from power, this intimidation would remain until Yang Huainong settled comfortably in the throne. This was definitely a God-sent pie to Tianxiang that had undergone a change in emperor. If Yang Huainong didn't know how to grab on this good opportunity, then he really wasn't worthy to sit on this throne. After some casual exchanges, they entered the capital. After all, the gates were not a suitable place for catching up. Through that simple conversation, Jun Moxie could sense that Yang Huainong, and Crown Prince, Yang Mo, were genuinely grateful to him. After all, the father and son would definitely not be where they were today without Jun Moxie. How have you been all these time? There shouldn't be anyone who dares to bully you now, right? Jun Moxie patted Yang Mo's head and asked with a smile. Yang Mo laughed hearing this, and blinking his eyes cheekily, he said, of course no one dares to bully me now. There is brother Moxie backing me up, who dares to touch a single hair on me. Jun Moxie laughed loudly. Right now, Li Yu ran beside him suddenly walked closer and smiled. He asked, third young master, the evil monarch whose name is spreading all over the world, is you, this old person, right? Although it was a question, but it was full of certainty, and even, a hint of mockery. Oh. Jun Moxie looked at him interestingly. The entire world doesn't think that it was me, why are you so sure? Do I really resemble an old person? Li Yuran chuckled and said slowly, there are so many people in this world, but which one has truly understood you? Only those who have really crossed paths with you will understand, how terrifying, mysterious you are. This matter, I believe that aside from you, there will be no second person that will be this insane. Am I really very insane? More than the 9 nether 14th young master. Or perhaps, even more insane than you. Jun Moxie raised his brows, looking at his ex-enemy, also mocking back. Li Yuran smiled and shook his head. My insanity is different from third young master. Our goals are completely different. That makes sense. Jun Moxie nodded in agreement. How has Fatty been? Young Master Tang is doing extremely well now. Li Yuran's tone was full of envy. This fellow is literally a crownless king in Tianxiang, although he has no ambitions, but even his majesty is afraid to offend him. He is really living a comfortable life. Li Yuran grumbled, this Tang Yuan has been milking me dry daily, saying that I bullied him for 10 years, so now he is collecting it all back with interest. Saying it in such a just and forceful manner. Third young master, don't you think that what this fatty is saying is a little too heartless? Jun Moxie roared with laughter. What, heartless? If it were me, I'd say he should. Who asked you to make things difficult for no reason for the two of us last time? You even caused him to lose his wife once, it's completely reasonable for him to come seeking revenge now. Li Yuran laughed bitterly. He wanted to come along to welcome you at the gates, but His Majesty personally told him to give this opportunity to the royals' family, that's why Tang Yuan reluctantly agreed, but he still extorted a piece of art and 10 jugs of wine from His Majesty. Jun Moxie was a little speechless. Tang Yuan is really bold, extorting from the emperor. Truly bold. After eating a sumptuous lunch in the royal palace, Jun Moxie, under the company of Li Yuran, headed to the aristocratic hall. Little Yang Mo was not brought along on this reunion of old friends catching up and was about to cry. But the impact on Tianxiang that Jun Moxie's return brought would need these two father and son to properly digest. Especially to those old court officials who were still unwilling to accept the change in throne, it was like a sharp sword that was right above their necks, ready to chop down any time. As long as Jun Moxie made his attitude clear, all those who knew Jun Moxie's ways would definitely not dare to take any rash actions. At least, before young Master Jun collapsed, they would absolutely not dare to. This had great decisive impact in securing these two father and sons ruling of the country. So Jun Moxie's arrival for these couple of days was extremely precious to the father and son. Jun Moxie had just arrived at the door of the aristocratic hall when he saw a huge lump of flesh moving, a fat and short neck doing its best to turn around and look over. And beside this figure, there was a slender figure accompanying him. In the dark, there were a few more people hidden, keeping a close watch on the situation. Jun Moxie could sense the respect those two in the dark had towards him. He didn't need to see them to know they were Hai Chen-feng and his old disciple, Song Shang. Suddenly meeting with all these people whom he used to see frequently, young Master Jun felt as though that it had been lifetimes ago since their last meeting. Although their family had not left this place for very long, but this sort of familiarity filled his heart with warmth. Upon seeing Jun Moxie walking over from afar, Tang Yuan suddenly let out a weird cry and ran towards Jun Moxie, all the fat on his body bouncing with each step. Jun Moxie groaned and looked at him helplessly, face palming himself. Oh my God! Fatty, why are you fat again? I put in so much effort to make you slim down back then, even if you didn't continue to work hard, you shouldn't have rebounded so much. I'm really speechless. Tang Yuan's face was still full of sincere feelings, running over and pouncing, hugging Jun Moxie. He hit Jun Moxie's back with all his strength, as if he wanted to say something but he couldn't say it. His eyes were red. Jun Moxie was instantly engulfed by his humongous body. He struggled for a while before finally freeing himself. He jokingly scolded, "I say, Tang Yuan, are you planning to suffocate me with all your fat the one rare time I return?" Tang Yuan laughed and rubbed his hands. "Third young master. I was especially worried for you all this time. Until I received the great news of your victorious battle against the Holy Lands, this daddy drank for a whole night. I'm so happy." Jun Moxie patted his shoulder and said, "Tang Yuan. You're great." Tang Yuan laughed loudly, suddenly turning chirpy. He flailed his limbs around and spun around, yelling, "Inform the kitchen. This daddy still wants to drink today. I want to drink till I drop." Wahahaha. Sun Xiaomei stood on the side, smiling. Watching the two of them in their unusual way of expressing their joy of reunion, she was extremely moved to the point of tears. It turned out that the friendship between men could be this loyal, this deep. In the shadows, Hai Chen-feng's voice rang out. "Third young master, since you left, we have been suffering. This Tang Yuan kept sending the two of us to gather news about you. Once, he even dared to scold us just because there was no news. This fatty is really gutsy now. You tell me, where can there be so much news and information that would satisfy his curiosity? It really has been unbearable for us." Tang Yuan scoffed. "It's only asking you to gather news, weren't you guys also anxious? I was just fulfilling your wishes. Making me sound so horrid, be careful that I complain to third young master on you. Let you have it good." "Humph." Another voice piped up. "Master, I am willing to testify for Chen Feng. This fatty has been ordering us around for all sorts of matters. The two of us have really suffered, although it is the duty of the disciple to share the master's troubles, but, essentially it's difficult to explain." "Master?" Young Master Jun was stunned by this sudden form of addressment. But he suddenly remembered that Hai Chen-feng's old partner, Song Shang, was his one disciple. Although their relationship was made over wine, and young Master Jun had never acknowledged it, but this old disciple had never changed in the way he addressed him as master. Young Master Jun had recalled many things in the past from this one master. That rain, that gamble, everything came rushing back. That was the weakest point of my life in this world. Everyone broke out in loud laughter as they walked inside. Sun Xiaomei followed behind silently. A sudden thought popped in Jun Moxie's head. "Wah, fatty, you are really capable now, it's been so long, but you didn't lose your wife again?" he asked. Tang Yuan's round face instantly turned bitter. "Third young master. We don't play like this, are you trying to play me till I'm dead? I had just stopped playing for barely a few days here. Ouch. That hurts so much." Sun Xiaomei pinched him harshly on his waist and yelled, "Tang Yuan. How dare you? Just you wait." Then she snorted and left. Tang Yuan was at a loss for what to do, quickly chasing after her, begging for mercy. "Wifey. I really didn't, how could I? I. You must believe me, ah." Everyone laughed at Tang Yuan's misfortune, watching him grovel after Sun Xiaomei and apologizing profusely, snot and tears dripping everywhere. Jun Moxie had only stayed in Tianxiang City for 2 days when he received news of those from Misty Illusory Manor. Because during these 2 days, Jun Moxie had been harassed by Tang Yuan so much that he was about to swear, more or less understanding Hai Chen-feng and Song Shang's pains now. He didn't know where this scoundrel got so many different versions, carrying a thick stack every day and reciting it to Jun Moxie. Always talking about the part where the evil monarch battled the 3 holy lands. In 2 days, Tang Yuan had purchased almost 60 different versions at high prices and consolidated it all into a book. He pestered Jun Moxie to read it every day. Since then, as long as Jun Moxie saw Tang Yuan walking over excitedly while carrying a book, he would be frozen with fear, only short of crying for help. Upon receiving news of Chao Guofeng and the rest from the Misty Illusory Manor, Jun Moxie could be said to have fled from Tianxiang City with his tail between his legs. Only Tang Yuan in the whole entire world was able to scare the evil monarch, Jun Moxie, to this state. Tang Yuan's achievement was truly unprecedented. However, during these 2 days, Jun Moxie had also gifted Tang Yuan, Sun Xiaomei, Hai Feng, and Song Shang pills for them to strengthen their powers. Tang Yuan had completely no interest in Xian Qi, but his meagerly cultivation was that of a golden xians. Although he may not use it, Jun Moxie still left an extra with Sun Xiaomei. If the day Tang Yuan suddenly decided to cultivate came, these few pills would be his greatest motivation. Delivering pills for Tang Yuan, Song Shang, and Hai Feng, this was the greatest reason why Jun Moxie came. Jun Moxie had also left large quantities of bone-tempering pill and other low-level pills for this fellow to profit off from. Although he was hoping that Tang Yuan would also take a few to strengthen himself, Jun Moxie could tell from Tang Yuan's greedy expression that he would rather exchange all of this into silver than to eat it himself. Jun Moxie decided that if one day, he managed to concoct cleansing pills that had no side effect, first thing he'd do would be to shove it down this fatty's throat. Or not. He would leave this world in a couple of decades. How boring this world would be without Tang Yuan. After he departed, Tang Yuan issued an order, purchase all the books on the evil monarch. Any variation could be bought at high prices, even if it was made on the spot, that was no issue. Collate it all and store it in the study. Because Tang Yuan felt that these things were the funniest jokes he had seen in his entire life. No matter which version, no matter how pleasant it was enough to make him break out in uncontrollable laughter. The only regrettable thing was that the main character of the story didn't seem to be his best friend Jun Moxie. They've described him too ideally, how is he that good? Under the great support of Tang Yuan's wealth, all sorts of weird rumors regarding the evil monarch boomed all over the continent. This purchase operation had directly caused huge arguments and banters when the future generations discussed about the legendary evil monarch. Which helped add a tinge of mystery to the legendary evil monarch. Of course, which of it was about what the real evil monarch had experienced, was food for thought. In a dense forest, Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng, was walking in front with a heavy look on his face. Since they left Chrysanthemum City, he had been pulling a long face, clearly feeling troubled. The other 6 knew he wasn't in a good mood and did not try to strike up a conversation with him. And thus, the 7 of them remained in silence for a couple of days. Their goal for the trip this time was to find someone. They had already thoroughly searched this mountain a couple of times, missing nothing. They had heard that that person resided here, but the 7 of them had combed the entire place yet still couldn't find anything. This trip had really been not very smooth sailing. Chao Guofeng and Bai Chi Feng, the leaders, were extremely upset. The only good news they received recently was that the 3 holy lands had been defeated by the hands of an evil monarch, who popped out of nowhere. They suffered a great disadvantage and were practically wiped out. This finally allowed these few people to feel elated for once. They had discussed and laughed at the 3 holy lands' misfortune for a while before returning back to their silence. Looking at the exceedingly silent mountain forest that showed no trace of human residence, finally confirming that the person they were looking for was not here, Chao Guofeng finally decided to give up. Saint Emperor Chao hit a tree with his palm in frustration. This trip this time is truly unlucky to the core. Can't find the person we are looking for, falling out with the holy lands, that bunch of scums. And the most infuriating thing is, the free and natural physique, the best successor, vanished just like this. Bai Chi Feng let out a long sigh and said in agreement. A youth with the free and natural physique, ah. Who knows how many 10,000s of years it takes for one to appear, ah. Just like that. A pity. A pity, ah. The others also shook their heads and sighed. When this matter was brought up, they only felt extreme hatred towards the 3 holy lands. If Shan Mubai had not played dirty, how could a rare prodigy like that just go missing? But there was no use talking about it anymore. Even if they wished to settle scores with Zhang Mubai, it couldn't be done anymore. Because that Saint Emperor Zhang had already died a tragic death in the hands of the evil monarch, to the point where his soul was completely destroyed and damned for eternity. This left Chao Guofeng completely upset. Not having a place to vent when he wanted to find somewhere to vent. Looks like the information this time was wrong, the person we are looking for is not here at all. Chao Guofeng laughed bitterly and said moodily. Not only did we not find the person on this trip, and we also messed up assisting the 3 Holy Lands in dealing with the 9 Nether 14th Young Master. Which means we did not fulfill a single thing the Lord had instructed us to do. The 7 of us brothers are really unlucky. Bai Chi Feng was indifferent. This trip being a wasted one is because there was an error in the information. How could it be blamed on us? Besides, what sort of conduct do those from the 3 Holy Lands have? How could we cooperate with them? We are already being magnanimous, not killing every single one of them. Big Brother need not take it to heart. I believe that anyone from the Misty Illusory Manor will also not back off just like that. It takes great effort to back off in how you handled this whole matter. But, no matter what the reason is, the result is that we did not accomplish what we should have. There is a reason behind any failure, but this reason is not a reason why we did not accomplish it. Responsibility is responsibility and we must carry it. I understand. Rest assured, the 6 of us are willing to carry this responsibility with Big Brother. Bai Chi Feng said, raising his head. That is wrong, since I am leading for this trip, where is the logic in making all of you carry the responsibility for me? Chao Guofeng asked displeasedly. He sighed again and said, actually, the thing that has been bothering me is concerning something else. What is it? The evil monarch is probably that 3rd young master Jun Moxie. I believe no one has any doubts on this. But Jun Moxie's powerful rise this time and the powerful forces he has causes me to worry about the future threat to the Misty Illusory Manor. Chao Guofeng said heavily. Jun Moxie dealing with the 3 Holy Lands is bound to happen. And now, after the 3 Holy Lands have suffered such great losses, their strength is far from their past. As long as the Heaven Saint Palace doesn't intervene, the 3 Holy Lands are bound to be destroyed in Jun Moxie's hands. Someone like this is truly the scariest because he has a terrifying, unmatched speed in his advancement. All of the strength he has currently is enough to shake any force in the world. The Misty Illusory Manor may have plenty of experts and is strong, but most of them are old in age. They can't compete with a maniacal prodigy with rapid advancement speed like Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie is barely 20. Standing in a battle alone, he killed Zhan Mu Bai with not a single scratch on him. And he was capable of killing over 20 Holy Land experts in a single sweep after battling a Saint Emperor. What sort of power is that? What sort of potential is that? I can almost confirm that he will not be past 30 when he reaches the peak of this world. When that time comes, even if it's us, Misty Illusory Manor, what do we have to resist against Jun Moxie? Chao Guofeng sighed in grief. It'll still be alright if Jun Moxie doesn't set his eyes on Misty Illusory Manor, but if he really does, then, the consequences are unimaginable. Then Big Brother means, that we should get rid of Jun Moxie now. Get rid of the threat once and for all. Bai Chi Feng furrowed his brows and asked. No. That sort of thing, perhaps the 3 Holy Lands can do it without feeling any guilt, but the Misty Illusory Manor must not. And dares not. You must all remember, if you kill someone because you envy their speed, then there is no doubt that you have a subconscious belief in your own heart that, I'm incomparable to him. This is a great taboo in cultivation. Even if we ultimately kill him, he will become an inner demon that will live forever in the deepest parts of your heart. And from then on, you will never be able to improve for eternity. Chao Guofeng's eyes were full of worry. If there is no Jun Moxie, the Misty Illusory Manor has no reason to be anxious. But now that he exists, we must absolutely find a suitable successor that has a great physique comparable to the enemy. This matter is of utmost urgency. Because we must guarantee that 1,000 years later, there is still someone who is able to support the entire Misty Illusory Manor. Realization dawned on Bai Chi Feng. But his face turned into that of fury, and he uttered through gritted teeth, this sort of ideal successor, we had actually found it, but it's a pity that it's all destroyed by the 3 Holy Lands. Those be asterisk stars. If I could, I'd eat them alive. Another person piped up cautiously. When put in this way, if one day, the Misty Illusory Manor is destroyed in the hands of Jun Moxie, then isn't it all because what the 3 Holy Lands had done? That is correct. That's why I said. We must not let them off so easily. Bai Chi Feng said heavily, his eyes filled with killing intent. His hand pressed on his sword as he looked south. That was the direction of the 3 Holy Lands. Now that things have come to this, there is no use in talking about all this anymore, there is no point. The real important thing is where do we go and find a successor whose physique is able to contend against Jun Moxie. Otherwise, the misty illusory manner that has been around for 10,000s of years is really running out of time. Chao Guofeng let out a long sigh, frowning. The other 6 people all thought it through and let out long sighs, at the ends of their wits. Just then, they heard an eerie, maniacal laughter ringing out. And the sound was coming from not far away. Everyone exchanged looks of shock. A gleam appeared in Chao Guofeng's eyes as he asked, which expert is acting like ghosts before us? I invite you to come out and meet us. The faces of Bai Chi Feng and the rest darkened. From the sound of the laughter, this person's strength was definitely not beneath any of them present, and even a little more superior. If this person was really an enemy, it'd be a terrifying one. They all did not open their mouths to speak, completely focusing in standby mode, getting ready to attack at any moment. After a long time, they heard that eerie voice speak slowly. Weren't you guys looking for a successor with a good physique? This old man sees that you have been searching too hard and pities all of you for being so old with age and left with not much time to live. So I specially came to gift one to you. This old man is a kind person, right? This person's voice was vague and indistinct, sometimes it was in front, sometimes it was at the back, and sometimes left and right. Yet sometimes, it seemed as if he were spinning in the air, changing positions constantly. Even the supernatural powers of the 7 Saint Emperors could not clearly discern the direction this person was hiding at, what more his general location. The moment the person had finished his sentence, the faces of the 7 of them changed. This person could clearly listen to the contents of our conversation earlier, while we cannot do anything about him at all. Doesn't this mean that this person's strength is beyond all of us? And this person's voice was not friendly, so clearly he was not a friend. Why would such a powerful enemy appear in such wilderness? After a moment of silence, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped across the air. The voice sounded young, and the person was definitely not beyond the age of 20. Then, this eerie voice laughed gleefully and said, "Come, come. Ha 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 ha, come and welcome your disciple. Free and natural physique, it's really rare to find." A white figure seemed to be tossed in the air with great force. It spun twice in the air, blood spurting out from his mouth and across the air. Then, it landed heavily on the ground with a paw, blood and flesh flying about. This old man is going off now, ha ha ha. This eerie voice seemed to be coming from underground now, vanishing completely without a trace. Go! Bai Chi Feng yelled and ran over first. Chi Feng! Be careful, it may be a trap. Chao Guofeng warned. He flew into the air with his sword, cautiously observing the surroundings. In this position, no matter what was happening nearby, he would be able to immediately render aid to his comrades and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy from the top. This was the mutual understanding that the 7 of them had developed after undergoing battles together for a long time. Nothing needed to be said, when faced with an enemy, they would naturally get into the best formation, each occupying the best and most advantageous position that would be able to provide the best protection for their comrades. Chao Guofeng was full of alert in the air when he suddenly heard Bai Chi Feng yelling anxiously. Big brother! Hurry over and see. It's really that child with the free and natural physique. Come over quickly. Chao Guofeng, who was hovering mid-air, jolted and landed where Bai Chi Feng was with a whoosh. He was instantly enraged at the sight. On the ground laid a person. That person was already covered in blood, aside from terrible wounds, he was completely unconscious. He only had the strength to breathe out and not inhale any air. Looked like this person was dealt a heavy hit by the person speaking earlier and tossed from a high place. It was already not easy for him to still hold on to his breath. Chao Guofeng walked over and checked his pulse. He couldn't help but curse again. The meridians of this youth before them were almost completely destroyed. He was practically a cripple. This youth had a handsome face, both his brows were furrowed in agony, and both his eyes were tightly shut. But it was none other than the prodigy with the free and natural physique. To think that he was kidnapped away when he was in Chrysanthemum City but delivered back again only now. But in such a pathetic, dying state. Chao Guofeng only felt an heartache. His hand that had always been steady was trembling a little. He forced himself to control his emotions and shut his eyes as he asked, can he still be saved? With Chao Guofeng's prowess and judgment, asking this sentence was enough to show the amount of concern he had for this youth with the free and natural physique. Bai Chi Feng sighed and replied, "I'm afraid it'll be difficult." Actually, not only was Chao Guofeng upset, even Bai Chi Feng was not necessarily feeling any better. Chao Guofeng's entire body jerked as his back gave way. As if in this moment, he had suddenly aged numerous years. "But it is not completely impossible, just that we must see if it's worth it," Bai Chi Feng said hesitantly. "What way?" Chao Guofeng turned around sharply, looking at Bai Chi Feng with a fervent look in his eyes. "The 7 of us take turns to use our Xian Qi to protect his pulse. Then, we hurry all the way back to the misty illusory manor. If he can sustain till we get back to the misty illusory manor, there may be a chance with powerful effects of the 7-colored holy fruit. But if he can't last till then there is nothing we can do. But from the looks of his current situation, thinking of lasting until then, it's difficult. Really difficult." Bai Chi Feng said. "No matter what, this is the last hope we have now. Let's do it this way. We head straight back to the misty illusory manor. The prodigal physique of this lad directly concerns the future of the misty illusory manor, and failure is not an option. Let me be the first to sustain his life," Chao Guofeng said decisively. Chao Guofeng stretched his arms out, and Xian Qi rushed out. With a grunt, a formless bed that was completely made from condensed Xian Qi appeared suddenly. He grabbed at the air with his right hand. The body of the youth on the ground silently floated up and onto this Xian Qi bed. There was not a single movement on his body, as if he had fallen comfortably into the clouds. Dense Xian Qi emitted from Chao Guofeng's palms as he went over the body. Everywhere the palms went, the wounds on the youth's body began to dry up and scab. The bleeding wound just now instantly got better. The return of spring skill. "Big brother, you're insane." Bai Chi Feng was shocked. "Are you sick of living?" The return of spring skill was a special skill for treating injuries. The user used his own life force to transform into the power for healing, allowing the injured party's injuries to get better. Even the most severe of injuries would get better when this skill was used. But in misty illusory manner, this secret skill was a tabooed skill. There was no other reason. The moment the return of spring technique was used, the user's life would be greatly exhausted regardless whether the injured was saved or not. He may even die from using up all of his life force. Chao Guofeng smiled and said, "This old man has already lived for 1,000 years, but I have not lived enough. Yet, I definitely cannot watch a prodigy get destroyed like this before my eyes. The 3 holy lands can be full of jealousy and kill for precaution, but this old man will never ever do something like that. Being greedy for life does not mean that I fear death." After saying this, he grabbed the wrist of the boy and began to transfer all of the Xian Qi into him, continuously, with no reservations. This youngster who was close to death with the free and natural physique was naturally young Master Jun. Right now, young Master Jun was feeling extremely conflicted. Chao Guofeng's wholehearted care and concern had caused Jun Moxie to feel guilty. Because Chao Guofeng was sincerely thinking for young Master Jun's life, but Jun Moxie was lying to him. Although Chao Guofeng's ultimate goal was for the misty illusory manor, but Jun Moxie still felt that his own behavior was a little despicable. At the same time Chao Guofeng used the return of spring skill, Jun Moxie distinctly felt the life force in Chao Guofeng's body decreasing rapidly. He sighed internally and secretly activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and transferred the life force back to Chao Guofeng through a unique air circulation. First, he forced it into the air, controlling it using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and seeping it into Chao Guofeng's body. Although it was slower, much slower than Chao Guofeng's output, but its advantage was that it was consistent and hard to be detected. And the life energy that was processed by the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was stronger. So Chao Guofeng, who had used the tabooed skill no matter what the consequences were, had instead gained an advantage, prolonging his longevity. Jun Moxie also felt a little more at ease. At least in this way, I've made it up to you and didn't make you lose everything. As to whether we'll be friends or foes in the future, only time will tell. I'll do my best not to cause you harm. Jun Moxie shut his eyes and said mentally. For the sake of Dugu Xiao Yi and Guan Qing Han, I really have no other choice. Because if I requested for it directly, you will absolutely not give it to me. What I need is not a small quantity. Please allow me to be selfish once. I'm sorry. Jun Moxie had always been very self-centered. He had committed countless things selfishly. But only this time, he was really moved by how Chao Guofeng used his own life force to sustain his life with no hesitation. Jun Moxie would not feel any guilt if he killed Chao Guofeng in a face-to-face battle. Even if Chao Guofeng was a saint, he would also not give way. If he was really injured, then it was still reasonable, but right now, he was not injured at all. The human's conscience is truly a magical thing. To think that a cold-blooded person like me could also develop such complicated emotions. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. Bai Qifeng couldn't help but frown at the sight Chao Guofeng ceaselessly transferring his Xian Qi. Big brother, I'm afraid that this matter requires greater considerations. This ideal successor with the free and natural physique is indeed difficult to come by, but right now, is it really worth it for us to take such a big risk for him when he is in this state? Since the enemy is able to leave him half dead and deliver him back to us, there may be a bigger plot behind this. What if the person just now already destroyed the sensibility of this child? Even if we save him back physically with the manor's treasure, we may not be able to salvage his mind. If we saved an idiot, so what if he has the free and natural physique? This is an important thing that we cannot neglect. Young Master Jun, who was feigning his severe injuries, cursed mentally. F***CKU, you're the idiot. Your whole family is full of idiots. When this young Master Jun shows his skills, I'll definitely turn you into an idiot. How dare you insult this young master? Chao Guofeng smiled and shook his head without saying a word. Big brother, even putting aside what I said earlier, all of us will use large amounts of Xian Qi to sustain this child's life. If an enemy ambushes us, not only will this child die, even the 7 of us will also have the possibility of dying on the journey. Aren't the stakes a little big here? Bai Qifeng began to turn anxious seeing how he couldn't convince Chao Guofeng. There was really too many suspicious things about this matter. Bai Qifeng couldn't help but think hypothetically. The free and natural physique had been rare to find since ancient times. But the enemy was willing to destroy it in such a mangled state and return it. Why would he do that if he didn't have any plots? If this was a trap, then the consequences were really severe. You are not wrong at all. Chao Guofeng finally slowly opened his mouth to speak. Everything before us is obviously a trap. I had already figured this out just now, but this is a trap that we have no choice but to walk into. Even if we know that there is a high chance that we won't walk out of it alive, we must still walk into it. Since the thousands of years Misty Illusory Manor has been built, we have been full of talents and countless prodigal cultivators. But one that has the free and natural physique is completely unheard of. This has led to a huge restriction in the development of the Misty Illusory Manor, especially when the evil monarch Jun Moxie has coincidentally emerged in the outside world. Qifeng, amongst us, we can't conceal the fact that we are old. How much hope is there for us? But the Misty Illusory Manor must remain, and it must be an existence that lasts throughout all the ages. Bai Qifeng had wanted to try and convince him, but he couldn't say it out loud. He only sighed and lowered his head. This youth before us is the hope of the Misty Illusory Manor. The terrifying potential of the free and natural physique, there is nothing comparable to it. I believe that this child must have had special encounters that allowed him to retain his free and natural physique, which would disappear in his early childhood without a master. And he even developed a strong foundation of Xian Qi. What does all this represent? You and I are aware of it. The future development of this youth with great luck is definitely unlimited. He may not be inferior to that Jun Moxie. Chao Guofeng once again increased the speed of the Xian Qi he was channeling in. Now at this moment, when the internal is troubled and there is an external threat, we have gotten this miraculous opportunity again. How could we abandon it? Even if the 7 of us are to perish here, we must not give up on it. Even if there is the slightest chance, we must bring this youth with the free and natural physique safely back to the Misty Illusory Manor. We must take the risk this time. If we abandon this youth for our own safety today, and the Misty Illusory Manor comes with any mishap in the future and is wiped out, then everything will be due to us. We are the sinners who caused the Misty Illusory Manor to be annihilated. Chao Guofeng said heavily. Big brother always takes into account the greater picture and thinks and considers greatly at length. You are right, I was not considerate enough earlier. A look of embarrassment flashed across Bai Qifeng's face. It can be said that I owe the misty illusory manor a great debt of gratitude. Since we've come to this point, then even if it means staking my life on it, I must safely bring this child back. All 5 of them had a solemn look on their faces, and they nodded their heads resolutely. Chao Guofeng laughed, feeling heartened. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and set off. My skills are slightly stronger, so let me be the one to sustain for the first part of this journey until I'm exhausted. Then, you guys take turns and go about it according to the way I did it. Absolutely must not let him feel any sudden movements in case of further complications. Bai Qifeng responded and rushed ahead of Chao Guofeng. I'll open the path. He rushed off. Chao Guofeng carried the severely injured body of young Master Jun and followed closely behind Bai Qifeng. The other 5 formed a circle around Chao Guofeng. The 7 of them formed a secure formation and dashed off at high speed. The 7 people bolted forward like lightning. Although they were in a dense forest, there was not a single sound made. These Saint Emperor experts did not get their reputation for nothing. Right now, these 7 experts were behaving as if they were about to meet a huge enemy. All of them spread their spiritual sense far and wide. They were already about to exit the mountains, but that scary opponent still made no move. If there was something unusual, there must be something wrong. These 7 people did not lower their guard, instead, they became even more alert. Since the enemy has already set up this trap, how could he let us escape away so easily? All 7 of them had the same thought. After traveling for quite a distance, Chao Guofeng noticed something odd about his own body. My Xian Qi is indeed more superior than the rest, but I had just greatly exhausted my strength in using the return of spring skill. Technically, my body should be weaker than usual, but right now, there is nothing unusual about my body. Furthermore, I don't seem to be showing signs of fatigue when I've released so much of my Xian Qi. This usual situation caused Chao Guofeng to feel extremely elated. Could it be that my sudden explosion of moral character, exhausting my own lifespan to use a tabooed skill, is able to allow myself to return back to my best state? This is truly bizarre. But no matter what, this situation that had appeared was still a good thing. As long as he retained his own strength, there might not be big danger even if they met with an enemy. As long as he maintained it until they returned to the misty illusory manor, it was absolutely worth it, even if it costed him his life. The mountain pass was right before their eyes, a narrow and long ravine. Sunlight did not enter, forming an eerie and long shadow. From afar, it looked like a cold viper quietly crawling on the ground. Bai Qifeng raised his hand and all 7 people instantly halted. He looked at what lay before them cautiously, a sharp look in his eyes. If the enemy set up an ambush in this area of the mountain, this will be their last stage and also the most treacherous one. It is most suitable for ambush, everyone get ready, the battle is very likely to be before us. The remaining others responded in agreement. They couldn't help but reach for their swords looking at that narrow ravine before them, only feeling their palms turn cold and sweaty. These people had been living on the edge of life and death for thousands of years and were already old beyond description. Even in the face of death, when the swords were upon their necks, it might not even bring a frown to their faces. But right now, when faced with this rather ordinary-looking ravine, they were all feeling fearful. But this fear was not for themselves, but for the huge responsibility they were all carrying upon their shoulders. The future of the misty illusory manor was in the arms of Chao Guofeng. There was no room for mistakes. The only thing they knew right now was that the opponent was a powerful and mysterious enemy. That person was hiding in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. As to where this person was from? Why was he targeting the misty illusory manor like this? Which force did he belong to? What was the strength of the forces behind him? They had no clue about any of these. The mental pressure on these 7 people was even greater because of this layer of mystery. The 7 people carefully used their immense spiritual sense to scan the ravine and the 2 peaks before them thoroughly, but they didn't find anything. But because they didn't find anything, they were even more nervous. The unique trait of humans feeling fearful about what they did not know, even Saint Emperors were no exceptions. There was completely nothing, which meant there were only 2 possibilities. 1, there was no one at all. Second, the enemy's strength was beyond all of theirs. But, the enemy had already set up such a thorough and cruel plan, how could he not arrange for the final blow? None of the 7 Saint Emperors of Misty Illusory Manor would believe that there was no one over there. The ravine was only 5 zhang wide, but the sides were extremely steep, as if it were cut by a knife. The most unique thing about the ravine was that the top was mutually connected, making it seem like a giant tunnel. Bai Qifeng furrowed his brows and looked. I'll go and check it out first. If anything goes wrong, just go the other way, and don't bother about me. This place is really odd and treacherous. Chao Guofeng raised his head and looked at Bai Qifeng, intense emotions in his eyes. Qifeng, you must be careful, if you notice anything amiss, retreat immediately and don't try to test it. The other 5 members also had worried looks on their faces. If this was the past, the 7 brothers would rather live and die together, insisting on barging their way through as one. But right now, they couldn't. Even if they knew clearly that Bai Qifeng had a low chance of making it out alive, this scouting was necessary. Even if Bai Qifeng didn't go, someone else would still have to do it. It was only a matter of who was the one doing it. Bai Qifeng nodded his head heavily. With a flash, he charged straight in at high speed. The 6 people behind looked at the view of his back, a look of anxiety in their eyes. Bai Qifeng had already arrived at the entrance of the ravine. His white figure paused for a while, he turned about slightly, as if he wanted to turn around to look at his brothers, but ultimately, he didn't. After this pause, he accelerated and vanished into the ravines. That instant when Bai Qifeng's figure disappeared into the ravine, everyone was feeling extremely anxious, vaguely having an ominous feeling that they would never meet again in this life. But it didn't take long before the white figure appeared again and Bai Qifeng emerged, a look of surprise on his face. There is no ambush here. There is completely no ambush. This is really amazing. Everyone was relieved. Chao Guofeng scolded jokingly, don't tell me you are disappointed that there is no ambush. What a wretch. Bai Qifeng chuckled and replied, Big brother, this place is the best place for an ambush, but they didn't set one. The moment we pass this place, the rest of it will be a wide and open plain. Trying to kill Saint Emperor experts on an open plain, isn't it a joke? That's why I said I can't figure it out. Chao Guofeng scoffed. Don't bother thinking about things that you can't figure out. Since there is no ambush, then let's hurry along. If we all make it back to Misty Illusory Manor safely, isn't it a joyous matter? Everyone's anxieties were erased and they all entered happily. The width of the ravine may be narrow, but it was extremely long. When the 7 people had just seen the light at the other side, Chao Guofeng suddenly had a bad feeling, all his goosebumps appearing. He suddenly yelled, Halt! This was a thunderous shout, clearing all the clouds above. Especially in a narrow ravine like this, the other 6 people's ears were ringing from the volume. The other 6 all instantly halted from shock. They all looked over at the narrow opening where the light was entering from. Their skills were slightly inferior to Chao Guofeng, but they didn't find anything amiss. They couldn't help but turn around to look at Chao Guofeng in surprise. It was as if Chao Guofeng's sharp eyesight could see all the way through to the outside. A honest person does nothing underhanded. Since you are already here and you intend to cause trouble for us, do you still need to put up that shady disguise? Just come straight out. The 6 people's hearts sank upon hearing this. The darkness before dawn was the darkest. They knew that endless brightness came with one more step forward, but they just had to be trapped in the darkest moment. They were almost at the end of the ravine, the enormous mountain body was at their sides, removing all possibilities of breaking through the walls to escape. At a time like this, if the enemy blocked them from the front and back, there was no way out, and the consequences were really dire. Just at this timing, a long whistle rang out from outside. A graceful voice rang out. As expected of Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng, truly impressive. We all thought we left no traces, but to think that Saint Emperor Chao could still detect us from so far away. Truly, your reputation is fully justified. Then, as that clear and melodious laughter rang out, 10 black figures emerged on the exit of the tunnel, blocking out the other exit. The 7 Saint Emperors were taken aback, and some of them were even confused, unconsciously turning around to look behind. That person laughed slowly. There's no need to turn around, because the way you came in from has already been blocked. We deployed almost 100 experts in the operation for this ambush. Chao Guofeng, he, the 7 Saint Emperors of the Misty Illusory Manor, today shall be your death day. This eerie and narrow ravine is really a suitable and apt place for your resting place. Chao Guofeng understood that all of them had fallen into an impasse that they had never encountered before. But he still did not give up on transferring his Xian Qi. He only asked, "Who are you? Since we are about to die, my friend, why don't you meet us with your real appearance? Let the few of us die understanding why. If we are really dying in the hands of our old acquaintances, the 7 of us would not be dying in injustice." It turned out that all the people at the exit were donned in black, and they all had black cloth masking their faces, only revealing their gleaming eyes. Upon hearing Chao Guofeng's words, the leader laughed heartily. "Even if you are all eradicated, the forces behind you will still remain. Saint Emperor Chao, we are all clear of the strength of you 7 brothers. Although we may have the geological and manpower advantage, but we only have 90% confidence in keeping all of you here." He laughed eerily. 90%, although it is relatively high, but it is still not 100%. For precaution's sake, we absolutely will not reveal our identities before you all are dead. He looked at Chao Guofeng and said menacingly, "Of course, I definitely will not let a big shot like Saint Emperor Chao die confused, so, when Saint Emperor Chao is really unable to move later and has one last breath left, I will fulfill this wish of Saint Emperor Chao's." This person cackled weirdly. Perhaps, when that time comes, Saint Emperor Chao will really be elated. It is yet to be determined whether I'll be elated or not. Chao Guofeng scoffed. Can all the things of the world go according to one's wishes? You may not have that opportunity to witness if I'm elated or not. Indeed, that is the case. That is why I do not dare to reveal my identity right now. Better to be safe than sorry, there is nothing wrong with being cautious. This was beyond everyone's exceptions. That person had outrightly acknowledged this fact. Chao Guofeng was even more on guard. The person they were facing was not arrogant or hot-tempered. He had a steady and deep temperament. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. It could be said that Bai Chi Feng was responsible for everyone from the misty illusory manor falling into such a treacherous circumstance because he did not do a good job in scouting. There was no way out or for retreat. It was truly a bad situation. But none of the 6 people brought this matter up. The reason why they were in this circumstance now was because of the decision all 7 of them had made. They had no intentions of blaming anyone. But Bai Chi Feng suddenly panted heavily. He let out a loud shout, drew his sword, and charged forward. Even if the brothers did not blame him, caring about the brotherly ties they had, Bai Chi Feng felt that it was all his fault. And he could not make up for it even if he died 100 times. Because it was his own mistake that caused all 7 of them to be in this state of impasse. Possibly ruining the future of the misty illusory manor. At this point, Bai Chi Feng had already given up on living. The only thought in his mind now was to go all out. Only by risking this life of his could he let his 6 brothers escape. That was the only thought in his heart. But Chao Guofeng had been noticing him this entire time. The moment he moved, Chao Guofeng had already appeared in front of him, staring coldly at him. With a loud paw sound, a ruthless slap landed on his face. Bai Chi Feng caressed his face, somewhat stunned. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever slapped him before. But today, he'd been slapped so ruthlessly under the eyes of everyone. But in that instant, he actually did not feel any rage at all. Was that comfortable? Chao Guofeng stared coldly at him and asked. Do you know that those people there are simply waiting for you to charge over so that they can pick us apart with greater ease? Do you know that if you dashed out now, the lives of all 7 of us will be lost in your hands along with the future of the misty illusory manor? Do you know that if you charged out now, if you died, the 6 of us would also give up on escaping even if we had the chance? Bai Chi Feng, when did you become this stupid? Bai Chi Feng's determined face finally gave way slightly, and his eyes grew red as he muttered in a low voice, But what? But everyone's situation is only so bad now because of you, right? Chao Guofeng cut his words short and reprimanded fiercely. The situation is already like this, what use is there even if you charged out there? With regards to this debt, all of us will remember it for you. When we get back to the misty illusory manor, we will naturally look for you to settle accounts. You're thinking of ending everything with your death. How can there be such a simple matter in the world? Indeed. Second brother Bai, with regards to this debt that you owe us, everyone will naturally obtain it back from you slowly in the future. There's no way that we'll let you off so easily. Dying is too cheap for you." The other 5 also laughed and said, their words seemingly very relaxed and carefree. In the face of life and death, these people completely discarded all their concerns and instead became more carefree. Bai Qi Feng's emotions gradually calmed down, and he nodded solemnly. He didn't say anything else, and his eyes regained their calm. Pa pa pa, a series of clapping sounds rang out, as an eerie voice rang out. Ha 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 ha, what a close relationship. The misty illusory manor is indeed a place of great talents. However, some people's face are indeed a little too thick. If it was me who made such a grave mistake, implicating my brothers, I would have already drawn my sword and taken my own life in embarrassment. How would I have had the face to stand there with my brothers so righteously? The thickness of some people's face is truly unparalleled under the heavens. Ah! What an eye-opener, impressive, impressive. Bai Qi Feng snorted coldly and was just about to speak when he realized with a start. Brothers, we must rush out now immediately. The fact that those people haven't attacked yet and are stalling for time here now means that they're waiting for the people from the other side to rush over here, pincering us in. If we... Chao Guofeng's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You're right. Brothers, slaughter a path out with me." Seeing that they'd finally caught on, the person from the other side laughed aloud. "So you finally realized, but it's already too late." The laughing sneers of tens of people rang out behind them. Quite clearly, the enemy had already arrived. Chao Guofeng did not even turn around, roaring loudly. Bai Qi Feng will lead the charge, the 5 of you will assist his flanks, and we'll all rush out together in one stroke. Victory or defeat will all depend on this one stroke. Bai Qi Feng roared madly, and with a loud whooshing sound, his white sleeves billowed menacingly as he took the lead, charging out. His speed grew faster and faster, and by the time he dashed out of the cave, green smoke was rising from the hems of his white robes. The stress in this kind of dire situation coupled with the immense guilt and responsibility in his heart caused Bai Qi Feng to actually break through his internal shackles, displaying unprecedented peak power. The other 6 followed closely behind him like 7 of the sharpest swords, intent on piercing through the darkness into the light. A loud roar rang out behind him as the enemies at the back charged after them. Bai Qi Feng dashed forward like a streak of lightning. At the height of his speed, the long sword in his hand shrilled loudly, turning into a streak of scaldingly hot white light, stabbing forward dazzlingly. In the instant the sword stabbed out, Bai Qi Feng's eyes had already turned as red as blood. His long hair billowed behind him magnificently, and he leaned forward and flew forward. Before he'd reached even 3 zhang in distance, the sword light had already condensed into the thickness of a cylinder. Sword light blasted out in all directions, emitting dazzling rays in the darkness. With every step he took, it grew thicker and thicker. It was like a nuclear bomb, detonating in the darkness. Only when the sword light appeared in front of the enemy did a loud bang sound explode behind Bai Qi Feng. The speed of this sword had actually exceeded the speed of sound by many times. This was an extremely fearsome sword and man as one charge. Bai Qi Feng's sword and man as one this time had already completely surpassed what the limits of sword and man as one should be. Everyone, be careful. Attack together. Combine your strengths and deal with this lunatic first. That person shouted as 10 people stood up together. Numerous sword lights shot out like multicolored rainbows, slicing towards Bai Qi Feng. At this time, the backup and attacks of the other 5 from the misty illusory manor had also arrived. Along with Bai Qi Feng's sword, the other 6 Saint Emperors also attacked with all their might. Success or defeat all depended on this one combined attack. If this attack was blocked and they couldn't charge out, the 7 of them would immediately fall into a dangerous situation, being caught in the middle of the encirclement. Of the 7 Saint Emperors, it was likely that not a single one of them would be able to survive. The leader on the other side gritted his teeth as his eyes shone with anxiety. Cursing lowly, he shouted. F***ck. Before his words could finish, the 2 sides' attacks clashed together. A loud boom rang out, and the entire valley reverberated unceasingly with powerful explosions. Countless large rocks rained down from the top like a heavy storm of hailstones. Bai Qi Feng's side had seized the initiative after all, and the 7 of them had all gone all out, holding nothing back as they attacked with their full strength. This frigid and sorrowful force was really enough to make even an army of 10,000 flinch. In the instant that the two sides clashed, both sides felt like the strengths of the opponent had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. Bai Qi Feng's sword was relentless and fierce, suppressing a large half of the enemy's attacks by himself. Right now, he only had a single very pure idea: charge out. He must definitely charge out together with his brothers. Countless new tears and sword marks continuously appeared on his white robes. However, he didn't seem to have noticed those scars at all. In just an instant, over 100 scars had appeared all over his body. The leading black-robed expert on the other side attacked with frenzied vigor, but he was pushed back over and over again. Bai Qi Feng's sword chi cut the black robes on his body into tatters, causing his clothes to look like a bunch of ribbons. At this time, Chao Guofeng, who was in the middle of the seven-man formation, suddenly turned, and his eyes landed on the shredded clothes of the black-robed man. A small section of a purple waistband could be seen under the black robes, revealed by the hole. In that moment, he roared with rage. "It's really you all." His voice was filled with rage and disbelief. The experts of the elusive world of immortals all wore purple gold waistbands on their hips, while the people from the illusory blood sea also wore this kind of stuff all the time. In that case, the ones who sneak attacked them were actually people from the three holy lands. Chao Guofeng gritted his teeth with hatred, nearly passing out from the anger. He'd only suspected it a little just now, but now that there was concrete evidence, there was no room for doubt. "You spoilt our interests, provoked us repeatedly, forced us out of Chrysanthemum City, and now you lie here to ambush us? Who in the world behaves in such a shameless manner?" No wonder they had treated that free and natural physique child so cruelly. From the looks of it, they must have been trying to make the evil monarch the scapegoat. No wonder they dressed themselves all in black like the evil monarch's people. Stealing the sky and put up a sham sun, diverting trouble to innocent bystanders. Truly too despicable. The black-robed man raised his brows with shock. Scanning himself quickly, he discovered the hole in his clothes, and subconsciously moved his hand to cover the purple belt. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting? What we all, really, and falsely." But this instant of anxiousness actually caused a gap to appear in their incredibly tight defense. Bai Qi Feng did not hesitate as he drove his sword forward, charging into the gap with all the strength of his blood and body. With a loud roar, Bai Qi Feng burst out of the encirclement, his entire body drenched in blood, the sun shining on his body. The other 6 followed closely behind him, charging out as well. Without pausing, Chao Guofeng roared, "Ignore everything, run with all your might." All 7 of them were seasoned experts. Without so much as turning their heads, they continued charging forward at full speed. No matter what, today was not the day to engage in a battle to the death. The loud rumbling sounds behind them had not stopped at all, and rocks continued raining down from the mountain. A series of enraged shouts could be heard from the back. F***CK, why did an avalanche happen at this kind of timing? How frustrating. Heaven always leaves a path out for men. This time, it was an avalanche which blocked the pursuit. Chao Guofeng let loose a sigh of relief as he carried Jun Moxie in his arms and continued running like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, his heart blazed with rage. "The three holy lands, if this old man does not settle this account with you, I will not be a man." Chao Guofeng only thought like this to himself. But the enraged Bai Qi Feng directly roared, "Bastards of the three holy lands, listen well. This old man has remembered this debt of blood today. From today onwards, we are irreconcilable enemies, and we will not relent until one side is dead." The other 5 also had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies, and their hearts were also filled with rage, not any less than Bai Qi Feng's. When they thought back to that close battle earlier, all of them felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If the group of them had been even 1 second slower in charging out just now, the 7 of them might be a pile of white bones by now. That fight had been exceedingly short, and they had at most only exchanged a few blows. However, the precariousness of the situation was unprecedented. In that short moment, every single one of them had brushed by death tens of times. At that time, because they were in an extremely alert state, with adrenaline pumping through their veins, they still did not feel that it was that close. But now that they thought of it again, all of them only felt cold sweat pouring down their backs. As they ran through the vast plains, feeling the cold wind whipping against their skin, the precarious situation earlier felt ever more head-numbingly scary. A hatred and enmity of this level, how could it be easily resolved? As they watched the 7 Saint Emperors disappearing into the distance, the black-robed men finally stopped. As they exchanged a look with each other, they suddenly burst out in loud laughter. One person hugged his stomach and said with satisfaction, "After today's matter, I'm afraid the 3 Holy Lands and misty illusory manor will become mortal enemies. Young Master's plan is truly sinister. It might not be that simple. After all, both sides still have higher-level leaders controlling them. But although they might not reach a level of wanting to fight each other to the death, there will definitely be no possibilities of them having an alliance like before anymore." Another person stroked his chin and said, "Apart from that, those 7 Saint Emperors from the misty illusory manor are truly strong. They were in such an unfavorable position, and they still had to face the combined attacks from the 10 of us. To think that under our combined attack, they were actually able to break out successfully, even dealing heavy injuries to a few of our guys. The impressive name of the misty illusory manor is indeed well deserved." The black-robed man who was speaking took off his mask and revealed a cold smile. If Chao Guofeng could see this person now, he would certainly exclaim with shock, "How could it be you?" This person was actually the hurricane swordsman Feng Wanyun. There was no need to talk about it, these were naturally Jun Moxie's people. The entire ambush this time had all been a part of Jun Moxie's plan. For a free and natural physique youngster to just drop out of the sky without any sinister trap following it was truly too suspicious. Who would believe such a good thing like a pie dropping out of the sky? So Jun Moxie had meticulously arranged this ambush operation to justify the entire thing. Of course, it was mostly just an elaborate show. No matter what, it was necessary to go easy on them. If all 7 Saint Emperors were killed, Jun Moxie wouldn't even have any tears to cry even if he wanted to cry. That's true, one must know that we have 11 Saint Emperors on our side. The others also began to discuss with astonishment. One by one, they took off their masks. Who else were these people if not the same few who had been watching the 9 Nether 14th young master? At this time, the people from inside the cave also came out. Although there were quite a number of them, it did not make much of a difference in a battle between Saint Emperors. These people were all soldiers of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops. The strongest among them were 4th-level saints. Such a force was already exceedingly powerful. But against Saint Emperors like Chao Guofeng, they were not too threatening. If they clashed together, they would only be gifting away their lives. It was no wonder that they'd only been shouting madly at the back, not having intentions of charging forward. That was simply too unrealistic. Alright, mission accomplished. Come, this daddy will treat everyone to a drink. Solitary Eagle's voice rang out as he beckoned. Brat, how old are you? To think that you have the face to call yourself this daddy in front of us. This person was Saint Emperor Lu. He rolled his eyes and looked at Solitary Eagle, seemingly quite dissatisfied. Solitary Eagle pursed his lips and swallowed, not daring to retort. This person who was addressing him as a brat was an existence who'd lived for over 1,000 years. As for himself, he was only 60, 70 years old. Calling himself this daddy in front of him was no doubt a joke. On the other hand, it was completely reasonable for the other party to call him a brat. Little fellow, for your punishment, this daddy will use my true form to drink with you this time. Saint Emperor Lu announced arrogantly. The other Tian Fa Saint Emperors also chorused their agreement as they rubbed their palms together excitedly, swearing to drink to their heart's content. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyun both exchanged a glance, completely speechless with disbelief. If these guys used their huge, original bodies, they likely would need at least several 10,000 jeans of wine to feel drunk. Solitary Eagle touched his slightly parched wallet as his lips twitched uncontrollably. 3 days later. We're finally reaching. Once we cross this mountain in front of us, we'll be at the front doors of the misty illusory manor. Bai Chi Feng pointed with a relaxed face. Although the injuries he'd received previously were not light, but with a few days of recuperation, it was already nothing serious. The strong recuperative abilities of a Saint Emperor were still rather useful. Ever since he'd led everyone out of the deadly situation while bearing a great amount of the pressure, Bai Chi Feng no longer felt as guilty. However, he still felt somewhat embarrassed in his heart. But the group did not bring the matter up at all, saving him quite a bit of awkwardness. At this moment, Jun Moxie was being carried in the arms of another Saint Emperor and was still in an unconscious state. Throughout the journey, he'd already been swapped around 5, 6 times. This kid's life force was truly somewhat strong, causing the 7 Saint Emperors to all feel quite surprised. Every time they looked at him, he seemed like he would breath his last at any second. However, his life force somehow managed to endure all the way stubbornly until now, maintaining the same half-dead half-alive state. It seemed like giving him Xian Qi and not giving him Xian Qi were the same thing. His situation did not improve, but it did not deteriorate either. At the start, the group was still exceedingly worried that this kid would just suddenly die once he couldn't endure anymore. But at this point, they were feeling much more relaxed. From the looks of it, he was not going to die this time. Jun Moxie had also been quite worried the past few days. F***ck, why are these fellows walking so slowly? Did you think lying down every day is such an enjoyable matter? This brothers but is almost going to drop off. Finally, they were almost going to reach the entrance of the misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie loose a sigh of relief, thinking that his ordeal was finally going to be over soon. Later on when the illusory manor's doctor tends to me, I will definitely give him lots of face for sure. Once the medicine is administered, I will immediately crawl up and thank him 1,000 times. Alas! Facts had proven many times that there were always many setbacks before success. Just as the Saint Emperors were excitedly discussing their course of action after returning to the misty illusory manor. All of a sudden. The 7 of you actually dare to dream about returning to the misty illusory manor? This young master has been waiting here a very long time for you fellows. A creepy voice rang out. How would it be this easy for anyone who harmed this young master to get away? Where will this young master put my face if the people who hurt me can get away without paying a price? As soon as the icy voice rang out, a figure materialized soundlessly and without warning in front of everyone. This person was dressed completely in black. He'd suddenly appeared like a malignant spirit, and although it was broad daylight right now, everyone felt a chill travel down their spines when they saw him. This person had a head full of long black hair, divided in the center and reaching all the way to his waist. His body was tall and slim, and his legs were long and straight. Although he was standing right in front of everyone, no one could see what his true appearance was. Only that pair of cold and electric eyes shone with endlessly frigid killing intent. As his gaze swept through the group, everyone felt as if they'd angered a divine being. He couldn't be matched. No one was capable enough to match him. This person who'd suddenly appeared was naturally the 9 Nether 14th young master. The moment this voice rang out, Jun Moxie cursed vehemently in his heart. Mother * King 9 Nether 14th young master. Couldn't you have looked for trouble some other time? Why must you come out at the most critical juncture? If you spoil my plan, this young master will grind you into dust. When Chao Guofeng and the others saw the 9 Nether 14th young master this time, they had the feeling as if the latter had changed. Although the previous 9 Nether 14th young master was also very ruthless and cruel, he didn't seem to be this scary. The 9 Nether 14th young master now like a living walking hell. Unfathomable and boundless. Without question, the injuries he'd received before were now completely healed. Including all the energy that had been sealed for so long, as well as all his external and injuries. He'd completely recovered. The 9 Nether 14th young master right now was undoubtedly at his peak strength. Chao Guofeng and the rest exchanged a glance as the same thought appeared in their hearts. But at the same time, a look of hopelessness appeared in all of their eyes. The last time, the 3 Holy Lands, Heaven Saint Palace, and 7 people from the misty illusory manor had all ganged up to deal with the 9 Nether 14th young master who'd just broken out of the seal, having only 20 to 30% of his strength left. In the end, the latter had completely routed their forces, killing and wounding numerous people, before leaving with heavy injuries. At this time, there were only these 7 Saint Emperors left among the initial 20-something Saint Emperors at that time. The 9 Nether 14th young master in front of them was also at his full strength this time. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Chao Guofeng's face was as pale as the color of ash. Stepping out, he said in a light manner, "Since Brother 14th is here to collect the debts, us debtors will naturally not run away. How do you wish to settle this debt? Us people of the pugilistic world are destined to sooner or later die by the blade. The 7 of us have been prepared for this day a long time ago. To be able to die in the hands of the famed 9 Nether 14th young master is no doubt better than dying on quilted mattresses of old age and sickness. Come. The 9 Nether 14th young master smiled strangely and said, "Did you think that this act of looking death calmly in the face, fully embracing and not fearing for your life would cause this young master to appreciate your heroism and thus let you off? Let me tell you, whether you knelt down and begged today, or if you fought bravely with your lives, or if you tried employing schemes to get away, the results would still be the same. Today, no one can save the 7 of you." He stared sternly with his eyes as he continued, "Today, this young master is intent on slaughtering the 7 of you." Everyone's faces were instantly filled with rage. No matter what, all of them here were Saint Emperor level experts. How would they be willing to suffer such humiliation? Losing their lives was one thing, but this abuse was too much. The 9 Nether 14th young master snorted coldly and drifted forward expressionlessly. Just at this time, a faint voice that sounded like a mosquito's buzzing surged into his ears. "Holy F***CK, can you please not toy with me like this? It wasn't easy for me to trick them to take me into the misty illusory manor, and you're here to mess things up for me. Do we have such a great enmity between us?" Hearing this, the 9 Nether 14th young master instantly froze. His eyes slowly traveled down to the source of the voice and immediately saw Jun Moxie, who was wrapped up tightly and delicately like a rice dumpling. In the moment, he could not help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Why the F***CK is it this kid again? Just how long does this young master need to continue repaying the favor owed to your old master and you all? How utterly vexing. Impossible. This young master is determined to finish these bastards off today. Otherwise, where will I place my face in the future? The 9 Nether 14th young master's rage rose to the sky, and he felt exceedingly aggrieved. Why is this master and disciple duo so full of troubles? This young master is not even related to you all. Why do I have to listen to you and give way every single time? Even if I owe you a favor, you can't expect this young master to throw away my free will. If you all come and interfere with everything I do, how will I live? F***CK. You, is the thing you owed so simple as to be summarized with just the word favor? You're simply devoid of gratitude and forgetting the kindness you've been shown. To think that my master had gone to such great efforts, not minding greatly exhausting his cultivation, risking his life to rescue you. My master only knows how to act tough, but he's actually too kind on the inside, having the gallbladder of a sword and the heart of a lute. Towards you, he could be said to have been exceedingly sincere. To call his actions a favor tantamount to giving you a new lease on life is not overboard. But today, you're actually determined to spoil the grand plan that we've set up with so much effort. Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have the bearings of an expert? Look at this yourself, just how are you repaying this favor? Do you still know how to write the word human? Jun Moxie's chest was stuffed with anger as he transferred his voice and scolded unrelentingly. Jun Moxie was extremely anxious in this moment. If the 9 Nether 14th young master insisted on not leaving, wouldn't all his elaborately set up schemes have been for nothing? How much manpower had been spent on this setup? If I knew it was going to be like this, I might as well have gone to pick up some girls. F***CK. What nonsense are you speaking? How is this young master ungrateful and forgetting my favors? Think about it yourself, has this young master not helped you enough so far? If you continue to stain this young master's character, this young master will kill you first. You think that I won't dare? The 9 Nether 14th young master was clearly extremely enraged, to the point where he was about to go crazy. If 14th young master is indeed that noble and upright, leaving directly now will be the greatest proof. I will naturally also not be able to stain your name. Jun Moxie continued to act shamelessly. It's not impossible for this young master to leave. However, you need to promise this young master a condition. Otherwise, the death of these 7 people today will be a guaranteed matter. Even if you want to call this young master an ingrate, it would change anything. The 9 Nether 14th young master stood there in a cool manner and transmitted his voice as he locked his aura on the 7 Saint Emperors. What condition? Say it, if I can do it, I will naturally give it my full effort. What kind of person was young Master Jun? He would always leave some leeway for himself in his words instead of agreeing outright. If the 9 Nether 14th young master's condition was too difficult to fulfill, he would naturally still need to consider. I trust that for you to spend such great effort to infiltrate the misty illusory manor, it must not be to do anything good in there. In that case, you might as well do it more thoroughly. The 9 Nether 14th young master still maintained that look of a heroic expert on the outside, but his words sounded extremely wretched no matter how one listened to them. Due to certain special reasons, this young master's treasured weapon was lost inside the misty illusory manor many years ago. Despite so much time having passed, it's still difficult for me to find the interest to craft another one again. No matter what, nothing will be more suitable for me than the original one. If you agree to help me retrieve it, I will leave right away. It's a very simple condition, right? A personal weapon. Jun Moxie hesitated and asked. Long ago, this young master crafted my personal weapon, Divine Tune, using the 9 Netherzine flames. In the last battle, this young master was encircled by the experts of the 3 Holy Lands, Misty Illusory Manor, and the Lord of Tian Fa together, resulting in me losing Divine Tune. This young master also ended up being trapped in the 9 Nether pathway due to their schemes, while Divine Tune ended up in the hands of the Misty Illusory Manor's experts. That is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of this young master's life. The 9 Nether 14th young master gritted his teeth and said. As long as you promise to help me retrieve it and return it to this young master will be merciful today and let these 7 go. Jun Moxie gasped internally with realization. No wonder, He'd seen this 9 Nether 14th young master fight a few times, but even when he was in that extremely precarious situation at Tian Fa Forest, he hadn't used any weapons to fight. So it turned out to be like this. To even lose his personal weapon, no wonder this fellow was so angry. Fine. Isn't it just a weapon? I'll just bring it out for you. Jun Moxie promised as he thought to himself. My target this time is the 7-colored holy fruit. In terms of value, it is undoubtedly much more precious than your Divine Tune. Since he was already going to steal the most precious thing, would he be afraid of going after the less valuable stuff? Young Master Jun was quite determined in his heart, but he still felt a little gloomy. To the 9 Nether 14th young master, the 3 Holy Lands and Tian Fa were merely targets that he wished to subdue. The Misty Illusory Manor was actually his greatest foe. But to Jun Moxie, the feeling that the Misty Illusory Manor gave him was that they were too much stronger than the 3 Holy Lands. Up till now, the Misty Illusory Manor had only sent out 7 Saint Emperors. And the friendship between the 7 of them had even been enough to move Jun Moxie. That was what he would consider as true friendship. Among the 7 of them, Chao Guofeng was the undisputed leader. As for the second placed by Chi Feng, his character was brash and extreme, often doing things without considering the consequences, resulting in him creating many unnecessary problems for their group. Regardless of whether it was the issue of him pouring leftover food onto He Zhiqiu's bed, or the conflict with Zhan Mu Bai in Chrysanthemum City, or this most recent incident of him leading the entire team into a death trap as a result of his erroneous scouting. All of those were matters that were exceedingly hard for normal people to accept. Furthermore, any of those matters, if the results had been even more serious, would have definitely resulted in a different scene today. The people standing here would definitely not have been the entire complete group like this. However, the other 6 never said half a word of complaint or blamed him. When there were no troubles, they would tease and bicker with each other, hanging out jovially. When trouble appeared, all of them would come together as one to face the challenge and resolve it. It didn't matter how the trouble began, or who caused it. All they needed was a single sentence, and their brother's trouble would be their trouble. None of them had ever told each other such a thing. Instead, they proved it with their actions. That was the most commendable and praiseworthy aspect. Even Jun Moxie felt a trace of warmth when he observed these guys. At such times, he would often be reminded of Tang Yuan. If there was a day where he proved a trouble greater than what he could handle, he was sure that Tang Yuan would definitely step out without consideration for whether or not he could handle the trouble as well. Even if he would lose all the fatty oil on his body, he would definitely support him with all his abilities. The unscrupulous and underhanded fatty in the eyes of the world was exactly this kind of person. And this same disgraceful fatty was his friend. The only friend he had in this life, the only true friend whom he acknowledged. Jun Moxie treasured such a friendship very dearly. At the same time, he was also quite reluctant to harm others who also treated their friends so genuinely. Moreover, there was also the care that Chao Guofeng had showered him with, even going as far as to sacrifice his own life force to selflessly heal his injuries, extending his life. This was a huge favor. Although he hadn't truly been injured and the whole thing was actually just an elaborate scam, although Chao Guofeng had gone that far because of his love for talent, and his concern for the misty illusory manner, not knowing his true identity. This sincerity had been shown to him, and he could also clearly feel it for himself. Although he had only received this care and protection because he deceived them, Jun Moxie had no wish to hurt Chao Guofeng. It was not entirely because he wanted to give a plum in return for a peach, returning a favor with a favor. But simply because of the true sincerity he'd seen, Jun Moxie was unwilling to allow Chao Guofeng to suffer a huge loss in his life force. Therefore, he had not hesitated to revolve the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, replenishing Chao Guofeng's life force, even strengthening it and increasing his longevity as a result. And when the 14th young master appeared this time brimming with killing intent, Jun Moxie had quickly stopped him. Simply because he wouldn't allow these people to be killed like that in front of him. It was not entirely because of the 7-colored holy fruit, which was at the tip of his fingers. It was more for his own conscience. Jun Moxie could take by force and deceive, or even completely ignore the so-called morals of the world. But there was one thing that he would not move from, regardless of repaying enmities or favors, he must have a clear conscience. No matter what he did, he must be accountable to his own conscience. As long as his conscience was clear, even if he was committing murder and arson, his heart would be at peace. As for him going against the 3 holy lands and his irreconcilable relationship with them, everything had started because the latter was the one who initiated hostility against him, wanting to kill him and his family. So Jun Moxie would not feel burdened in the slightest when slaughtering them. Even if the 3 holy lands were really filled with noble heroes, Jun Moxie would still kill without feeling any guilt. But it was a completely different case for the misty illusory manor. The misty illusory manor was a place that was still quite unknown to him. Their people had never directly threatened or harmed his interests. Furthermore, this time, it was clearly him who was looking to them for trouble first. There was an idiom that went, an ordinary person has no wrongs, but a wealthy person sins by causing another's greed. And right now, the misty illusory manor had the 7-colored holy fruit that could retain a person's youth. Jun Moxie also happened to be in urgent need of that item. To Jun Moxie, that was sufficient reason for him. But to the misty illusory manor, it was a completely unprovoked disaster. If he asked for it properly, the misty illusory manor would definitely not give it up willingly. And that was where the conflict would lie. If the misty illusory manor doesn't react too fiercely after the matter, in the future, after I successfully cultivate some 7-colored holy fruit in the Hongjun Pagoda, I can return it to them, double the amount I took. Whether they accept this solution or not, I don't have any other options right now. As for the Heaven Saint Palace, I guess I'll handle it the same way too. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly and thought to himself. You guys treated me sincerely, so I saved your lives. Although you may not know what I did, I still feel at ease and happy in my heart. There were some matters that even he knew were not very right or were too selfish. However, if he had to be like those old fellows in the Heaven Saint Palace, watching their wives die in front of them and turn into a pile of dried bones, while they continued living on for 1,000 years or several thousand years. Jun Moxie definitely could not do that. On this matter, Jun Moxie was completely willing to behave selfishly. If he couldn't even take care of his own family, what use was there in talking about the common people? Such a thought might be somewhat biased, but it wasn't completely unreasonable. Hearing Jun Moxie promise him, the 14th young master snorted coldly. Brat, you've promised this young master, you'd best not forget. Otherwise, even if your master is protecting you, this young master will still kill you. Jun Moxie returned a snort of his own as he replied arrogantly. Even if this daddy really forgets, what can you do? Chao Guofeng and the rest thought that they were doomed, and their faces were filled with hopelessness and despair. Against a fully recovered 14th young master, unless all the saint emperors of the misty illusory manor along with some of the old seniors attacked together, it was impossible to suppress him. But right now, there were only the 7 of them. Their difference in their abilities were too far apart. The group of them together probably did not even have the qualifications to force the 9 nether 14th young master to cough out a mouthful of blood. The 7 great saint emperors were all wallowing in an atmosphere of absolute despair, only to see the 9 nether 14th young master simply standing still there with a dumb look on his face after declaring that he would kill them. F***ck, if you want to kill or slash, go ahead, will it kill you to be more straightforward? What's the meaning of leaving us here to dry? Are you waiting to play a game of cat and mouse? The few saint emperors cursed in their hearts. Lunatic. While their hearts were fluttering with unease, they saw the 9 nether 14th young master suddenly furrowing his brows, looking at a mountain in the distance. All of a sudden, he cursed aloud. King thing, what's going on this time? How did it get out again? After saying that, he leapt off and dashed away into the distance with a shrill sound, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. He actually did not even leave a single word behind, and had rushed off so hurriedly. Just what was going on? The 7 saint emperors were completely befuddled as they looked dumbly at each other. That fellow came here screaming about killing and murdering. In the end, he just patted his butt and left without a word. A lunatic as expected. That fellow truly cannot be judged with common logic. But regardless, the results was good. At least, the threat on their lives had been dispelled temporarily. That alone was stronger than anything. Everyone, let's hurry up and leave. That lunatic has clearly been distracted personally by something. We must hurry and escape into the misty illusory manor before he comes back. Otherwise, our lives will really be forfeited here. Chao Guofeng was the first to regain his senses as he cried out. Grabbing Jun Moxie off the ground, he dashed off like a bolt of lightning. The others also quickly woke up and followed after him. Bai Qifeng remained behind until everyone had passed, placing himself at the rear. This was the coordination that they'd built over the years. In dangerous situations, the boss would charge out first, opening the path at the front. The second strongest would be in the rear, securing their retreat. Such an arrangement naturally had its logic. If there were any obstructions at the front, it would naturally be the best to have their strongest fighter Chao Guofeng break through that obstacle for the rest. If even he could not charge through the obstacle, then it was even more hopeless for the rest of them. With Bai Qifeng in the rear, even if the 9 nether 14th young master chased after them, he could still delay the latter for a bit if he risked his life and went all out, allowing them the chance to escape into the misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie also felt that such an arrangement was rather admirable. A normal group would usually have the boss in the middle, surrounded by all the others as meat shields while they enjoyed the safety and benefits without doing anything. A group like this with a leader who was willing to risk himself to protect his brothers was extremely rare. Amidst the swirling snow and winds which covered the sights of man, there was a small tavern. If Jun Moxie could open his eyes and took a look, he would definitely recognize this place. This was the tavern that he'd stopped at when he was bringing his mother back. It was here where he first came into contact with the supreme assassin Chu Chi-hun. The group of 7 did not pause for even a moment as they directly rushed past the tavern. After another few li of traveling, they arrived at a snow-covered mountain pass. Chao Guofeng raised his hand and waved, and the snow on the ground flew up. A strange pattern was revealed on the sheer cliff of the mountain. The crowd exchanged a glance, and they all let loose a sigh of relief. Chao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng placed their palms against each other, bellowing heavily. At the same time, they revolved their full strength and 2 bouts of pure Xian Qi instantly burst out. A puff of white mist floated out of their palms, twisting and turning in the air before forming into a ferocious dragon. With a shoo sound, it burrowed into the strange pattern on the cliff. As the dragon disappeared into the strange pattern, the ground suddenly rumbled as a huge door appeared. If the door had appeared because of a mechanism, it wouldn't be very surprising. However, the door had not appeared from the mountain. Instead, it seemed to exist in a separate space. Jun Moxie had been observing everything through his spiritual sense from the start, and he was truly quite startled by this phenomenon. From the looks of it, the person who first created this misty illusory manor was truly a great genius. Jun Moxie could clearly tell that the Xian ability Qi flow that Chao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng had jointly created was definitely not regular Xian Qi. At the very least, it was different from the battling kind. It appeared to be a different unique ability. Perhaps it was a unique energy that was needed to gain entry into the misty illusory manor. As he mused to himself, he felt his body being lifted up. After that, a light jolt, and he felt as if he'd arrived in a spatial void. After a long time, he finally felt Chao Guofeng, who was carrying him, landing back onto the ground. The misty illusory manor. I've finally arrived at this place of legends. Right now, there were still 5 months and 10 days until the war for seizing the heavens. Jun Moxie calculated as he closed his eyes. On his side, he already had 11 Saint Emperor level experts. Mei Shuiyan, Solitary Eagle, Feng Wanyun, and the 8 Tian Fa Old Saint Emperors. If he counted himself, that would be 12. But those 8 Tian Fa seniors had been in power in Tian Fa Forest for too long, it wouldn't be an easy matter to control them. However, he did not have any intentions of commanding them. The current situation was already sufficient. After consuming the Spirit Stone Immortal Milk, Big Bear, Long Crane, and the other Beast Kings could also rush for the Saint Emperor realm. When he returned, he could make the next level of pills to help them improve again, and everyone's abilities would grow even more impressive. The strength of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops would also need to be raised further. All the preparations needed to be completed before the war for seizing the heavens. After that would be the actual war for seizing the heavens. When that was done, he would directly kill his way past the Pillar of Heaven's mountains without pause, slaughtering those disgusting strange races and removing the source of all trouble. Right now, that was the plan. There was only one precondition left: his operations in the misty illusory manor must go successfully. Furthermore, the entire process had to be completed as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to make it in time to prepare for the other things. In other words, the 7-colored holy fruit and the 9 nether 14th young master's divine tune, needed to be obtained within 2 months' time. After that, he must leave and return to Tian Fa without delay. The time was truly tight to a scary extent. As he calculated, Jun Moxie could not help but to sigh lightly in his heart. Every second and minute from now on must count for something. Chao Guofeng and the others rushed forward with Jun Moxie in the middle. Through his spiritual sense, he could tell that they were rushing toward a huge hall. On both sides of the road, there were numerous rows of private residences. Green trees could be seen everywhere, and there was a Sioux, and clouds in the sky. The cries of people hawking their wares could be heard from all sides. To think that there was even a market. Jun Moxie could not help but to exclaim in his heart. My goodness! The things in the misty illusory manor were actually no different from the outside world. Just as young Master Jun was filled with wonder and shock, Chao Guofeng had already brought him and charged into the Great Hall. Palace Lord! Please look at this child, you must save him. This child has the free and natural physique of the legends. The 1 in a million free and natural physique. Chao Guofeng's words had just rang out, and the noisy Great Hall instantly fell into silence. Then with a frenzied whooshing sound, a crowd rushed over as they examined the unconscious Jun Moxie as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Free and natural physique. Just their 4 words were already enough to cause everyone here to lose their calm. That was a legendary physique that only the 9 nether first young master had. Speaking harshly, even a stalk of ginseng that had gained spirituality and transformed into a human would not have as great a potential as the free and natural physique. A hand was placed against Jun Moxie's wrist as a gentle energy coursed through his body. After revolving a few rounds around his veins, Jun Moxie clearly felt the wisp of chi shake for a moment. From the looks of it, the shock that the person had received was not small. Chao Guofeng exclaimed with worry. Palace Lord, why you, please be gentler. This child is too weak right now, he cannot the Xian Qi impact. Hearing this, Jun Moxie naturally complimented like the good actor he was. Coughing lightly, his body trembled as a line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Following that, the gentle energy instantly exited from his body. A pair of eyes scanned his body excitedly as a voice rang out. Indeed. The meridian's area is empty as bamboo, and his body is like jade even without reaching spirit Xian. His dantian is also as clear as a lake. This is indeed the free and natural physique of the legends. My God, quick, bring the 7-colored holy fruit over quickly. As soon as those words rang out, the sound of a person running off could be heard. The person who was speaking surrounded Jun Moxie and walked around him a few times, rubbing his hands excitedly. Jun Moxie could clearly hear the irritating sound of old skin rubbing together as the voice grew ever more agitated. Free and natural physique, it's really the free and natural physique. The ancestors are protecting us, our misty illusory manner is finally going to rise again. This old man is definitely going to take this talented child in as a personal disciple to groom. If the child is not taught properly and led astray by an inept teacher, wouldn't it be a great pity? Hearing this, Bai Qifeng and the rest stared at each other speechlessly, while Chao Guofeng's mouth and eyes hung wide open in a dumb manner. Palace Lord, that child is my disciple, Saint Emperor Chao said with his mouth gaping. Isn't it all the same? In any case, everyone is doing this for the future of the misty illusory manner. On that basis, it's only natural that the child gets the best teacher. The Palace Lord said sanctimoniously. Chao Guofeng was completely speechless. Those were the exact words that he'd wanted to say. However, the other party said it first. Palace Lord, he has already accepted me as his master. Why you can't snatch it by force, this is not good. Chao Guofeng was so frustrated that he was about to beat his chest and stomp his feet. That's no matter, when his injuries have healed, you can just expel him from your discipleship. It's not a problem at all, I won't mind, the Palace Lord continued happily. What? You don't mind? You definitely wouldn't mind. However, we mind. Us 7 brothers would all mind very much. Bai Qifeng stepped forward and clasped his fists respectfully. May Palace Lord bear with my words. In order to bring this free and natural physique disciple back this time, eldest brother Chao did not hesitate to fall out with the people of the 3 Holy Lands, fighting with Zhan Mu Bai for a long time, even exchanging blows with Yi Qiu and Hai Wuya. Along the way, we even fell into the ambush of those bastards from the 3 Holy Lands. If not for eldest brother Chao, rallying everyone to charge out with our lives on the line, we would have already been wiped out. That was not all. In that scuffle, the disciple was heavily injured by those evil bastards, resulting in his life hanging by a mere thread. If not for eldest brother Chao selflessly sacrificing his own life force using the taboo return of spring skill to save him, he would have already. Bai Qifeng's tone grew more and more agitated as he spoke. Also, not long ago, while we had almost reached the illusory manor, we ran into the 14th young master who wanted to kill us. If not for that malignant star suddenly having an urgent matter to attend to and left in a hurry, we would all be dead right now. Palace Lord, eldest brother Chao had really contributed too much for this youth. Furthermore, this is the only disciple that he'd taken in hundreds of years. He did not finish his words, but that last sentence was exceptionally heavy. It was as if he were shouting, you can't snatch from him. Nobody may snatch from him. Even if you're the Palace Lord, it's still not an exception. Bai Qifeng's skinny face was filled with impassioned rage. His eyes were bright and scorching, causing others to avoid his gaze. Seeing how agitated Bai Qifeng was, it was likely that if the Palace Lord still wanted to insist on snatching away this disciple, Bai Qifeng would surely start scolding and shouting. It was even possible that they would start fighting. The crowd fell silent in a moment. Nobody had thought that Chao Guofeng had actually done so much for this youth. In a moment, nobody spoke. But after some time, a sharp voice rang out. Bai Qifeng. You dare to speak in that manner? You'd better watch your tone. Is that how you speak to the Palace Lord? Absolutely rude and insubordinate. Hearing that, Bai Qifeng was even more enraged. Turning around swiftly, he opened his mouth, ready to curse back. At this time, the Palace Lord waved his hand and smiled lightly. Saint Emperor Bai has his own reasons for speaking that way. Since Saint Emperor Chao has already contributed so much for this child, this seat will not insist. In that case, this child shall go under the tutelage of Saint Emperor Chao. Also, although Saint Emperor Bai's words had been a little too brash just now, he said those words out of indignation for his brothers. Those were merely sincere words spoken out of zeal, there's no need to take offense. To have people of such genuine character in our misty illusory manner should be a cause for celebration, how can we blame him instead? Palace Lord's magnanimity and wisdom is admirable. The crowd clasped their fists and said respectfully. The Palace Lord took 2 steps forward and smiled. What is there to admire? When you saw that others had taken in a good disciple just now, didn't you wish to poke your nose in for a share as well? Thinking about it now, wasn't it still because your mental states are still not refined enough? Actually, no matter who the disciple comes under, isn't it still the shared fortune of our misty illusory manor? The reason Saint Emperor Chao went so far as to risk his life for this child, even using the return of spring's skill while burning his own life force, could it be that he'd done all that for himself? Everything is also for the sake of the misty illusory manor. Saint Emperor Chao's actions should be what everyone should admire. Chao Guofeng immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Palace Lord overly praises me. This journey had been exceedingly trying. Just thinking back to the entire sequence of events left his heart trembling with fear. Of all the countless life and death situations he'd experienced in the past few hundred years, nothing could match the dangers they'd encountered in this single journey. The Palace Lord chuckled lightly and continued. Since everyone's original basis and motive is in consideration for the misty illusory manor, why is there a need to vie against each other? Let's do it like this. This child will be Saint Emperor Chao's disciple and will be considered as a successor of Saint Emperor Chao's legacy. However, apart from Saint Emperor Chao's martial skills, everyone can also teach him your unique skills. There's no need to be stingy. The sooner a genius with the free and natural physique grows into power, the sooner our misty illusory manor will rise in strength. What does everyone think? Palace Lord is wise, this suggestion is perfect. We agree. Everyone bowed together. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from afar. The footsteps sounded like the person was still several hundred zhang away, but in the next instant, the person who'd ran off to retrieve the seven-colored holy fruit had already returned. With a whooshing sound, several afterimages burst into the hall as an aged voice cried out anxiously. I heard that our illusory manor has a disciple with the free and natural physique. Following that, another 7, 8 voices rang out, all filled with excitement and incredulity. This news had simply been too sudden. For a legendary physique to appear in front of them, these several thousand-years-old experts with immeasurably deep cultivation could hardly contain their emotions. In the next moment, several old faces were squeezed together, hovering above Jun Moxie. Their gazes were fervent and filled with infatuation, as though they were admiring the most exquisite work of art in the world. After that, 7, 8 aged old hands stretched forward and began feeling and kneading his body from head to toe, leaving nowhere untouched. Jun Moxie very nearly squirmed and jumped up out of disgust. Dear heavens great earth I've actually been molested by a bunch of old perverts. F***ck, why do I feel like a Japanese actress? Indeed, it's indeed the free and natural physique of legends, the old fellows all mumbled with disbelief, as though they were in a dream. For the legend to truly appear in front of their eyes, all the experts were incredibly agitated and filled with endless praise. A freakishly rare talent like this was naturally not something that anyone from the mundane world could compare with. There was truly no longer any need to worry about not having a successor to hold the misty illusory palace up in the future. This genius had been hurt to such an extent, why isn't anyone administering the treatment? An old fellow jumped up and roared with rage. If he accidentally died, what will we do? Everyone's faces were filled with black lines as they pursued their lips. If not for you bunch of old fogies suddenly turning up, insisting on checking if the kid really possessed a free and natural physique, the 7-colored holy fruit would have already entered this kid's stomach by now, reviving him from the point of death. The palace lord coughed awkwardly a few times and said, Uncle Master, don't be anxious, this youth's life is still not in danger for the time being. What not in danger? Brat, are you blind? From this old man's perspective, his life is very much in danger. Look, this area is turning black, and even his tongue had hardened. This child could turn into a free and natural corpse at any time. And you still say don't be anxious? Are your brains flooded with water? The old man jumped up and unleashed a fierce tirade with spittle flying all over the place. From the looks of it, he was truly anxious. Otherwise, even though his seniority and status were above the palace lord, it still wasn't appropriate to speak like that to the leader of the illusory palace. The palace lord's face turned somewhat red, and he shouted fiercely, "Bring the holy fruit over." He had decided not to bother about those old fellows. If he continued bickering with them, by the time they were done, that free and natural physique child would have already died. A light paw sound rang out, as if something had been popped open. A strange fragrance permeated the entire area, and the hall was filled with the ethereal smell. As soon as one breathed in the scent, their heads was filled with a refreshing sensation, and their spirits were soothed. The palace lord personally picked up the holy fruit and brought it to Jun Moxie. With a light swish of his finger, the skin of the fruit was split open, and the ripe fleshy pulp inside instantly turned into liquid. Following that, Jun Moxie felt his chin being lifted, and his mouth was opened. Then, any icy cool liquid was poured into his mouth, traveling down his throat and into his stomach. The liquid was very sweet, yet not thick as to cause one to feel sick of it. It was simply too delicious. Young Master Jun savored the taste, his mouth opened wide as he waited for more. Such an excellent tasting fruit, even if he ate 1,000 or 800 a day, it wouldn't be too much. Following that, another icy cold taste permeated his tongue as another trickle of juice was poured down his throat. Jun Moxie waited in anticipation of the taste. All of a sudden, an exceedingly bitter taste burst forth in his mouth, causing him to almost retch in response. However, he still remembered his current state, he was still supposed to be heavily injured and unable to move. Was this the seven-colored holy fruit or the Chinese gold-thread one? Why the F***ck is it so bitter? Even Chinese gold-thread is not as bitter as this, right? As his thoughts wandered, another round of juice entered his mouth. This time, it was extremely spicy. If Jun Moxie hadn't used the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to control his body at will, he would have burst into sweat from the spiciness. Before the spicy taste subsided, his tongue was covered in sour juice so astringent that his tongue nearly shriveled up and dropped off. Young Master Jun felt as if he'd been thrown into a pickling jar and left to ferment. It was simply too sour. Before he could react, another taste followed. Just like that, he experienced the extremities of sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, saltiness, the 5 tastes of life. Fortunately, the 6th taste was much simpler, being completely tasteless like water, allowing him the chance to recover his senses. Following that was the 7th taste. It was an exceedingly strange taste, as if tastes and emotions of all living beings in the world were concentrated in this 7th fruit. Even the feelings of despair, sadness, joy, happiness, and so on were all culminated in this taste. When all 7 fruits were consumed, Jun Moxie instantly felt a ball of flame rise up in his dantian, instantly burning through his entire body. 7 powerful energies rampaged through his veins and merged with his dantian, forming a massive torrent flow. After that, it rushed into the meridians with a firm and steady momentum. Everywhere the energy passed, the feigned injuries would instantly heal and regain its original vitality. One had to know that although these wounds were fake, the extent of their damage was not any weaker than the real thing. Otherwise, how would it have been so easy to deceive so many experts? But after the miraculous energy of the 7-colored holy fruits passed through, all of it disappeared without a trace. The effectiveness of this 7-colored holy fruit was truly extraordinary. Having experienced the efficacy of this fruit himself, Jun Moxie felt exceptionally joyful in his heart. He could tell that apart from its effects being amazing, another important aspect was that the release of this medicinal energy was smooth and controlled, only having nourishing effects for the body and not dealing any harm. In other words, even a completely ordinary person who had never cultivated would be able to handle the energy of this 7 holy fruits with ease. Just this aspect alone made it many times more superior to a huge amount of legendary heavenly treasures. Even the mysterious pills recorded in the Hongjun Pagoda were inferior to it in this area. With this holy fruit, wouldn't it mean that, even Guan Qing Han and Dugu Shao Yi could also consume it with ease? The entire treatment process actually did not require any outside help at all. The holy fruit's energy simply completed the entire process by itself. The palace lord and the others simply stood around him, watching intently. At the same time, they listened by Chi Feng recount the events of the past few days. The holy fruit's energy was slow, calm and gentle, nourishing Jun Moxie's body. When he felt the energy flow through the Shanzhong acupoint in front of his chest, Jun Moxie knew that it was time for him to wake up. If he still didn't wake up, those old fellows might really throw him out like a corpse. Even if they didn't treat him like a corpse, he would be considered a vegetable. Thus, young Master Jun grunted softly, before waking up gradually. He opened his eyes and looked around frailly at the crowd of old faces hovering over him. His pupils trembled, and he looked around with a perfectly crafted, lost and confused expression, tinged with a hint of pain. Where am I? Didn't I die already? One truly had to admit, the current expression on young Master Jun's face was definitely enough to earn him a nomination at the Oscars for Best Actor. The look of confusion and fear on his face, that light trembling of the eyes and the unspeakable terror of unfamiliarity. Everything was perfectly blended together, not being overly exaggerated or too little. Perhaps even a person who truly gone through all the dangers and events he'd claimed to have experienced would not be able to produce an expression as accurate and perfect as Jun Moxie. The performance that young Master Jun gave right now was definitely good enough to be consigned among one of the greatest in the history of acting. This would be a textbook performance that could be studied and referenced by all in the performance arts circle in the future. The most precise textbook example. This is the misty illusory manner. Child, are you feeling better now? An old face squeezed through the crowd and croaked with an ugly smile. The misty illusory manor, where is that? Is it one of the palaces of the nether realm? Young Master Jun shrunk back in a terrified manner as he widened his eyes and cried. Dare I ask if you are Lord Horseface of the Oxhead Horseface Devils? One I haven't done anything bad in the mortal world, boo-hoo. I'm innocent Lord Horseface. The old face suddenly became filled with black lines as the long horsey face grew extremely conflicted. The faces of the other old faces at the side all grew convoluted as they nearly burst out in laughter. Fortunately, their reactions were quick enough and they hurriedly covered their mouths. This old fellow's nickname back in the day was exactly Horse-Faced Heavenly King, because of his long facial shape. Hearing this little fellow call him Lord Horseface the moment he saw him, the other old fellows were so seized by laughter that their intestines almost twisted up. Could it be that you're not Horseface? How can it be? Unless, you're Lord Oxhead. Jun Moxie gave him an exceedingly strange look and muttered, seemingly to himself. But Oxhead shouldn't look like this. An expression of deep thought appeared on his face. At the very least, Oxhead should have a pair of horns, right? Pooh. Ha 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 ha. The other old fellows finally could not endure their laughter, and they immediately clutched their stomachs and roared aloud, their entire bodies shaking with peals of laughter. This horse-faced Heavenly King's horsey face instantly became the color of a pig's gut as he growled with rage. This old man is not Horseface. Nor am I Oxhead. Bastard brat, this daddy is a human. I'm sorry, Jun Moxie hurried apologized in a frightened manner. After that, he looked up innocently again and asked. Human. You said that you're human. Although you do have some resemblance to humans, does the Netherworld Palace have humans too? Could it be that you're a judge? I heard those judges look the most like humans. But where is the Book of Life and Death, and the judge's pen? Old man Horseface was completely defeated. He stared widely with disbelief, unable to say a single word. Ha ha, the young speaks freely indeed. There's no need to take offense, loud booming laughter rang out. It's almost been 2,000 years, and this was the first time they saw this old fellow pranked into speechlessness like this. Today was truly an eye-opener. Especially that innocent and fearful expression on his face while he uttered those completely unexpected words. It was simply too funny. Just like that, Jun Moxie created an uproarious atmosphere to signify his arrival. Everyone quickly came to know that such a cute and confused little kid had appeared, actually mistaking the misty illusory manor for the Netherworld palaces. Furthermore, Lord Horse-Faced Heavenly King had actually been mistaken for the Horseface and Oxhead demons, as well as a judge of the Netherworld. This matter was a source of joy for the entire misty illusory manor for a long time and made the place a lot more bustling. On the third day that Jun Moxie came to the misty illusory manor, he finally, completely recovered his health. This matter caused Chao Guofeng and the rest to feel greatly gladdened. The medicinal efficacies of the 7-colored holy fruits were indeed extraordinary. And the free and natural physique was also similarly heaven-defying. The most important reason was that young Master Jun simply could not continue lying down for much longer, otherwise, with his injuries, it would be more normal for him to continue lying down for another dozen or so days. Jun Moxie even felt that he was about to develop aches in his butt from lying down too much. Another factor was that he could not get any peace at all these few days while he laid there pretending to be hurt. Countless people would come by every so often to marvel at the legendary free and natural physique. There was an old fogey whose teeth had almost all fallen off, hobbling in one day to examine his body while gasping in shock the entire time. This was an extremely normal and frequent occurrence here, so Jun Moxie simply ignored him. But this old toothless turtle actually peeled open his blanket and took a look, immediately jumping back with shock and endless exclamation. As expected of the free and natural physique. My goodness, what a huge one it is. Jun Moxie nearly smashed a foot into that old pervert's face. *CK, even if you're checking out the free and natural physique, it shouldn't be done in such a way, right? This was a matter of a person's privacy. Are there still moral standards in the cultivation world? At this moment, young Master Jun was sitting leisurely on a chair in the yard, basking in the sun. This was a personal yard that belonged to Chao Guofeng. From the moment he was moved here, Jun Moxie had not gone out at all. The main thing was that he'd just arrived, and the free and natural physique was too attention-grabbing. Naturally, he couldn't move rashly for now. Of course, the most important thing was that Saint Emperor Chao was simply paying too much care and attention on him. Every day, he would come over 5 or 6 times, as if he were taking care of an infant. Instead of him taking in a disciple, this manner of treatment was more like he'd invited an ancestor into his home, serving him with great care every day in a happy and contented manner. If young Master Jun suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night and Saint Emperor Chao discovered that his precious infant was missing, wouldn't he simply die of anxiousness? Bai Qi Feng and the other Saint Emperors who'd come back with him also turned into regular guests at this place now. Every day, they would only leave very reluctantly late at night, then return early the next day again. The intentions of these Saint Emperor seniors were naturally good. How torturous was it for a healthy strong lad to be forced to lie and sit all day long? How lonely was that? Thus, we must naturally accompany him. This was not just threefold, it was fourfold, fivefold, sixfold. But what they didn't know was that this endless flood of care and concern had almost driven this free and natural physique youth to the verge of a mental collapse. As he breathed the air in here lightly, Jun Moxie could feel that it was actually not much different from the outside world. Chao Guofeng sat beside him, looking at him dotingly. Although they hadn't gone through an official teacher-disciple ceremony, Chao Guofeng felt that it was fine to skip those troublesome procedures anyway. As long as the kid was here, where could he run to? This was the inside of the misty illusory manor. Who would be so shameless as to come and snatch him away? Even the palace lord hadn't managed to snatch the person away, others naturally did not even need to think about it. Is this the legendary misty illusory manor? How come it's a bit different from what I imagined? Jun Moxie seemed to be chatting idly. The misty illusory manor exists in an entirely separate and independent space. But although it's in a different space formed the Xian continent, there's intrinsically no difference between the two spaces. Chao Guofeng introduced happily. Just accompanying and talking to this precious disciple of his made him feel happy and an indescribable sense of blessedness. That year, when Senior 9 Nether First Young Master came back from his travels, he opened this space using the powerful strength of his own body. He initially wanted to link it to other places. A look of respect hung on Chao Guofeng's face as he mentioned the 9 Nether First Young Master. This was the first time he'd ever seen Chao Guofeng express such a look of admiration and respect for anybody. But later, he discovered that this space could only connect to the Xian continent and nowhere else, so it was unable to meet his requirements. Eventually, it was closed off and turned into a personal storage space for himself. The 7-colored holy fruit here is also something that Senior planted himself. Jun Moxie nodded lightly, but he sneered internally. That fellow 9 Nether First Young Master must have came back from Earth, discovering the usefulness of storage spaces there, and decided to come back and create his own. As for the 7-colored holy fruits, they were most likely prepared for his wives. After all, those wives of his all ultimately left with him. Even if there were a few of them with strong cultivation, it was definitely impossible for all of them to be like that. His wives definitely needed a startling heavenly treasure like the 7-colored holy fruits as well. Setting out to paint a tiger, but ended up drawing a cur. After messing around and creating a giant space, he could only continuously add seals and formations to maintain the stability of the space. After reaching the required realm, he directly used the energies of primordial chaos, yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the stars, creating his own world. It was said that the first-generation misty illusory manor ancestor was the 9 Nether First Young Master's disciple. From the looks of it, this saying had its basis, and that ancestor was exactly his disciple. From Chao Guofeng's description, the nine-nether first young master was truly wild. To think that while establishing a private space, he was still planning to use this place as a starting point to connect to other spaces. How grand! Jun Moxie was so impressed by that person from 10,000 years ago that he almost prostrated himself in admiration. Essentially, the inside of this place is not different from the Xian continent in any way. The misty illusory manor can be said to be in another big world. Or perhaps, it may be slightly smaller than the Xian continent, but there's no big difference. Chao Guofeng said with a smile. So the misty illusory manor that the people describe as a small place, just a mere manor, is actually all incorrect and wrong. How could the misty illusory manor be compared to a mere 3 holy lands? Chao Guofeng delivered this line with a sense of pride. From the way Jun Moxie saw it, it was to be expected. The misty illusory manor controlled a giant world on its own. Were the 3 holy lands capable of that? It has been unbearable staying for the past couple of days. I wish to go out for a walk, may I? Jun Moxie requested. No problem. Chao Guofeng agreed without any hesitation. But your body has not fully recovered yet, so don't wander too far. I'll send 2 people to accompany you to go for a walk, but don't tire yourself too much. Remember to come back earlier. Understood. Jun Moxie agreed casually, yet he was thinking. I wonder if there is any distinction of territories or countries, going out for a walk. I'll take it as a tour. Right, there is one more thing you must remember. Don't go to that main palace of the misty illusory manor for now. Chao Guofeng reminded. That's the place you walked out of after you had recovered from your injuries. That place is the foundation of the misty illusory manor, and there are countless rare treasures within it. They are all the rich inheritances the 9-nether first young master left behind back then, but there are also countless dangers. He warned seriously. If it is discovered that someone attempted to go near that place or think of vandalizing it, they will be killed regardless of who they are. Even if you are my disciple, or the owner of the free and natural physique, the protectors of the place will show no mercy. It's your first time here, so you don't know the rules. If you cause any trouble, no one can save you. Oh, the main palace of the misty illusory manor is the place where the fruit is produced, right? Jun Moxie asked innocently. That fruit is really horrid in its taste. It can't even compare to an apple. It only smells good, but its taste is so bad it makes people gag. Is there really anyone who wants that thing? Stinking brat. What nonsense are you blabbering? Chao Guofeng was shocked. That fruit is the treasure of the manor. God knows how many people dream of having it one day. You dare to say it tastes horrible? This old man has spent 800 years in this place and has never eaten it before. Don't be so ungrateful. Count your blessings. Saint Emperor Chao paused before continuing. But the tree of that fruit is not in that palace. Didn't you grow up in the mountains? How can fruit trees grow in the palace? But palaces have all their own gardens and stuff, this is common knowledge, Jun Moxie said. What common knowledge? You know nothing. Those are only flower gardens. How can they grow spiritual fruits? Who has ever seen a giant tree that reaches into the heavens being planted in a palace? Chao Guofeng chided, not knowing to laugh or cry. Oh, so that tree is pretty big ah. Jun Moxie continued to fish for information. Of course. That tree is already 10,000 years of age. How could it be small? Even a ginseng will grow into a human shape after 10,000 years. What more the 7-color holy tree that already had thousands of years of age when it was replanted here? Then, a tree that is 10,000 over years in age, the fruits will fall when ripen and will wither and become books. Since it's been 10,000 over years, it should have developed into an entire orchard by now, right? Why haven't you gotten to eat it with your high status? This doesn't make sense ah. Jun Moxie said in a roundabout manner. Do you think that this is an apple or hawthorn? If this thing is so easy to grow then we'd have a whole orchard by now. But until now, we could only successfully nurture 2, and these are only alive, only the original tree can bear fruits even now, and we can only harvest once every 500 years. And there are only 14 fruits each time. If we calculate in groups of 7, there are only 2 batches that are produced every 500 years. And the accumulation of 500 years, half of it has been used on you. And here you are, talking big. Chao Guofeng said harshly. So little. How can there be so little? Jun Moxie cried out in surprise. This time, he wasn't acting it. Only 2 batches in 500 years, this level of efficiency was a little too low. Even the great immortal Zheng Yuan's ginseng fruit could produce 30 each time, not even to mention Queen Mother of the West's peaches of immortality. 1. 2, how could it be enough? And it seemed like they only had 1 batch left. Such a rare treasure of the world, how much of it do you think there is? Chao Guofeng said crossly. Furthermore, for the past 2,000 years, one of the batch of the fruits that were harvested are provided to the 3 holy lands. As providence for the all-seeing eye of Qiaoying. This means that every 500 years, there is only 1 batch produced. Thousands of years, we only managed to accumulate 3 or 4 batches of them, you had already eaten up 1 entire batch on your own. What more do you want? Jun Moxie looked at Chao Guofeng flabbergasted. Then if that was the case, then what use is there for my trip this time? Even if I plunder it all, it's only 3 batches, it's absolutely not enough to go around, and it'll attract the endless pursuit of the misty illusory manor. If Chao Guofeng knew who he was taking in, he'd definitely fly into a rage. Immediately firing this precious disciple he had just taken in. Go for a walk. From today onwards, you'll be living in the misty illusory manor. Under most circumstances, if your cultivation is not at that of a spirit Xian, I will not let you out. Even if you go out, you must conceal your identity appropriately. Chao Guofeng laughed before continuing. Actually, in this place, there is not much difference from the Xian continent. It is also where the pugilistic world exists. This is something that you must know. But just that under the suppression of the misty illusory manor, no one dares to behave recklessly, that's all. To think that it's like this. Then how many people are there in the misty illusory manor altogether? Jun Moxie asked curiously. We never calculated properly, but there should be a few million. Oh right, when you go out there, you must remember one thing. There are some people that you must not offend. At least, before you are strong enough, you mustn't provoke them. Must not offend. Jun Moxie's brows unconsciously twitched. Who are they? Are the forces behind them powerful? Someone that even my disciple cannot afford to offend would naturally have immense forces behind him. The very first of the list is a youth that wears black clothing every day. This child is surnamed Zhan, called Zhan Yushu. This person is the great-grandson of the chief elder of the misty illusory manor, Zhan Tianya. Elder Zhan can be said to be highly respected in the misty illusory manor, and his Xian skills are extraordinary, already surpassing the level of regular saint emperors. But this elder has a bad habit, he is extremely overprotective and dotes on this great-grandson of his especially. So no one dares to offend this Zhan Yushu in the misty illusory manor. And do not stir up such a big trouble for a small thing, it's not worth it. Chao Guofeng sighed. Actually, not only Zhan Yushu. No one in the misty illusory manor dares to carelessly provoke anyone from the Zhan family. This also caused the Zhan family to become one of the big families in the misty illusory manor aside from the main palace. Actually, aside from being overprotective, he is really not a bad senior. Jun Moxie nodded his head and said, Zhan Yushu, a young man dressed in black. I've remembered it. Chao Guofeng chuckled, feeling heartened, thinking that his beloved disciple had already remembered his warnings and would definitely not go and provoke that Zhan Yushu. But how would he know that since Jun Moxie found out that there were only those few pieces of the 7-colored holy fruit, he was already full of rage that fueled his gut. Then plus the depression that overwhelmed him, if he didn't take this opportunity to vent it a little, how could he rid this feeling of frustration? Don't offend. F***ck. This daddy dares to offend the entire misty illusory manor. In my blatant process of offending, how could a mere Zhan Yushu count as anything? You said that there were a few people just now, I believe there are others, right? Jun Moxie asked, full of interest. His expression was very sincere and humble, as if he really intended to remember them and absolutely would not go and provoke them. Whereas in fact, what he was scheming was that he would definitely remember them carefully and naturally go and offend those that he could not offend. He would also absolutely go and provoke those that he didn't offend after creating a suitable opportunity. Wrecking havoc and turning this place upside down, then escaping out of this place. There is indeed one more person. This person is also a young man. He is more inconspicuous than this Zhan Yushu, so he is ranked second. But this person is more ruthless than Zhan Yushu. Although he doesn't take action easily, if he does, it will absolutely ruthless and decisive, easily taking away someone's life. So you must be extra careful when dealing with this person, especially when it comes to women. If possible, try not to clash with him. Youngsters are full of sap and are most likely to clash in respect to these areas. But you must know, your goal is to stand at the top of the world, not to gather beauties as your wives. Chao Guofeng said this in an odd tone, as if he detested this. You have the legendary free and natural physique, everyone in the misty illusory manner is aware of this. The world outside will definitely pay even more attention to you. All of us old fellows know your potential, but those young juniors, any one of them were at the top of the world before your sudden arrival, so naturally they won't be able to accept it. And, because of your physique, I believe that May girls will be interested in you. Chao Guofeng's expression when saying this was full of glee and pride, as if he were looking at his own handsome son who would have no problems looking for a wife. You can choose, and you can also not choose. You must know that because you just recovered from your grave injuries, we have rejected many visitors these past couple of days. Otherwise, all those people who are looking for you to become their son-in-law will have been queuing for a long time outside now. Jun Moxie's jaw dropped. It was merely a free and natural physique, no matter how heaven-defying it was just a unique type of physique, right? Like a rare blood type on Earth, that's all. But over here, it was in such high demands to this extent. This was too incomprehensible. To think that there would be many people offering their daughters for picking, this was the treatment that emperor had. No, emperors may not even have such grand treatment. At the very least, when an emperor was injured, no one would offer something like the seven-colored holy fruit. Why? Do you feel confused? Chao Guofeng chuckled. This sort of treatment and you are surprised. That's not all. As long as you are able to display your talent and advance through training, it won't be long. When you are of suitable age, the palace lord will personally host a 100-flower festival for you. 100-flower festival? Jun Moxie asked in surprise. I wonder what is this 100-flower festival thing? 100-flower festival. From within the entire misty illusory manor, the palace lord will find someone for you. All the girls of a suitable age in the misty illusory manor will be filtered, and the cream of the crop will be selected. When there are 100 of them, you can choose your lifelong partner from amongst them. According to the customs of the world, you can select 7, 3 wives and 4 concubines. Of course, if you wish to choose more, it is possible. If you want to accept all of them, we will also permit you to do so. There's something this great? Jun Moxie was really surprised this time. All the best beauties in the misty illusory manor gathered, for me to choose at my will. Heavens! Earth! Oh my God! Jesus and Buddha! This news was too shocking. Of course, but that is on the prerequisite that you are capable enough. If you are unable to reach that standard, you won't even get to choose anything. Chao Guofeng watched him in amusement, observing his expressions. Lad, you think that it is very easy to attain that standard? Let me tell you, since ancient times until now, out of the entire misty illusory manor, there were not more than 2 people who were worthy enough to enjoy this treatment. 10,000 years, and only 2. Jun Moxie was surprised, but he also calmed down. That sort of treatment was indeed too grand, so the standard of the requirements for it would definitely be high. 2 is already a lot. The 2 of them also have the legendary free and natural physique, although it is not the same level as the free and natural physique that you have. One of them was the free Xian physique, while the other was the clear spirit physique. The former fought alone against the 9 nether 7th young master 7,000 years ago and perished along with him. The latter fought with the 9 nether 9th young master 5,000 years ago, and both sides suffered grave injuries. But ultimately his injuries could not be treated and he passed away. Chao Guofeng looked at Jun Moxie with a passionate look in his eyes. Just thinking of how terrifying the 9 nether 14th young master is, you can understand what sort of level of experts these 2 people were, right? Jun Moxie was astonished. To think that such powerful figures had appeared in this world before. How powerful was the 9 nether 14th young master? With a mere fifth of his entire strength he could go against the joint attack of over 20 Saint Emperors. And killing many of them before retreating with his heavy injuries. He had already returned back to his full strength now, which means he was really the number one person in the world. Then if the 9 nether 7th young master and the 9 nether 9th young master could come here from the 9 nethers, then perhaps they may not be comparable to the 9 nether 1st young master back then, but they were definitely not too inferior to the current 9 nether 14th young master. And there was someone from the misty illusory manor who was able to bring one of them to death, and another who injured the other severely, all on their own. It can be imagined how powerful they were. Chao Guofeng looked at him meaningfully. As your master, I've mentioned earlier that the free Xian physique and the clear spirit physique were also considered spiritual physiques that were extremely rare. But compared to your free and natural physique, they are far, far inferior. Cultivating Xian skills first looks at your aptitudes and your comprehension. Mere perseverance and courage is not enough. Hard work, perhaps might make it for those below a spirit Xian. But if you wish to advance to even higher levels and become an existence that stands at the peak, that is absolutely not possible to work. So the free and natural physique that you have is so highly regarded by the misty illusory manor. Chao Guofeng said earnestly. The misty illusory manor is able to give someone like you the best environment, the best material needs, and even the best beauties. But, the condition that your achievements are able to make the misty illusory manor feel satisfied. Work hard, lad. I have high hopes for you. Chao Guofeng laughed. Then how did those two seniors pick for their 100-flower festival? Jun Moxie asked, curious for some gossip. Those two, are two different extremes. A smile appeared on Chao Guofeng's lips. One of them, the Emperor of Wind and Frost, Chen Feng Shuang, selected every single one of the 100 beauties presented and was still unsatisfied. Selected all 100 of them. And was still unsatisfied. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. This is too much, can he endure it? Even if it's the Emperor, he only has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and at most, 72 imperial concubines. That's not even 100 people either. This senior is unsatisfied with 100 women. Isn't he afraid to die from excessive ejaculation? That I'm not sure. Chao Guofeng's old face turned red with embarrassment. After all, discussing such things with his own disciple was a little. Then, what about the other one? The other one, the Ice Frost swordsman, Dugu Piaoling. He did not choose a single one of the 100 beauties presented to him. Until he returned back to the misty illusory manor after sustaining grave injuries, from start to end, he had never gone near women, spending the rest of life in solitude. A look of respect appeared on Chao Guofeng's face. That is a true martial practitioner. His entire life, he had no friends, no kin. The only companion he had was his sword. Persevering is persevering, but that's too extreme. That sort of life is really too boring. One should always have things they pursue in life. Not having any emotions and desires is really too tedious. Jun Moxie curled his lips. Isn't persevering throughout one's entire life a form of pursuit? Or even a most stubborn form of it? Chao Guofeng said sternly. Precisely because Senior Dugu persevered unrelentlessly, his only goal in life was the peak of the martial ways, so he was able to reach that peak. You should learn from him instead. But that the Emperor of Wind and Frost also got to that level with so many wives. And there's the legendary unrivaled powerful person, the 9 nether 1st young master. Didn't he also have many wives? Jun Moxie rebutted. Chao Guofeng's face darkened. Didn't you say that you wanted to go for a walk? Why? You don't want to go now. Then why don't you accompany this old man and sit here? He was a little angry. Probably because this question was truly not easy to answer. The tales and legends of the 9 nether 1st young master said that he had so many wives that it was uncountable. But the Emperor of Wind and Frost really just had that many women. This was no secret in the misty illusory manor. Was he supposed to tell Jun Moxie that the Emperor of Wind and Frost really was practicing the highest form of skills for boosting vitality? His bed skills were exceptionally amazing, and the more wives he had the stronger he was. Then what if this lad also made the same request? What should he do? This was not a joking matter. This little brat is full of youthfulness. Who knows what he is thinking? Which youngster doesn't dream of love? If you don't want to say then forget it, please don't get angry. Oh right, you still have yet to tell me who the third person I must not offend is. There's a first and second, so there must be third and fourth, right? Jun Moxie tactfully changed the subject. There are only 3 people who must not be offended. As to the third person, that third person who must not be offended, Chao Guofeng revealed a smile. This third person is truly the one whom you must not offend. This person is a young lady, the granddaughter of the current lord of the manor. She can be said to be the most beloved daughter of the entire misty illusory manor. Lad, towards her, you'd better remain at a respectful distance. Because no matter which party you provoke, you will have to be prepared to be skinned alive. There is no exception even if you have the free and natural physique. So severe. Jun Moxie stuck his tongue out. Severe. How can it be described with severe alone? Chao Guofeng feared that this free and natural physique disciple got curious and went to provoke other people's precious daughters without realizing the severity of the matter and bringing death upon himself. He persuaded patiently. I'll tell you another secret. This little girl is the other lucky person aside from you in the past 1,000 years who had consumed the 7-colored holy fruit, and she had used it with the treasure of the Heaven Saint Palace, the exquisite lotus. As to why she was able to use both treasures of the palaces, it was not because of her unique status, but because her physique is the Xianyin female body, which is very rare. You wouldn't understand from the name Xianyin female body alone, but even if I explain to you in detail, there is too much knowledge about the body anatomy for you to digest. You only need to know that her physique is no inferior to your free and natural physique. So you must not offend this girl. Xianyin female body. A memory of an introductory paragraph flashed across Jun Moxie's mind. That was records and comments of the Xianyin female body in the Hongjun Pagoda. The Xianyin female body was the physique of a female who was extremely yin, which was very rare. If a male with success in his Xian cultivation did a double cultivation with this female, the effects would be amplified 100 times with only half the amount of work. Note, a virgin's body, a body that has yet to be tainted, a first awakening of love, mutually in love, an absolute condition for double cultivation. Not a single one must be missing. If it is forced, not only will it be useless, both male and female will be in danger from the backlash of the Xianyin. A virgin's body, a body that has yet to be tainted, this condition is believable and understandable. As to a first awakening of love, it must be the first love of that girl. It should be more or less that. As to mutually in love, the female must be hopelessly attracted to the male then. This basic requirements for double cultivation was really high. Jun Moxie couldn't help but pondered over it. Double cultivation looked like something that'd be advantageous. But let's see how it goes. Even if it's a beauty, it's up to whether this young master has the appetite for her unless she is really pleasing for my eyes. Otherwise I'll really not try to force it. If the other party is an elephant then there's no need for any consideration. Before your arrival, the greatest hope of the misty illusory manor was all placed upon her. For 10,000 years, to break through the void and travel through immemorial. Which is also what the misty illusory manor has been pursuing for 10,000 years, our only goal. The ultimate goal. So nothing must happen to you, and the same goes for her. Plus with the unique status as the little princess of misty illusory manor, naturally she is slightly more important than you, who only has the free and natural physique. Chao Guofeng scoffed as if he were a little peeved by the fact that there was someone who was above his own disciple and he could not do anything but to accept it. The most crucial thing, if you offend her, in the future, you can forget about tasting even a tiny bit of the 7-colored holy fruit. Chao Guofeng warned. Because her father and her mother are the ones who are supervising the spiritual herbal gardens. Ah! Jun Moxie thought to himself. Those two from before who I must not offend, I'll definitely be offending them. But this one, is really one who I cannot offend. Right, you haven't told me the name of that female ancestor. How does she looks like? I can only be prepared if I know roughly how she looks. Young Master Jun pressed on, taking the opportunity to find more information about that girl. Female ancestor. You mischievous boy, knowing how to give others a nickname. But using this term to describe that girl is rather appropriate. Chao Guofeng chuckled, shaking his head. Didn't you say she is someone nobody can afford to offend? Then what else can she be other than an ancestor? How does she look like? Is she ugly or pretty? I cannot possibly shun any lady I see, right? Then, I'll end up being the one who has problems. Young Master Jun was really intrigued to find out more about this female ancestor. Spiritual Herbal Gardens, this name was indeed rather poetic. But the most important thing was that was where the tree of the 7-colored holy fruit lay. And it seemed that there was not only one. This was a heaven-defying treasure. Young Master Jun was originally a little disappointed, but he suddenly remembered the unique ability he had, the power of the 5 elements. Especially the power of wood that he had not used in a long time. The moment this thought popped up, young Master Jun was about to break into maniacal laughter. This 7-colored holy fruit will only be able to bear fruit after 500 years in someone else's hands, but in the hands of this young master. As long as I have sufficient spirit energy as foundation, this daddy will be able to make it bear fruit 365 times in a month. Asterisk when that time comes, there's no problem treating the 7-colored holy fruit as a regular fruit tree, arranging them in different patterns for display in the living hall. Back to the same old sentence, there were always only things that people could not think of, but there was nothing that could not be done. Isn't this proof again? Asterisk. So he definitely must go to this spiritual herbal gardens. And the security there will definitely be extremely tight, no matter what, caution was of utmost importance. If this female ancestor was offended, it would definitely cause many other troubles. There was one common knowledge from the previous life and this life, all women are petty. Just that some of them look more seductive, that's all. If a lot more implications arose out of offending this female ancestor, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Asterisk so if there is a need, as long as the girl's appearance can still be accepted. This young master can also consider making a sacrifice and selling his body out, although I'm being taken advantage of and is likely to be called one that is living off a woman, but, so be it. Who asked me to be a man? When I should be hard, I can be extremely hard, but when I should be soft, I can be soft, asterisk. That girl is called Miao Xiao Miao. She is always donned in light yellow clothing. Not only is she talented, she's the #1 beauty amongst the younger generation of the misty illusory manner. It's just that her personality is a little eccentric and not easy to get close to. But that's good, it'll save a lot of unnecessary troubles. A gentle smile of adoration was on Chao Guofeng's face when he mentioned Miao Xiao Miao. This Miao Xiao Miao was clearly very adored by him. And this sort of adoration was not directed to young Master Jun. Miao Xiao Miao. #1 beauty, Jun Moxie suddenly thought of a possibility. I wonder if this young master is able to profit both wealth and beauty this time. As he thought along, the young Master Jun, whose certain part that hadn't been getting any relief, transformed into a wolf, drool was almost falling out of his mouth. He mumbled to himself. Since she's so beautiful, then I'll find a time and just do her, then that'll be. Chao Guofeng was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He immediately grabbed onto his ear and hollered, "Brat! If you dare to do her. This old man dares to guarantee that you will be done by all the old seniors of misty illusory manor in less than 2 hours. Young Master Jun didn't imagine that he would unconsciously say it out, so he was caught in a bad situation. He was pretending to be severely wounded, so naturally he could not dodge, instantly getting caught by Chao Guofeng. Asterisk of all places to grab, you just had to grab that place. That seems to be the exclusive place that my mother Dongfang when Xin uses, asterisk. Just as he was cursing away mentally, he heard Chao Guofeng's harsh warnings. Young Master Jun's heart turned cold, instantly feeling his chrysanthemum clenching, as his intestines twisted. Cold sweat poured out profusely. All those indecent thoughts were instantly frightened away. Suddenly, Chao Guofeng asked, "Lad, how old are you this year?" Young Master Jun said bashfully, "I'm 18 this year." They always say 18 years old is a flower in full bloom. Why? Are you going to host a 100-flower festival for me? Get lost. Saint Emperor Chao was angry but amused, landing a kick on young Master Jun's bottom. Jun Moxie cried out "Aya" and used that force to run off. Chao Guofeng looked at his back view and mumbled to himself. 18 years old. To think that he is a year younger than that girl, if it should still work, this old man will also be more than happy to see it happen, but those two fellows have been pining for so many years. How would they be willing to give up so easily? Disciple, you can play and create all the trouble you want and it'll be alright, but just don't go and offend that huge trouble for this old man. If that happens, I'm afraid even this old man cannot mediate. Since he walked out of the little courtyard, young Master Jun instantly felt relieved from head to toe. Without all the supervision from a few old fellows and surrounded by an amount of spiritual sense, there was a sense of long-awaited freedom, as if a tiger had returned to the wild. Subconsciously, Jun Moxie couldn't help but walk with wide strides, humming to a Beijing opera tune that no one could understand. Remembering, the matter from that year, how very distressing, I'm just like a bird in a cage, with nowhere to spread my wings. I'm like a tiger that has left its mountain, and suffered loneliness. I'm like the goose that flies from the south, separated from the rest of the group. He walked out from the doors as he sang, both his hands behind his back, shaking his head, full of the air of the #1 debauchee of Tianxiang City in the past. Behind him, two middle-aged men secretly tailed after him, their faces expressionless. These two people were the disciples of Chao Guofeng. Right now, they were on the duty of protecting Jun Moxie. And young Master Jun would naturally also need to change his name in this place. He would be called Mo Junyi. Mo Junyi. Mo Jun Xie. There was another homonym meaning which was, also evil monarch one. It could be seen that the evil personality in this evil monarch didn't change. Slowly strolling out of that remote alley, the scenery began to become more and more bustling with life. There were restaurants and sweet-sounding chords of instruments all about, and there was even the occasional voices of storytellers. The bustling scenery was not inferior to Tianxiang City or Chrysanthemum City. That's a city in front? Or is it a small town? Jun Moxie turned around to ask the two bodyguards. The two men looked at him and replied expressionlessly. There are a total of 7 cities in the misty illusory manner. They are the Psychedelic City, Magical City, Purple Fantasy City, Golden Fantasy City, Blood Fantasy City, Heaven Fantasy City, and Heart Fantasy City. This place, including the place we had walked out of, all belongs to the central region of misty illusory manner, the Heart Fantasy City. Away from the rest of the common world, the few li of road ahead are where the common people reside. All the needs of the main palace of the misty illusory manor are all purchased here. Jun Moxie hummed in response. The other person said, young master came from outside of the misty illusory manor, so perhaps you are not aware of the culture we have here. Although the members of the main palace are above worldly creatures, but they do not view the common folks differently like ants. All the young masters and young ladies in misty illusory manor often come sightseeing here daily. In fact, most of the people are gathered here, which is probably why this place is the most bustling region of the misty illusory manor. The meaning behind his words was more or less a reminder or warning. He must have been told by Chao Guofeng to absolutely not let this little master stir any trouble. I understand now, thank you for your information. Jun Moxie chuckled and asked. Oh right, I heard from old Chao that there is a spiritual herbal gardens in misty illusory manor. Which city is this mysterious garden located in? That cold-looking man replied, the spiritual herbal gardens, you better not try to find out about it. He paused for a while, as if feeling like he had sounded a little too threatening, before continuing. The spiritual herbal gardens is not in any of the cities, in fact, that garden is not even within the space of this misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie was stunned. F***ck. What sort of bullshit is this? Not in the misty illusory manor. Could it be in Xian continent? Then why did I come here for? For a stroll. To sightsee? Asterisk. Not in the misty illusory manor. Could it be in the outside world? Could it be somewhere in Xian continent? Jun Moxie asked, clenching his fist. Of course, it is still within the regions of the misty illusory manor, but it is not within this space. That bodyguard stared at him for a long time before answering carefully. In the misty illusory manor, but not in the space. What does this mean? Jun Moxie pondered for a while. Could it be that there is one or more independent unique spaces in the misty illusory manor, and one of it is used especially for storing spirit herbs? And that space is called the spiritual herbal gardens? That's more or less the case. Young master is intelligent. As accepted of the talent of the free and natural physique. The two of them praised indifferently. But Jun Moxie could tell from their tone that they didn't mean it. Looks like these two are not very satisfied with me. Young Master Jun scoffed mentally. Asterisk, it seems like I've snatched both their positions with my arrival alone, of course they will not be convinced. But, you can keep that to yourself, now that I could tell, aren't you guys just digging your own graves? If this matter is known by old Chow, you'll definitely not have it good. Asterisk. The trio was not slow in their movements. They quickly arrived in the city. Right now, Jun Moxie was like Granny Lu One who entered the Prospect Garden 1, exclaiming and praising everything in sight. Footnotes. Ch 934 Footnote 1. Also read as Mo Jun Xie. Ch 934 Footnote 2. A distant relative of the Mother of the West. Ch 934 Footnote 3. A garden in the Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. There was no other reason. The moment he stepped into this place, Jun Moxie practically thought that he had returned back to Tianxiang City and was about to go around looking for Tang Yuan's aristocratic hall. This place is really no different from the outside world. The two bodyguards behind him exchanged glances, seeing the unfeigned look of contempt in each other's eyes. The one with the free and natural physique. Hey! It's just a complete country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He has never seen the world. To think that the free and natural physique has befallen someone like this, the heavens must be blind, to cast pearls before swine, wasting resources. He can even spend such a long time looking at someone selling vegetables. The F***ck, don't tell me you haven't seen a greengrocer before. This place was the main street of the Heart Fantasy City. There were numerous stalls on both sides of the street, some selling handmade ornaments, carvings of small birds and animals. There were also some that sold fresh greens and food stalls and toys. The interior of the shop fronts on both sides were also a delight to the eye. All sorts of things were available. There were countless signboards of wine shops along the street. It was a majestic sight to behold. The smell of cosmetics drifted from everywhere, leaving people intoxicated in a drunken stupor. There were also occasional giggles of females that could be heard. Yes, they arrived at a brothel. There were some people dawn properly entering this place, and there were also people coming out with no strength in their legs. Their faces were full of satisfaction as they lingered in the aftertaste. The customers entering and exiting the wine shops were endless, and waves of the aroma of wine filled the entire street. It is really lively. Jun Moxie exclaimed sincerely. This place seems to be livelier than Tianxiang City by a bit. Casually tossing a copper coin, he grabbed a stick of Tanhulu 1. Jun Moxie munched as he walked, dirtying his entire face with the sugar coating and didn't even bother to wipe himself. Sweet. Delicious. Truly yummy. One more. The two behind him exchanged looks again, feeling utterly embarrassed following behind this fellow. The thought of this country bumpkin garnering all the attention of the misty illusory manner the moment he arrived and being worshipped like an ancestor by Chao Guofeng, the two of them felt completely bitter. Heavens! Earth! Buddha and Jesus! Open your eyes! Hurry up and send lightning down to strike upon this fellow. This is really insufferable. Just at this moment, a group of fierce-looking people came rushing over, all of them holding a white-waxed rod in their hands. They were dressed untidily in their hats and robes, but every one of them had an ominous glint in their eyes. The city's officials are here, everybody run. It was not known who was the first to let out such a cry, but all the peddlers along the street panicked and fled in all directions. City's officials. Jun Moxie looked at all these people with his eyes wide open. F***ck. To think that this place is so advanced. They already have city officials. His sudden halt instantly drew the attention of one of the guys. What are you looking at? You've never seen this daddy before. Look some more and I'll dig your eyeballs out. You little *****. Jun Moxie staggered. This bunch of people are too bold, to dare to offend me without knowing who I am. But little did he know that with his current appearance, even if he was donned in dragon robes, he looked nowhere like a crown prince. But all the other few people had already began using their rods to chase people. There was even one who delivered a heavy kick to a peddler that did not manage to flee in time. He lifted his rod high and hammered it down as he cursed and assaulted the peddler violently, casually snatching the bag of money from the peddler and shoved it into his own pocket. Then he continued to rain blows upon the peddler, as he cursed. F***ck your daddy. You have been selling for a whole day but you only earn such a pathetic amount. Are you ashamed? You still have the cheek to come out and set up your stall. Why don't you go and die? That peddler curled into a ball, grabbing his head and crying for mercy. His entire body was covered in blood. A prostitute exclaimed and laughed lovably, taking the opportunity to strike at an influential figure. Yet that man instantly glued himself over, hugging her lustfully in broad daylight, and began to tease her without any restraints. The other few men watched this scene in jealousy. They walked into shops on both sides of the road, their faces full of annoyance. Stepping on the table, a menacing look in their eyes, they bellowed, "Collection time for protection fee. Hurry up. F***ck, you're sick of running your business, aren't you? Moving so slowly, F***ck you. Do you believe that this daddy will make your close shop tomorrow? Hurry the F***ck up." Then the shop owner came over with a polite smile, bowing in greeting. First, he offered up countless silver taels, then he secretly shoved some things into the pockets of the few men. These few men touched their pockets before a look of joy appeared on their faces. With a whistle, they exited the shop and continued to plunder along the street. What sort of people are these? Why are they so tyrannical? Jun Moxie was stunned looking at this very familiar scene. His intestines were cramping a little, he suddenly felt like he had transmigrated again. The two bodyguards barely had the time to reply when that burly man not far from Jun Moxie was already pissed. He stormed over. "Why? Lad, you're trying to find out who I am." Then, he grabbed a passerby and kicked him to the ground. He stomped on that unlucky fellow's chest and said, "Tell this brat who these daddies are." That passerby was walking cautiously on the road, practically walking sideways in fear of bumping into them, but who knew such an absurd disaster would fall from the sky. He cried out pitiably, his tears and snots flowing down as he quickly replied, Sir is the manager of Heart Fantasy City, sir is the upright and honorable official for us common folks ah." That burly man scoffed, clearly satisfied. He lifted his leg up and let the person go, that person quickly ran away without looking back. This burly man looked at Jun Moxie from the corner of his eyes. "Did you hear that? Brat, come over obediently, acknowledge your mistake, and kowtow to this upright and honorable sir. Then, use that pink little tongue of yours to lick this daddy's boots clean, and I'll let you off. Otherwise, hee, you are a spy. If I go through the trouble, you're going to be in it for good." "I'm a spy." Jun Moxie almost broke out in laughter. "How did you know? This great city's official is really wise, to be able to tell I'm a spy from one look. Impressive, so many saint emperors and other stronger experts couldn't even discover this." "That's right, this young master is a spy." "What are you going to do?" "You're not a spy." That burly man laughed maniacally, the black hair on his chest trembling. "Even if you are not a spy, if I say you are a spy, then you are a spy." "Why? Don't look at me so angrily, be careful this daddy beats you to death right here. Even if this daddy really kills you, you will be dying in vain. I understand what sort of people you are now." The look in Jun Moxie's eyes turned cold. To think that there were such people everywhere regardless of which world. "I've really widened my horizons. The so-called misty illusory manor, the land of peace and equality, is no different." The two bodyguards behind him watched on with a smile. Watching how this country bumpkin was going to resolve this matter. They were aware that although this country bumpkin had shocking talent and a free and natural physique, he had barely mastered any high-level Xian cultivation and may not necessarily be able to deal with this current problem. As long as he can't settle it on his own, then we don't have to worry about him begging the both of us for help. But what followed after left both of them too late for regrets. "The two of you. Come here. Kill this scum for this young master." Young Master Jun ordered. Since there was free labor around, why would Jun Moxie take the risk of exposing his real identity to handle this matter himself? "Hurry up. Otherwise I'll go tell my master, say that I was bullied outside and the both of you were just watching the spectacle. You think master would believe me or you both? If I really suffered any injuries, how do you think master will take care of the two of you?" The two men instantly looked at each other. They had not expected that this brat who seemed to have no shrewdness to actually do something like this. If he really went back to complain, no matter if it was true or false, the two of them were doomed to be unlucky. This brat not only could complain to Chao Guofeng alone, there were still 6 other Saint Emperors. Which one of them did not view him as their baby? If, then the future of the two of them would really be doomed. If he exaggerates things a little too much, then those few senior Saint Emperors will probably tear the two of us alive. That is definitely not something they'll feel any pity for. These two people were spirit Xian experts. With their own level of cultivation, they were not beneath solitary falcon back then. Right now, they were full of anger, but they couldn't do anything to Jun Moxie, so they took it all out on this bunch of city's officials. Pa! A slap landed on that man's face, sending him flying and spinning in the air, his broken tooth flying out of his mouth as he spun along. The other person leapt into the air and yelled, "All of you blind bastards! Gather here for this daddy! If you do not come here in 10 breaths, then forget about coming forever." This was proof that a spirit Xian had immense might no matter where they were. These city's officials all trembled and their legs turned jelly from the sight. They had not imagined that they were only out to enforce the law, but they had offended such a big shot. 8 men walked over honestly in less than 5 breaths, quickly standing into single file. The 2 bodyguards did not say a single word, just raining punches on all of them. As they beat them up, they were feeling extremely frustrated. We are spirit Xians, although we are no big deal in the manner itself and are not some high, supreme extreme, but, beating up ordinary people like this is really a first. This was too aggrieving. The two of them may be rough, but they were well aware. It's alright to teach them a lesson, but we must not beat them till they die. After all, the cleanliness of the city is relying on these people, besides, this is one of the basic constituents of the misty illusory manner. But after the two of them stopped, they were all shocked. The 8 people on the ground were still crying in pain earlier, but right now, all of them were bleeding from all their eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, their eyes bulging and themselves completely stopped breathing. They were all dead, not a single one was alive. What is going on? Although we didn't hold back in our strength, but we didn't even use our Xian strength, so it is only the strength of a regular human. There's no way they could have been beaten to death. Just at this timing, the onlookers from the crowd finally cried out in shock. Someone died, somebody has been killed. It was hard to tell if the one who cried this was scared or excited or laughing at the misfortune. But all in all, after this cry, all the owners and workers of the shops on both sides turned pale and hurriedly closed for the day in a frenzy. Beating a city's official to death, how big of a deal was this? Whoever wanted to be implicated could continue to show their own faces. A few youths riding on horses came from the other side of the long street. The one right in front smirked upon looking at the scene before him, bemused by it. Yeah, aren't these the 2 great envoys under Saint Emperor Chao? What's wrong? You're in great spirits today. To be interested in killing a few city's officials for sport. A cultivation level of a spirit Xian, killing the city's officials, who are mere ordinary folks, truly mighty and impressive. The 2 bodyguards' faces instantly darkened. They turned around to look for Jun Moxie, only to find that this fellow had already disappeared. Then, it suddenly occurred to them that the loud voice that cried out, "Somebody has been killed," seemed to belong to this fellow. No wonder he was so excited. The 2 of us brothers offer our greetings before young Master Jean. The other party may be young, but he had influential background, and the 2 bodyguards knew that they could not afford to offend him, so naturally they did not behave rashly. As it happens, this handsome, tall young master before them was the first person Chao Guofeng had nagged at young Master Jun to not offend. Jean family, Jean Yushu. Even the other youths behind young Master Jean were all the descendants of the few big families in misty illusory manner. These 2 brothers could not afford to offend any one of them. Chao Guofeng and the forces around him did not fear them, but they would also not try to have any clashes with these families. Everyone had a mutual understanding to maintain harmony on the surface. For example, if young Master Jun had met with these few young masters of the worldly families, Chao Guofeng would naturally stand up for him and would be willing to even fight against them, but if these 2 bodyguards offended these few young masters, Chao Guofeng would definitely not stand up for them and would even punish them severely. Chasing them out of the manor and ridding them of their skills was also possible. This was a matter they could not do anything about. They were all the same, humans, but they had different lives. Wang Neng, Li Jie, I heard that, the two of you have a new young master now. Zhan Yushu narrowed his eyes as he looked at them contemptuously, as if he were looking at ants. I heard that, he's some free and natural physique. I heard that, he is really powerful. Is it? He had used, I heard, thrice in a row and intentionally dragged his tone out, not hiding a tiny bit of his contempt and disdain. The few youths behind him broke out in uncontrollable laughter. One of them opened their mouth and said, what free and natural physique, it's probably a country bumpkin only. Probably a bastard that was picked up from God knows where, compared to our big bro, he's just a pile of feces. Another person added, calling him a pile of feces is already lifting his status. This young master has read numerous books, and although I do not dare to claim that I know everything in the world, but I have never heard of some peculiar physique called the free and natural physique. A bastardly thing that wormed out of nowhere, trying to make us bow to him with something that has never been seen before, he is really retarded. With big bro Jean around, which young man in misty illusory manner dares to proclaim himself first? A frog that lived at the bottom of the well, overestimating his own capabilities, an arrogant barbarian that comes from the filthy mortal world. Zhan Yushu maintained his smile, a proud look on his handsome face. But if one looked more closely, it could be noticed that in the darkest parts of his eye, there was a calmness that was focused on the faces of the two before him, not letting go. He was also observing the bunch of people following behind him through the corners of his eyes. If Jun Moxie was present, he would definitely be able to tell that this legendary young Master Jean was no idiot. But it was a pity that he had already slipped off to elsewhere. Young Master Jean is right. Saint Emperor Chao has indeed taken in a disciple with the free and natural physique. The reason why we are here is to accompany young Master Mo to visit Heart Fantasy City. Wang Ning said, his face turning slightly green. Zhan Yushu carefully caught the change in color on Wang Ning's face, chuckling with his eyes narrowed. In this way? Didn't all the 80 years the two of you spend waiting bitterly go up in smoke? Pity, ah pity, it is really a pity. He was speaking of pity, but his tone was full of mockery at their misfortune. The moment he said this, Wang Nang and Li Jie's faces changed instantly. But Zhan Yushu continued to ramble on, continuing in an extremely haughty tone. Thinking of all the open and covert fighting the two of you did all these years to achieve the position of Saint Emperor Chao's successor, yet all of that has gone to waste now. This young master can't help but laugh, it's too hilarious, all those decades of hard work, yet everything went to someone else. I believe both of you are feeling extremely comfortable internally. Li Jie's face darkened, but he still dared not show his anger. He let out a bitter laugh. Young Master Jean must be joking. How could the two of us have our current achievements if not for Saint Emperor Chao's guidance back then? Saint Emperor Chao's greatest wish is to find a successor that he is pleased with, and now that he has found one, the both of us are extremely happy for him. There is only joy, nothing else. Young Master Mo's free and natural physique makes him a divine talent. For 10,000 of years, only the 9 Nether first young master had this sort of extraordinary physique. So his physique can be said to be unrivaled throughout from ancient times till now. No matter how we may think otherwise, we are sincerely convinced and ready to concede. Young Master Jean's last sentence was extremely right, the two of us do feel extremely comfortable internally. Zhan Yushu chuckled coldly. This reply was humble and polite and put himself down, but there was an underlying meaning. And it was a rebuttal to what his own friend had talked about in terms of his physique. Mocking that his own physique was nowhere close to that person who came later. No matter how he flattered himself or worked hard, it was all useless. That was a fact, and he was only humiliating himself by arguing otherwise. Zhan Yushu's face instantly darkened after hearing Li Jie's words. Is there a need to argue? Two trashes that were casually tossed away by your own families, good-for-nothings who followed for decades only to become a replacement. Bullying ordinary people with your strength of the supreme Golden City, culprits who brutally killed the officials of Heart Fantasy City, and you dare to mock this young master. Zhan Yushu's face was cold and sinister. Men. Capture these two men. Hand them over to the prison to await sentencing. The moment the order was given, the countless number of bodyguards rushed forward. Zhan Yushu had a cold and merciless look in his eyes like a vicious tyrant. He looked at Wang Nang and Li Jie disdainfully and said, these two people have ignored the laws of the misty illusory manner and challenged the lawmen, using cruel methods to kill 8 innocent officials on the streets, staining the ground with blood. They're heartless, cruel and vicious. All of us saw it and are eyewitnesses. Their crimes are undeniable, and in the name of righteousness, we law-abiding good people shall assist the prefectural magistracy of the misty illusory manor to detain these 2 culprits before us. If there is any resistance, they'll be killed regardless. Anyone who kills them will be excused for their crimes for taking them down. Wang Meng and Li Jie took a step back instantly, their faces green. Young Master Zhan, we are all from the same family and all belong to misty illusory manor. There is no need to be this ruthless, right? Zhan Yushu scoffed. Hey! You 2 scums actually dare think of associating with this young master. It's not talk about how that is impossible, but so what even if you are able to? This young master is currently carrying out justice for heaven, ready to punish one's own family if justice demands it. The both of you blatantly ignored the laws, murdering so cruelly in the middle of the street, and the officials of the city at that. The 6 spirit Xians behind Zhan Yushu approached them with a villainous grin. Wang Meng and Li Jie's face turned as pale as a sheet, instantly falling into utter despair. They were cursing at Jun Moxie mentally. Young Master Zhan, the reason this happened is because these blind fools offended our young master. And the reason why the 2 of us intervened is because we were given orders. We have our own difficulties and had no choice. Young Master Zhan, we are all aware and clear, since someone has died, why don't we wait for the authorities to come and resolve this matter? Why must we take matters into our hands? Besides, it is only 8 cities officials who died, it's no big deal. Why must we blow the matter up and make things ugly for everyone? Your young master. That country bumpkin surnamed Mo. That person with the free and natural physique. He is also here. Zhan Yushu's mind instantly shifted to the location of young Master Jun. Wang Ming instantly replied him while thinking internally. We had just said we were accompanying him on this trip, and now you are pretending that you didn't know that. Tell the law management of the city that this young master will temporarily intervene in this matter, tell them not to pursue it for now. A sharp glint appeared in Zhan Yushu's eyes. Bring the 2 of them to Drifting Fragrance Lodge. Spread the word that young Master Mo Junyi is to come at midnight personally to Drifting Fragrance Lodge to collect them. If he doesn't arrive on time, then these people shall be handed over to the authorities and punished according to the law. Paying with their lives for murder. A couple of people responded in acknowledgement. Wang Meng and Li Jie also heaved a sigh of relief. The few young masters behind Zhan Yushu also had a look of excitement, all thinking of how should they make things difficult after this young Master Mo Junyi arrived. As to those few cities officials who died, to these people, it was just a small matter. Not even worth mentioning, if they wanted to destroy the entire law enforcement department, it wasn't a problem at all. All these cities officials were essentially a bunch of ruffians. How important could their deaths get? Wang Meng and Li Jie exchanged looks, understanding it all now. It turned out the real objective of Zhan Yushu was that Mo Junyi and not the 2 of them. They were just very unlucky to become the pawns for them to initiate this clash. The reason why he had gone such a big round was merely so that he had a good reason which made it harder for Mo Junyi to redeem the situation, that's all. But the 2 of them weren't worried at all, instead, they were relieved. As long as they were out of the mess, that was good enough. As to that Mo Junyi, who cared if he was dead or alive? It would be to their wishes if he was tortured to death by Zhan Yushu. That country bumpkin should just die, the earlier the better. So the 2 people followed Zhan Yushu's underlings very cooperatively to Drifting Fragrance Hall, determined to cooperate with this show to the end. There was no worry about Chao Guofeng knowing of this matter, it was indeed Mo Junyi who gave the order to take action. People died because of him. This was not made up, it was the truth. Zhan Yushu raised his brows and narrowed his eyes and mumbled under his breath. Mo Junyi. Also evil monarch, this young Master Mo really has an interesting name. This young master wants to see how this Mo Junyi is also evil monarch. Forget it if you don't come, but as long as you come. This young master will let you know how powerful Zhan Yushu is. I'll guarantee it'll be unforgettable. What free and natural physique. He. He turned around and left, his steps light and carefree. As to young Master Jun, he was already on another street. He was not interested in bothering with the things over here. He had already successfully caused trouble for those two, so young Master Jun quickly slipped off. As to those city's officials who suddenly died, obviously it was the work of young Master Jun. He was extremely clear that Wang Nang and Li Jie would not kill people according to his command. After all, murdering officials on the street had dire consequences. In fact, regardless of the consequences, both of them would not willingly and obediently carry out his orders. But Jun Moxie just could not stand the sight of those people. Not only those city's official scums, but Wang Nang and Li Jie too. So when they were delivering their punches, young Master Jun secretly directed his spirit energy into the wounds that the duo had inflicted, ruthlessly drilling it in, shattering all the arteries of the city's officials. With young Master Jun's current achievements, even Wang Nang and Li Jie couldn't escape from death. Stealthily and unnoticeable. What was the point of keeping all those vermin? Even if they really contributed to the security of Misty Illusory Manor, from their actions, they still deserved to die. Regardless of his previous life or his current one, Jun Moxie would never show mercy to such people. But he really didn't have much thrill in killing them this time. So depressing. Now that he had no one tagging along, Jun Moxie felt extremely refreshed. Strolling about and looking around, he still discreetly dispersed his spiritual sense in all directions, carefully observing which direction was more rich in spiritual qi, which direction had the greatest fluctuations in spiritual qi, and which directions had experts. Through this scout, Jun Moxie couldn't help but be taken aback. In this entire heart fantasy city, the place with the densest spiritual qi was the place he had exited from, but in this city, there were countless powerful spiritual scents that were lingering about in the air. Although they were drifting along their own paths, they were present in all directions, encompassing the entire heart fantasy city within it. But this was also something to be expected. How could a place where Saint Emperors dwelled not be a crucial and important location? How could the core region where the power and influences of the Misty Illusory Manor lay not have experts guarding it? Jun Moxie was secretly impressed. As expected of the legendary Misty Illusory Manor, the distribution of peak experts in this place were hundredfolds of the outside world. A force like this, if directed against someone, even the 14th young master who had fully recovered may not have it easy in this place. No wonder that fellow didn't kill his way into the Misty Illusory Manor and had to aggrieve himself to ask me to help him loot his weapon back. So it was all because he had apprehensions about this place. Young Master Jun was deep in thought when he suddenly detected an unusually strong spiritual sense coming towards him. In a blink of an eye, it was already close by. And at the same time, there was an elegant fragrance that assailed his nostrils, carrying a hint of coldness within it. As if someone had used their powerful spiritual sense to firmly lock on his location. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly in his mind. This spiritual sense is strong compared to average, but it is not enough for young Master Jun to be bothered by. Right now, the search for the 7-color holy tree was his priority, and it was best to avoid as many of all these minor things as possible. He had no interest nor mood to deal with something like this. Jun Moxie wanted to turn around and leave. He had just spun around when he saw a young lady donned in bright yellow clothes walking up to him with a smile. She stopped before him, scanning him with eyes full of curiosity. Her clear voice rang out, "May I ask if you are the successor of Saint Emperor Chao, young Master Mo Junyi?" This young lady was fair and well-proportioned in her build, and the dimples on her face appeared as she smiled and looked at him with bright eyes, her head slightly tilted. She was probably about 16 years old. Jun Moxie was stunned. He asked politely, "This young lady is?" Young Master Jun was most scared when people treated him politely. "This maid offers my greetings to young Master Mo." The young girl bowed and smiled bashfully. "Young Master Mo, my young lady would like to invite you over to meet her. I wonder if young master would be willing. Can I trouble you to make the trip?" After saying it, she pointed to the side and looked up. "My young lady is waiting for young master's arrival over there." Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. "Young lady, you are impressive. You've forced me to the point I cannot refuse, yet you still dare to ask me for my opinion. It shall be as you requested. Let's go over to meet your young lady." This girl was extremely polite in her speech. There was no problem with that. The problem lay after she pointed over. Jun Moxie had completely lost all reason to refuse. Because her young lady was standing right there watching him. If he didn't go over, he'd really be offending her. He had just arrived here, and she was able to recognize him already, so naturally she had quite a background, most likely a relative of one of the higher-ups of the misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie could even tell from the clothes of this girl, that her young lady was very likely to be the third person he cannot afford to offend, in the misty illusory manor. The most beloved granddaughter of the palace lord of the misty illusory manor, Miao Xiao Miao. Jun Moxie shook his sleeves, a helpless look on his face. The girl couldn't help but burst out in laughter seeing his comical behavior. "Lass, what's your name?" Jun Moxie asked as he walked. "Aren't you ashamed? Young master, you may not be that much older than me, but you are calling me a lass." "I'm called Little Beansprout, hee, this is the name my young lady has given me," she said while making a funny face. Little Beansprout, Jun Moxie halted and carefully looked at her. He praised. "It is indeed an interesting name, looking at young ladies dressing. This is not a little beansprout, but a little yellow beansprout. Young master is teasing me." Little Beansprout's face flushed red as she shook her body shyly. She continued to lead Jun Moxie to the left. Up in one of the restaurants not far away, an elegant and graceful young lady sat alone in the spot that offered the best view. Her jade fingers gently propped up her chin with a look of deep thought in her clear eyes. "Gu Feiyu, what do you think of this person?" she asked indifferently. This young lady was wearing a veil across her face and was donned in a light yellow dress. She looked like a fine jewel that did not belong to this world. Although she was currently in the center of the busy city, she was like a snow lotus that stood alone, spotless, untainted by all the vices of the world. As if all the entire world was muddy and dirty, she would still be able to stand clean and still within it. And beside her stood a young man donned in green. Clearly, this was the person she was speaking to earlier. This young man in green also focused on Jun Moxie who was walking over. A look of wariness and caution in his eyes, and even a faint hint of killing intent. As if he had discovered an enemy that was about to snatch his most precious treasure. This young man had sharp brows and a handsome face. His build was tall and sturdy, with muscular arms and a narrow waist. Upon first glance, no one could not exclaim, "What a fine young master of the world, an elegant and beautiful youth." But the sinister intent in his eyes greatly destroyed that picturesque image. In that pair of long and narrow eyes, there was a lascivious look in his pupils, his chiseled cheekbones protruding, adding on a tinge of sinister ruthlessness. At his waist, a simple long sword in its sheath hung. This youth had a look of confidence and arrogance. Clearly, he was someone of status within the misty illusory manor, but before this girl, he did not sit down. Perhaps, he couldn't be bothered to sit down, or maybe he was unwilling to sit down, or perhaps, he didn't dare to sit down. But no matter what, he didn't sit down and only remained standing. Upon hearing the young girl's question, he hurriedly chuckled and replied, "What does little sister Xiaomiao think?" That girl in yellow slightly furrowed her brows, replying indifferently. "I'm the one asking you." Yes. That young man in green robes, Gu Feiyu, quickly responded looking at Jun Moxie carefully again. This Mo Junyi, at one glance, he is barely of the basic standards of Xian Qi cultivation, completely ordinary. With such a level of cultivation, he is letting the reputation of the legendary free and natural physique down. Furthermore, this person is unlikely to have seen much of the world yet. It's very likely that he was brought up by wild beasts in the mountains, and he looks completely like a country bumpkin. Appearance-wise, he looks as if he is particularly vulgar. Overall, I do not like this person. It is an insult for the white robes of misty illusory manor to be donned by him. The girl in yellow frowned. Gu Feiyu, you have never interacted with him before. How could you criticize him like that? You must know that whether a person is good or bad is never determined by his appearance. Just like you, Gu Feiyu. Aren't you a carefree and elegant young master on the surface? But who would know that you are secretly capable of all evil, thinking of doing all sorts of vile acts? What are your intentions in criticizing him like this before me? Gu Feiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little sister Xiao Miao, is this brother so unacceptable as you described? The girl in yellow nodded her head affirmatively and said slowly, perhaps my choices of words was not accurate, because, you, compared to what I just said, may be even more intolerable. Gu Feiyu was utterly speechless, and he didn't know how to respond anymore. Coincidentally at this moment, footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. It was Jun Moxie and Little Beansprout. Jun Moxie understood instantly why he was recognized immediately. Before that girl in yellow clothes, on the table, laid a drawing of a man, only half of his body drawn, but in the ratio of a life-sized human. The drawing was naturally of his current appearance. And the resemblance was uncanny, as if another Jun Xie was born on the paper. Even his expression and the look in his eyes was imitated to perfection. There was no difference from the real model himself. On the bottom of the drawing scroll, there was a line of annotations written in small font. Jun Xie, 18 years old this year. Native of Xian continent, birthplace unknown, parents unknown, origins unknown, had a former master but not known in detail. Has the legendary free and natural physique, the best prodigy for Xian cultivation. Brought into the misty illusory manner by Chao Guofeng. This person seems to be honest and considerate, but there is a faint bit of shrewdness to him, simple-minded on the surface, but he is actually nimble and adaptable. If carefully groomed, he'll definitely be where the future hope of misty illusory manner lies. But if he came with intentions, what he is after would. Jun Moxie had only read till this point when the scroll suddenly rolled up completely. Then a melodious voice rang out. Jun Xie, young master Mo. The prodigy with the free and natural physique. This lady offers her greetings. Jun Moxie looked over and instantly confirmed that the girl that was speaking was definitely that most beloved granddaughter of the palace lord of the misty illusory manor, the third person Chao Guofeng mentioned, but the number one person that he must not offend, that female ancestor, Miao Xiao Miao. The beautiful girl before him was donned in light yellow clothes. Proud and aloof, there was an unapproachable air around her despite her dazzling beauty. Behind the veil, a pair of bright eyes were silently looking at him. There was no curiosity but no contempt, in her look. As if she were looking at someone that didn't matter, as if she didn't care whether the person before her lived or died. She, only because of some reason, came to take a look, just one look, and that was all. As to that young man in green beside her, Jun Moxie instantly recognized him. This person must be the second person Chao Guofeng nagged at me not to offend in the misty illusory manner. Beneath that handsome appearance, there was an exceptionally strong air of lasciviousness hidden, and both his eyes are full of evil intents. Someone like this also worthy of following Miao Xiao Miao about, aside from him, there is probably no one else. This untalented person is Jun Xie. May I ask who is this young lady? Why are you looking for me? I was fortunate to be brought to this prestigious land by Senior. It is my first time here, and I am unfamiliar with the place. I am willing to offer my help, but it may not be of much use. Jun Moxie had a look of nervousness and awkwardness on his face, but he also seemed to be pretending like he was very carefree. And that last sentence, conveying his great ambitions but lack of talent, was thoroughly expressed. This young lady is called Miao Xiao Miao, and he is Gu Feiyu. A look of slight disappointment appeared in Miao Xiao Miao's bright eyes. His person is really fortunate enough to have a spiritual physique, but he knows nothing at all. He may be honest and simple, but it'll be difficult for him to be taken seriously by others. But Miao Xiao Miao still politely introduced herself. I've heard the elders of the family talk about young Master Mo's gifted abilities, so this little sister got curious and specially came to meet you. I happened to see that Brother Mo was sightseeing nearby. I wonder if the scenery of the misty illusory manor is worth Brother Mo's journey. This Jun Xie may not be a big deal currently, but he still ultimately had the free and natural physique. As long as it was groomed appropriately, his future achievements would know no bounds. So Miao Xiao Miao made an exception and addressed herself as little sister. To her, this person's future achievements will be significant, so she did not find anything inappropriate in treating him with due respect. But she did not notice that at the same time she said this, a look of complete jealousy appeared in Gu Feiyu's eyes. With Miao Xiao Miao's proud personality and her influential background, how many people did she ever address herself as little sister to? What sort of worth did this country bumpkin have to receive little sister Xiao Miao, lowering her status like this? I dare not. Jun Moxie acted like a country bumpkin had suddenly met the mayor. He scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dim-wittedly. The misty illusory manor is very big, and pretty, cough cough, the people here are also very pretty. Young lady Xiao Miao, you, are even prettier. Then, he even blushed, as if he were at a loss as to what to do. The misty illusory manor, is very big, right? An eerie voice asked, from the side. It was Gu Feiyu, and there was a strong tinge of jealousy and ill intent in his tone. Yes, it is indeed very big. Very beautiful, right? It is indeed very beautiful. Never been here, right? Yes, I indeed had never entered this place before. Haha, haven't seen it before, right? I indeed have never seen it before. Then, you'd better take a good look and learn well. Carefully, get rid of that smell of soil that you are covered in, understand? Gu Feiyu scoffed and looked at Mo Junyi in disdain, brazenly mocking him. With a strong scent of vinegar one. Yes, after I get rid of the smell of soil from my body, maybe I'll be just like you. Jun Moxie looked at Gu Feiyu in envy. Look at your elegance, how it stands out from the masses. When I get rid of this smell of soil from me, when I look at others, I'll smell sour all over, more sour than the vinegar you dip dumplings in. How truly sour. You. Gu Feiyu slammed the table and said, Mo Junyi, don't think that just because you are lucky and have some *T-free and natural physique, and the entire misty illusory manor treats you as a treasure, that you can behave so brazenly. You must know that there are a lot of people in the misty illusory manor that even your senior cannot afford to offend. Is it? I wonder if those people whom old Chow cannot afford to offend includes you. Jun Moxie asked modestly. Gu Feiyu was instantly at a loss for words. Gu Feiyu may have a fierce reputation, being listed as the number 2 person of the 3 who must not be offended in the misty illusory manor by the younger generation of the misty illusory manor. But he was ultimately still a younger generation and had limited power. Without his background, that was all he had. So how could he dare to say that 3rd level Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng could not afford to offend him? How extraordinary was a Saint Emperor expert. If Chao Guofeng decided to fall out and offend his entire family clan, it was hard to predict what the outcome of the battle would be. And Saint Emperor Chao was not one who fought alone, there were 6 sworn brothers who were also Saint Emperors. If they intended to deal with Gu Feiyu's family, even if Gu Feiyu's forces were not ordinary, they'd have to suffer the consequences for it. The reason why Saint Emperor Chao had repeatedly reminded Jun Moxie not to recklessly stir up trouble was not because he was scared of the so-called 3 who must not be offended juniors, but because Saint Emperor Chao was kind-hearted and not willing to cause internal strife for no reason, damaging the misty illusory manor's strength. Gu Feiyu turned mute when Mo Junyi turned around and questioned him directly. Why aren't you talking? Could it be that you aren't included in it? Jun Moxie laughed honestly. I was looking at how confident you were and thought that you really didn't care about anyone. I had even suspected that you are the big boss of the misty illusory manor. Turns out that the numerous existences that even Saint Emperors cannot afford to offend, actually don't include yourself. This really left me surprised. Since it doesn't include you, then may I ask, why are you trying to show off? Or rather to say, what about you is worth showing off? Gu Feiyu was extremely furious, but he didn't dare to recklessly respond. This country bumpkin looked plain, and his speech was ordinary, but he didn't expect there to be traps hidden in every single sentence of his. As long as I step into it, it'll guarantee that I'll become the butt of criticism by the younger generation of the misty illusory manor tomorrow, and the joke of the older generations. Even my family will be embarrassed by me. Things like talking big were not something these children of influential families like him were capable of. Miao Xiao Miao was obviously very interested in watching these 2 people banter. But she had not expected that the one who would fall first would be Gu Feiyu, who was known for his sharp and vicious tongue. Her eyes couldn't help but wander over to Jun Moxie. This Mo Junyi of the free and natural physique didn't appear as simple and honest as he did on the surface. This fellow had been going with Gu Feiyu's flow, but when Gu Feiyu had the upper hand, at the most crucial moment, he suddenly struck and left Gu Feiyu speechless. And every single sentence afterwards was wicked and malicious, full of traps, completely capable of sowing dissension. Even with Gu Feiyu's eloquence, he could only suck it up and had no room for rebuttal, or rather, didn't even dare to rebut. Miao Xiao Miao was instantly surprised. She couldn't help but see this prodigy with the free and natural physique in a different light. This person may be simple and honest, but he is not completely simple, and even, is definitely not one to be messed with. Gu Feiyu was stunned for a while. Then he suddenly said coldly. I may really be no big deal, but... Jun Moxie cut him off. Since you know that you are no big deal, then what but, are you trying to say in front of me? He spoke in a disdainful tone as he looked at Gu Feiyu from the corner of his eyes. I may be untalented, but I've been told by Master Chao that I have the free and natural physique. Asides from the ancestor of Xian cultivation, the nine nether first young master, for 10,000 years, I'm the only other person that has it. I may not be a big deal as an individual, but my physique is a very big deal. Jun Moxie looked at Gu Feiyu and grinned. You are no big deal, I'm a little bit more of a deal than you, so I'm a bigger deal than you. Do you admit to what I'm saying? There was a tinge of mockery in his eye. Therefore, you have no right to be saying anything before me. Understand? Please remember it in the future. A physique is what you are naturally born with. And not what you worked hard to achieve, so what do you have to be bragging about? Gu Feiyu yelled angrily, about to go mad. Why can't I brag? Precisely because I had two impressive parents, I am able to have the free and natural physique that is rarely seen from ancient times till now. So how could it not be something worth bragging about? What sort of logic do you have? Jun Moxie looked at him like a cat toying with a mouse. Young Master Gu, from what you are saying, are you resenting your own parents for being too useless? Gu Feiyu was about to retort, I did not say that, but he was so angry he couldn't speak. Jun Moxie sighed softly and shook his head, feeling sorry as he looked at Gu Feiyu with a look of pity. I may be of humble talent and shallow learning, but I know the sentences, a father's love is like a mountain, a mother's love is like the ocean. Your parents gave birth to you with great difficulty and painstakingly brought you up, but today, just because your physique is inferior to others, you think that your own parents are trash. Gu Feiyu, how can you be like this? Jun Moxie lamented. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. You are really unfilial in having such thoughts. Disgraceful. How can you be loyal when you are unfilial? So you are definitely an unloyal person. You are unfilial and unloyal, and full of resentment to your own parents and higher-ups. How can you be true to your friends? So similarly, you are unbenevolent and unjust. Gu Feiyu. How can someone that is unfilial, unloyal, unbenevolent, and unjust like you have the cheek to remain alive? And here you are, so full of yourself and bullying others. You. Do you still have any shame? A look of admiration appeared in little Beansprout's eyes. Heavens this free and natural physique young Master Mo is too amazing, practically scolding someone to a whole new level. Others said that the free and natural physique he was born with was due to a stroke of luck, yet with a couple of tugs, he smacked a huge hat of unfilial, unloyal, unbenevolent, unjust, and unashamed on Gu Feiyu's head. It seemed that there was no one else in the whole of the misty illusory manner who had this type of ability to make an irrelevant interpretation. Truly great eloquence as expected of the legendary free and natural physique, being so fluent even in his scolding of others. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Jun Moxie, the aloofness in her eyes finally changing. This person was definitely one who showed no mercy to his enemies. Killing to the last, hitting someone who was down was most likely his forte. Someone like this was definitely not good to deal with. Gu Feiyu was mad with anger, letting out a low growl. He lunged forward, the long sword at his waist as unsheathed in a flash and pointing at Jun Moxie's throat. The sword glistened before Jun Moxie's throat, its chilling intent causing goosebumps to break out beneath his neck. There was no change in Jun Moxie's expression. He did not even flinch. Instead, he looked at Gu Feiyu tauntingly. Gu Feiyu, since you have already used your sword, why don't you just stab it through directly? Just stab it over boldly. If the guts in your body are not enough, I can lend you one. Do you really dare to kill me? He mocked disdainfully. As he said this, young Master Jun lifted his feet with the intention of taking a step forward, ignoring the sword pointing at his throat. Gu Feiyu's gaze began to heat up as his entire face turned red, beads of hot perspiration appearing on his forehead, his wrists even trembling. With Jun Moxie's step towards him, he couldn't help but take a big step backwards. Because of the disparity in these two steps, the sword that was just millimeters away from Jun Moxie's throat deviated from its original position. Gu Feiyu tightened his grip, green veins popping out. Although it took a great amount of strength to maintain this position of the sword, and he was unwilling to keep it, he really did not dare to truly stab it forward. Gu Feiyu's eyes were also popping out from the strain, red veins appearing across them. The reason why Gu Feiyu had such great reputation in the misty illusory manner, aside from his own influential background, was because he was an intelligent person. He knew clearly that the person before him had the rare free and natural physique, and all the big shots of misty illusory manner valued it greatly. In the hearts of these big shots, they would rather die than have anything happen to this free and natural physique. If he really stabbed this sword through, his entire family clan would be chased into the depths of hell by the furious big shots before tomorrow. Stabbing this sword was the equivalent of committing suicide, and it was won at the price of the whole family clan perishing with him. But if he didn't stab it through, and just kept it back like this, it was really hard for him to swallow this insult. Having it stuck at his throat, unable to spit it out, yet unable to swallow it. It could be imagined how horrible it felt. But young Master Jun was calm and unhurried. He had this ultimate trump card in his hand right now. Why couldn't he make good use of it and humiliate and toy with this B***** to death? Even if Gu Feiyu really acted recklessly, with young Master Jun's current strength of a 4th-level Saint Emperor, and Gu Feiyu's mere prowess of a level 3 Spirit Xian, even if he hits a vital spot, it couldn't do any damage to him. So no matter how you looked at it, in terms of forces and strength, young Master Jun had absolute confidence. Besides, if he noticed danger, young Master Jun could immediately vanish, and with Gu Feiyu's abilities, he wouldn't even be able to catch it. Jun Moxie smiled coldly and took another step forward, putting his neck to that sword that was already off its aim. This sort of incomprehensible move had scared Gu Feiyu to the point he retreated backwards rapidly. Jun Moxie mocked, "Why? You don't dare to? Since you don't dare to, then why did you draw your sword just now? Is this a toy? Did you think that you are still a child? Do I need to find you a nanny?" With young Master Jun's current strength, he could easily crush people like Gu Feiyu with his pinky finger. But, the situation was a little awkward right now. First, he could not release his real strength in case he accidentally revealed his identity. Second, Jun Moxie intended to blow the matter up to see what the bottom line of misty illusory manner was like. Third, Miao Xiao Miao was present. The time, place, and people involved were a little awkward, especially the other two who were present. Miao Xiao Miao and Little Beansprout, two who could not be bribed and would be a major problem that cannot be shunned. Miao Xiao Miao's father was the one who guarded the spiritual herbal gardens, his ultimate destination for this journey. And that place seemed to be an extremely secretive independent space. Even if he had all the abilities of the world, there was no chance for him to enter it without sufficient information. Even Chao Guofeng, with his status, was not allowed into the spiritual herbal gardens. It could be imagined how tight the security of that place was. So it was absolutely necessary to have a good relationship with female ancestor, Miao Xiao Miao. Not only must it be good, he had to use it as an opportunity to sneak into the spiritual herbal gardens. This concerned the success or failure of this trip into misty illusory manner, so it was of utmost importance. So the first step to developing a good relationship with young Lady Miao was definitely to leave a deep impression in her heart, the more unforgettable, the more ideal. Let her know that he did tolerate contempt and was aware that he would not be a servant in the future, making sure that she knew that he had endless and boundless value in his future. Only like this would it attract Miao Xiao Miao's attention to befriend him. If he was merely one with the free and natural physique, yet was a mere country bumpkin, he was just a very lucky fool at most, and in the future, he would be an idiot that only knew about cultivating and not the ways of the world. Even if he became number one in the world and was unrivaled in the world, he would only be made use of by people and would never be taken seriously by them. Because those people with aspirations definitely had ways to control someone like this. Someone invincible, but brainless and had no wisdom of his own would only become a fighting machine that others could easily manipulate. Mere exceptional martial talent without intelligence that corresponded would only end up in a huge tragedy. Jun Moxie had deep thoughts and feelings about this when reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his previous life. The number one in military power during the period of the Three Kingdoms was undoubtedly Lu Bu, and yet because he was not intelligent, he was manipulated by others for his entire life, at the end, captured alive and decapitated. Even his wife and children had to suffer the same fate. Marquis Wen Lu Bu was a great example. Many people harboring intentions used him like a weapon, only remembering him when they needed to frame someone or required his military strength and impulsiveness to achieve their goals. No one truly cared about him. Even though they all knew that he was invincible. So Jun Moxie wanted to portray his potential and match it to his own physique, then show off his perseverance. Revealing his hidden intentions of standing at the peak, his untamable attitude, making it clear that he was not someone who would be easily controlled by others and may even be an extremely dangerous and terrifying person. Only someone like this was one that no one was willing to offend. Currently, he was a unique existence that had the best natural endowments, yet everyone still had to give him the greatest room for growth. Because at no point in time would the misty illusory manner be able to bear sacrificing this free and natural physique. It was practically confirmed that in the near future, this person would definitely have absolute strength and relative intelligence. And he would have his own bottom line and not allow anyone to manipulate him. This sort of unique existence naturally would be someone that no one could offend. If anyone accidentally offended him, they were most likely to never have a good night's sleep. This was what was truly terrifying. When faced with someone this dangerous, what else could they do other than to befriend him? Since it was destined that they would be unable to bask in his light, and neither could they kill him. Then they could only make sure they did not offend him because this was already the only best ending. Right now, there was another change in the way Miao Xiaomiao looked at Jun Moxie. Changing from a look of focus to that of caution and solemnity. This Mo Junyi is not only as simple as he seems, he is one who will definitely get his revenge if offended. And he has a natural disposition that is extremely daring and unscrupulous. Someone like this is very scary and troublesome. If there is no need, or there is no confidence in crushing him in a single shot, it'll be best to not offend him as much as possible. Especially with his current potential, he'll definitely become an important figure in the misty illusory manner. Jun Moxie had only said a single sentence to Miao Xiaomiao at the beginning and nothing else until now. Not even looking at her from the corner of his eyes. But Miao Xiaomiao's impression of young Master Jun had already rapidly changed 4 times. 4 whole times. From that of a country bumpkin, to the current extremely dangerous and important figure, this entire process only took seconds. In the duration of a conversation alone, Jun Moxie had completely overturned their original impressions of him. Gu Feiyu was still holding onto his sword, his eyes red with popping veins. Although he was still pointing his sword at Jun Moxie's fatal point, from the looks of it, he, who obviously had the upper hand, looked like a phoenix that had lost all its feathers and fallen into a heavy downpour. In other words, pathetic beyond words. His posture looked upright, but it was actually slightly trembling. His eyes were filled with a mix of confusion and madness. All the killing aura radiating off his body seemed to coagulate, yet in the next instant, it scattered, then coagulated again, then scattered. In this repeated cycle, cold beads of perspiration that had frowned on Gu Feiyu's forehead formed a stream and began to drip down. Don't you force me. Stop forcing me, don't force me to kill you. Gu Feiyu's lips quivered as he glared menacingly at Jun Moxie. Not right now, no matter how fierce the look in his eyes was, in the eyes of anyone else, this was clearly a plea. The look in Jun Moxie's eyes remained undisturbed, completely calm. He just stared at Gu Feiyu quietly, but this sort of unusually calm look only caused Gu Feiyu to feel even more panicked, losing his confidence. He felt as though Jun Moxie's calm stare was like 2 sharp arrows that penetrated right into the deepest part of his soul, causing him to completely break down and be at a loss about what to do. I just want to force you, why haven't you taken action yet? Just do it and kill me. You useless thing. Kill me You fool, why? Could it be that you've never killed anyone before? You don't dare to do it. You cowardly rogue. Jun Moxie mocked laughingly at this number 2 person who must not be offended without the slightest scruple. His gaze suddenly became sharp and incisive like a blade as he looked Gu Feiyu intently in the eye. You tell me, what else are you good for? You're just a useless person. Why? You only know how to be jealous. And not kill people. Ha ha ha. He broke out in laughter, sneering in disdain. Ah! Gu Feiyu screamed, his entire body trembling even more intensely. There was a look of intense hatred in his eyes as he grinded his teeth, but the right hand that was tightly holding onto the sword subconsciously retracted a bit. Jun Moxie straightened his body and took another step forward. Gu Feiyu retracted his arm again, but he realized that there was no way he could retract his hand any further, so he had no other choice but to take a step back. But with a clang, Gu Feiyu found that his back was already pressed against the wall. He turned around in shock, only to realize that he had unconsciously been forced into the corner of the wall by this Mo Jun Xie. And he had no other room to retreat. If he still intended to forcefully back away, he could only do it by making a hole through the wall of this restaurant. Miao Xiaomiao watched these two people in shock. 17 steps. This Mo Jun Xie is really impressive, actually allowing a sword to point at his vital point from start to end yet forcing the person wielding the sword to back off 17 times. 17 steps. Is he tired of living? Or is he really that confident? But you shouldn't be pushing someone like this no matter how much confidence you have. But he had actually done it the whole way. There is a limit to how much a person can bear. If Gu Feiyu is unable to withstand the mental pressure and just recklessly stabbed ahead, it's very likely, and let's not talk about what will happen to the Gu family, but he is the one who will be unlucky first. Is this person one who really doesn't care for his own life? Is there really someone like this in the world? Miao Xiaomiao thought as she looked at Jun Moxie. Young Lady Miao was undoubtedly an intelligent person, but even the intelligent her had neglected a possibility, that if this Mo Jun Xie, young Master Mo's strength was in the same tiers, there was no need for him to bother about the sword pointing at his neck. But this possibility was a little too incomprehensible, so it was normal to neglect it. But which one of all these series of things that had been happening was not incomprehensible? From the beginning, the free and natural physique, that had never appeared for 10,000 years suddenly reappeared in the world, and right before Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng. Then, the Saint Emperors of Holy Lands boldly attacked at night, causing Mo Jun Xie to go missing. Then, they delivered young Master Mo, who was on the verge of dying and covered with grave injuries back, setting up an ambush for Chao Guofeng and the other Saint Emperors. And now, a country bumpkin with negligible powers was able to completely ignore the sword at his throat, and instead, put pressure on the sword wielder. Which one of all these examples was actually normal? Right now, Gu Feiyu only felt ashamed and unable to show his face. He was a level 3 spirit Xian expert, the representative of the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the misty illusory manor. But he was forced into such a state by a country bumpkin that just crawled out of a ditch. When he just caught sight of Miao Xiaomiao's look of despise, he genuinely felt humiliated. Since 5 years ago, when Miao Xiaomiao was 14, he had been wooing her until now. He did care about the way other people viewed him and could treat the contempt of the whole misty illusory manor as nothing, but the smallest, slightest look of contempt from Miao Xiaomiao was enough to make him choose death over staying alive. Being humiliated by someone else right in front of the woman he loved, and the woman he was wooing with all his might. No one would be able to take it. What more Gu Feiyu, who was proud and arrogant. At the start, he was still scheming and plotting how to humiliate Mo Jun Xie, but in a moment of folly, he had the tables turned on him and was forced into a corner. He did not even have time to consider his countermeasures. He only knew that the other party had the free and natural physique. There was no problem in insulting and humiliating him verbally, but he absolutely must not hurt him, what more kill him. If he really killed him, the entire Gu family would be doomed overnight. But right now, after being forced to retreat 17 steps by Jun Moxie, he had practically lost all his rationality. Too aggrieving. This is truly too aggrieving. And just at this moment, he noticed Miao Xiaomiao was right beside him. His disgraceful actions had all fallen into the eyes of his beauty. In this instant, all the raging blood in him rose, causing his already tensed-up mental state to instantly crumble. Jun Moxie had held back in his aggressive pressuring from start to end. It was not a big issue if Gu Feiyu broke down, but Jun Moxie would be forced to reveal his real strength. But Miao Xiaomiao's gaze had finally become the straw that broke the camel's back. Right now, Gu Feiyu only had one thought in his mind, to get revenge. Revenge on this person before him. He suddenly yelled, "You're asking for death." A crazed look appeared in his eyes as he thrust the sword in his hand forward unhesitatingly. At this moment, Gu Feiyu had completely broken down mentally. He no longer cared about the consequences, and he could not think of any consequences. The only goal he had right now was to kill this B***starred right before his eyes. Even if it was the manor lord of misty illusory manor before him, he would still continue to stab it forward. And not care for the consequences. Just in the instant his trembling sword thrust forward. Strangely, Mo Jun Xie who had been pressuring him suddenly took 2 steps back and moved away from the range of Gu Feiyu's sword. He innocently shook his hands and shrugged his shoulders, wearing a wide magnanimous smile. Young Master Gu, since you don't have the guts to kill me, then I'll be embarrassed to say anything. It's pointless to force you to do something you can't. Young Lady Xiao Miao can bear witness to what happened here today. We don't have any deep-set feuds with each other. I'll take 2 steps back of my own accord, and we just laugh it off. How is that? Because at this moment, Jun Moxie had suddenly detected 2 extremely powerful auras zooming across the air, and their target was this restaurant. Jun Moxie was extremely familiar with one of them. It was Chao Guofeng. As expected, this old man still couldn't feel at ease letting me out and personally tailed me secretly. So Jun Moxie changed his mind in this instant. Although he didn't know who the other person was, but since he was rushing in this direction and his target was so clear, then it would definitely be someone to do with the matter today. But he was not any of the other 6 Saint Emperors with Chao Guofeng. So it could be imagined who he was already. So right now, it was not the time for him to overbearing. The most important thing is, hee. It would be a big deal if Jun Moxie had merely taken a step back. But Gu Feiyu's senses which had already broken down were instantly set ablaze by Jun Moxie's words. He almost spat a whole mouthful of blood out. No deep-set feud. You just scolded all 18 generations of my family's ancestors, practically driving me insane, and now you are saying to laugh this off. Gu Feiyu panted angrily, his eyes practically bulging out. His handsome face looked like that of an angry demon from hell, and with his saliva flying, he yelled, "Mo Junyi, there is no point to talk now that things have come to this. No matter how glib your tongue is. I must kill you today. Even if you have the almighty free and natural physique, you are destined to not escape from this death today." Jun Moxie laughed bitterly, he said with great indignance. "Young Master Gu, if you had not insulted my master, Saint Emperor Chao, why would I dare to oppose you? I'd be shunning you if I could. Now, I've already expressed my willingness to back down. You already have the upper hand, so how can you still be so unforgiving? Could it be that there is no place to speak of justice in the misty illusory manner?" Gu Feiyu had only said that in the misty illusory manner, there were many existences that even Chao Guofeng could not afford to offend. But this was a fact and not any bragging. His attitude may be arrogant, but he actually really was not insulting Chao Guofeng. But Jun Moxie had completely slammed this accusation on his head the moment he opened his mouth. Because, those 2 auras had already drawn near. Right now, Gu Feiyu had lost half of his rational mind. Filled with rage, under young Master Jun's intentional lead, he began to yell, "So what if I scolded Chao Guofeng? You're not pleased to hear it? Come. Come and fight it out with me. Aren't you very bold? Chao Guofeng, that old fry. B*****. Old scoundrel. Why can't I scold him?" Under the guide of young Master Jun, Gu Feiyu thought, since I've already scolded him, what harm is there in scolding a few more times? If it can drive this little bastard mad and make him come and fight with me, I can just kill him. He was feeling spirited as he cursed, feeling like he had really finally vented some anger in doing so. "You insulted my ancestors, so I'll insult you, master. King hell, don't tell me this young master don't know how to scold people." Only Miao Xiao Miao looked at Gu Feiyu in shock, and then back at Jun Moxie. A look of amusement was in her eyes. Jun Moxie's face turned red as he argued angrily. "Young Master Gu, how can you be like this? It's alright if you scold me, I can ignore it, but why must you scold Saint Emperor Chao too? And to scold in such a horrid manner. Don't tell me the 7 of them offended you. You're just a junior, so where is all this anger coming from? Is that how the seniors in your family taught you?" Yet another round of leading him about. Scold. Scold. Just scold all 7 of them together. Gu Feiyu did not disappoint Jun Moxie, continuing to holler. "Hey! What can you do if this daddy is going to scold? Asshole. B*****. So what about the 7 of them? Are you going to outnumber me? Let me tell you, don't look at them 7 Saint Emperors. They are not King even worth a fart in the eyes of the Gu family. They are all worse than farts." Miao Xiao Miao face-bombed. Because 2 figures stood right behind Gu Feiyu's infuriated figure, a look of anger on their faces. No one knew when they had arrived, they'd probably been standing there for a while. Their powerful cultivation had concealed their aura, and although they were just standing there, if you did not turn your head around to look, no one would have detected that there were two people standing right there. At the very least, Gu Feiyu definitely would not be able to notice it. One of them had 3 locks of long hair floating before his chest. Who else could it be other than the 3rd-level Saint Emperor, Chao Guofeng? The other person had narrow eyes and his face was full of wrinkles. His black hair reached his lower abdomen. This person was Gu Feiyu's grandfather, Gu Yunyang. Right now, both of them were terribly incensed. Miao Xiaomiao and Jun Moxie saw these two people. Even little Beansprout noticed them. Only Gu Feiyu remained with his back facing them, so he did not notice. Because Miao Xiaomiao had seen these two people, her heart was suddenly overwhelmed. She was an intelligent girl, so she instantly figured out why this Mo Junyi, who had the upper hand, suddenly changed his tune. So he had actually expected all of this. He knew that he was no match for Gu Feiyu with his own strength, but he'd be humiliating himself by backing off. So he used his physique as leverage to suppress Gu Feiyu. But Gu Feiyu is ultimately of spirit Xian cultivation. If he could not be suppressed the entire time, the moment he snapped back to his senses, Mo Junyi would be the one who ate the disadvantage. So he risked the safety of his life, pretended that he did not fear death, and kept pressuring him. That way, Gu Feiyu did not have any time to react. So under the condition of having a sword pointed at his throat, he still managed to force Gu Feiyu to retreat 17 steps. What sort of guts was this? So he is not someone who did not fear death, it is all part of his scheme, but, no. Even if it is like this, if no one arrives afterwards, wouldn't he be doomed? Miao Xiaomiao frowned in deep thoughts. Suddenly, her frown vanished. Right. I see. To think that he had also included this area in his plans. Because of his free and natural physique, the misty illusory manner will definitely treat him as a treasure. They will definitely not be relaxed about him coming out on his own, so there will always be someone keeping an eye on him. As long as he blows this matter up big enough, there will immediately be someone who comes to resolve this. And he had been waiting for this person the whole time. Miao Xiaomiao felt extremely shaken. A youth, who looks a few years younger than me, how can he have this sort of profound thinking? And at the very end, Gu Feiyu's sudden breakdown. What happened there? He had been forcing him into a corner the whole way, but he wasn't too harsh about it. On the contrary, since from the moment the sword was at his neck, every step he took forward, Gu Feiyu had taken one big step back. When the distance between his throat and the sword became smaller and smaller, he still did not stop. But he ultimately did not put himself in danger. By right, Gu Feiyu should not have snapped, but he did. What is going on here? Right, it is because of me. Because I had taken a look at Gu Feiyu at that point in time. He was already on the verge of going crazy from the humiliation, and he cares a lot about me, so that one look from me caused him to completely break down. If I am not here, this Mo Junyi would have continued to suppress like this till the last moment. He had not looked at me the entire time, but he had been paying attention to me. So from my one look just now, Mo Junyi instantly knew that Gu Feiyu was about to lose it. So he took this time to really back off and get away from the danger. This Mo Junyi clearly understands the temperament of Gu Feiyu and human nature. When to advance, when to retreat, he managed it clearly and meticulously. Truly impressive. My glance messed up his entire order, but just at this moment, Saint Emperor Kan and Old Master Gu arrived. And this Mo Junyi completely retreated and made use of this retreat to fan Gu Feiyu's anger and make him lose his rationality. Then, he used his words to lead him on and stir up a real contradiction, and in the eyes of others, he is the most innocent and bullied part. Who would imagine that the one who was really trampled upon is the Gu Feiyu who is raining curses? And, since he has already fallen out with Gu Feiyu, there is no hope of making up, so he might as well offend him thoroughly. And now before the higher-ups, he puts himself in the position of the victim. And Chao Guofeng and the rest have made a significant contribution in finding the free and natural physique. Looks like the Gu family is in trouble this time. Miao Xiaomiao heaved a sigh of relief after figuring this all out. She looked at Jun Moxie in horror. This person is a monster. He definitely must not be offended. Otherwise, I really will not know how I die. In such a complicated situation, he had instantly come up with his countermeasure and an appropriate response. He didn't even panic when his own strength was far beneath the opponent's. He turned the tables around with his own abilities and won without much of a fight. Miao Xiaomiao admitted that if she were put in Mo Jun Xie's position, she definitely would not be able to handle it like him. The other party had instinctively chosen the most correct way to protect himself and fight back. While she, who had witnessed the entire process, had only surmised the entire situation at the very end. This was a disparity between heaven and earth. Gu Feiyu was done for, offending someone like this. Even the Gu family will be unlucky. Miao Xiaomiao's expression turned cautious. Her beautiful eyes looked over to this Mo Junyi, whose cultivation was nowhere near herself, full of revere and curiosity. What sort of person was this exactly? This sort of talent was more than enough to dominate the entire world. This person is really too terrifying. Looking at Gu Feiyu, who was unaware of his own pathetic state, Miao Xiaomiao suddenly felt relieved. She was really sick of Gu Feiyu's pestering all these years. It may be a good thing for her to borrow the aid of this Mo Junyi to get rid of Gu Feiyu. Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that although her speculation made sense, only a small portion of it was close to the truth. And the real truth of the matter was that young Master Jun was a bold and daring person, and he had also added some traces of psychological manipulation. But the conclusion was the same: Gu Feiyu was undoubtedly pitiful and unlucky for offending Jun Moxie. And right now, the pitiful and unlucky Gu Feiyu was still facing Jun Moxie, having no clue of the people who had arrived behind him. He continued to yell irrationally. What big deal is Chao Guofeng? Is he worthy of being used to suppress me? King Hell, we are the Gu family, the Gu family. Lad, do you know of the Gu family? It is as easy as crushing an ant for the old master of the Gu family to crush Chao Guofeng. To think that you use him as your support. Only country bumpkins like you with no experience in the world see him as a big deal. I'll tell you honestly, back then, my grandfather and Chao Guofeng had a match, and Chao Guofeng was defeated to the point he was kneeling and begging on the ground. My grandpa was finally merciful enough to spare his life and let him live until now. I bet you didn't know this. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. Country bumpkin, do you know what sort of deal your master is now? Behind him, the faces of Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng and the old man in green turned completely black. 300 years ago, Chao Guofeng and Gu Yunyang had indeed arranged for a showdown. The duo fought for a day and a night, and still, a winner couldn't be determined. This matter was kept secret, and no one was to divulge it. If any one of them achieved a breakthrough, then they would arrange again for another match. Chao Guofeng had always kept his word and not mentioned it to anyone else. But today, he was hearing of this matter from Gu Yunyang's grandson. And the battle result of being evenly matched was altered to him begging for mercy on the ground pitifully, and the reason why he was still alive was because he was spared his life. What nonsense was this? If such talk is really spread around, can I still remain alive? He couldn't help but turn over and look at Gu Yunyang with a look of disdain. Gu Yunyang's face flushed red. Brother Chao, please don't misunderstand. How can there be such a thing? It's all rubbish that those little B******stards blindly fabricated. Chao Guofeng had plenty of experience to tell with one look at Gu Yunyang's attitude that the matter about their showdown had become an accomplishment that Gu Yunyang used to flaunt to the juniors of his family. The outcome of the battle may not be as pathetic as Gu Feiyu had made it sound, but it definitely wouldn't be any better. His face couldn't help but turn as cold as ice. He nodded his head and said, Great. 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 Great brother. Great friend. A great grandson you've groomed there. Great, 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 I have lived in vain for hundreds of years now. I've only come to learn something new today. I really didn't know that the Gu family is so powerful in the misty illusory manner. For so many years, I've really been ignorant and inexperienced. A look of sincere embarrassment appeared on Gu Yunyang's face. He really couldn't figure this out. This was such a private matter, only him and Chao Guofeng, the two who were involved, knew of it. How did his grandson find out? Chao Guofeng definitely did not divulge it. Even if he did, he wouldn't make himself sound that bad, so the problem obviously lay with Gu Yunyang himself. But in his memories, he clearly did not mention this matter to anyone. Fortuitously, in one of his drunken stupors, this old man had unintentionally brought up the battle between him and Chao Guofeng. Before his sons and juniors, this drunken old Master Gu naturally exaggerated the outcome of the battle by a little bit, changing it from being evenly matched to him slightly standing in a more advantageous position. But it was a pity that under the exaggeration of the juniors, it became more and more exaggerated and ultimately became like this. And it was because of this misinformation that Gu Feiyu assumed that Mo Junyi, who had Chao Guofeng as his support, could not afford to offend him. And that was why he so boldly tried to find trouble for young Master Jun. From his understanding, even if Chao Guofeng came looking for a fight, he had his grandfather backing him up, so why would he take young Master Jun's warnings to heart? Chao Guofeng was extremely enraged. Gu Yunyang, who knew he was in the wrong, instantly vented all of his anger on his unlucky grandson. In a flash, he slapped Gu Yunyang heavily across his face with a crisp paw. Evil creature! What bullsh** tea are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize to Saint Emperor Chao and his disciple. This slap was clearly an act of disciplining his grandson. It was loud and clear, but he did not use much strength in it. It was just a form of warning, leaving room for both sides to reconcile. But what no one had expected was that the hysterical look frozen on Gu Feiyu's face turned into one that was dull, and his face turned pale. Then, his head tilted back and he spat a mouthful of blood into the air. Fresh blood scattered down like mist, covering the entire space instantly. Then, he spat another mouth of blood again. It was so intense that it splat onto the ceiling. Blood poured out of Gu Feiyu's mouth. His entire body trembled as he swayed unsteadily. Then, he suddenly fell onto the ground heavily, his legs twitching, his mouth still spitting mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood. He was already unconscious. Young Master Gu, who was still showing off his might just a moment ago, was now lying on the floor in a precarious state. His life was hanging in the balance. This sudden change of situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The two old men couldn't be bothered to argue over this. Gu Yunyang instantly picked up his grandson and checked his pulse. He couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. The condition of the meridians in Gu Feiyu's body was unusually odd, flickering between strong and weak. When it was strong, it was hammering about intensely; when it was weak, it could barely be detected. His qi and blood flow were showing obvious signs of damage, on the verge of having all his blood explode in his body and dying at any moment. From head to toe, including his upper and lower dantian, all Xian qi was messed up and disorderly. Even someone who had never cultivated Xian qi and was on the verge of dying would not have a peculiar symptom that was terrible to this extent. Even if one suffered from the devil's bite during practice, it wouldn't be as bad as how Gu Feiyu was now. Even a Saint Emperor's powers and cultivation were unable to rescue him. What exactly is going on? Gu Yunyang was frozen, squatting on the ground. He used all his might to recall how much strength he had used earlier, but the more he tried to recall, the more confused he was. He clearly did not use any Xian qi and only used the strength of a regular slap. Why did his grandson suffer such a severe injury? If he had really used strength, why couldn't he remember it? Besides, even if he did accidentally use his strength and hurt his grandson, it was more likely that he killed him with a single slap. It wouldn't cause his body to become like this. His mind became blank the more he tried to figure it out. What exactly is going on? Gu Yunyang mumbled to himself. Suddenly, as if he realized something, he lifted his head and looked at Miao Xiaomiao and Jun Moxie with a cold stare. He asked coldly, "What exactly is going on?" Two sentences that were exactly the same. The first was purely a question directed to himself, whereas the second one was extremely accusatory, directed at the male and female before him. Old Master Gu assumed that in this restaurant, before the two of them had arrived, someone had used some underhanded method on Gu Feiyu. As to who the person is, Mo Junyi involved an important party, but had pathetic cultivation despite his free and natural physique. But that underhanded act was extremely peculiar and not the work of any ordinary expert. That lad is definitely not capable of it. So the only possible person who did it was Miao Xiaomiao. Then, he continued to delve deeper. His grandson had ultimately been pestering Miao Xiaomiao. Gu Yunyang was well aware of this unrequited romance. Could it be that this lass is sick of being pestered and actually developed an intention to kill? Making use of this opportunity today to deliver the fatal blow and drawing that Mo, add into the situation, causing Chao Guofeng to get involved. So ultimately, it became a feud between the Gu family and Chao Guofeng and the 6 other Saint Emperors while she stayed out of it. Could it really be like this? Old Master Gu was more affirmed of his speculations the more he thought about it, and the way he looked at Miao Xiaomiao also became increasingly hostile. If not because Miao Xiaomiao had a unique background and exceptionally strong support behind her, Gu Yunyang would already have captured her. Miao Xiaomiao jolted. She was a clever girl, instantly figuring out what Gu Yunyang meant by his sentence. She had even figured out what Gu Yunyang was thinking when he asked this question. Noticing Old Master Gu's hostile glare, she couldn't help but feel startled. What sort of great misfortune and bad luck is this? What do I have to do with this? It's your grandson that has been pestering me every day, leaving me frustrated beyond words. I haven't even said anything about it. Now he, for some reason, got injured, and you actually are thinking of pinning this on me? Miao Xiaomiao felt incensed by this. But there was still no change in her expression. She replied indifferently. Old Master Gu's question is odd, how could the two of us not know what exactly is going on? Just now, we were still watching young Master Gu aggressively scolding others loudly, so how come he suddenly became like this? What, exactly is going on? Miao Xiaomiao's reply was as good as not giving one. Not only did it not explain anything, it instead returned Gu Yunyang's last sentence back to him, without changing a single word. She may have figured out the situation, but she had not realized that Gu Yunyang's injuries had put his life at risk. If not because Gu Yunyang's life was in danger, with Miao Xiaomiao's background, Gu Yunyang may not necessarily dare treat her like this. Miao Xiaomiao pushed this question back, driving Gu Yunyang's anger to boiling point. But he couldn't do anything due to her status, so he scoffed heavily and used all his strength to transfer his Xian Qi to treat his grandson's injuries, even ignoring Chao Guofeng who was beside him. When Miao Xiaomiao saw Gu Yunyang, she was still thinking of carefully explaining the entire matter in great detail. In this way, at least she would be able to remove herself from this situation. But from the way Gu Yunyang instantly accused and questioned her, she suddenly felt a surge of disgust. Old Master Gu, how mighty of you! What basis do you have to accuse me like this? You have no right to question me like this, in terms of status or position. Because of this reason, she swallowed the words that she wanted to say back, reluctant to lower her status. At the same time, she developed some doubts in her mind. It seemed that Gu Feiyu was still fine just now, so why did he suddenly become like this, as if his life is in danger? This change is too bizarre. It's just anger, plus a slap that used no Xian Qi. It shouldn't have become this serious. She was unaware and even everyone present doesn't know that Gu Feiyu had indeed sustained severe injuries, and his life was at risk. He was first agitated by Jun Moxie, then his killing intent was incited too. But because of Jun Moxie's heaven-defying physique and shocking status, he couldn't do it, and thus, he could only forcefully retract it. But in this way, it was the equivalent of having a fierce battle within his own body. Although it was not enough to inflict an injury, but his mental state had been greatly damaged and his vitality was greatly drained. Yet Jun Moxie continued to relentlessly pressure him. Gu Feiyu, who had a strength that was multiple folds of this Mo Junyi, still ultimately did not dare to strike. So he felt very aggrieved. He felt as if he could crush Mo Junyi with just his finger alone, but he did not dare to do it in fear of the dire consequences. And thus, Gu Feiyu's killing intent surged out and retracted again. He was forced to take 17 steps back by Jun Moxie, 17 steps. His killing aura had been circulating back and forth in his body 17 times. If one used a battlefield to describe the body, it would have fiercely battled 17 times. Especially when he was so angered that he could no longer control himself. Perhaps he could still put up some resistance when being invaded by another person's killing aura, at the very least, he could still be protected by his physical body even if he abandoned his consciousness. But being invaded by his own killing aura, was something that one had no defenses against. Under this sort of circumstance, how could he not be injured? How much could humans' meridians endure? Not everyone's meridians were as perverse as young Master Jun's. Even with Gu Feiyu's cultivation of a level 3 spirit Xian, it was still too much for him. If he started to circulate Xian Qi to rest after he had retreated 17 steps, he would just be severely ill and deprove greatly in his Xian skills, but there would be no danger to his life. But when his mentality broke down the 17th time, Jun Moxie's sudden retreat had created a temporary pause. This was a natural reaction, and anyone would react the same. One who was acting like an aggressive wolf suddenly turning into a vulnerable lamb. Even the strongest of mental fortitudes would be stunned at this sort of great disparity. Although this momentary pause was barely a tenth of the duration of the blink of an eye, it was enough for Jun Moxie to make use of that opportunity to activate his psychological manipulation. He took the opportunity in Gu Feiyu's pause to quickly control his mind. This was at the time where the killing aura was surging out, and all his Xian Qi was on standby, ready to deal the fatal blow. All coursing in his meridians. In this way, both his killing aura and Xian Qi lost control simultaneously, thoroughly dissolving the last bit of strength that was protecting his meridians. Both energies wreaked havoc within his meridians, shattering and smashing all of Gu Feiyu's meridians into pieces. If this was merely a backlash from Xian Qi, it wouldn't be this bad. If it was an inverted flow of killing aura, it would also not cause such an adverse effect. But because there were these two different types of energies clashing within, and especially when it was after they had been set off for 17 whole steps, it had accidentally created the peculiar injuries that Gu Feiyu had right now. It was extremely odd. Truly extremely odd. An injury like this had never appeared in this world before. Because since ancient times until now, experts who were spirit Xian and above, who could have suffered grievances like Gu Feiyu had today. Gu Feiyu's achievement today was truly something to be proud of. Because he had created something entirely new in the history of the world. This might not be a major reputation, but it was enough to allow his name to be recorded in the historical records of Xian injuries. His name would never be forgotten. Even Gu Yunyang, a third-level Saint Emperor, could not figure out how his grandson's injuries came about. Actually, it was not just him. Even this other creator of this new creation, young Master Jun, may not have thought that it would turn out like this. AI, how did it turn out like this? I may have successfully created the beginning and the process, but I didn't think of the ending. How regrettable, ah. Gu Yunyang transfused his pure Xian Qi with no reservations, but he discovered that the internal system within his grandson's body was still a mess. Even if he wished to keep him alive, it would require great effort. At the very least, he needed to thoroughly reorder and tidy up the meridians, coupling it with medicine in order to protect his life. This injury was too severe and too peculiar. But right now, this was not a good place for treatment. And even if he fully recovered, Gu Feiyu would be unable to advance beyond this for the rest of his life. And he may even begin to regress significantly, because his meridians were entirely tidied by an external force. This meant that the form would retain forever. He will never be able to improve. This successor which he harbored great expectations for was completely crippled. Old Master Gu carried his grandson's body up with one hand and slowly stood up. His face was dark and heavy. This matter today, what exactly is going on? When he said this sentence, he did not look at anyone, but everyone could sense that he was directing it to them. Gu Yunyang's aura surged out like torrent waves as he spoke. Little Beansprout, who was slightly far away, began to tremble, her lips pale and colorless. Her lively eyes had instantly turned dull. Miao Xiao Miao's pale yellow garments swayed due to the aura. But her eyes remained calm and undisturbed. In a flash, Chao Guofeng was already standing before Jun Moxie, blocking the aura from invading his disciple. He coldly said, Gu Yunyang, why, are you really not going to act like a senior and interrogate the younger generation with torture? I won't be using torture to interrogate, but I feel a need to find out the truth of the matter today. And the answer to this lies in these three people before me. I believe old Chao won't deny this, he laughed coldly. Although the Gu family had plenty of descendants, in Gu Feiyu's generation, there were not many that were strong enough. And amongst those who were present in this room, Gu Feiyu's strength may not be first, but it was enough to be ranked second. To have an achievement of a level 3 spirit Xian at the age of 20+, it was impossible without relatively good physique, even if he had plenty of medicine and pills to aid him in his attainment. There were almost 2,000 people in the Gu family. They were one of the biggest families in the misty illusory manor. And one of the most hopeful youths was crippled like this here. Gu Yunyang's anger could be imagined. Gu Yunyang, you are a senior figure, yet this old man never imagined that you were someone like this. Chao Guofeng sighed as he said with great heartache. Forget the fact that you did not take the sworn agreement between us seriously, boasting of it before your sons and grandsons blatantly. If it is for the sake of boasting occasionally, I can still understand. But you allowed them to brazenly spread it out there and did not even restrain them. Chao Guofeng looked at him with genuine disappointment. Forget it as well. When at our level, false reputation is nothing to be bothered about. I can allow you to enjoy all that reputation. What else can I do? But today, for the sake of your own grandson, you completely ignored the future of the entire misty illusory manor, recklessly releasing your killing aura to force and coerce one that has the free and natural physique and the granddaughter of the palace lord. Don't tell me that for the sake of your grandson, you are going to sacrifice the entire Gu family. Chao Guofeng's hair and beard were flying as he said the last line, staring harshly at Gu Yunyang's face. Gu Yunyang's expression faltered slightly. Saint Emperor Chao has exaggerated. I only want to find out the truth of the matter. Is Saint Emperor Chao going to pin the accusation of raising a rebellion on this old man? If young lady Xiao Miao is willing to tell, great, if she isn't, then forget it. There are so many witnesses present today, it is impossible that the truth will not be revealed. Chao Guofeng scoffed coldly. That's a nice way to put it. At this point in time, both parties had already begun to confront each other. Miao Xiao Miao sighed softly and wanted to open her mouth to speak. She did not wish for the current situation to become any worse, and if she explained everything clearly, all three parties would be able to get out of this situation. But Jun Moxie was more than glad to have the situation unfold like this, so how could he let her open her mouth to explain the situation? He quickly said, since old senior Gu seeks the truth, and this junior is also at a loss, why don't I be the one to explain the entire situation for senior? The two young ladies shall listen, if what I say doesn't match what happened, they can point it out immediately. Gu Yunyang's eyes gleamed. Fine. Speak. Old Master Gu had already assumed that Miao Xiao Miao had done something, so naturally he was unwilling to listen to young Lady Miao's description. Seeing young Master Jun volunteer himself, naturally he would be more willing to listen to Jun Moxie recount the situation. This lad looks honest and simple, I believe he won't be lying. It went like this. This junior had just recovered and came out for a stroll, wandering here unconsciously. This young lady came to invite me, saying that her mistress wished to invite me to meet her. Jun Moxie glanced at little Beansprout and began to recount. Chao Guofeng and Gu Yunyang instantly figured out what happened from this beginning. The reason behind the matter today was obvious, it must be that Miao Xiao Miao had initiated inviting Mo Junyi, then Gu Yunyang who was tagging along became jealous. As a result, Mo Junyi, who had just arrived at the misty illusory manor, with a cultivation level that was barely near a silver xian, entered the position of number one amongst all the youths of the misty illusory manor. Gu Feiyu was definitely not willing to take it lying down, so coupled with other reasons, naturally, he wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate this free and natural physique. I was extremely afraid then. Young Master Jun shrunk his shoulders, cowering as he looked at Gu Yunyang. I had never seen much of the world since I was young, so how could I dare to argue with young Master Gu? I wanted to evade it, but young Master Gu said. In the misty illusory manor, there are too many existences that even Saint Emperor Chao does not dare to offend and told me not to be too arrogant. The moment they heard these words, they understood straight away. The entire conflict had most likely started from this sentence. Although this sentence was not considered scolding or even an insult to Chao Guofeng, the disdain and contempt in his words were clear to see. Which disciple could possibly hold their anger after hearing their master being talked about in that manner? If they could maintain their cool, that disciple would be a straw bag. As expected, Jun Moxie continued with some righteous indignation. Saint Emperor Chao has treated me very well, and even saved my life at great peril to his own. Junior did not forget Master's teachings, but was truly unable to endure at the time. Thus, I asked young Master Gu, of those people whom Saint Emperor Chao could not afford to offend, is he included among them? Gu Yunyang's face darkened in an instant. In contrast, Chao Guofeng's originally stormy expression lightened into a faint smile as he felt a gratified feeling in his heart. So all his efforts had not been for nothing. In that moment, the both of them could easily imagine the rage that Gu Feiyu must have felt when he heard that question. That was the equivalent of a bare-faced slap. With Gu Feiyu's weak cultivation, how could he be a person that Chao Guofeng could not afford to offend? After that, young Master Gu seemed to have the intention to teach me a lesson. He took out his sword and placed it against my throat. Although he didn't really pierce it through my neck, it still pricked my skin. It was truly painful, and I even thought that he'd stabbed through my neck, Jun Moxie recounted with some fear as his pupils trembled lightly. Chao Guofeng snorted heavily, and his expression turned even more unsightly. Although young Master Jun was standing completely unharmed in front of him, that situation earlier had been too dangerous. How could he not be worried? Gu Yunyang's face also changed. This grandson of his was unconvinced by other people's talent, became jealous, and then insulted the other party's master. After being questioned in return, he actually took out his sword like a hooligan and even started to curse aloud. This kind of behavior was truly somewhat too overboard. It was not too much to call him shameless and despicable. In such a situation, even if the other party exploded in rage and killed him, it would be hard to blame them. On the side, Miao Xiaomiao furrowed her brows lightly, thinking to herself that this Mo Jun Ye's words were too deceiving. However, she couldn't exactly point out where his words were wrong. Because he was recounting the events exactly, not adding or subtracting anything. But truthfully, he had subtracted a lot of core information. This young master Mo Jun Ye had never said anything about what he said and how he provoked and fueled Gu Feiyu's rage, edging him on. The most important factor that he'd conveniently left out was actually his involvement in this matter. However, the sly and smooth-tongued him had subtracted the importance of his involvement, making himself the innocent party. In addition, his current expression was confused and honest, tinged with a hint of lingering fear. No one would have believed that this simple and scared youth had from a position of disadvantage, forced a third-level spirit Xian expert to sustain heavy injuries. But this simple account of the events had indeed obtained the desired effect. Chao Guofeng had grown angrier and angrier, while Gu Yunyang became more and more ashamed, unable to even lift his head to look at Chao Guofeng. At that time, I was truly scared stiff, thinking that young Master Gu was going to kill me. But if I begged for mercy, the humiliation that followed would undoubtedly be even worse. In fact, it would affect Saint Emperor Chao's name. Although I'm very scared of death, but Saint Emperor Chao's esteemed name is more important to me. Gu Yunyang and Chao Guofeng both nodded with understanding. They both knew that if he bowed down in such a situation, how would there be any good results? If word spread out that the legendary free and natural physique cultivator that Chao Guofeng had brought back was actually just a cowardly and spineless bumpkin, it would undoubtedly become the joke of the entire misty illusory manor. There was no doubt about it. So I steeled my heart and directly took a step forward, saying, "You dare to kill me? If you dare to kill me, go ahead then." Young Master Jun reenacted the situation earlier and took a firm step forward. Gu Yunyang sighed lightly and shook his head when he heard this. As he looked at this unconscious grandson in his arms, even his desire to take revenge had diminished. In fact, a disappointed feeling arose in his chest instead. This youth with the free and natural physique was currently at the crucial phase where his status is so great that just touching him would end up with one being scalded. Why would you go and provoke him for no reason? Chao Guofeng could picture the wretched look on Gu Feiyu's face as he held a sword against his disciple's throat, yet not daring to pierce it through. A moment ago, he was still filled with worry. However, he was now completely at ease, even having the leisure to smile happily. Kill this kid with the free and natural physique. Not to mention Gu Feiyu, even the current Gu Yunyang would not dare to. I'm not sure what young Master Gu was thinking, but he never stabbed forward in the end. At that time, I was extremely frightened, but I was more afraid of implicating Saint Emperor Chao, so I stood my ground and refused to back down. But young Master Gu also did not back down. In that way, this junior and young Master Gu simply stood there in a stalemate. Both of us were riding atop ferocious tigers, unable to descend. Jun Moxie had a wronged expression on his face as he continued. Unable to retreat or break the stalemate, I decided that I might as well take another step forward. Because if I didn't advance, that would be. There's no need to continue. We roughly understand the rest of the situation now. Gu Yunyang interrupted hurriedly. If he continued speaking, it would come to the matter of his own grandson insulting Chao Guofeng. This old man will only ask you one more question. How many times did you advance in total? How many steps? And Feiyu, how many steps did he retreat? This, Jun Moxie scratched his head in an embarrassed manner. this junior's head was completely blank at that time, only remembering the movements. But I can't exactly remember the exact numbers now. Gu Yunyang nodded and turned to look at Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao thought for a moment and confirmed. Young Master Mo pushed forward a total of 17 times, for 17 steps. From that position over there, all the way to this wall. And young Master Gu, also backed off 17 times. Each time, he would be filled with rage, wanting to stab with his sword, and at the 17th time, you all arrived. Miao Xiaomiao's words perfectly matched up with Jun Moxie's words, proving the authenticity of his account. And Jun Moxie also left this opportunity for Miao Xiaomiao to explain, proving the matter further and further. 17 times. SSS. Gu Yunyang and Chao Guofeng both felt a chill in their teeth as they both sucked in a deep breath of air. The way that Gu Yunyang looked at Jun Moxie changed once again, this time with wariness and seriousness. This simple and honest-looking youth had actually forced his opponent backward 17 times, while the tip of a sword was poised against his throat. What kind of a concept was this? Miao Xiaomiao and the rest were still young and might not know the fearsomeness of something like this. But Gu Yunyang and Chao Guofeng were very clear about it in their hearts. How steadfast must a person's heart be to look death in the face so unflinchingly like that? Even if one was forcefully bracing himself, it was still an extremely rare matter. One had to know that in each of these 17 instances, Gu Feiyu could have killed him at least 1,700 times. The feat that this brat achieved had been the equivalent of stripping himself naked and sealing his cultivation while dancing atop a bed of knives, strolling right in front of the doorsteps of the gates of the netherworld, and placing one foot past the line every so often. Chao Guofeng suddenly realized the situation and said, Gu Yunyang, you should also understand now. Your grandson's injuries had been self-caused. In other words, it was him forcing himself which resulted in heavy internal injuries. Gu Yunyang had a dry look on his face as he nodded. To draw one's sword in rage, the sword must have been infused full of Xian Qi. But if that Xian Qi was not unleashed and ended up flowing back into one's body, it would undoubtedly form a backlash. From what Miao Xiaomiao had said, Gu Feiyu had activated his intent to kill every single time of the 17 times, but he'd forcefully endured. This meant that his own Xian Qi had, in a short time, formed into a backlash against his body 17 times. In addition, there was the rage, killing intent, and aggrieved emotions which culminated into this strange injury. Gu Yunyang was rendered speechless, and his face was bitter. The facts were right before his eyes, so who could he find to settle the scores? There wasn't a suitable person who could be blamed. It was very clear that all this was trouble that his own grandson had provoked. It was him who started scolding and humiliating the other, even drawing his sword to threaten others, resulting in this situation. The two of them had heard for themselves how vicious Gu Feiyu's words had been. After seeing this, what else was there to say? Look for Mo Junyi to settle the scores. The other party was the victim. Or Miao Xiaomiao. She was the most innocent one, seemingly having only been an onlooker. However, if you really couldn't find someone to blame, was this matter supposed to just end like this? Gu Yunyang, this old man shall say a word in fairness. You should be glad because your grandson is at least not dead. Chao Guofeng said coldly. If he weren't unconscious right now with heavy injuries, this old man would definitely seek an explanation from him as well. Can this old man's name be something that a mere child can sully and slander as he pleases? Otherwise, right now, him being able to keep his life while in such a wretched state, is definitely something that this old man will find hard to guarantee. Gu Yunyang was immediately enraged, but he quickly cooled down and asked slowly, by Brother Chao's words, does that mean you do not intend to pursue the matter? Chao Guofeng looked at him and snorted coldly. Your grandson is already in such a state, what else can this old man pursue? However, Gu Yunyang, you still owe this old man an explanation. Who knows what those juniors of your Gu family have been saying behind this old man's back? This explanation you must give to me. Gu Yunyang's mouth twitched, and he nodded with a sigh. Brother Chao, please calm. This old man will surely give you an explanation. If there are any more slanderous words going around regarding you, this old brother will bear responsibility. After saying that, he thought deeply for a moment and sighed heavily as he turned to Miao Xiaomiao and said, Miss Miao, today's matter is indeed Fei Yu who was in the wrong. This old man had been simply too worried about the boy and offended Miss Meow. Right now, this old man wishes to express my sincerest apologies to you. If Yu Fei manages to recover in the future, this old man will make sure to discipline him with greater efforts, preventing him from staining Miss Meow's purity. Miao Xiao Miao hurriedly returned a bow. Grandpa Gu is surely too serious with your words. This Miao is truly undeserving. No matter. Gu Yunyang smiled forcefully and continued. Only. Fei Yu's current condition, if he doesn't get treated quickly, his path might truly end here today. Thus, this old man hopes that Miss Meow can help me with something. What do you think? Help with what? Miao Xiao Miao's eyes instantly shone with caution. This old man wants to meet your esteemed father, Lord Miao. Gu Yunyang said with a bitter smile. Just now, he'd already thought about all the possible methods at least twice. Now that he understood the source of the injury, wanting to retain Gu Fei Yu's life and help him recover completely was not a difficult matter at all. However, the much greater problem was that Gu Fei Yu would no longer be able to advance any further in his cultivation after he recovered. There was only one thing that could completely help Gu Fei Yu recover without leaving behind any side effects, even helping him grow stronger. Because of that, Gu Yunyang did not mind putting down his status and apologizing to Miao Xiao Miao, while listing his condition. Hearing this, Chao Guofeng snorted coldly. Gu Yunyang, you wish to use the 7-colored holy fruits to treat your grandson? You must be getting muddle-headed in your old age. Did you think that the 7-colored holy fruits are common cabbages growing in front of your yard? Chao Guofeng was naturally anxious. Right now, in the misty illusory manner, only 2 people of the younger generation had the qualifications to consume the 7-colored holy fruits. One was his own disciple Mo Junyi, while the other was the similarly gifted Miao Xiao Miao. And each time the 7-colored holy fruits ripened, only 2 batches would be produced. The 2 of them just took 1 batch each. If Gu Yunyang also occupied 1 batch, then, there would definitely be one among the 2 of them who would not get to eat the fruits in the next 500 years. That meant that the person would have to wait another 500 years. Just like that, it would be a total of 1,000 years. The Miao family was deeply rooted in the misty illusory manner from the ancient days, while Miao Xiao Miao was the #1 genius of the misty illusory manner. Whether or not she would get the fruits was basically a matter that didn't even need consideration. Chao Guofeng, you still don't have the right to interfere with what this old man wants to do. Gu Yunyang retorted icily. As for whether the manor lord is willing to give this old man some face is none of your business. Gu Yunyang felt extremely conflicted in his heart as well. He didn't wish to offend Chao Guofeng if he could help it. After all, the both of them were saint emperors, and their relationship was not bad. But at this juncture, they already couldn't care that much. If the free and natural physique did not consume the holy fruits, his cultivation speed would surely slow down, being quite likely to affect the grand scheme of things in the entire misty illusory manner. However, his grandson was similarly important to him. Forgive me, Senior Gu, but this matter is not up to my decision. Miao Xiao Miao replied tactfully. However, I will be sure to tell father and grandfather about this matter when I return. Gu Yunyang sighed forlornly and nodded. Since it's like that, let's leave it up to the heavens to decide. Picking up his grandson, his body shook as he jumped out of the window, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, he did not even leave behind a single word. Miao Xiao Miao's words could be said to have left much to the imagination. She only said that she would tell her family about this matter. But was she going to talk about the dispute today? Or was she going to mention the matter of Gu Yunyang's request for the holy fruits? If it was the former, it wouldn't matter even if she told it in greater detail. Or rather, there wasn't even the need to recount the matter in great detail. So on certain levels, this sentence had been the equivalent of rejecting Gu Yunyang. What kind of a character was Gu Yunyang? How could a deep, profound schemer like himself not be able to hear the true meaning in those words? Thus, old man Gu did not stay around to invite his own humiliation, directly leaving with his grandson. The sooner treatment was administered, the less the lasting damage would be. With Miao Xiao Miao blocking the way, there was already no more hope for the 7-colored holy fruits. Chao Guofeng smiled lightly and turned around to look at Jun Moxie. Then, he turned to look at Miao Xiao Miao. The more he looked, the more delighted he became, smiling happily as he winked. Since there's nothing else, this old man will be going now. Jun Yi, come back quickly after you finish playing outside. This time, I explicitly informed you not to create trouble, but to think that you'd still manage to stir up some trouble. After that, he turned to Miao Xiao Miao with a warm smile. Little girl Miao, my disciple has just arrived and is still not familiar with our Miao Xiao Miao. If you have nothing to do, this old man would like to trouble you to bring this boy around for some sightseeing. Miao Xiao Miao just so happened to be extremely interested in Jun Moxie and was hoping to find the chance to feel him out, so she instantly agreed. Chao Guofeng was just about to leave when he suddenly realized that he'd forgotten something. Thinking for a moment, he asked, right, where's Wang Nang and Li Jie who were supposed to be following you? Jun Moxie pursed his lips and replied nonchalantly. The two of them, I'm not sure where they went. At the same time, he thought to himself, those two might be sitting in a jail cell somewhere now, there's no point looking for them. Hearing that, Chao Guofeng snorted with rage. When those two return, I will most definitely punish them heavily. Not only did they ignore the serious matter I'd entrusted them with, they actually went off by themselves to play. What's the use in keeping the two of them? Shaking his head, he soared away with a schwa sound, disappearing into the distance. Seeing two Saint Emperors leave just like that, the inn was suddenly only left with Miao Xiao Miao, Little Beansprout, and Jun Moxie. The three looked at each other awkwardly, no one willing to speak first. In that moment, the entire room fell into complete silence. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that it was somewhat of a pity that this little lass was acting so mysteriously, covering half her face with a veil. It was so difficult to figure out her appearance, almost as if he were trying to gaze at a mountain through a fog. However, staying silent like this was not a solution. Forget it, this young master still has some virtue of patience. I'll break the ice then. Two misses, what matter is it that you've called me up here for? Jun Moxie only finally recalled that it had been the two of them who had invited him up here initially. As for what matter it was, they hadn't said until now. The moment he came up, he'd been involved in a quarrel, and even forced his opponent into an unconscious state. The entire sequence of events had indeed been quite unexpected. However, he at least had an excuse to speak now. It's actually nothing much. Right now, Miao Xiao Miao thought through her words several times before speaking, seemingly being extremely cautious with everything she said. This Mo Jun Yi, great genius Mo, may look simple and honest, but in reality, he has a stomachful of schemes and dangerous plots. If provoked, it will not be a laughing matter. This fellow could deliver a vicious bite at any time, the kind that would tear skin and shred flesh. It is best not to offend him. In any case, there didn't seem to be a need for that. I just heard from my seniors that a wondrous talent like young Master Mo had come to our misty illusory manor, adding another young hero with boundless future to our ranks. Thus, I developed the inclination to get acquainted with young Master. Unexpectedly, such a huge incident happened, ruining my initial intentions. It's truly embarrassing. Miss is truly overly praising me. Jun Moxie laughed dryly and said. Honestly, there's really nothing very amazing about me. I'm just a normal person, with one mouth, one nose, and two eyes. Apart from being a little more handsome than normal people, I still feel pain when getting hit. If I get slashed by a sword, I will still die. Miss must feel a little disappointed now that you've seen me in person, right? Miao Xiao Miao widened her eyes, only managing to stammer out a few words. And no, not disappointed. That's good, that's good. Jun Moxie breathed a sigh of relief in a happy manner as he said to himself. I thought that I wasn't as handsome as before. Looks like my charm is still there, what a relief. On the side, Little Beansprout giggled a little. Hearing young Master Jun praise himself like that, Miao Xiao Miao also covered her mouth and smiled. Young Master Jun scratched his head and made a tsk sound with his tongue. It's truly tiring to look at you all laugh. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Why is there the need to cover your mouth and tilt your head to the side, afraid of making a little sound? Look at me, it's only enjoyable if you laugh like this. After saying that, he raised his head and gathered his chi through his dantian as he laughed aloud. Ha! 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 Laughter was truly contagious. The two adorable Lolas finally could not endure any more as they clutched their stomachs and roared with laughter, their sides cramping until they couldn't stand straight. How come you laugh like this? It seems that my style is a bit difficult for you. Young Master Jun furrowed his brows lightly, seemingly in deep thought for a while before he said seriously. Or you can try to laugh like this, it may be more suitable for you. After saying that, he raised his head, squeezed his eyebrows together, and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the actions and tone of this laughter mimicked Stephen Chow's perfectly, laughing exaggeratedly while moving the shoulders back and forth. His expression was exceedingly rich and comical. Ha 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 ha, the two ladies no longer cared about their appearance as they smacked the table and laughed uproariously. Their entire faces were tinged with red, and their little peach-like mouths were opened wide. Even the sight of their pink little tongues could be seen jumping with enjoyment. See, isn't it satisfying to laugh like that? Isn't it comfortable? Do you feel much more relaxed? Much more gratified? Jun Moxie thought with a deadpan expression, that is the release of your true self. If you want to laugh, just let loose and laugh. Laughter is a thing that originates from happiness. If you still want to control yourself when you're joyful, what is the meaning in that kind of smile? Jun Moxie's voice grew slightly more solemn as he continued. Humans live for only a mere fleeting moment in the face of the immensity of the heavens and earth. It is filled with sorrow, with joyful moments being rare and far between. Whether it be the pain of the separation of life and death, or love, hatred, enmity, and friendship, life is filled with innumerable trials and unpredictable moments. Thus, we must grab hold of every happy moment and smile joyfully and wholeheartedly. Because after you laugh this time, it's hard to tell when the next opportunity to laugh will be. His words were somewhat heavy, resonating with the hearts of the two ladies. Miao Xiao Miao sighed lightly and nodded. Indeed, there are truly too few moments in life that are worthy of a good laughter, whereas moments for pain and heartache are in great abundance. Brother Mo's words have indeed touched on the true meaning of life's 5 flavors. Previously, she'd only been calling young Master Jun as young Master Mo. But in this moment, she'd unknowingly changed her form of address to Brother Mo. Clearly, their relationship had become a step closer. Jun Moxie chuckled and smiled. Dare I ask Miss Miao, before today, when was the last time you laughed? Can you still remember? A look of deep thought appeared in Miao Xiao Miao's eyes, slowly turning into pain and hurt as she shook her head. I don't remember, truly. Jun Moxie sighed lightly and looked at her. Life is like a dream, passing in the twinkling of an eye. The black hair of yesterday turns white as snow today. When pleased with oneself, one should enjoy it to the greatest extent. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wasting these short tens of years of youth? Little Beansprout laughed happily and said, Young Master Mo, your words are wrong, our Miss's youth is not just a short tens of years. Our Miss had consumed the exquisite lotus and 7-colored holy fruit together, so her youth will keep for at least 500 years without declining. Little Beansprout, be quiet. Miao Xiao Miao warned in a low voice as she turned apologetically to Jun Moxie. Little Beansprout is young and doesn't understand many things. Young Master, please do not mind. Being young and innocent is the best period of one's life, I can't help but to admire it, much less mind it. If it's envy, I'll admit that I truly am somewhat jealous of her. Jun Moxie said with a suave smile. That young master can speak so carefreely, it can be seen that young master has a pure heart. Can Xiao Miao ask also, when was the last time that young master had laughed so wholeheartedly like this? Miao Xiao Miao asked in return. The last time I laughed. That'd be yesterday, if we're not counting this morning before I met you all. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said. I remind myself constantly that the world is already at such a state. Just being able to continue living and breathing is already a great fortune that is worth laughing happily over. Thus, I would laugh every day. Not only that, it would try to infect those around me to laugh along with me as well. Jun Moxie looked at her and smiled, just by laughing a little every day, look at how many worries disappear. It doesn't matter if the troubles are really gone, as long as I believe it. Young Master is truly open-minded. Xiao Miao is incomparably envious and jealous. A sad look fleeted swiftly across Miao Xiao Miao's pupils, quickly returning to normal again. Now that young Master has arrived at the misty illusory manor, my guess is that you already know the importance of your free and natural physique to us. I wonder what others plans young master has in the future. She lifted her head slowly and looked unblinkingly into Jun Moxie's eyes as she continued. We know that young master is immensely gifted in cultivation, and today, we saw the intricate and deep thoughts of young master's mind and the resolution and decisiveness with which you deal with matters. But I wonder, how is young master's literary talent? Do you prefer for me to be outstanding in literary talents? Or do you wish for me to be a bag of straw? Jun Moxie asked with a slight smile. Young master jests. Miao Xiao Miao's face flushed faintly as a coy look flashed across her eyes. Can young master perhaps recite a poem or sing a song about your aspirations for this little girl to appraise? Jun Moxie exclaimed internally with praise as he heard this. If it was just normal speech, it was easy for him to spout lies all day long. But if it was about composing a poem on the spot, the difficulty was much higher. It would naturally be his true thoughts. Because poems were the voice of the heart. In such a short time, no one would be able to write something that didn't conform to their true feelings. The request of this lass was first, to test his literary standards, and second, to find out his true thoughts and intentions. As she was scared that he would come up with a lie to humor her, she came up with this method. He was a person with a free and natural physique, as well as a character with wit which surpassed the masses. His methods were also decisive and ruthless. Clearly, this was the current impression that lass has of him. But if it was just that, it was still possible to arrange a strategy to target his weakness. The scary thing would be, if such a person was also cultured and talented in literature. In that case, I might as well take the opportunity to shock you properly. Jun Moxie fell silent for a moment, and he began in a long voice. Though man bow and live according to the will of the heavens, they might beget no salvation, those who defy the heavens should look to the skies and laugh. Who can be like me, creating great billows in the world with a point of my sword? As he spoke here, he paused and continued. The sun and moon are in my arms, watch as I rise above the crowd with my excellence. With my sword unsheathed, who dares to traverse the clouds alongside me? One sword confining lofty sentiments of 1,000 ages, wild gales sweeping freely across the yellow sands. Rain of blood, pungent winds, man shall not fall. One sword conquering the world, tyrant of 1,000 ages proclaimed as a hero. Standing loftily, I swear with my sword, in this life, we do not bow. Who is dancing above the clouds? Let my gaze be cast past the edge of the sky, with deep sorrow in my guts, and my heart cold and covered with frost. The music is over and the audience is gone, one sword piercing through the 9 firmaments in fury. Ancient and modern, roaming the world with the same smile on my face. All who follow after in the future shall nevermore reach greater heights. His voice rang out loud and fierce, like a killing aura from a great general on the battlefield. Just by listening to his words, one could already feel their blood boiling with passion. When he finished, the two were completely dumbfounded. Miao Xiao Miao had not imagined that this fellow was actually so highly talented in both the pen and the sword, as well as possessing such high intelligence. Not mentioning the misty illusory manner, even considering the entire world, how many of such outstanding youths could be found? How many people could make such poetry featuring lines of 7 characters intermixed with longer and shorter lines in such a short time? Not mentioning his natural physical aptitude, courage, wit, and potential, just his extraordinary literary talent was enough to cause others to view him differently. However, that ambition of his, seemed to be a bit too mad. Who is dancing above the clouds? Let my gaze be cast past the edge of the sky, with deep sorrow in my guts, and my heart cold and covered with frost, Miao Xiao Miao muttered softly. Her memory was quite good, so even though Jun Moxie had only recited the poem once, she'd already remembered it clearly. But as she recited it again now, this same sentence had a feeling of chivalry and unyielding spirit. The more Miao Xiao Miao recited, the more she felt that this sentence was filled with a deep sorrow. It was actually capable of making a person feel a sour pain in their hearts when they thought of it. Who is dancing above the clouds? Let my gaze be cast past the edge of the sky, with deep sorrow in my guts, and my heart cold and covered with frost. As the gods danced and feasted above the clouds, they were on the ground, gazing anxiously till their eyes were worn out, yet not being able to see. Their guts were twisted with sorrow and bitterness, while their hearts were frosted over, devoid of hope and filled with disappointment. After a long time, Miao Xiao Miao spat out a long breath of air and said with a bitter smile. Brother Mo, words flow from your mouth as from the pen of a master. Truly amazing. This little sister feels incomparably ashamed of my inferiority. Jun Moxie laughed aloud and said modestly. It's just an insignificant ability, how can it be worthy of being claimed as works of a master? This Mo is lucky for Miss to have taken a liking to those sentences. It was a fortune that I've once followed an old master in the mountains and learned some words from him for a few years. Otherwise, I might have embarrassed myself in front of Miss Miao today. Young Master Jun was speaking from his heart this time. His accomplishments in the literature field were all thanks to the importation of his assassin master. Whenever he thought of that old fellow, Jun Moxie would still recall a stinging sensation on his butt. As for that poem, it was the work of a great master in his previous life whose name he'd already forgotten. The only reason he remembered this particular poem was because he liked the bold and heroic spirit depicted through it. Who would have thought that it would become useful here? This time, he'd only changed a few sentences and recited the whole thing out. As expected, it achieved a shocking effect. Right now, the way that little Beansprout was looking at Jun Moxie had already changed into a look of worship. Too cool. Too awesome. Too talented. If I could marry such a husband. Ayaya, what am I thinking of? How embarrassing. Brother Mo is too modest. Miao Xiao Miao smiled lightly and said. The person who taught young master to read and write must have been a great master of a generation, a learned scholar of great profundity and virtue. On top of that, he has the courage of a sword, a soft heart for the world, with great strength of character. A person like that, just thinking about it makes one's heart ache. Miao Xiao Miao did not dare to praise Jun Moxie in front of him, in case he mistook it for other intentions, thus, she'd switched to praising his master instead. Jun Moxie was stunned. This time, he wasn't acting at all. He was truly stunned. He'd never imagined that there would actually be someone in this world who would praise that old fellow so much. That old fellow was simply a hardcore executioner, a classic butcher. His heart was colder than ice and so ruthless that others would be scared to death by him. And now, he'd actually become a learned scholar of great profundity and virtue. A great master of a generation. And furthermore, the courage of a sword, a soft heart for the world, with great strength of character. F***ck. Those words are more appropriate if you're talking about this young master. How could you use it to describe that old butcher? That's completely desecrating those words, Still, after not seeing that old fellow for so many years, he did miss him somewhat in this moment. As he reminisced, Jun Moxie seemed to be able to see that pair of sharp, blade-like eyes in front of him again, brimming with frigid killing intent. Those parched lips and that sallow face, staring at him sternly. Little brat. Are you skiving off again? See if this old man doesn't fix you up. A familiar wind rushed past his face as he thought back to that voice. Young Master Jun shivered intensely, only now discovering that his eyes had become somewhat wet. That long mist, the only one, stern, but warm-hearted, old bastard. I wonder if you would drop some tears for me on the other side upon hearing that I've been blown into smithereens. He remembered back when he was first hurt, injured by a gunshot to his shoulder. The gun wound was tilted down, penetrating and hurting his lungs. That injury could have been said to have been exceedingly heavy. At that time, he still hated that old fellow to the very bone. Because he was always abused with scoldings and beatings for even the smallest matter. Even a wrong action while practicing drinking etiquette would invite a round of ruthless beating. If he was off by even a month when guessing the age of the wine, it would also be treated with violence. The Jun Xie of that time had truly taken this old man to be the greatest enemy of his life. Even his teeth hurt from the hatred, and he'd sworn countless times that the instant he had sufficient strength or the right opportunity, he would definitely tear that old bastard apart into 10,000 pieces, burning and scattering his ashes to absolve the hatred in his heart. However, that time when he was injured heavily, and his life was in danger, the old man put him in his car and sped 800 li down the road all the way to the best hospital in the city. He remembered that the old man's face was still completely expressionless at that time, deep like a bottomless lake. However, the needle of the speedometer had consistently been maintained at the most extreme end of the speed limit, never dropping even the slightest. Assassins never walked into a hospital by themselves, especially if it was regarding a gunshot wound. In the few days that Jun Moxie had been in the hospital, he'd never seen that old man again. In his fuzzy memory while he was badly hurt, he only remembered that the old man had told him sternly, "You must remember this, you were shot by a stray bullet on the beach. You're the son of a fisherman and an orphan." Even until he was discharged, he never saw that old man. Only much later, about 1 month later, the old man suddenly returned, his entire body covered in wounds. The old fellow had actually broken out of jail to return. In order for Jun Xie to survive and get the best medical treatment, the old man had sent him to the hospital without hesitation. His identity was checked, and then, naturally, he was imprisoned. Jun Xie could cover himself with a lie, but the old man couldn't. The old scars on his body, as well as the frigid killing intent around his body were simply too problematic, exposing him very quickly. After expending great efforts to break out of jail and return, the old man actually did not say a single word about the matter. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The training was still as strict, and if he lacked in any area, the old man would still beat and scold him, calling him a little b*****. But ever since, Jun Xie knew one thing for certain, that old man was the only person that he could truly rely on. For a man, there was no need to say such stuff. Because he simply needed to show them with his actions. Miao Xiao Miao's casual words had unintentionally stirred up the deepest memories in Jun Moxie's heart. It was also the only past memory that would give him a sense of warmth whenever he thought of it. Jun Moxie sunk into silence and a faint but long-lasting light appeared in his eyes. A happy expression hung on his face, and his eyes seemed to be staring at a faraway place, like a dream. It seemed to be that in this split second, he'd entered a world of his own. Miao Xiao Miao's clear eyes stared at young Master Jun quietly, her eyes becoming softer and gentler. For a long time, she did not make a single sound, not interrupting him, allowing Jun Moxie to immerse himself in recollection. After a long time, Jun Moxie raised his head, and his eyes gradually grew more steady again. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, he smiled lightly. "I suddenly remembered some past matters and lost myself for a moment. I've incurred Mrs. ridicule. The revealing of true feelings is the mark of a pure-hearted person. Young Master was being true to himself, so how can there be any ridicule? Young Master should have remembered some matters that were worth remembering." Miao Xiao Miao's eyes were warm and gentle as she asked lightly. Jun Moxie nodded and sucked in a deep breath of air. "Yes, there are always some things in life that can never be forgotten. Because those matters are worth remembering. But oftentimes, it is exactly these things that we feel is worth remembering, that brings us pain whenever we think of them. Yet, we are forever unwilling to forget." Miao Xiao Miao listened quietly, not speaking for a while. Finally, she smiled and said in a soft voice. "However, if there's one or several of these kinds of people or events that we can reminisce about, it's still a fortunate matter. Because the saddest thing is that a person did not meet even one person like that or experience an event special enough to be remembered. That is the most pitiful." "Your words are indeed true," Jun Moxie smiled and asked. "Does Miss Miao also have the same feelings as well? Do you have an event that is worth you remembering? Or perhaps, a person?" Miao Xiao Miao's eyes quietly landed on his face and after a long time, she slowly shifted her gaze away, and she looked silently at the window. After a moment's pause, she answered. "There is, not." "Interesting, interesting. Mrs. words are truly hard to grasp. Saying there is first, then saying not, so is there, or is there not?" "Huh," Jun Moxie laughed with interest. Miao Xiao Miao did not smile this time and turned back to look at him silently. Then, she turned her eyes away again and sighed sadly. Soon, the spring splendor fades, from the flowers in the woods too soon. There's no stopping the chill rain at dawn, or the shrill wind at night. The memories of the rouge-colored tears, of the stays overnight amid cups. When will all that happen again? Life is long in sadness as water keeps flowing and flowing east, 1. Jun Moxie recited and sighed, before laughing self-mockingly. Looks like Ms. should prefer this kind of graceful and subdued poem of spring's grief and autumn's sorrow more. Perhaps my previous random poem had been too heavy. May Miss not take it to heart. Miao Xiao Miao's shoulders trembled lightly, and she felt an impulse to retort a few words. I, Miao Xiao Miao, am not a typical girl. A normal girl might like poems like that, but it might not be so for me. Whether a poem is good or not, I can naturally distinguish for myself. That previous poem was bold and grand, and it's too much to be called mere random words. Could it be that you don't know that being overly modest is just pretentious? However, when she heard Jun Moxie's second poem, she could not help but to mull it through silently in her heart, not having the courage to retort. This poem is simply too melancholic. Just reciting it gave her a feeling that this poem contained a helplessly sorrowful intent. The intent in this poem was as difficult to grasp as the sand on the beach. It was like a layer of mist which veiled her eyes and clouded her heart, enrapturing her and causing her to feel dreamy and sorrowful, as though she was drunk. Soon, the spring splendor fades, from the flowers in the woods too soon. There's no stopping the chill rain at dawn, or the shrill wind at night, Miao Xiao Miao said quietly, beautiful lashes fluttering lightly as a hazy look hung in her eyes. Life is long in sadness as water keeps flowing and flowing east. Ai, Miao Xiao Miao closed her eyes, her heart filled with endless sourness. She didn't know why she had such an unbearable feeling. Could it be that a short poem like this actually culminated the most unspeakable, helpless feelings of life, even rousing the most deeply hidden emotions in her heart? She was like a resplendent flower in full bloom. But she was helplessly entangled in the red dust of this mundane world as time flowed past her like the sun and moon in her hair. There were even countless lecherous people staring at her in the dark, as a tiger watched its prey. As for her family, they had never truly made preparations for her future happiness. She was immensely talented, but it only became a greater chip for them to bargain and exchange for benefits. The world thinks that my position and authority is high, being the daughter of the misty illusory Manor's manor lord, and well loved by all. How carefree must my life be? But the true grief of one in my position, who can understand it? Truly. There's no stopping the chill rain at dawn, or the shrill wind at night. In a cruel world such as this, how long can such a resplendent flower retain its splendor? The moment the petals fall and the beauty fade, that would really be when life is long in sadness as water keeps flowing and flowing east. This Mo Junyi, could he actually be trying to make me cry on purpose? After listening to his words, why do my eyes grow wet and my nose sour? How did I lose control of my emotions to this extent? I've already reached the superior supreme realm and am only a half step away from breaking free of the supreme realm. There's even the exquisite lotus and seven-colored holy fruits effects which calm and steady my mind. I should have been freed from the control of my emotions long ago. But why am I still so affected? Miao Xiao Miao lowered her brows, and her brows fluttered lightly. Her heart was a mess, and she didn't know what was happening to herself. She could not find the reason, and it made her more anxious. Miss, it's getting dark, and I should return. If there's nothing else, this one will bid farewell first. What kind of wit did Jun Moxie possess? Seeing that he'd accomplished enough today, he decided to stop. With a pat of his butt, he turned around to leave. If he continued to fool around, that would be overdoing it. Wait, brother Mo, please wait. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes instantly returned to its calm. On the side, little Beansprout had grabbed a paper and quill at an unknown time, recording young Master Jun's 2 poems entirely without missing a single word. Jun Moxie glanced at her briefly, seeing that this little loli's tender white hands were writing energetically as she gripped the quill. Her words were beautiful and neat, seemingly having some skill. Does Miss Miao still have any matters to talk about? Jun Moxie stopped and looked at Miao Xiao Miao. He knew all along that this lass had definitely not looked for him just to make some so-called acquaintance. There was surely some deeper reason. But since the other party did not wish to talk about it first, he naturally would not ask. If he really took the initiative to ask, he would not hold the advantage and would be forced into a reactive state. How would Jun Moxie be willing to do that? A strange look flashed in Miao Xiao Miao's eyes, finally steeling herself and regaining clarity of mind. It was as if she'd come to a decision. Raising her head, she said, "Brother Mo, please do not blame Xiao Miao for speaking straightforwardly though we've just met. Dare I ask if Brother Mo has offended anyone? Or perhaps, do you know how many people you've offended?" Offended who? I've just arrived here and am still unfamiliar with the place. Who could I offend? Jun Moxie scratched his head with some confusion. If I've offended anyone, it would just be young Master Gu. Didn't I thoroughly offend Gu Feiyu today? Behind him, there's also the entire Gu family. Little sister is not talking about Gu Feiyu's matter. Rather, it's before you came here. Miao Xiao Miao said. This, no. Definitely not. I'm never a person who likes to provoke trouble, and don't have the capabilities to offend many people as well. Where would I go to offend people? Jun Moxie shook his head firmly. At first, he thought of mentioning the matter with the city's officials. But as he thought about it again, those fellows were definitely not any high-level characters. How could they be worthy of Miao Xiao Miao's attention? But apart from that, he truly didn't seem to have offended anyone else. So Brother Mo truly does not know. Miao Xiao Miao looked at him suspiciously. After a while, she finally confirmed. This fellow truly didn't know about that matter. Smiling bitterly, she said. In the instant Brother Mo left the inner city today, this news had already spread to all the large families. Oh. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. Miao Xiao Miao's words could be said to be a hint for him. Jun Moxie also naturally understood in an instant, someone from Chao Guofeng's side must have leaked the news in secret. Otherwise, it was impossible for the news to travel so quickly to all the large families. That's the reason why so many young masters all came out, arriving at the inner city at practically the same time. Miao Xiao Miao said with a faint smile. No wonder, the moment he came out today, he'd so, coincidentally, bumped into two of the biggest, do not provoke, characters. So that was the case. I knew that there's no way my luck was that good. Looks like everyone had come together to arrange this scene. Jun Moxie sucked in a deep breath of air. Brother Mo needs to know that originally, there was supposed to be a talent selection event in a misty illusory manor scheduled in these few days to pick out the most outstanding geniuses and send them to the inner manor to be nurtured as the leader of the next generation. In other words, the entire misty illusory manor was actually making preparations for the future before you came. But your arrival, your free and natural physique, had directly spoilt this plan for everyone. Miao Xiao Miao smiled lightly and said, among this batch of people, there are some people with great chances of becoming the future Heart Fantasy City's city lord. Some are preparing to be the future spiritual herbal gardens lord. Others are going to be the future members of the Council of Elders, and some are aiming to become the future manor lord. There are even some who are fighting to become the future top expert of the misty illusory manor, the next generation's guardian saint. And your accidental arrival disrupted the situation which had stabilized. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes grew serious as she looked at Jun Moxie and explained. Although she'd explained it in a slow way, Jun Moxie could understand the underlying meanings very clearly. It turned out that he'd fallen into a super tensed explosive keg, and he'd even turned into a target for all. The free and natural physique that you have is a heaven-defying miraculous gift that hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. Tying you to our misty illusory manor is naturally the choice for us. That is a fact, and one that nobody can refute. In fact, all the older generation seniors are in full support of you being the #1 choice for propping up the entire misty illusory manor in the future. But at the same time, you've also become the strongest competitor for all the factions in here, standing in direct opposition to all of them. Especially the other juniors. Them recognizing your talent and qualifications is one matter, but for them to acknowledge your position is a whole other matter. Miao Xiao Miao's petite body was unusually straight. From Jun Moxie's direction, she looked like a flawless sculpture. Every single aspect was perfect to the extreme. Even if an exceedingly picky artist looked at her, he wouldn't be able to find the slightest problem. But it was her words that found their way into young Master Jun's heart. So from the first day you came, one thing was determined. That is, no matter what action you take, there will be countless people watching you, determined to not let you succeed smoothly. Only by kicking you down can others have the opportunity to climb up. Otherwise, everyone's paths are simply destined to be blocked by you. Before you truly ascended to the peak of the misty illusory manor, challenges like this will be abound without pause. At any time and any place. Miao Xiao Miao looked at him seriously. Jun Moxie could only listen on with a parched expression, his head splitting with pain. The strengths of these people were naturally nothing much to him. But the problem was that with him being watched so closely, how would he be able to smoothly continue with his plan, sneaking into the spiritual herbal gardens and stealing some 7-colored holy fruits? How truly infuriating. Could it be that he must be stared to death by those bunch of idiots? Not mentioning the future, let's just take today for example. Because of this outing that you took with high spirits today, those talented disciples of the misty illusory manor large families have gathered in Heart Fantasy City. By tomorrow, more people will have arrived. Miao Xiao Miao laughed a little for some reason and continued. I will not hide this from you. Among these people, I am included as well. Although I am also a person with intentions, they are not necessarily bad. Because I will not fight over anything with you. If I have any intention of obtaining something, even young Master Mo will not be able to snatch it away from me. Today's invitation was purely out of curiosity towards young Master. To be able to attract the attention of so many large powers the moment you came, becoming the target of the entire illusory manor, I was curious about what kind of person you were. Miao Xiao Miao suddenly started explaining herself for some reason. Only after she finished explaining did she realize, why did I explain myself to him? How come it feels like I'm demonstrating a show of force to him, like I'm trying to tell him my aloofness, that I'm standing on the same side as him? But it's because I'm afraid that he will misunderstand me. But, why am I afraid of him misunderstanding me? What am I thinking? The more she thought, the wilder her thoughts became, and her face turned red for some reason. So that's the case. No wonder it's so lively today. And it's going to be even more lively tomorrow. Jun Moxie laughed, feeling somewhat smug in his heart. An outstanding person is indeed an outstanding person. There's no helping it, everywhere this young master goes, I will inevitably become the center of attention. The moment I arrived here, everyone gathered for my sake. How amazing was that? What are capabilities? Aren't these capabilities? With Saint Emperor Chao's abilities, he would definitely have thought of this when he allowed you to come out this time. However, Senior still didn't stop you. Miao Xiao Miao said. Because Senior Chao knew that you would have to come out sooner or later. You would be thrown into chaos no matter what, so he might as well let you experience it a little earlier. Without experiencing the winds and rain, how would one witness a rainbow? Preparing earlier is better than being caught by surprise. That was why he only chose to follow secretly behind you, not appearing to help you out. Well, he's clearly returned already this time, but there are still so many unsettled matters. What should I do? So many people dislike me, isn't my little life now in danger? Jun Moxie said in a distraught manner. Young master must be joking. The second most unprovocable person in the misty illusory manor has already been ruthlessly slapped away by you. What else is there for Saint Emperor Chao to be worried about? Besides, the most those people can do is to use very roundabout matters to humiliate you and prove their superiority to you. They would never dare to kill you. Saint Emperor Chao could naturally leave with a peace of mind, Miao Xiao Miao explained, while her face grew redder and redder. The reason Chao Guofeng had returned was clearly because he was much less worried about this disciple of his. But the main reason was that Jun Moxie was with Miao Xiao Miao now. Miao Xiao Miao would certainly not let Jun Moxie leave alone while facing so much danger. Because she was also bearing the responsibility of her father and grandfather sending her to probe this peerless super genius. And this so-called probe was not just about his talent. It included his personality, temperament, how he carried himself, how he treated his friends and enemies, everything about his person. Young Genius Mo's talent had already been determined long ago, and there was no longer any need to continue investigating. And this probe was also the true reason Miao Xiao Miao had invited him over this time. There were naturally advantages and disadvantages for the two of them being together. The disadvantage was naturally that the people who disliked him would find him even more irksome. The schemes they were planning would undoubtedly become much more poisonous. Furthermore, he would probably attract an even greater number of haters. Of course, the advantage was not small as well. Sticking with Miao Xiao Miao was undoubtedly equal to obtaining an extra protective charm. And with Miao Xiao Miao around, it didn't matter how much those people hated this free and natural physique genius or what kind of schemes they hatched. All of it could only be used in the dark. If they tried to bully him too brazenly, all of them would be in huge trouble if Miao Xiao Miao went back and complained. Furthermore, judging by the way Jun Moxie dealt with Gu Feiyu. Saint Emperor Chao was quite sure that not many people in the misty illusory manner could make things difficult for that little young master. Thus, he directly relaxed and went back to take a nap. If you really want to establish your position in the misty illusory manner, you have to pass through this trial before you. Furthermore, you need to rely on your own strength to pass through it. If you rely on outside strength to seize a position, those people will never give up. Miao Xiao Miao said seriously. With my own strength? No way. That. I don't even know what kind of grand feasts those proud young masters have prepared for a countryside bumpkin like me, Jun Moxie said with some interest. Miao Xiao Miao smiled mysteriously and looked at him. I have no intentions of revealing that stuff to young Master Mo. After all, obtaining free information from me is also a form of outside help. In any case, you'll find out for yourself sooner or later. However, I can give you warning in advance. The place we're going to next can be said to be a gathering of distinguished aristocrats. Although Gu Feiyu is the second most unprovocable person in the misty illusory manner, it's merely an overly inflated opinion of the crowd. Furthermore, he's a loner and his character is also clearly weak. Defeating him is not any difficult matter. But what you're about to face is a capable group of people with similarly great foundations. Among them, there are all kinds of talents well versed in all manners of literary arts, music, martial arts, and other things. If you want to defeat them all with the strength of a single person, it's virtually impossible, unless there are truly miracles in this world. A strange look of concern flashed in Miao Xiao Miao's eyes. Before this, her thoughts hadn't been much different from those people, and she was also waiting to see this free and natural physique get humiliated. But now, she was actually very anxious to see Jun Moxie defeat them, completing this impossible miracle. Somehow, she no longer wanted to see him being embarrassed or humiliated. Just thinking about that scene caused her to feel uncomfortable in her heart. Such a switch in attitude could be said to be extremely sudden and unexpected, to a point where even she felt shocked. She even felt somewhat scared that such a thought had appeared in her heart, and she couldn't understand what was going on. How did her normally calm self become like this, to actually talk and laugh so freely with an unfamiliar guy? So troublesome. But why must I defeat them? What's the point of defeating them? Jun Moxie said with some disdain. Am I that free and bored? Why should I go over to play with trash for nothing? Not mentioning that it's time and effort consuming, I even have to offend a bunch of people. And there aren't even any benefits to obtain. Why should I go and do something so stupid? Does everyone take me for a retard? Miao Xiao Miao was stumped. In her knowledge, as long as someone raised a challenge, whether it be for the pride as a Xian cultivator or just to vent their indignance, there was usually no way for retreat, and they had to accept the challenge. But she'd never thought that this free and natural physique guy would actually reject so cleanly. A single word of rejection had thoroughly killed off this path. That's right, all of you came prepared and in great strength clearly for the purpose of bullying me. Can it be that I can't hide away if I can't face you? The strength of both sides are unfair, but you expect others to face you head-on. Bullying the few with the strength of many, coming with malicious intent, and still not allowing others to dodge. If I really accepted your challenge, I would really be an idiot. Those words are not wrong. Miao Xiao Miao instantly opened her eyes wide. By simply dodging this battle, Mo Jun Yi would not only not have his reputation spoiled, it was in fact the wisest decision. If that large group of arrogant young masters were all stood up by this young master Mo, that would truly be a sight to see. Normally, your choice of avoiding conflict is right. However, there are reasons why you have to go this time. Firstly, if you do not turn up, it is equivalent to you fooling all of them. You will break connections with all the heirs of the big families and the situation may not thaw within the next few decades. It will produce a lot of resistance to your future progress. Deep in her heart, Miao Xiao Miao actually agreed with his decision. However, she was rational enough to know the consequences if he didn't go. Besides that, there's another reason. Another reason? Jun Moxie frowned. Can you elaborate? Do you still remember the 2 guards who followed you out? They are disciples of Saint Emperor Chao. You ordered them to kill 8 city officials and this landed them in custody as Zhan Yushu accused them of murdering public officials. If you don't go, it will be brought up to the highest jurisdiction level of the misty illusory manor and the two of them will be punished. After all, the two of them were following your orders and if you don't explain them, I'm sure you will get in trouble with Saint Emperor Chao as well. Miao Xiao Miao sounded concerned. What are you talking about? When did I even order them to kill anyone? This is framing. The two of them committed murder of their own will. It has nothing to do with me. Jun Moxie laughed scornfully. Getting punished for murder is a natural thing and I believe there are strict laws in the misty illusory manor. There should be no exceptions under the law. As for Saint Emperor Chao, I'm sure he will understand that it is more important for me to follow the legislation and not influence the justice system. So what you've said is incorrect. Don't tell me that the laws don't bind the big families of the misty illusory manor. Jun Moxie reminded earnestly and even questioned the integrity of the big families. Miao Xiao Miao was immediately astounded. What's he trying to do? Why is everything the other way around in what he claims? Zhang Yushu thought he had obtained a trump card against Jun Moxie. How could he expect that it's totally useless against Jun Moxie? Not only that, Jun Moxie even questioned them back. How aggressive. And, he really doesn't care about the two guards. Aren't they fellow disciples of Saint Emperor Chao? Is Jun Moxie so heartless? Those two guards had followed Saint Emperor Chao for decades. Even if they had no significant achievements, they had definitely put in much effort. So what Jun Moxie was saying sounded extremely heartless and cruel. Instantly, there was a tremendous wave of disappointment that washed up her chest. Jun Moxie's cruelty is unforgivable. Miao Xiao Miao's face flushed with anger. Brother Mo, do you really take the lives of your fellow peers so lightly? Even if you didn't know them beforehand, they are still related to you. How can you not feel guilty if something goes wrong? Jun Moxie looked at her in surprise. He said softly, "What has happened, Ms. Miao, why are you so agitated?" It left Miao Xiao Miao speechless. She had lost her composure. What he decided to do had nothing to do with her. It was the first time she met Jun Moxie and the two guards were not related to her. Why was she so agitated? She blushed more as she didn't know what to say. She lowered her head in embarrassment, but soon, she looked up again at Jun Moxie and the disappointment and anger returned. With Miao Xiao Miao's status and experience, most people were as insignificant as ants to her. Even supreme experts like Wang Nang and Li Jie were nothing to her. In fact, if she were in the same situation as Jun Moxie, she would give up the two guards as well in consideration for her own reputation. However, the way Jun Moxie justified his choice unexpectedly infuriated her. She didn't even realize that her anger was more about the person than the thing he did. Miao Xiao Miao was experiencing an indescribable feeling. If Jun Moxie were to lose his cool and decided to face all the danger straight on, she would also be disappointed that he was being impetuous. However, Jun Moxie's blatant rejection made her more uncomfortable. He was too cool, or rather cold, to be acceptable. However, what was her real expectation? She didn't know herself. What he had decided was the most rational. Why was she questioning it? For her, it was like a perfect jewelry that sustained a small crack. The two of them, although we have the same master, ever since I arrived here, they have wished for me to die. Jun Moxie explained nonchalantly. I feel like it's not worth it to save the two of them. Why? You are the bearer of the free and natural physique. You are the disciple Saint Emperor Chao wanted for his entire life. Miao Xiao Miao suddenly realized and understood what was going on. Ah, indeed. Jun Moxie didn't say it explicitly, but the fact that the two of them always wanted to be the direct successor of Chao Guofeng was not a secret. Jun Moxie's sudden appearance took away their chance and all of their ambitions. How could they not feel resentment? What a smart girl. Jun Moxie casually praised. Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes at him. However, deep within her, she felt a comforting warmth. She pinched herself with her delicate hands. It's only a casual jokingly compliment, why am I so happy? What's happening to me? Why is my state of mind fluctuating so vigorously? However, the warmth continued to flow up into her and couldn't be stopped. So what's your plan? Miao Xiao Miao struggled to control her emotions as her beautiful eyebrow outside her veil started to curl up. A plan? No plans. After my tour, it's nap time. You see, it's none of my business. It left Miao Xiao Miao speechless again. The whole misty illusory manner was stirred up by him single-handedly, and he said that it was none of his business. Anyone who heard it would uncontrollably want to laugh while shivering. Brother Mo, you indeed have some unpredictable decision-making. I've really got nothing else to say. Miao Xiao Miao smiled helplessly. If you've decided, then please go ahead. But I think I'm going to win a big time thanks to you. Win what? Jun Moxie suddenly looked anxious. It's just a bet I made today. If you don't go, I will be winning it. Miao Xiao Miao smiled on. Bet? What bet? Jun Moxie frowned in curiosity. 5 days later, the spiritual herbal gardens will be opened for the first time in 100 years. All the seniors of Miao Xiao Miao will be going there. And there's a rainbow holy tree in the garden that only bears fruit once in 500 years. 5 days later, it will be bearing its fruit, so all the saint emperors will be going there to try to plant another seedling with their powers. And on this day, they will allow one of the younger generations to enter the garden. That person will try to gain the recognition of the tree, and if he is successful, he will be the next master of the garden. Even if he isn't successful, he will still be granted the chance of entering the garden every year for the next 100 years. And there are 2 people contesting to obtain this opportunity. That's the eldest young master of the Zhan family, Zhan Qingfeng, and I. So we made a bet and the winner will be granted the chance. I see. Jun Moxie took a deep breath as he became serious. The spiritual herbal gardens. What I have bet was that their plan will not work. Miao Xiao Miao smiled. Since you are not even going, there's no way their plans against you will work. So I'm winning the bet. We made the bet in front of a large crowd, so there will be no room for his denial. I'm going to be granted access to the gardens every year, so even if I don't succeed this time, there will be more chances to come for me to gain recognition from the tree. I am still a bit disappointed that you refused to go. But in this sense, I still need to thank you. Miao Xiao Miao was ready to go as she finished the sentence. Wait. Jun Moxie leaped up as if he was on drugs. Who said that I am not going? Bring me there. Huh? Miao Xiao Miao stared at him. What's he up to now? With my talent, there's no way I will lose to them. Bring me there. I will not make you disappointed. Miao Xiao Miao stumbled as she felt a ball of fire getting stuck upon her chest. Is he an idiot? Wasn't he so determined to avoid the conflict? Didn't I tell him that I will win as long as he doesn't go? Although there was some disappointment within her, it was also accompanied by the satisfaction from the thought that she was going to win the bet. The disappointment was no longer bothering her. There had to be some disappointment. As she uncovered the chivalry and talent from this young man, she couldn't help feel curious about him. She wanted to know what else was he capable of. In her expectations, Mo Junyi was like a mysterious mist that hides many secrets waiting for people to discover, and all the secrets would leave her in awe and surprise. She knew that he was unique, and he indeed redefined the notion of a successful young man for her. The poetic lines he came up with really touched her soul, leaving her indulged in the endless reflections triggered by them. She even had the feeling that she could spend a whole evening pondering about what he had said while admiring the sunset and enjoying fragrant tea under a flowering tree below the ever-changing clouds. How romantic. Hence, if he refused to go, she would lose the chance of knowing him more. There would definitely be some mild disappointment. On the other hand, if he really went, there was a risk that he would be humiliated, especially for his comparatively weak Xian cultivation. If that were to happen, she would be heartbroken. So his refusal relieved her from this possibility, and she was quite grateful. Furthermore, there was the bet with Zhan Qingfeng. So she was so happy that she had to share with him the joy by telling him about the bet. But he suddenly changed his mind upon hearing it. It felt like a very uncomfortable roller coaster ride to her. This bastard, he's purposely messing with me. She couldn't help cursing, why don't you just die? Jun Moxie was satisfied as he saw her annoyed. I changed my mind because I want to save you from loneliness. Just imagine entering the vast and almost empty gardens with all those old men. How lonely and bored are you going to be? Perhaps, another way around, this is for me to accompany you. How's that? What? You want to accompany me? Meow Xiao Meow was stunned. He wants to accompany me so that I'm not bored, that's a bit sweet. Of course. If I go with you, at least it won't be as dull. Also, I like the smell of herbs, they really refresh my mind. That's why I even grow my own herbs sometimes. Jun Moxie could really say anything to impress girls. That's an interesting idea, but it is a rule that only one person from the younger generations can enter the spiritual herbal gardens. Meow Xiao Meow was concerned. Also, the rainbow holy tree is very strict in choosing the person it recognizes. The candidate has to be less than 20 years old and must carry a scent of nature. If too many young people enter, it might become confused. Something caught Jun Moxie's attention. Do you mean the rainbow holy tree has already acquired consciousness? Yes. But its spiritual senses develop very slowly. According to my grandfather, it gained consciousness as early as 3,000 years ago. However, it is only as intelligent as a 5 years old now. So it really likes to throw tantrums. For example, if someone it doesn't like tries to take its fruit, it will hide the fruit. It is really childlike. Meow Xiao Meow sounded happy to feel helpless as she described the rainbow holy tree as if it were her naughty child. Meow Xiao Meow continued. Even the seniors who enter the gardens are not allowed to enter a certain parameter around the tree. If they do, all the herbs within that parameter will instantly wither. Only when the tree willingly allows us to plant its branches, then the seniors can communicate with it with all their xian qi so that it will produce a branch from the ground below it. After that, they will let the young candidate be observed by the tree, and if he qualifies, he will plant the branch within the parameter. The small tree that grows from the branch will be exclusively under the care of the tree itself, and no one else will be allowed to help. That's amazing. It's only a tree, but it's so domineering. Of course. Or why would the misty illusory manner hail it as the holy tree? But the rule on letting only one young candidate in, who made it? Can't there be an exception? There are no exceptions. 1,500 years ago, we sent 2 young candidates in, but the tree expelled them from the gardens with no hesitation. Then, the gardens were left unattended until 100 years ago when my father became the chosen one by coincidence. As you can see, the manager of the gardens is not appointed by the leaders of the misty illusory manor. He has to be chosen by the tree. The whole garden is like its territory. It will not let anything it doesn't approve to happen in the gardens. Even my father is not allowed to take a single herb out of the gardens without permission. I see. So how did your father become acknowledged by the tree? Jun Moxie felt that the tree would not be easy to handle. It's not a secret. Many older generations know about it. My father had a terrible physique and the misty illusory manor had seen him as completely useless. He couldn't even make his way into the supreme level. Meow Xiao Meow smiled helplessly, as if she were pitying her father's past. Even my grandfather lost hope in him. And it was at that point of time that my father fell gravely ill. Although grandfather didn't like him much, he was still the heir of the bloodline. So my grandfather used his authority to ask for permission to bring my father in from the elders. No one had entered the gardens in 1,400 years, so there was definitely a huge amount of spiritual qi accumulated there. So it was the only hope of curing my father. The elders eventually agreed as my grandfather was very reputable. Then, the unexpected happened. After my father entered the garden, he soon recovered and the tree acknowledged him. I don't know the details, but it happened. Meow Xiao Meow continued. I only know that after that event, my father's fate suddenly changed in a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering manner. From a piece of trash that everybody disdained to look at to someone that everybody fought over to curry favor with. His physique had also changed greatly, and he got married with mother after that. Even until now, father is still extremely grateful to the holy tree. He feels exceedingly strongly that without the tree, our family would not exist. Meow Xiao Meow smiled lightly and said in a soft voice. Naturally, there would also not be me. Your father is truly blessed by the heavens. Jun Moxie already had a rough guess in his heart. From the looks of it, this rainbow holy tree has slowly developed a consciousness after the accumulation of many long years. But this kind of young spirit's temper was still incomparably pure, with clear likes and dislikes. Someone who looked like a good person was a good person, while a villainous-looking person will be a bad person. In addition, without anyone to guide it, it was willful and slowly developed extreme personalities. As for Miao Xiao Miao's father, Jun Moxie could guess that it had simply taken pity on the weak. Now that the spiritual herbal gardens are open, our misty illusory manor has once again obtained the opportunity to pick the herbs inside. But because of the 1,400 years gap, no one dares to approach the tree. Naturally, we do not dare to bring more candidates into the garden. Thus, the idea of bringing two people into the garden at the same time is not possible. Miao Xiao Miao said with a sigh. There's no need to put it so hopelessly. After all, there are no absolutes in the world. I feel that the holy tree might not necessarily reject the presence of one more person. The reason the garden was sealed previously was most likely because the tree didn't like some of the people that approached it in the past. We can perhaps try letting a few more people into the garden this time, and then approach the tree one person at a time to try to obtain the acknowledgement of the tree. If the tree dislikes that person, we can just send in the next one. That way, wouldn't we have many more opportunities? Jun Moxie said. That sounds feasible. Miao Xiao Miao pondered for a moment and nodded. However, this matter still needs to be approved by the elders of the misty illusory manor first. Based on my guess, the elders might not be willing to take such a risk. That will be a problem for the Zhan family to worry about. Jun Moxie said confidently. And my purpose in accepting the challenge this time is to obtain this opportunity. Looking at Miao Xiao Miao, he said with a slight smile. If I rejected the challenge, it would ultimately be seen as a sign of weakness. Since they've spent such great efforts to arrange difficulties for me, why shouldn't I take the chance to pose some difficult questions for them as well? They wish to humiliate me and test me. I can give them a chance to do so. But at the same time, they will have to promise me some conditions before I will be willing to compete with them. Opportunities go both ways. How can I let them down like this? If I win, you can strut into the spiritual herbal gardens without any dissent. As for my slot, the Zhan family will naturally obtain it for me. With the Zhan family's status as the #1 aristocrat family in the misty illusory manor, it should be possible for them to obtain this extra slot. Jun Moxie smiled sinisterly. That way, wouldn't it be a great joy? How could you only think on the bright side? What if you lose? Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes and stared at him. There was an unspeakably cute charm on her face as she said that, causing Jun Moxie's heart to skip, and he suddenly remembered Dugu Xiao Yi in his heart. This lass is actually so cute when she rolls her eyes, like my little Xiao Yi. If I lose, I will naturally be humiliated by them a little. Also, according to our previous arrangements, if I lose, that means you lose as well. The both of us will lose the chance to enter the spiritual herbal gardens. Jun Moxie cackled. If it really ended like that, I guess you can count it as me dragging you down this once. His face turned unusually serious as he asked. Miss Miao, would you be willing to let me drag you down this one time? Or, will you trust me? Miao Xiao Miao's face instantly reddened and she turned her head away uncomfortably. You underestimate the importance of this matter with your words. If you win, everything will naturally be nice and dandy. But if you lose, my qualifications will be lost as well. That is the equivalent of my happiness and future being wrecked. This bet you're taking is equivalent to betting the rest of my life. However, you won't suffer much of a loss. Betting your life? How could it be betting the rest of your life away? Your words are surely a little too heavy. Jun Moxie said hesitantly. For the two of us to meet is also a kind of fate. There are some things that you would know sooner or later, so I will tell it to you briefly in advance. Our Miao family is in a state of decline right now, and there hasn't been an outstanding junior in our family for many generations now. Although there are still quite a number of strong seniors in our Miao family, their ages are great. Most likely, the next generation's manor lord will no longer belong to our Miao family. Truthfully, if not for my father gaining the acknowledgement of the holy tree over 100 years ago, becoming the lord of the spiritual herbal garden, our Miao family would most likely have become relegated long ago. Miao Xiao Miao sighed lightly as her eyelashes fluttered sadly. If the position of manor lord was really taken away by the other families, then in order to maintain the balance of the misty illusory manor, and retain the position of the family, the elders in the family will definitely marry me to the most talented successor of the new leading family. That way, we can maintain our position while slowly biding our time and awaiting the opportunity for our Miao family to rise up again. Although I seem to be doted on and loved by all right now, if things came to that point, I will still only be turned into a sacrificial offering for the family. In order to avoid this worst-case scenario, the only way left is for me to take over my father's position and become the next lord of the spiritual herbal garden. Only by relying on this special position can I escape this fate, obtaining an independent status. Although I still cannot marry, I can do whatever I want. At least, that is still better than spending a life of sadness with someone that I don't like. A trace of loneliness could be seen in her eyes as Miao Xiao Miao sighed wistfully. I don't wish to become a sacrificial item for the family. Miao Xiao Miao said in a soft voice. But, I'm also unwilling to see the Miao family decline like this. After all, I'm still the Miao family's daughter. And the only way to have the best of both worlds is, to become the spiritual herbal garden's new lord. At that time, even the entire misty illusory manor would not dare to touch my Miao family. Although father still controls the spiritual herbal gardens in name right now, his original starting point was simply too low. His potential was not great enough, and his achievements have reached its limits. In the best-case scenario, he would only have another 200 to 300 years of life left. Miao Xiao Miao's voice turned heavier. As a daughter, I should not talk about father like this. It is undoubtedly an unfilial thing to say. However, this is the truth. An undeniable fact. My talent can be said to be undoubtedly the most outstanding in the Miao family in 1,000 years. However, our Miao family cannot wait another 1,000 years. If anything happens, our Miao family might even completely disappear from the misty illusory manor within 1,000 years. If I'm married into the new leader's family, the hope of our Miao family will be ended then. While the family could probably continue surviving for a few hundred years more, it's ultimately not a long-term plan. After all, the other party will not wish to see our Miao family rise up once again. But if I could become the new spiritual herbal garden lord, with my talent, I'm already close to the venerable realm. With the nourishing chi of the spiritual herbal gardens, it definitely won't be a problem for me to break through to the Saint realm or the Saint Emperor realm. That way, my lifespan will be at least over 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or 3,000 years. In other words, I alone can secure the position of the Miao family for thousands of years. Moreover, I don't need to sacrifice my own happiness for it. Jun Moxie widened his eyes and sighed deeply. So, this request of yours is equivalent to asking me to bet my entire life away. It's also betting with the future of my Miao family and the lives of thousands of people. Miao Xiao Miao looked intently at Jun Moxie. Her eyes trembled lightly and she bit her lip lightly, her face flickering with emotion. In that moment, Jun Moxie didn't know what to say. To him, this decision was simply a game, an exceedingly boring and dumb game. But to Miao Xiao Miao, it actually had far-reaching impacts to her future. Young Master Jun had absolute confidence, with his abilities and experience, even if he ignored those fellows' schemes and intricately laid-out traps, he still had full confidence that he would be able to win with ease. No matter how outstanding those fellows from the misty illusory manor were, no matter how dumb he was, there was no way for them to outsmart the 5,000 years worth of Chinese literature culture he'd brought over from Earth.